Chapter 19. Commissioned Brigadier General Command at Ironton, Mo. Jefferson City, Cape Girardeau. General Prentice seizure of Paducah headquarters at Cairo. I had not been in Mexico many weeks when, reading a St. Louis paper, I found the president had asked the Illinois delegation in Congress to recommend some citizens of the state for the position of brigadier general, and that they had unanimously recommended me as first on a list of 7. I was very much surprised because, as I have said, my acquaintance with the congressmen was very limited, and I did not know of anything I had done to inspire such confidence. The papers of the next day announced that my name, with 3 others, had been sent to the Senate, and a few days after our confirmation was announced. When appointed brigadier general, I at once thought it proper that one of my aides should come from the regiment I had been commanding, and so selected Lieutenant C.B. Lago. While living in St. Louis, I had had a desk in the law office of McClellan, Moody, and Hillier. Difference in views between the members of the firm on the questions of the day and general hard times in the border cities had broken up this firm. Hillier was quite a young man, then in his 20s, and very brilliant. I asked him to accept a place on my staff. I also wanted to take one man from my new home, Galena. The canvass in the presidential campaign the fall before had brought out a young lawyer by the name of John A. Rollins, who proved himself one of the ablest speakers in the state. He was also a candidate for elector on the Douglas ticket. When Sumter was fired upon and the integrity of the Union threatened, there was no man more ready to serve his country than he. I wrote at once asking him to accept the position of Assistant Adjutant General with the rank of captain on my staff. He was about entering the service as major of a new regiment, then organizing in the northwestern part of the state, but he threw this up and accepted my offer. Neither Hillier nor Lago proved to have any particular taste or special qualifications for the duties of the soldier, and the former resigned during the Vicksburg campaign. The latter I relieved after the Battle of Chattanooga. Rollins remained with me as long as he lived, and rose to the rank of Brigadier General and Chief of Staff to the General of the Army in office created for him before the war closed. He was an able man, possessed of great firmness, and could say no so emphatically to a request which he thought should not be granted that the person he was addressing would understand at once that there was no use of pressing the matter. General Rollins was a very useful officer in other ways than this. I became very much attached to him. Shortly after my promotion, I was ordered to Ironton, Missouri, to command a district in that part of the state, and took the 21st Illinois, my old regiment, with me. Several other regiments were ordered to the same destination about the same time. Ironton is on the Iron Mountain Railroad, about 70 miles south of St. Louis, and situated among hills rising almost to the dignity of mountains. When I reached there, about the 8th of August, Colonel B. Gratz Brown, afterwards governor of Missouri, and in 1872 vice presidential candidate, was in command. Some of his troops were 90 days men, and their time had expired some time before. The men had no clothing but what they had volunteered in, and much of this was so worn that it would hardly stay on. General Hardee, the author of the tactics I did not study, was at Greenville, some 25 miles further south, it was said, with 5,000 Confederate troops. Under these circumstances, Colonel Brown's command was very much demoralized. A squadron of cavalry could have ridden into the valley and captured the entire force. Brown himself was gladder to see me on that occasion than he ever has been since. I relieved him and sent all his men home within a day or two to be mustered out of service. Within 10 days after reaching Ironton, I was prepared to take the offensive against the enemy at Greenville. I sent a column east out of the valley we were in, with orders to swing around to the south and west and come into the Greenville road, 10 miles south of Ironton. Another column marched on the direct road and went into camp at the point designated for the 2 columns to meet. I was to ride out the next morning and take personal command of the movement. My experience against Harris in northern Missouri had inspired me with confidence, but when the evening train came in, it brought General B. M. Prentice with orders to take command of the district. His orders did not relieve me, but I knew that by law I was senior, and at that time even the president did not have the authority to assign a junior to command a senior of the same grade. I therefore gave General Prentice the situation of the troops and the general condition of affairs, and started for St. Louis the same day. The movement against the rebels at Greenville went no further. From St. Louis, I was ordered to Jefferson City, the capital of the state, to take command. General Sterling Price of the Confederate Army was thought to be threatening the capital, Lexington, Chillicothe, and other comparatively large towns in the central part of Missouri. I found a good many troops in Jefferson City, but in the greatest confusion, and no one person knew where they all were. Colonel Mulligan, a gallant man, was in command, but he had not been educated as yet to his new profession and did not know how to maintain discipline. I found that volunteers had obtained permission from the department commander, or claimed they had, to raise, some of them, regiments, some battalions, some companies, the officers to be commissioned according to the number of men they brought into the service. There were recruiting stations all over town, with notices, rudely lettered on boards over the doors, announcing the arm of service and length of time for which recruits at that station would be received. The law required all volunteers to serve for 3 years or the war. But in Jefferson City in August 1861, they were recruited for different periods and on different conditions. Some were enlisted for 6 months, some for a year, some without any condition as to where they were to serve, others were not to be sent out of the state. The recruits were principally men from regiments stationed there and already in the service, bound for 3 years if the war lasted that long. The city was filled with Union fugitives who had been driven by guerrilla bands to take refuge with the national troops. They were in a deplorable condition and must have starved but for the support the government gave them. They had generally made their escape with a team or two, sometimes a yoke of oxen with a mule or a horse in the lead. A little bedding besides their clothing, and some food had been thrown into the wagon. All else of their worldly goods were abandoned and appropriated by their former neighbors. For the Union man in Missouri who stayed at home during the rebellion, if he was not immediately under the protection of the national troops, was at perpetual war with his neighbors. I stopped the recruiting service and disposed the troops about the outskirts of the city so as to guard all approaches. Order was soon restored. I had been at Jefferson City but a few days when I was directed from department headquarters to fit out an expedition to Lexington, Boonville, and Chillicothe, in order to take from the banks in those cities all the funds they had and send them to St. Louis. The Western Army had not yet been supplied with transportation. It became necessary, therefore, to press into the service teams belonging to sympathizers with the rebellion or to hire those of Union men. This afforded an opportunity of giving employment to such of the refugees within our lines as had teams suitable for our purposes. They accepted the service with alacrity. As fast as troops could be got off, they were moved west some 20 miles or more. In 7 or 8 days from my assuming command at Jefferson City, I had all the troops, except a small garrison, at an advanced position and expected to join them myself the next day. But my campaigns had not yet begun, for while seated at my office door, with nothing further to do until it was time to start for the front, I saw an officer of rank approaching, who proved to be Colonel Jefferson C. Davis. I had never met him before, but he introduced himself by handing me an order for him to proceed to Jefferson City and relieve me of the command. The orders directed that I should report at department headquarters at St. Louis without delay, to receive important special instructions. It was about an hour before the only regular train of the day would start. I therefore turned over to Colonel Davis my orders, and hurriedly stated to him the progress that had been made to carry out the department instructions already described. I had at that time but one staff officer, doing myself all the detail work usually performed by an adjutant general. In an hour after being relieved from the command, I was on my way to St. Louis, leaving my single staff officer, *6, to follow the next day with our horses and baggage. The important special instructions, which I received the next day, assigned me to the command of the district of Southeast Missouri, embracing all the territory south of St. Louis, in Missouri, as well as all southern Illinois. At first I was to take personal command of a combined expedition that had been ordered for the capture of Colonel Jeff Thompson, a sort of independent or partisan commander who was disputing with us the possession of southeast Missouri. Troops had been ordered to move from Ironton to Cape Girardeau, 60 or 70 miles to the southeast, on the Mississippi River, while the forces at Cape Girardeau had been ordered to move to Jacksonville, 10 miles out towards Ironton, and troops at Cairo and Bird's Point, at the junction of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, were to hold themselves in readiness to go down the Mississippi to Belmont, 18 miles below, to be moved west from there when an officer should come to command them. I was the officer who had been selected for this purpose. Cairo was to become my headquarters when the expedition terminated. In pursuance of my orders, I established my temporary headquarters at Cape Girardeau and sent instructions to the commanding officer at Jackson to inform me of the approach of General Prentiss from Ironton. Hired wagons were kept moving night and day to take additional rations to Jackson to supply the troops when they started from there. Neither General Prentiss nor Colonel Marsh, who commanded at Jackson, knew their destination. I drew up all the instructions for the contemplated move and kept them in my pocket until I should hear of the junction of our troops at Jackson. 2 or 3 days after my arrival at Cape Girardeau, word came that General Prentiss was approaching that place, Jackson. I started at once to meet him there and to give him his orders. As I turned the first corner of a street after starting, I saw a column of cavalry passing the next street in front of me. I turned and rode around the block the other way so as to meet the head of the column. I found there General Prentiss himself, with a large escort. He had halted his troops at Jackson for the night and had come on himself to Cape Girardeau, leaving orders for his command to follow him in the morning. I gave the general his orders which stopped him at Jackson, but he was very much aggrieved at being placed under another brigadier general, particularly as he believed himself to be the senior. He had been a brigadier in command at Cairo, while I was mustering officer at Springfield without any rank. But we were nominated at the same time for the United States service, and both our commissions bore date May 17, 1861. By virtue of my former Army rank, I was, by law, the senior. General Prentiss failed to get orders to his troops to remain at Jackson, and the next morning early they were reported as approaching Cape Girardeau. I then ordered the general very peremptorily to countermarch his command and take it back to Jackson. He obeyed the order, but bade his command adieu when he got them to Jackson, and went to St. Louis and reported himself. This broke up the expedition, but little harm was done, as Jeff Thompson moved light and had no fixed place for even nominal headquarters. He was as much at home in Arkansas as he was in Missouri and would keep out of the way of a superior force. Prentiss was sent to another part of the state. General Prentiss made a great mistake on the above occasion, one that he would not have committed later in the war. When I came to know him better, I regretted it much. In consequence of this occurrence, he was off duty in the field when the principal campaign at the West was going on, and his juniors received promotion while he was where none could be obtained. He would have been next to myself in rank in the district of Southeast Missouri by virtue of his services in the Mexican War. He was a brave and very earnest soldier. No man in the service was more sincere in his devotion to the cause for which we were battling, none more ready to make sacrifices or risk life in it. On the 4th of September, I removed my headquarters to Cairo and found Colonel Richard Oglesby in command of the post. We had never met, at least not to my knowledge. After my promotion, I had ordered my brigadier general's uniform from New York, but it had not yet arrived, so that I was in citizen's dress. The colonel had his office full of people, mostly from the neighboring states of Missouri and Kentucky, making complaints or asking favors. He evidently did not catch my name when I was presented, for on my taking a piece of paper from the table where he was seated and writing the order assuming command of the district of Southeast Missouri, Colonel Richard J. Oglesby to command the post at Bird's Point, and handing it to him, he put on an expression of surprise that looked a little as if he would like to have someone identify me. But he surrendered the office without question. The day after I assumed command at Cairo, a man came to me who said he was a scout of General Fremont. He reported that he had just come from Columbus, a point on the Mississippi 20 miles below on the Kentucky side, and that troops had started from there, or were about to start, to seize Paducah at the mouth of the Tennessee. There was no time for delay. I reported by telegraph to the department commander the information I had received, and added that I was taking steps to get off that night to be in advance of the enemy in securing that important point. There was a large number of steamers lying at Cairo, and a good many boatmen were staying in the town. It was the work of only a few hours to get the boats manned, with coal aboard and steam up. Troops were also designated to go aboard. The distance from Cairo to Paducah is about 45 miles. I did not wish to get there before daylight of the 6th, and directed therefore that the boats should lie at anchor out in the stream until the time to start. Not having received an answer to my first dispatch, I again telegraphed to department headquarters that I should start for Paducah that night unless I received further orders. Hearing nothing, we started before midnight and arrived early the following morning, anticipating the enemy by probably not over 6 or 8 hours. It proved very fortunate that the expedition against Jeff Thompson had been broken up. Had it not been, the enemy would have seized Paducah and fortified it, to our very great annoyance. When the national troops entered the town, the citizens were taken by surprise. I never after saw such consternation depicted on the faces of the people. Men, women, and children came out of their doors looking pale and frightened at the presence of the invader. They were expecting rebel troops that day. In fact, nearly 4,000 men from Columbus were at that time within 10 or 15 miles of Paducah on their way to occupy the place. I had but 2 regiments and 1 battery with me, but the enemy did not know this and returned to Columbus. I stationed my troops at the best points to guard the roads leading into the city, left gunboats to guard the river fronts, and by noon was ready to start on my return to Cairo. Before leaving, however, I addressed a short printed proclamation to the citizens of Paducah assuring them of our peaceful intentions, that we had come among them to protect them against the enemies of our country, and that all who chose could continue their usual avocations with assurance of the protection of the government. This was evidently a relief to them, but the majority would have much preferred the presence of the other army. I reinforced Paducah rapidly from the troops at Cape Girardeau, and a day or 2 later General C.F. Smith, a most accomplished soldier, reported at Cairo and was assigned to the command of the post at the mouth of the Tennessee. In a short time, it was well fortified, and a detachment was sent to occupy Smithland, at the mouth of the Cumberland. The state government of Kentucky at that time was rebel in sentiment, but wanted to preserve an armed neutrality between the North and the South, and the governor really seemed to think the state had a perfect right to maintain a neutral position. The rebels already occupied 2 towns in the state, Columbus and Hickman, on the Mississippi. And at the very moment the national troops were entering Paducah from the Ohio front, General Lloyd Tilghman, Confederate with his staff and a small detachment of men, were getting out in the other direction, while, as I have already said, nearly 4,000 Confederate troops were on Kentucky soil on their way to take possession of the town. But in the estimation of the governor and of those who thought with him, this did not justify the national authorities in invading the soil of Kentucky. I informed the legislature of the state of what I was doing, and my action was approved by the majority of that body. On my return to Cairo, I found authority from department headquarters for me to take Paducah, if I felt strong enough. But very soon after I was reprimanded from the same quarters for my correspondence with the legislature and warned against a repetition of the offense. Soon after I took command at Cairo, General Fremont entered into arrangements for the exchange of the prisoners captured at Camp Jackson in the month of May. I received orders to pass them through my lines to Columbus as they presented themselves with proper credentials. Quite a number of these prisoners I had been personally acquainted with before the war. Such of them as I had so known were received at my headquarters as old acquaintances, and ordinary routine business was not disturbed by their presence. On one occasion, when several were present in my office, my intention to visit Cape Girardeau the next day, to inspect the troops at that point, was mentioned. Something transpired which postponed my trip, but a steamer employed by the government was passing a point some 20 or more miles above Cairo the next day, when a section of rebel artillery with proper escort brought her to. A major, one of those who had been at my headquarters the day before, came at once aboard and after some search made a direct demand for my delivery. It was hard to persuade him that I was not there. This officer was Major Barrett of St. Louis. I had been acquainted with his family before the war. Chapter 20. General Fremont in command movement against Belmont Battle of Belmont, A. Narrow, escape after the battle. From the occupation of Paducah up to the early part of November, nothing important occurred with the troops under my command. I was reinforced from time to time, and the men were drilled and disciplined preparatory for the service which was sure to come. By the 1st of November, I had not fewer than 20,000 men, most of them under good drill, and ready to meet any equal body of men who, like themselves, had not yet been in an engagement. They were growing impatient at lying idle so long, almost in hearing of the guns of the enemy they had volunteered to fight against. I asked on 1 or 2 occasions to be allowed to move against Columbus. It could have been taken soon after the occupation of Paducah, but before November, it was so strongly fortified that it would have required a large force and a long siege to capture it. In the latter part of October, General Fremont took the field in person and moved from Jefferson City against General Sterling Price, who was then in the state of Missouri with a considerable command. About the 1st of November, I was directed from department headquarters to make a demonstration on both sides of the Mississippi River with the view of detaining the rebels at Columbus within their lines. Before my troops could be got off, I was notified from the same quarter that there were some 3,000 of the enemy on the St. Francis River about 50 miles west, or southwest, from Cairo, and was ordered to send another force against them. I dispatched Colonel Oglesby at once with troops sufficient to compete with the reported number of the enemy. On the 5th, word came from the same source that the rebels were about to detach a large force from Columbus to be moved by boats down the Mississippi and up the White River, in Arkansas, in order to reinforce Price, and I was directed to prevent this movement if possible. I accordingly sent a regiment from Bird's Point under Colonel W. H. L. Wallace to overtake and reinforce Oglesby, with orders to march to New Madrid, a point some distance below Columbus, on the Missouri side. At the same time, I directed General C. F. Smith to move all the troops he could spare from Paducah directly against Columbus, halting them, however, a few miles from the town to await further orders from me. Then I gathered up all the troops at Cairo and Fort Holt, except suitable guards, and moved them down the river on steamers convoyed by 2 gunboats, accompanying them myself. My force consisted of a little over 3,000 men and embraced 5 regiments of infantry, 2 guns, and 2 companies of cavalry. We dropped down the river on the 6th to within about 6 miles of Columbus, debarked a few men on the Kentucky side, and established pickets to connect with the troops from Paducah. I had no orders which contemplated an attack by the national troops, nor did I intend anything of the kind when I started out from Cairo. But after we started, I saw that the officers and men were elated at the prospect of at last having the opportunity of doing what they had volunteered to do, fight the enemies of their country. I did not see how I could maintain discipline or retain the confidence of my command if we should return to Cairo without an effort to do something. Columbus, besides being strongly fortified, contained a garrison much more numerous than the force I had with me. It would not do, therefore, to attack that point. About 2 o'clock on the morning of the 7th, I learned that the enemy was crossing troops from Columbus to the west bank to be dispatched, presumably after Oglesby. I knew there was a small camp of Confederates at Belmont, immediately opposite Columbus, and I speedily resolved to push down the river, land on the Missouri side, capture Belmont, break up the camp, and return. Accordingly, the pickets above Columbus were drawn in at once, and about daylight the boats moved out from shore. In an hour we were debarking on the west bank of the Mississippi, just out of range of the batteries at Columbus. The ground on the west shore of the river, opposite Columbus, is low and in places marshy and cut up with sloughs. The soil is rich and the timber large and heavy. There were some small clearings between Belmont and the point where we landed, but most of the country was covered with the native forests. We landed in front of a cornfield. When the debarkation commenced, I took a regiment down the river to post it as a guard against surprise. At that time, I had no staff officer who could be trusted with that duty. In the woods, at a short distance below the clearing, I found a depression, dry at the time, but which at high water became a slough or bayou. I placed the men in the hollow, gave them their instructions, and ordered them to remain there until they were properly relieved. These troops, with the gunboats, were to protect our transports. Up to this time, the enemy had evidently failed to divine our intentions. From Columbus, they could, of course, see our gunboats and transports loaded with troops. But the force from Paducah was threatening them from the land side, and it was hardly to be expected that if Columbus was our object, we would separate our troops by a wide river. They doubtless thought we meant to draw a large force from the east bank, then embark ourselves, land on the east bank, and make a sudden assault on Columbus before their divided command could be united. About 8 o'clock, we started from the point of debarkation, marching by the flank. After moving in this way for a mile or a mile and a half, I halted where there was marshy ground covered with a heavy growth of timber in our front and deployed a large part of my force as skirmishers. By this time, the enemy discovered that we were moving upon Belmont and sent out troops to meet us. Soon after we had started in line, his skirmishers were encountered and fighting commenced. This continued, growing fiercer and fiercer, for about 4 hours, the enemy being forced back gradually until he was driven into his camp. Early in this engagement, my horse was shot under me, but I got another from one of my staff and kept well up with the advance until the river was reached. The officers and men engaged at Belmont were then under fire for the first time. Veterans could not have behaved better than they did up to the moment of reaching the rebel camp. At this point, they became demoralized from their victory and failed to reap its full reward. The enemy had been followed so closely that, when he reached the clear ground on which his camp was pitched, he beat a hasty retreat over the riverbank, which protected him from our shots and from view. This precipitate retreat at the last moment enabled the national forces to pick their way without hindrance through the abattis, the only artificial defense the enemy had. The moment the camp was reached, our men laid down their arms and commenced rummaging the tents to pick up trophies. Some of the higher officers were little better than the privates. They galloped about from one cluster of men to another, and at every halt delivered a short eulogy upon the Union cause and the achievements of the command. All this time, the troops we had been engaged with for 4 hours lay crouched under cover of the riverbank, ready to come up and surrender if summoned to do so. But finding that they were not pursued, they worked their way up the river and came up on the bank between us and our transports. I saw at the same time 2 steamers coming from the Columbus side towards the west shore, above us, black or gray with soldiers from boiler deck to roof. Some of my men were engaged in firing from captured guns at empty steamers down the river, out of range, cheering at every shot. I tried to get them to turn their guns upon the loaded steamers above and not so far away. My efforts were in vain. At last, I directed my staff officers to set fire to the camps. This drew the fire of the enemy's guns located on the heights of Columbus. They had abstained from firing before, probably because they were afraid of hitting their own men, or they may have supposed, until the camp was on fire, that it was still in the possession of their friends. About this time, too, the men we had driven over the bank were seen in line up the river between us and our transports. The alarm, surrounded, was given. The guns of the enemy and the report of being surrounded brought officers and men completely under control. At first, some of the officers seemed to think that to be surrounded was to be placed in a hopeless position, where there was nothing to do but surrender. But when I announced that we had cut our way in and could cut our way out just as well, it seemed a new revelation to officers and soldiers. They formed line rapidly, and we started back to our boats, with the men deployed as skirmishers as they had been on entering camp. The enemy was soon encountered, but his resistance this time was feeble. Again, the Confederates sought shelter under the river banks. We could not stop, however, to pick them up, because the troops we had seen crossing the river had debarked by this time and were nearer our transports than we were. It would be prudent to get them behind us, but we were not again molested on our way to the boats. From the beginning of the fighting, our wounded had been carried to the houses at the rear, near the place of debarkation. I now set the troops to bringing their wounded to the boats. After this had gone on for some little time, I rode down the road, without even a staff officer, to visit the guard I had stationed over the approach to our transports. I knew the enemy had crossed over from Columbus in considerable numbers and might be expected to attack us as we were embarking. This guard would be encountered first, and, as they were in a natural entrenchment, would be able to hold the enemy for a considerable time. My surprise was great to find there was not a single man in the trench. Riding back to the boat, I found the officer who had commanded the guard and learned that he had withdrawn his force when the main body fell back. At first I ordered the guard to return, but finding that it would take some time to get the men together and march them back to their position, I countermanded the order. Then, fearing that the enemy we had seen crossing the river below might be coming upon us unawares, I rode out in the field to our front, still entirely alone, to observe whether the enemy was passing. The field was grown up with corn so tall and thick as to cut off the view of even a person on horseback, except directly along the rows. Even in that direction, owing to the overhanging blades of corn, the view was not extensive. I had not gone more than a few hundred yards when I saw a body of troops marching past me not 50 yards away. I looked at them for a moment and then turned my horse towards the river and started back, first in a walk, and when I thought myself concealed from the view of the enemy, as fast as my horse could carry me. When at the river bank, I still had to ride a few hundred yards to the point where the nearest transport lay. The cornfield in front of our transports terminated at the edge of a dense forest. Before I got back, the enemy had entered this forest and had opened a brisk fire upon the boats. Our men, with the exception of details that had gone to the front after the wounded, were now either aboard the transports or very near them. Those who were not aboard soon got there, and the boats pushed off. I was the only man of the National Army between the rebels and our transports. The captain of a boat that had just pushed out but had not started recognized me and ordered the engineer not to start the engine. He then had a plank run out for me. My horse seemed to take in the situation. There was no path down the bank, and everyone acquainted with the Mississippi River knows that its banks, in a natural state, do not vary at any great angle from the perpendicular. My horse put his 4 feet over the bank without hesitation or urging, and with his hind feet well under him, slid down the bank and trotted aboard the boat 12 or 15 feet away, over a single gangplank. I dismounted and went at once to the upper deck. The Mississippi River was low on the 7th of November, 1861, so that the banks were higher than the heads of men standing on the upper decks of the steamers. The rebels were some distance back from the river, so that their fire was high and did us but little harm. Our smokestack was riddled with bullets, but there were only 3 men wounded on the boats, 2 of whom were soldiers. When I first went on deck, I entered the captain's room adjoining the pilot house and threw myself on a sofa. I did not keep that position a moment, but rose to go out on the deck to observe what was going on. I had scarcely left when a musket ball entered the room, struck the head of the sofa, passed through it, and lodged in the foot. When the enemy opened fire on the transports, our gunboats returned it with vigor. They were well out in the stream and some distance down, so that they had to give but very little elevation to their guns to clear the banks of the river. Their position very nearly enfiladed the line of the enemy while he was marching through the cornfield. The execution was very great, as we could see at the time, and as I afterwards learned more positively. We were very soon out of range and went peacefully on our way to Cairo, every man feeling that Belmont was a great victory and that he had contributed his share to it. Our loss at Belmont was 485 in killed, wounded, and missing. About 125 of our wounded fell into the hands of the enemy. We returned with 175 prisoners and 2 guns and spiked 4 other pieces. The loss of the enemy, as officially reported, was 642 men, killed, wounded, and missing. We had engaged about 2,500 men, exclusive of the guard left with the transports. The enemy had about 7,000, but this includes the troops brought over from Columbus who were not engaged in the first defense of Belmont. The 2 objects for which the Battle of Belmont was fought were fully accomplished. The enemy gave up all idea of detaching troops from Columbus. His losses were very heavy for that period of the war. Columbus was beset by people looking for their wounded or dead kin to take them home for medical treatment or burial. I learned later, when I had moved further south, that Belmont had caused more mourning than almost any other battle up to that time. The national troops acquired a confidence in themselves at Belmont that did not desert them through the war. The day after the battle, I met some officers from General Polk's command, arranged for permission to bury our dead at Belmont, and also commenced negotiations for the exchange of prisoners. When our men went to bury their dead, before they were allowed to land, they were conducted below the point where the enemy had engaged our transports. Some of the officers expressed a desire to see the field, but the request was refused with the statement that we had no dead there. While on the truce boat, I mentioned to an officer, whom I had known both at West Point and in the Mexican War, that I was in the cornfield near their troops when they passed, that I had been on horseback and had worn a soldier's overcoat at the time. This officer was on General Polk's staff. He said both he and the general had seen me and that Polk had said to his men, "There is a Yankee, you may try your marksmanship on him if you wish," but nobody fired at me. Belmont was severely criticized in the North as a wholly unnecessary battle, barren of results, or the possibility of them from the beginning. If it had not been fought, Colonel Oglesby would probably have been captured or destroyed with his 3,000 men. Then I should have been culpable indeed. Chapter 21. General Halleck, in command commanding the District of Cairo movement on Fort Henry capture of Fort Henry. While at Cairo, I had frequent opportunities of meeting the rebel officers of the Columbus garrison. They seemed to be very fond of coming up on steamers under flags of truce. On 2 or 3 occasions, I went down in like manner. When one of their boats was seen coming up carrying a white flag, a gun would be fired from the lower battery at Fort Holt, throwing a shot across the bow as a signal to come no farther. I would then take a steamer, and with my staff and occasionally a few other officers, go down to receive the party. There were several officers among them whom I had known before, both at West Point and in Mexico. Seeing these officers who had been educated for the profession of arms, both at school and in actual war, which is a far more efficient training, impressed me with the great advantage the South possessed over the North at the beginning of the rebellion. They had from 30 to 40% of the educated soldiers of the nation. They had no standing army, and consequently, these trained soldiers had to find employment with the troops from their own states. In this way, what there was of military education and training was distributed throughout their whole army. The whole loaf was leavened. The North had a great number of educated and trained soldiers, but the bulk of them were still in the army and were retained, generally with their old commands and rank, until the war had lasted many months. In the Army of the Potomac, there was what was known as the Regular Brigade, in which, from the commanding officer down to the youngest second lieutenant, everyone was educated to his profession. So, too, with many of the batteries. All the officers, generally 4 in number to each, were men educated for their profession. Some of these went into battle at the beginning under division commanders who were entirely without military training. This state of affairs gave me an idea which I expressed while at Cairo, that the government ought to disband the regular army, with the exception of the staff corps, and notify the disbanded officers that they would receive no compensation while the war lasted except as volunteers. The register should be kept up, but the names of all officers who were not in the volunteer service at the close should be stricken from it. On the 9th of November, 2 days after the Battle of Belmont, Major General H. W. Halleck superseded General Fremont in command of the Department of the Missouri. The limits of his command took in Arkansas and West Kentucky east to the Cumberland River. From the Battle of Belmont until early in February 1862, the troops under my command did little except prepare for the long struggle which proved to be before them. The enemy at this time occupied a line running from the Mississippi River at Columbus to Bowling Green and Mill Springs, Kentucky. Each of these positions was strongly fortified, as were also points on the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers near the Tennessee state line. The works on the Tennessee were called Fort Hyman and Fort Henry, and that on the Cumberland was Fort Donelson. At these points, the two rivers approached within 11 miles of each other. The lines of rifle pits at each place extended back from the water at least 2 miles, so that the garrisons were in reality only 7 miles apart. These positions were of immense importance to the enemy, and of course correspondingly important for us to possess ourselves of. With Fort Henry in our hands, we had a navigable stream open to us up to Muscle Shoals in Alabama. The Memphis and Charleston Railroad strikes the Tennessee at Eastport, Mississippi, and follows close to the banks of the river up to the shoals. This road, of vast importance to the enemy, would cease to be of use to them, for through traffic the moment Fort Henry became ours. Fort Donelson was the gate to Nashville, a place of great military and political importance, and to a rich country extending far east in Kentucky. These 2 points in our possession, the enemy would necessarily be thrown back to the Memphis and Charleston Road, or to the boundary of the Cotton States. And, as before stated, that road would be lost to them for through communication. The designation of my command had been changed after Halleck's arrival, from the district of Southeast Missouri to the district of Cairo, and the small district commanded by General C. F. Smith, embracing the mouths of the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers, had been added to my jurisdiction. Early in January 1862, I was directed by General McClellan, through my department commander, to make a reconnaissance in favor of Brigadier General Don Carlos Buell, who commanded the Department of the Ohio, with headquarters at Louisville, and who was confronting General S. B. Buckner with a larger Confederate force at Bowling Green. It was supposed that Buell was about to make some move against the enemy, and my demonstration was intended to prevent the sending of troops from Columbus, Fort Henry, or Donelson to Buckner. I at once ordered General Smith to send a force up the west bank of the Tennessee to threaten Forts Hyman and Henry. McClellan, at the same time, with a force of 6,000 men, was sent out into West Kentucky, threatening Columbus with one column and the Tennessee River with another. I went with McClellan's command. The weather was very bad, snow and rain fell. The roads, never good in that section, were intolerable. We were out more than a week splashing through the mud, snow, and rain, the men suffering very much. The object of the expedition was accomplished. The enemy did not send reinforcements to Bowling Green, and General George H. Thomas fought and won the Battle of Mill Springs before we returned. As a result of this expedition, General Smith reported that he thought it practicable to capture Fort Hyman. This fort stood on high ground, completely commanding Fort Henry on the opposite side of the river, and its possession by us, with the aid of our gunboats, would ensure the capture of Fort Henry. This report of Smith's confirmed views I had previously held that the true line of operations for us was up the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers. With us there, the enemy would be compelled to fall back on the east and west entirely out of the state of Kentucky. On the 6th of January, before receiving orders for this expedition, I had asked permission of the general commanding the department to go to see him at St. Louis. My object was to lay this plan of campaign before him. Now that my views had been confirmed by so able a general as Smith, I renewed my request to go to St. Louis on what I deemed important military business. The leave was granted, but not graciously. I had known General Halleck but very slightly in the old army, not having met him either at West Point or during the Mexican War. I was received with so little cordiality that I perhaps stated the object of my visit with less clearness than I might have done, and I had not uttered many sentences before I was cut short as if my plan was preposterous. I returned to Cairo very much crestfallen. Flag Officer Foote commanded the little fleet of gunboats then in the neighborhood of Cairo, and, though in another branch of the service, was subject to the command of General Halleck. He and I consulted freely upon military matters, and he agreed with me perfectly as to the feasibility of the campaign up the Tennessee. Notwithstanding the rebuff I had received from my immediate chief, I therefore, on the 28th of January, renewed the suggestion by telegraph that, if permitted, I could take and hold Fort Henry on the Tennessee. This time I was backed by Flag Officer Foote, who sent a similar dispatch. On the 29th, I wrote fully in support of the proposition. On the 1st of February, I received full instructions from department headquarters to move upon Fort Henry. On the 2D, the expedition started. In February 1862, there were quite a good many steamers laid up at Cairo for want of employment, the Mississippi River being closed against navigation below that point. There were also many men in the town whose occupation had been following the river in various capacities, from captain down to deckhand, but there were not enough of either boats or men to move at one time the 17,000 men I proposed to take with me up the Tennessee. I loaded the boats with more than half the force, however, and sent General McClellan in command. I followed with one of the later boats and found McClellan had stopped, very properly, 9 miles below Fort Henry. 7 gunboats under Flag Officer Foote had accompanied the advance. The transports we had with us had to return to Paducah to bring up a division from there, with General C. F. Smith in command. Before sending the boats back, I wanted to get the troops as near to the enemy as I could without coming within range of their guns. There was a stream emptying into the Tennessee on the east side, apparently at about long-range distance below the fort. On account of the narrow watershed separating the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers at that point, the stream must be insignificant at ordinary stages, but when we were there, in February, it was a torrent. It would facilitate the investment of Fort Henry materially if the troops could be landed south of that stream. To test whether this could be done, I boarded the gunboat Essex and requested Captain W.M. Porter, commanding it, to approach the fort to draw its fire. After we had gone some distance past the mouth of the stream, we drew the fire of the fort, which fell much short of us. In consequence, I had made up my mind to return and bring the troops to the upper side of the creek, when the enemy opened upon us with a rifled gun that sent shot far beyond us and beyond the stream. One shot passed very near where Captain Porter and I were standing, struck the deck near the stern, penetrated and passed through the cabin, and so out into the river. We immediately turned back, and the troops were debarked below the mouth of the creek. When the landing was completed, I returned with the transports to Paducah to hasten up the balance of the troops. I got back on the 5th with the advance, the remainder following as rapidly as the steamers could carry them. At 10 o'clock at night, on the 5th, the whole command was not yet up. Being anxious to commence operations as soon as possible before the enemy could reinforce heavily, I issued my orders for an advance at 11 a.m. on the 6th. I felt sure that all the troops would be up by that time. Fort Henry occupies a bend in the river, which gave the guns in the water battery a direct fire down the stream. The camp outside the fort was entrenched, with rifle pits and outworks 2 miles back on the road to Donelson and Dover. The garrison of the fort and camp was about 2,800, with strong reinforcements from Donelson halted some miles out. There were 17 heavy guns in the fort. The river was very high, the banks being overflowed except where the bluffs come to the water's edge. A portion of the ground on which Fort Henry stood was 2 feet deep in water. Below, the water extended into the woods several hundred yards back from the bank on the east side. On the west bank, Fort Hyman stood on high ground, completely commanding Fort Henry. The distance from Fort Henry to Donelson is but 11 miles. The two positions were so important to the enemy, as he saw his interest, that it was natural to suppose that reinforcements would come from every quarter from which they could be got. Prompt action on our part was imperative. The plan was for the troops and gunboats to start at the same moment. The troops were to invest the garrison and the gunboats to attack the fort at close quarters. General Smith was to land a brigade of his division on the west bank during the night of the 5th and get it in rear of Hyman. At the hour designated, the troops and gunboats started. General Smith found Fort Hyman had been evacuated before his men arrived. The gunboats soon engaged the water batteries at very close quarters, but the troops which were to invest Fort Henry were delayed for want of roads, as well as by the dense forest and the high water in what would in dry weather have been unimportant beds of streams. This delay made no difference in the result. On our first appearance, Tilghman had sent his entire command, with the exception of about 100 men left to man the guns in the fort, to the outworks on the road to Dover and Donelson, so as to have them out of range of the guns of our navy. And before any attack on the 6th, he had ordered them to retreat on Donelson. He stated in his subsequent report that the defense was intended solely to give his troops time to make their escape. Tilghman was captured with his staff and 90 men, as well as the armament of the fort, the ammunition and whatever stores were there. Our cavalry pursued the retreating column towards Donelson and picked up 2 guns and a few stragglers. But the enemy had so much the start that the pursuing force did not get in sight of any except the stragglers. All the gunboats engaged were hit many times. The damage, however, beyond what could be repaired by a small expenditure of money, was slight, except to the Essex. A shell penetrated the boiler of that vessel and exploded it, killing and wounding 48 men, 19 of whom were soldiers who had been detailed to act with the Navy. On several occasions during the war such details were made when the complement of men with the Navy was insufficient for the duty before them. After the fall of Fort Henry, Captain Phelps, commanding the ironclad Carondelet, at my request, ascended the Tennessee River and thoroughly destroyed the bridge of the Memphis and Ohio Railroad. Chapter 22. Investment of Fort Donelson. The naval operations attack of the enemy, assaulting the work surrender of the fort. I informed the department commander of our success at Fort Henry and that on the 8th I would take Fort Donelson. But the rain continued to fall so heavily that the roads became impassable for artillery and wagon trains. Then, too, it would not have been prudent to proceed without the gunboats. At least it would have been leaving behind a valuable part of our available force. On the 7th, the day after the fall of Fort Henry, I took my staff and the cavalry a part of one regiment and made a reconnaissance to within about a mile of the outer line of works at Donelson. I had known General Pillow in Mexico, and judged that with any force, no matter how small, I could march up to within gunshot of any entrenchments he was given to hold. I said this to the officers of my staff at the time. I knew that Floyd was in command, but he was no soldier, and I judged that he would yield to Pillow's pretensions. I met, as I expected, no opposition in making the reconnaissance, and besides learning the topography of the country on the way and around Fort Donelson, found that there were 2 roads available for marching, one leading to the village of Dover, the other to Donelson. Fort Donelson is 2 miles north or down the river from Dover. The fort, as it stood in 1861, embraced about 100 acres of land. On the east it fronted the Cumberland, to the north it faced Hickman's Creek, a small stream which at that time was deep and wide because of the backwater from the river. On the south was another small stream, or rather a ravine, opening into the Cumberland. This also was filled with backwater from the river. The fort stood on high ground, some of it as much as 100 feet above the Cumberland. Strong protection to the heavy guns and the water batteries had been obtained by cutting away places for them in the bluff. To the west, there was a line of rifle pits some 2 miles back from the river at the farthest point. This line ran generally along the crest of high ground, but in one place crossed a ravine which opens into the river between the village and the fort. The ground inside and outside of this entrenched line was very broken and generally wooded. The trees outside of the rifle pits had been cut down for a considerable way out, and had been felled so that their tops lay outwards from the entrenchments. The limbs had been trimmed and pointed, and thus formed an abattis in front of the greater part of the line. Outside of this entrenched line, and extending about half the entire length of it, is a ravine running north and south and opening into Hickman Creek at a point north of the fort. The entire side of this ravine next to the works was one long abattis. General Halleck commenced his efforts in all quarters to get reinforcements to forward to me immediately on my departure from Cairo. General Hunter sent men freely from Kansas, and a large division under General Nelson, from Buell's army, was also dispatched. Orders went out from the War Department to consolidate fragments of companies that were being recruited in the western states so as to make full companies, and to consolidate companies into regiments. General Halleck did not approve or disapprove of my going to Fort Donelson. He said nothing whatever to me on the subject. He informed Buell on the 7th that I would march against Fort Donelson the next day, but on the 10th he directed me to fortify Fort Henry strongly, particularly to the land side, saying that he forwarded me entrenching tools for that purpose. I received this dispatch in front of Fort Donelson. I was very impatient to get to Fort Donelson because I knew the importance of the place to the enemy and supposed he would reinforce it rapidly. I felt that 15,000 men on the 8th would be more effective than 50,000 a month later. I asked Flag Officer Foote, therefore, to order his gunboats still about Cairo to proceed up the Cumberland River and not to wait for those gone to Eastport and Florence, but the others got back in time, and we started on the 12th. I had moved Memoirs out a few miles the night before, so as to leave the road as free as possible. Just as we were about to start, the first reinforcement reached me on transports. It was a brigade composed of 6 full regiments commanded by Colonel Thayer of Nebraska. As the gunboats were going around to Donelson by the Tennessee, Ohio, and Cumberland rivers, I directed Thayer to turn about and go under their convoy. I started from Fort Henry with 15,000 men, including 8 batteries and part of a regiment of cavalry, and, meeting with no obstruction to detain us, the advance arrived in front of the enemy by noon. That afternoon and the next day were spent in taking up ground to make the investment as complete as possible. General Smith had been directed to leave a portion of his division behind to guard Forts Henry and Hyman. He left General Lew Wallace with 2,500 men. With the remainder of his division, he occupied our left, extending to Hickman Creek. McClelland was on the right and covered the roads running south and southwest from Dover. His right extended to the backwater up the ravine opening into the Cumberland south of the village. The troops were not entrenched, but the nature of the ground was such that they were just as well protected from the fire of the enemy as if rifle pits had been thrown up. Our line was generally along the crest of ridges. The artillery was protected by being sunk in the ground. The men who were not serving the guns were perfectly covered from fire on taking position a little back from the crest. The greatest suffering was from want of shelter. It was midwinter, and during the siege we had rain and snow, thawing and freezing alternately. It would not do to allow campfires except far down the hill out of sight of the enemy, and it would not do to allow many of the troops to remain there at the same time. In the march over from Fort Henry, numbers of the men had thrown away their blankets and overcoats. There was therefore much discomfort and absolute suffering. During the 12th and 13th, and until the arrival of Wallace and Thayer on the 14th, the national forces, composed of but 15,000 men, without entrenchments, confronted an entrenched army of 21,000, without conflict further than what was brought on by ourselves. Only one gunboat had arrived. There was a little skirmishing each day, brought on by the movement of our troops in securing commanding positions, but there was no actual fighting during this time except once, on the 13th, in front of McClernand's command. That general had undertaken to capture a battery of the enemy which was annoying his men. Without orders or authority, he sent 3 regiments to make the assault. The battery was in the main line of the enemy, which was defended by his whole army present. Of course, the assault was a failure, and of course the loss on our side was great for the number of men engaged. In this assault, Colonel William Morrison fell badly wounded. Up to this time, the surgeons with the army had no difficulty in finding room in the houses near our line for all the sick and wounded, but now hospitals were overcrowded. Owing, however, to the energy and skill of the surgeons, the suffering was not so great as it might have been. The hospital arrangements at Fort Donelson were as complete as it was possible to make them, considering the inclemency of the weather and the lack of tents, in a sparsely settled country where the houses were generally of but 1 or 2 rooms. On the return of Captain Walk to Fort Henry on the 10th, I had requested him to take the vessels that had accompanied him on his expedition up the Tennessee and get possession of the Cumberland as far up towards Donelson as possible. He started without delay, taking, however, only his own gunboat, the Carondelet, towed by the steamer Alps. Captain Walk arrived a few miles below Donelson on the 12th, a little after noon. About the time the advance of troops reached a point within gunshot of the fort on the land side, he engaged the water batteries at long range. On the 13th, I informed him of my arrival the day before and of the establishment of most of our batteries, requesting him at the same time to attack again that day so that I might take advantage of any diversion. The attack was made and many shots fell within the fort, creating some consternation, as we now know. The investment on the land side was made as complete as the number of troops engaged would admit of. During the night of the 13th, Flag Officer Foote arrived with the ironclad St. Louis, Louisville, and Pittsburgh, and the wooden gunboats Tyler and Conestoga, convoying Thayer's brigade. On the morning of the 14th, Thayer was landed. Wallace, whom I had ordered over from Fort Henry, also arrived about the same time. Up to this time, he had been commanding a brigade belonging to the division of General C. F. Smith. These troops were now restored to the division they belonged to and General Lew. Wallace was assigned to the command of a division composed of the brigade of Colonel Thayer and other reinforcements that arrived the same day. This new division was assigned to the center, giving the 2 flanking divisions an opportunity to close up and form a stronger line. The plan was for the troops to hold the enemy within his lines, while the gunboats should attack the water batteries at close quarters and silence his guns if possible. Some of the gunboats were to run the batteries, get above the fort, and above the village of Dover. I had ordered a reconnaissance made with the view of getting troops to the river above Dover in case they should be needed there. That position attained by the gunboats, it would have been but a question of time and a very short time, to when the garrison would have been compelled to surrender. By 3 in the afternoon of the 14th, Flag Officer Foote was ready and advanced upon the water batteries with his entire fleet. After coming in range of the batteries of the enemy, the advance was slow, but a constant fire was delivered from every gun that could be brought to bear upon the fort. I occupied a position on shore from which I could see the advancing navy. The leading boat got within a very short distance of the water battery, not further off, I think, than 200 yards, and I soon saw one and then another of them dropping down the river, visibly disabled. Then the whole fleet followed, and the engagement closed for the day. The gunboat which Flag Officer Foote was on, besides having been hit about 60 times, several of the shots passing through near the waterline, had a shot enter the pilot house which killed the pilot, carried away the wheel and wounded the flag officer himself. The tiller ropes of another vessel were carried away, and she, too, dropped helplessly back. 2 others had their pilot houses so injured that they scarcely formed a protection to the men at the wheel. The enemy had evidently been much demoralized by the assault, but they were jubilant when they saw the disabled vessels dropping down the river entirely out of the control of the men on board. Of course, I only witnessed the falling back of our gunboats and felt sad enough at the time over the repulse. Subsequent reports, now published, show that the enemy telegraphed a great victory to Richmond. The sun went down on the night of the 14th of February, 1862, leaving the army confronting Fort Donelson anything but comforted over the prospects. The weather had turned intensely cold. The men were without tents and could not keep up fires where most of them had to stay, and, as previously stated, many had thrown away their overcoats and blankets. 2 of the strongest of our gunboats had been disabled, presumably beyond the possibility of rendering any present assistance. I retired this night not knowing, but that I would have to entrench my position and bring up tents for the men or build huts under the cover of the hills. On the morning of the 15th, before it was yet broad day, a messenger from Flag Officer Foote handed me a note, expressing a desire to see me on the flagship, and saying that he had been injured the day before so much that he could not come himself to me. I at once made my preparations for starting. I directed my adjutant general to notify each of the division commanders of my absence and instruct them to do nothing to bring on an engagement until they received further orders, but to hold their positions. From the heavy rains that had fallen for days and weeks preceding, and from the constant use of the roads between the troops and the landing 4 to 7 miles below, these roads had become cut up so as to be hardly passable. The intense cold of the night of the 14th-15th had frozen the ground solid. This made travel on horseback even slower than through the mud, but I went as fast as the roads would allow. When I reached the fleet, I found the flagship was anchored out in the stream. A small boat, however, awaited my arrival, and I was soon on board with the flag officer. He explained to me in short the condition in which he was left by the engagement of the evening before, and suggested that I should entrench while he returned to Mound City with his disabled boats, expressing at the time the belief that he could have the necessary repairs made and be back in 10 days. I saw the absolute necessity of his gunboats going into hospital and did not know, but I should be forced to the alternative of going through a siege. But the enemy relieved me from this necessity. When I left the national line to visit Flag Officer Foote, I had no idea that there would be any engagement on land unless I brought it on myself. The conditions for battle were much more favorable to us than they had been for the first 2 days of the investment. From the 12th to the 14th, we had but 15,000 men of all arms and no gunboats. Now we had been reinforced by a fleet of 6 naval vessels, a large division of troops under General L. Wallace, and 2,500 men brought over from Fort Henry belonging to the division of C. F. Smith. The enemy, however, had taken the initiative. Just as I landed, I met Captain Hillier of my staff, white with fear, not for his personal safety, but for the safety of the national troops. He said the enemy had come out of his lines in full force and attacked and scattered McClernand's division, which was in full retreat. The roads, as I have said, were unfit for making fast time, but I got to my command as soon as possible. The attack had been made on the national right. I was some 4 or 5 miles north of our left. The line was about 3 miles long. In reaching the point where the disaster had occurred, I had to pass the divisions of Smith and Wallace. I saw no sign of excitement on the portion of the line held by Smith. Wallace was nearer the scene of conflict and had taken part in it. He had, at an opportune time, sent Thayer's brigade to the support of McClernand and thereby contributed to hold the enemy within his lines. I saw everything favorable for us along the line of our left and center. When I came to the right, appearances were different. The enemy had come out in full force to cut his way out and make his escape. McClernand's division had to bear the brunt of the attack from this combined force. His men had stood up gallantly until the ammunition in their cartridge boxes gave out. There was abundance of ammunition near by lying on the ground in boxes, but at that stage of the war, it was not all of our commanders of regiments, brigades, or even divisions who had been educated up to the point of seeing that their men were constantly supplied with ammunition during an engagement. When the men found themselves without ammunition, they could not stand up against troops who seemed to have plenty of it. The division broke and a portion fled, but most of the men, as they were not pursued, only fell back out of range of the fire of the enemy. It must have been about this time that Thayer pushed his brigade in between the enemy and those of our troops that were without ammunition. At all events, the enemy fell back within his entrenchments and was there when I got on the field. I saw the men standing in knots talking in the most excited manner. No officer seemed to be giving any directions. The soldiers had their muskets, but no ammunition, while there were tons of it close at hand. I heard some of the men say that the enemy had come out with knapsacks and haversacks filled with rations. They seemed to think this indicated a determination on his part to stay out and fight just as long as the provisions held out. I turned to Colonel J.D. Webster, of my staff, who was with me, and said, "Some of our men are pretty badly demoralized, but the enemy must be more so, for he has attempted to force his way out, but has fallen back. The one who attacks first now will be victorious, and the enemy will have to be in a hurry if he gets ahead of me." I determined to make the assault at once on our left. It was clear to my mind that the enemy had started to march out with his entire force, except a few pickets, and if our attack could be made on the left before the enemy could redistribute his forces along the line, we would find but little opposition except from the intervening abattis. I directed Colonel Webster to ride with me and call out to the men as we passed, "Fill your cartridge boxes, quick, and get into line. The enemy is trying to escape, and he must not be permitted to do so." This acted like a charm. The men only wanted someone to give them a command. We rode rapidly to Smith's quarters, when I explained the situation to him and directed him to charge the enemy's works in his front with his whole division, saying at the same time that he would find nothing but a very thin line to contend with. The general was off in an incredibly short time, going in advance himself to keep his men from firing while they were working their way through the abattis intervening between them and the enemy. The outer line of rifle pits was passed, and the night of the 15th General Smith, with much of his division, bivouacked within the lines of the enemy. There was now no doubt but that the Confederates must surrender or be captured the next day. There seems from subsequent accounts to have been much consternation, particularly among the officers of high rank, in Dover during the night of the 15th. General Floyd, the commanding officer, who was a man of talent enough for any civil position, was no soldier and possibly did not possess the elements of one. He was further unfitted for command, for the reason that his conscience must have troubled him and made him afraid. As Secretary of War, he had taken a solemn oath to maintain the Constitution of the United States and to uphold the same against all its enemies. He had betrayed that trust. As Secretary of War, he was reported through the Northern press to have scattered the little army the country had so that the most of it could be picked up in detail when secession occurred. About a year before leaving the cabinet, he had removed arms from Northern to Southern arsenals. He continued in the cabinet of President Buchanan until about the 1st of January, 1861, while he was working vigilantly for the establishment of a confederacy made out of United States territory. Well may he have been afraid to fall into the hands of national troops. He would no doubt have been tried for misappropriating public property, if not for treason, had he been captured. General Pillow, next in command, was conceited and prided himself much on his services in the Mexican War. He telegraphed to General Johnston, at Nashville, after our men were within the rebel rifle pits, and almost on the eve of his making his escape, that the Southern troops had had great success all day. Johnston forwarded the dispatch to Richmond, while the authorities at the capital were reading it. Floyd and Pillow were fugitives. A council of war was held by the enemy, at which all agreed that it would be impossible to hold out longer. General Buckner, who was third in rank in the garrison but much the most capable soldier, seems to have regarded it a duty to hold the fort until the general commanding the department, A.S. Johnston, should get back to his headquarters at Nashville. Buckner's report shows, however, that he considered Donelson lost and that any attempt to hold the place longer would be at the sacrifice of the command. Being assured that Johnston was already in Nashville, Buckner too agreed that surrender was the proper thing. Floyd turned over the command to Pillow, who declined it. It then devolved upon Buckner, who accepted the responsibility of the position. Floyd and Pillow took possession of all the river transports at Dover, and before morning both were on their way to Nashville, with the brigade formerly commanded by Floyd and some other troops, in all about 3,000. Some marched up the east bank of the Cumberland, others went on the steamers. During the night, Forrest also, with his cavalry and some other troops about 1,000 in all, made their way out, passing between our right and the river. They had to ford or swim over the backwater in the Little Creek, just south of Dover. Before daylight, General Smith brought to me the following letter from General Buckner. Headquarters, Fort Donelson, February 16, 1862. Sir, in consideration of all the circumstances governing the present situation of affairs at this station, I propose to the commanding officer of the Federal forces the appointment of commissioners to agree upon terms of capitulation of the forces and fort under my command, and in that view suggest an armistice until 12 o'clock today. I am, sir, very respectfully, your Obseved S.B. Buckner, Brig. Gen. C.S.A. To Brigadier General U.S. Grant, commanding U.S. forces, near Fort Donelson. To this I responded as follows. Headquarters Army in the Field, Camp near Donelson, February 16, 1862. General S.B. Buckner, Confederate Army. Sir, yours of this date, proposing armistice and appointment of commissioners to settle terms of capitulation, is just received. No terms except an unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted. I propose to move immediately upon your works. I am, sir, very respectfully, your Obseved U.S. Grant, Brig. Gen. To this I received the following reply. Headquarters, Dover, Tennessee, February 16, 1862. To Brig. General U.S. Grant, U.S. Army. Sir, the distribution of the forces under my command, incident to an unexpected change of commanders, and the overwhelming force under your command, compel me, notwithstanding the brilliant success of the Confederate arms yesterday, to accept the ungenerous and unchivalrous terms which you propose. I am, sir, your very Obseved S.B. Buckner, Brig. Gen. C.S.A. General Buckner, as soon as he had dispatched the first of the above letters, sent word to his different commanders on the line of rifle pits, notifying them that he had made a proposition looking to the surrender of the garrison, and directing them to notify national troops in their front so that all fighting might be prevented. White flags were stuck at intervals along the line of rifle pits, but none over the fort. As soon as the last letter from Buckner was received, I mounted my horse and rode to Dover. General Wallace, I found, had preceded me an hour or more. I presume that, seeing white flags exposed in his front, he rode up to see what they meant, and not being fired upon or halted, he kept on until he found himself at the headquarters of General Buckner. I had been at West Point 3 years with Buckner and afterwards served with him in the army, so that we were quite well acquainted. In the course of our conversation, which was very friendly, he said to me that if he had been in command, I would not have got up to Donelson as easily as I did. I told him that if he had been in command, I should not have tried in the way I did. I had invested their lines with a smaller force than they had to defend them, and at the same time had sent a brigade full 5,000 strong, around by water. I had relied very much upon their commander to allow me to come safely up to the outside of their works. I asked General Buckner about what force he had to surrender. He replied that he could not tell with any degree of accuracy, that all the sick and weak had been sent to Nashville while we were about Fort Henry, that Floyd and Pillow had left during the night, taking many men with them, and that Forrest and probably others had also escaped during the preceding night. The number of casualties he could not tell, but he said I would not find fewer than 12,000, nor more than 15,000. He asked permission to send parties outside of the lines to bury his dead, who had fallen on the 15th when they tried to get out. I gave directions that his permit to pass our limits should be recognized. I have no reason to believe that this privilege was abused, but it familiarized our guards so much with the sight of Confederates passing to and fro that I have no doubt many got beyond our pickets unobserved and went on. The most of the men who went in that way no doubt thought they had had war enough, and left with the intention of remaining out of the army. Some came to me and asked permission to go, saying that they were tired of the war and would not be caught in the ranks again, and I bade them go. The actual number of Confederates at Fort Donelson can never be given with entire accuracy. The largest number admitted by any writer on the southern side is by Colonel Preston Johnston. He gives the number at 17,000, but this must be an underestimate. The Commissary General of Prisoners reported having issued rations to 14,623 Fort Donelson prisoners at Cairo as they passed that point. General Pillow reported the killed and wounded at 2,000, but he had less opportunity of knowing the actual numbers than the officers of McClernand's division, for most of the killed and wounded fell outside their works, in front of that division, and were buried or cared for by Buckner after the surrender and when Pillow was a fugitive. It is known that Floyd and Pillow escaped during the night of the 15th, taking with them not less than 3,000 men. Forrest escaped with about 1,000, and others were leaving singly and in squads all night. It is probable that the Confederate force at Donelson, on the 15th of February, 1862, was 21,000 in round numbers. On the day Fort Donelson fell, I had 27,000 men to confront the Confederate lines and guard the road 4 or 5 miles to the left, over which all our supplies had to be drawn on wagons. During the 16th, after the surrender, additional reinforcements arrived. During the siege, General Sherman had been sent to Smithland, at the mouth of the Cumberland River, to forward reinforcements and supplies to me. At that time, he was my senior in rank, and there was no authority of law to assign a junior to command a senior of the same grade. But every boat that came up with supplies or reinforcements brought a note of encouragement from Sherman, asking me to call upon him for any assistance he could render, and saying that if he could be of service at the front, I might send for him, and he would waive rank. Chapter 23. Promoted Major General of Volunteers Unoccupied Territory Advance, upon Nashville situation of the troops Confederate, retreat relieved of the command restored to the Command General Smith. The news of the fall of Fort Donelson caused great delight all over the North. At the South, particularly in Richmond, the effect was correspondingly depressing. I was promptly promoted to the grade of Major General of Volunteers and confirmed by the Senate. All 3 of my division commanders were promoted to the same grade, and the colonels who commanded brigades were made brigadier generals in the volunteer service. My chief, who was in St. Louis, telegraphed his congratulations to General Hunter in Kansas for the services he had rendered in securing the fall of Fort Donelson by sending reinforcements so rapidly. To Washington, he telegraphed that the victory was due to General C.F. Smith. "Promote him," he said, "and the whole country will applaud." On the 19th, there was published at St. Louis a formal order thanking Flag Officer Foote and myself, and the forces under our command, for the victories on the Tennessee and the Cumberland. I received no other recognition whatever from General Halleck. But General Cullom, his chief of staff, who was at Cairo, wrote me a warm congratulatory letter on his own behalf. I approved of General Smith's promotion highly, as I did all the promotions that were made. My opinion was, and still is, that immediately after the fall of Fort Donelson, the way was open to the national forces all over the Southwest, without much resistance. If one general who would have taken the responsibility had been in command of all the troops west of the Alleghenies, he could have marched to Chattanooga, Corinth, Memphis, and Vicksburg with the troops we then had. And as volunteering was going on rapidly over the North, there would soon have been force enough at all these centers to operate offensively against any body of the enemy that might be found near them. Rapid movements and the acquisition of rebellious territory would have promoted volunteering, so that reinforcements could have been had as fast as transportation could have been obtained to carry them to their destination. On the other hand, there were tens of thousands of strong, able-bodied young men still at their homes in the southwestern states, who had not gone into the Confederate Army in February 1862, and who had no particular desire to go. If our lines had been extended to protect their homes, many of them never would have gone. Providence ruled differently. Time was given the enemy to collect armies and fortify his new positions, and twice afterwards he came near forcing his northwestern front up to the Ohio River. I promptly informed the department commander of our success at Fort Donelson, and that the way was open now to Clarksville and Nashville, and that unless I received orders to the contrary I should take Clarksville on the 21st and Nashville about the 1st of March. Both these places are on the Cumberland River above Fort Donelson. As I heard nothing from headquarters on the subject, General C. F. Smith was sent to Clarksville at the time designated and found the place evacuated. The capture of Forts Henry and Donelson had broken the line the enemy had taken from Columbus to Bowling Green, and it was known that he was falling back from the eastern point of this line and that Buell was following, or at least advancing. I should have sent troops to Nashville at the time I sent to Clarksville, but my transportation was limited and there were many prisoners to be forwarded north. None of the reinforcements from Buell's army arrived until the 24th of February. Then General Nelson came up, with orders to report to me with 2 brigades, he having sent 1 brigade to Cairo. I knew General Buell was advancing on Nashville from the north, and I was advised by scouts that the rebels were leaving that place and trying to get out all the supplies they could. Nashville was, at that time, one of the best provisioned posts in the South. I had no use for reinforcements now, and thinking Buell would like to have his troops again, I ordered Nelson to proceed to Nashville without debarking at Fort Donelson. I sent a gunboat also as a convoy. The Cumberland River was very high at the time, the railroad bridge at Nashville had been burned, and all river craft had been destroyed or would be before the enemy left. Nashville is on the west bank of the Cumberland, and Buell was approaching from the east. I thought the steamers carrying Nelson's division would be useful in ferrying the balance of Buell's forces across. I ordered Nelson to put himself in communication with Buell as soon as possible, and if he found him more than 2 days off from Nashville, to return below the city and await orders. Buell, however, had already arrived in person at Edgefield, opposite Nashville, and Mitchell's division of his command reached there the same day. Nelson immediately took possession of the city. After Nelson had gone and before I had learned of Buell's arrival, I sent word to department headquarters that I should go to Nashville myself on the 28th if I received no orders to the contrary. Hearing nothing, I went as I had informed my superior officer I would do. On arriving at Clarksville, I saw a fleet of steamers at the shore the same that had taken Nelson's division and troops going aboard. I landed and called on the commanding officer, General C. F. Smith. As soon as he saw me, he showed an order he had just received from Buell in these words. Nashville, February 25, 1862. General C. F. Smith, commanding U.S. Forces, Clarksville. General, the landing of a portion of our troops, contrary to my intentions, on the south side of the river has compelled me to hold this side at every hazard. If the enemy should assume the offensive, and I am assured by reliable persons that in view of my position such is his intention, my force present is altogether inadequate, consisting of only 15,000 men. I have to request you, therefore, to come forward with all the available force under your command. So important do I consider the occasion that I think it necessary to give this communication all the force of orders, and I send 4 boats, the Diana, Woodford, John Rain, and Autocrat, to bring you up. In 5 or 6 days my force will probably be sufficient to relieve you. Very respectfully, your Opt. SRVt, D.C. Buell, Brigadier General Command. P.S. The steamers will leave here at 12 o'clock tonight. General Smith said this order was nonsense, but I told him it was better to obey it. The general replied, of course I must obey, and said his men were embarking as fast as they could. I went on up to Nashville and inspected the position taken by Nelson's troops. I did not see Buell during the day and wrote him a note saying that I had been in Nashville since early morning and had hoped to meet him. On my return to the boat, we met. His troops were still east of the river, and the steamers that had carried Nelson's division up were mostly at Clarksville to bring Smith's division. I said to General Buell my information was that the enemy was retreating as fast as possible. General Buell said there was fighting going on then only 10 or 12 miles away. I said, quite probably, Nashville contained valuable stores of arms, ammunition, and provisions, and the enemy is probably trying to carry away all he can. The fighting is doubtless with the rear guard who are trying to protect the trains they are getting away with. Buell spoke very positively of the danger Nashville was in of an attack from the enemy. I said, in the absence of positive information, I believed my information was correct. He responded that he knew. Well, I said, I do not know, but as I came by Clarksville, General Smith's troops were embarking to join you. Smith's troops were returned the same day. The enemy were trying to get away from Nashville and not to return to it. At this time, General Albert Sidney Johnston commanded all the Confederate troops west of the Allegheny Mountains, with the exception of those in the extreme south. On the national side, the forces confronting him were divided into, at first 3, then 4 separate departments. Johnston had greatly the advantage in having supreme command over all troops that could possibly be brought to bear upon one point, while the forces similarly situated on the national side, divided into independent commands, could not be brought into harmonious action except by orders from Washington. At the beginning of 1862, Johnston's troops east of the Mississippi occupied a line extending from Columbus, on his left, to Mill Springs on his right. As we have seen, Columbus, both banks of the Tennessee River, the west bank of the Cumberland, and Bowling Green, all were strongly fortified. Mill Springs was entrenched. The national troops occupied no territory south of the Ohio, except 3 small garrisons along its bank, and a force thrown out from Louisville to confront that at Bowling Green. Johnston's strength was no doubt numerically inferior to that of the national troops, but this was compensated for by the advantage of being sole commander of all the Confederate forces at the west, and of operating in a country where his friends would take care of his rear without any detail of soldiers. When General George H. Thomas moved upon the enemy at Mill Springs and totally routed him, inflicting a loss of some 300 killed and wounded, and Forts Henry and Hyman fell into the hands of the national forces, with their armaments and about 100 prisoners. Those losses seemed to dishearten the Confederate commander so much that he immediately commenced a retreat from Bowling Green on Nashville. He reached this latter place on the 14th of February, while Donelson was still besieged. Buell followed with a portion of the Army of the Ohio, but he had to march and did not reach the east bank of the Cumberland opposite Nashville until the 24th of the month, and then with only 1 division of his army. The bridge at Nashville had been destroyed and all boats removed or disabled, so that a small garrison could have held the place against any national troops that could have been brought against it within 10 days after the arrival of the force from Bowling Green. Johnston seemed to lie quietly at Nashville to await the result at Fort Donelson, on which he had staked the possession of most of the territory embraced in the states of Kentucky and Tennessee. It is true, the 2 generals senior in rank at Fort Donelson were sending him encouraging dispatches, even claiming great Confederate victories up to the night of the 16th, when they must have been preparing for their individual escape. Johnston made a fatal mistake in entrusting so important a command to Floyd, who he must have known was no soldier even if he possessed the elements of one. Pillow's presence as second was also a mistake. If these officers had been forced upon him and designated for that particular command, then he should have left Nashville with a small garrison under a trusty officer, and with the remainder of his force gone to Donelson himself. If he had been captured, the result could not have been worse than it was. Johnston's heart failed him upon the first advance of national troops. He wrote to Richmond on the 8th of February, "I think the gunboats of the enemy will probably take Fort Donelson without the necessity of employing their land force in cooperation." After the fall of that place, he abandoned Nashville and Chattanooga without an effort to save either, and fell back into northern Mississippi, where, 6 weeks later, he was destined to end his career. From the time of leaving Cairo, I was singularly unfortunate in not receiving dispatches from General Halleck. The order of the 10th of February directing me to fortify Fort Henry strongly, particularly to the land side, and saying that entrenching tools had been sent for that purpose, reached me after Donelson was invested. I received nothing direct, which indicated that the department commander knew we were in possession of Donelson. I was reporting regularly to the Chief of Staff, who had been sent to Cairo, soon after the troops left there, to receive all reports from the front and to telegraph the substance to the St. Louis headquarters. Cairo was at the southern end of the telegraph wire. Another line was started at once from Cairo to Paducah and Smithland, at the mouths of the Tennessee and Cumberland respectively. My dispatches were all sent to Cairo by boat, but many of those addressed to me were sent to the operator at the end of the advancing wire, and he failed to forward them. This operator afterwards proved to be a rebel. He deserted his post after a short time and went south taking his dispatches with him. A telegram from General McClellan to me of February 16th. the day of the surrender, directing me to report in full the situation, was not received at my headquarters until the 3D of March. On the 2D of March, I received orders dated March 1st to move my command back to Fort Henry, leaving only a small garrison at Donelson. From Fort Henry, expeditions were to be sent against Eastport, Mississippi, and Paris, Tennessee. We started from Donelson on the 4th, and the same day I was back on the Tennessee River. On March 4th, I also received the following dispatch from General Halleck. Madge Gen, U.S. Grant, Fort Henry. You will place Madge Gen. C. F. Smith in command of expedition and remain yourself at Fort Henry. Why do you not obey my orders to report strength and positions of your command? H. W. Halleck, Major General. I was surprised. This was the first intimation I had received that General Halleck had called for information as to the strength of my command. On the 6th, he wrote to me again. You're going to Nashville without authority, and when your presence with your troops was of the utmost importance, was a matter of very serious complaint at Washington, so much so that I was advised to arrest you on your return. This was the first I knew of his objecting to my going to Nashville. That place was not beyond the limits of my command, which, it had been expressly declared in orders, were not defined. Nashville is west of the Cumberland River, and I had sent troops that had reported to me for duty to occupy the place. I turned over the command as directed and then replied to General Halleck courteously, but asked to be relieved from further duty under him. Later I learned that General Halleck had been calling lustily for more troops, promising that he would do something important if he could only be sufficiently reinforced. McClellan asked him what force he then had. Halleck telegraphed me to supply the information so far as my command was concerned, but I received none of his dispatches. At last, Halleck reported to Washington that he had repeatedly ordered me to give the strength of my force, but could get nothing out of me, that I had gone to Nashville, beyond the limits of my command, without his authority, and that my army was more demoralized by victory than the army at Bull Run had been by defeat. General McClellan, on this information, ordered that I should be relieved from duty and that an investigation should be made into any charges against me. He even authorized my arrest. Thus, in less than 2 weeks after the victory at Donelson, the two leading generals in the army were in correspondence as to what disposition should be made of me, and in less than 3 weeks I was virtually in arrest and without a command. On the 13th of March, I was restored to command, and on the 17th, Halleck sent me a copy of an order from the War Department, which stated that accounts of my misbehavior had reached Washington and directed him to investigate and report the facts. He forwarded also a copy of a detailed dispatch from himself to Washington entirely exonerating me, but he did not inform me that it was his own reports that had created all the trouble. On the contrary, he wrote to me, "Instead of relieving you, I wish you, as soon as your new army is in the field, to assume immediate command and lead it to new victories." In consequence, I felt very grateful to him and supposed it was his interposition that had set me right with the government. I never knew the truth until General Badeau unearthed the facts in his researches for his history of my campaigns. General Halleck unquestionably deemed General C. F. Smith a much fitter officer for the command of all the forces in the military district than I was, and, to render him available for such command, desired his promotion to antedate mine and those of the other division commanders. It is probable that the general opinion was that Smith's long services in the army and distinguished deeds rendered him the more proper person for such command. Indeed, I was rather inclined to this opinion myself at that time, and would have served as faithfully under Smith as he had done under me. But this did not justify the dispatches which General Halleck sent to Washington, or his subsequent concealment of them from me when pretending to explain the action of my superiors. On receipt of the order restoring me to command, I proceeded to Savannah on the Tennessee, to which point my troops had advanced. General Smith was delighted to see me and was unhesitating in his denunciation of the treatment I had received. He was on a sick bed at the time, from which he never came away alive. His death was a severe loss to our Western Army. His personal courage was unquestioned. His judgment and professional acquirements were unsurpassed, and he had the confidence of those he commanded as well as of those over him. Chapter 24. The army at Pittsburgh, landing injured by a fall the Confederate attack at Shiloh the first days, fight at Shiloh General Sherman condition of the army close of the first days, fight the second days, fight retreat and defeat of the Confederates. When I reassumed command on the 17th of March, I found the army divided, about half being on the east bank of the Tennessee at Savannah, while one division was at Crump's Landing on the west bank about 4 miles higher up, and the remainder at Pittsburgh Landing, 5 miles above Crump's. The enemy was in force at Corinth, the junction of the two most important railroads in the Mississippi Valley, one connecting Memphis and the Mississippi River with the east, and the other leading south to all the cotton states. Still another railroad connects Corinth with Jackson, in West Tennessee. If we obtained possession of Corinth, the enemy would have no railroad for the transportation of armies or supplies until that running east from Vicksburg was reached. It was the great strategic position at the west, between the Tennessee and the Mississippi rivers, and between Nashville and Vicksburg. I at once put all the troops at Savannah in motion for Pittsburgh Landing, knowing that the enemy was fortifying at Corinth and collecting an army there under Johnston. It was my expectation to march against that army as soon as Buell, who had been ordered to reinforce me with the Army of the Ohio, should arrive, and the west bank of the river was the place to start from. Pittsburgh is only about 20 miles from Corinth, and Hamburg Landing, 4 miles further up the river, is a mile or two nearer. I had not been in command long before I selected Hamburg as the place to put the Army of the Ohio when it arrived. The roads from Pittsburgh and Hamburg to Corinth converge some 8 miles out. This disposition of the troops would have given additional roads to march over when the advance commenced, within supporting distance of each other. Before I arrived at Savannah, Sherman, who had joined the Army of the Tennessee and been placed in command of a division, had made an expedition on steamers convoyed by gunboats to the neighborhood of Eastport, 30 miles south, for the purpose of destroying the railroad east of Corinth. The rains had been so heavy for some time before that the lowlands had become impassable swamps. Sherman debarked his troops and started out to accomplish the object of the expedition, but the river was rising so rapidly that the backwater up the small tributaries threatened to cut off the possibility of getting back to the boats, and the expedition had to return without reaching the railroad. The guns had to be hauled by hand through the water to get back to the boats. On the 17th of March, the army on the Tennessee River consisted of 5 divisions, commanded respectively by Generals C. F. Smith, McClellan, L. Wallace, Hurlbut, and Sherman. General W. H. L. Wallace was temporarily in command of Smith's division, General Smith, as I have said, being confined to his bed. Reinforcements were arriving daily, and as they came up they were organized, first into brigades, then into a division, and the command given to General Prentice, who had been ordered to report to me. General Buell was on his way from Nashville with 40,000 veterans. On the 19th of March, he was at Columbia, Tennessee, 85 miles from Pittsburgh. When all reinforcements should have arrived, I expected to take the initiative by marching on Corinth, and had no expectation of needing fortifications, though this subject was taken into consideration. McPherson, my only military engineer, was directed to lay out a line to entrench. He did so, but reported that it would have to be made in rear of the line of encampment, as it then ran. The new line, while it would be nearer the river, was yet too far away from the Tennessee, or even from the creeks, to be easily supplied with water, and in case of attack these creeks would be in the hands of the enemy. The fact is, I regarded the campaign we were engaged in as an offensive one, and had no idea that the enemy would leave strong entrenchments to take the initiative when he knew he would be attacked where he was if he remained. This view, however, did not prevent every precaution being taken, and every effort made to keep advised of all movements of the enemy. Johnston's cavalry meanwhile had been well out towards our front, and occasional encounters occurred between it and our outposts. On the 1st of April, this cavalry became bold and approached our lines, showing that an advance of some kind was contemplated. On the 2d, Johnston left Corinth in force to attack my army. On the 4th, his cavalry dashed down and captured a small picket guard of 6 or 7 men, stationed some 5 miles out from Pittsburgh on the Corinth Road. Colonel Buckland sent relief to the guard at once and soon followed in person with an entire regiment, and General Sherman followed Buckland, taking the remainder of a brigade. The pursuit was kept up for some 3 miles beyond the point where the picket guard had been captured, and after nightfall, Sherman returned to camp and reported to me by letter what had occurred. At this time, a large body of the enemy was hovering to the west of us, along the line of the Mobile and Ohio Railroad. My apprehension was much greater for the safety of Crump's Landing than it was for Pittsburgh. I had no apprehension that the enemy could really capture either place, but I feared it was possible that he might make a rapid dash upon Crump's and destroy our transports and stores, most of which were kept at that point, and then retreat before Wallace could be reinforced. Lew. Wallace's position I regarded as so well chosen that he was not removed. At this time, I generally spent the day at Pittsburgh and returned to Savannah in the evening. I was intending to remove my headquarters to Pittsburgh, but Buell was expected daily and would come in at Savannah. I remained at this point, therefore, a few days longer than I otherwise should have done, in order to meet him on his arrival. The skirmishing in our front, however, had been so continuous from about the 3d of April that I did not leave Pittsburgh each night, until an hour when I felt there would be no further danger before the morning. On Friday the 4th, the day of Buckland's advance, I was very much injured by my horse falling with me, and on me, while I was trying to get to the front where firing had been heard. The night was one of impenetrable darkness, with rain pouring down in torrents. Nothing was visible to the eye except as revealed by the frequent flashes of lightning. Under these circumstances, I had to trust to the horse, without guidance, to keep the road. I had not gone far, however, when I met General W. H. L. Wallace and Colonel, afterwards General McPherson, coming from the direction of the front. They said all was quiet so far as the enemy was concerned. On the way back to the boat, my horse's feet slipped from under him, and he fell with my leg under his body. The extreme softness of the ground, from the excessive rains of the few preceding days, no doubt saved me from a severe injury and protracted lameness. As it was, my ankle was very much injured, so much so that my boot had to be cut off. For 2 or 3 days after, I was unable to walk except with crutches. On the 5th, General Nelson, with a division of Buell's army, arrived at Savannah, and I ordered him to move up the east bank of the river, to be in a position where he could be ferried over to Crump's Landing or Pittsburgh as occasion required. I had learned that General Buell himself would be at Savannah the next day, and desired to meet me on his arrival. Affairs at Pittsburgh Landing had been such for several days that I did not want to be away during the day. I determined, therefore, to take a very early breakfast and ride out to meet Buell, and thus save time. He had arrived on the evening of the 5th, but had not advised me of the fact, and I was not aware of it until some time after. While I was at breakfast, however, heavy firing was heard in the direction of Pittsburgh Landing, and I hastened there, sending a hurried note to Buell informing him of the reason why I could not meet him at Savannah. On the way up the river, I directed the dispatch boat to run in close to Crump's Landing, so that I could communicate with General Lew. Wallace. I found him waiting on a boat, apparently expecting to see me, and I directed him to get his troops in line, ready to execute any orders he might receive. He replied that his troops were already under arms and prepared to move. Up to that time, I had felt by no means certain that Crump's Landing might not be the point of attack. On reaching the front, however, about 8 a.m., I found that the attack on Pittsburgh was unmistakable, and that nothing more than a small guard, to protect our transports and stores, was needed at Crump's. Captain Baxter, a quartermaster on my staff, was accordingly directed to go back and order General Wallace to march immediately to Pittsburgh by the road nearest the river. Captain Baxter made a memorandum of this order. About 1 p.m., not hearing from Wallace and being much in need of reinforcements, I sent 2 more of my staff, Colonel McPherson and Captain Rowley, to bring him up with his division. They reported finding him marching towards Purdy, Bethel, or some point west from the river, and farther from Pittsburgh by several miles than when he started. The road from his first position to Pittsburgh Landing was direct and near the river. Between the 2 points, a bridge had been built across Snake Creek by our troops, at which Wallace's command had assisted, expressly to enable the troops at the 2 places to support each other in case of need. Wallace did not arrive in time to take part in the first day's fight. General Wallace has since claimed that the order delivered to him by Captain Baxter was simply to join the right of the army, and that the road over which he marched would have taken him to the road from Pittsburgh to Purdy, where it crosses Owl Creek on the right of Sherman. But this is not where I had ordered him nor where I wanted him to go. I never could see, and do not now see, why any order was necessary further than to direct him to come to Pittsburgh Landing, without specifying by what route. His was one of 3 veteran divisions that had been in battle, and its absence was severely felt. Later in the war, General Wallace would not have made the mistake that he committed on the 6th of April, 1862. I presume his idea was that by taking the route he would be able to come around on the flank or rear of the enemy, and thus perform an act of heroism that would redound to the credit of his command, as well as to the benefit of his country. Some 2 or 3 miles from Pittsburgh Landing was a log meeting house called Shiloh. It stood on the ridge which divides the waters of Snake and Lick Creeks, the former emptying into the Tennessee just north of Pittsburgh Landing, and the latter south. This point was the key to our position and was held by Sherman. His division was at that time wholly raw, no part of it ever having been in an engagement, but I thought this deficiency was more than made up by the superiority of the commander. McClelland was on Sherman's left, with troops that had been engaged at Forts Henry and Donelson and were therefore veterans so far as Western troops had become such at that stage of the war. Next to McClelland came Prentiss with a raw division, and on the extreme left, Stuart with 1 brigade of Sherman's division. Hurlbut was in rear of Prentiss, massed, and in reserve at the time of the onset. The division of General C. F. Smith was on the right, also in reserve. General Smith was still sick in bed at Savannah, but within hearing of our guns. His services would no doubt have been of inestimable value had his health permitted his presence. The command of his division devolved upon Brigadier General W. H. L. Wallace, a most estimable and able officer. A veteran, too, for he had served a year in the Mexican War and had been with his command at Henry and Donelson. Wallace was mortally wounded in the first day's engagement, and with the change of commanders thus necessarily effected in the heat of battle, the efficiency of his division was much weakened. The position of our troops made a continuous line from Lick Creek on the left to Owl Creek, a branch of Snake Creek, on the right, facing nearly south and possibly a little west. The water in all these streams was very high at the time and contributed to protect our flanks. The enemy was compelled, therefore, to attack directly in front. This he did with great vigor, inflicting heavy losses on the national side, but suffering much heavier on his own. The Confederate assaults were made with such a disregard of losses on their own side that our line of tents soon fell into their hands. The ground on which the battle was fought was undulating, heavily timbered with scattered clearings, the woods giving some protection to the troops on both sides. There was also considerable underbrush. A number of attempts were made by the enemy to turn our right flank, where Sherman was posted, but every effort was repulsed with heavy loss. But the front attack was kept up so vigorously that, to prevent the success of these attempts to get on our flanks, the national troops were compelled, several times, to take positions to the rear nearer Pittsburgh Landing. When the firing ceased at night, the national line was all of a mile in rear of the position it had occupied in the morning. In one of the backward moves, on the 6th, the division commanded by General Prentiss did not fall back with the others. This left his flanks exposed and enabled the enemy to capture him with about 2,200 of his officers and men. General Badeau gives 4 o'clock of the 6th as about the time this capture took place. He may be right as to the time, but my recollection is that the hour was later. General Prentiss himself gave the hour as 5:30. I was with him, as I was with each of the division commanders that day, several times, and my recollection is that the last time I was with him was about 4:30, when his division was standing up firmly and the general was as cool as if expecting victory. But no matter whether it was 4 or later, the story that he and his command were surprised and captured in their camps is without any foundation whatever. If it had been true, as currently reported at the time and yet believed by thousands of people, that Prentiss and his division had been captured in their beds, there would not have been an all-day struggle, with the loss of thousands killed and wounded on the Confederate side. With the single exception of a few minutes after the capture of Prentiss, a continuous and unbroken line was maintained all day from Snake Creek or its tributaries on the right to Lick Creek or the Tennessee on the left above Pittsburgh. There was no hour during the day when there was not heavy firing and generally hard fighting at some point on the line, but seldom at all points at the same time. It was a case of Southern dash against Northern pluck and endurance. 3 of the 5 divisions engaged on Sunday were entirely raw, and many of the men had only received their arms on the way from their states to the field. Many of them had arrived but a day or two before and were hardly able to load their muskets according to the manual. Their officers were equally ignorant of their duties. Under these circumstances, it is not astonishing that many of the regiments broke at the first fire. In 2 cases, as I now remember, colonels led their regiments from the field on first hearing the whistle of the enemy's bullets. In these cases, the colonels were constitutional cowards, unfit for any military position, but not so the officers and men led out of danger by them. Better troops never went upon a battlefield than many of these. Officers and men afterwards proved themselves to be, who fled panic-stricken at the first whistle of bullets and shell at Shiloh. During the whole of Sunday I was continuously engaged in passing from one part of the field to another, giving directions to division commanders. In thus moving along the line, however, I never deemed it important to stay long with Sherman. Although his troops were then under fire for the first time, their commander, by his constant presence with them, inspired a confidence in officers and men that enabled them to render services on that bloody battlefield worthy of the best of veterans. McClelland was next to Sherman, and the hardest fighting was in front of these 2 divisions. McClelland told me on that day, the 6th, that he profited much by having so able a commander supporting him. A casualty to Sherman that would have taken him from the field that day would have been a sad one for the troops engaged at Shiloh. And how near we came to this. On the 6th, Sherman was shot twice, once in the hand, once in the shoulder, the ball cutting his coat and making a slight wound, and a 3rd ball passed through his hat. In addition to this, he had several horses shot during the day. The nature of this battle was such that cavalry could not be used in front. I therefore formed ours into line in rear, to stop stragglers of whom there were many. When there would be enough of them to make a show, and after they had recovered from their fright, they would be sent to reinforce some part of the line which needed support, without regard to their companies, regiments, or brigades. On one occasion during the day I rode back as far as the river and met General Buell, who had just arrived. I do not remember the hour, but at that time there probably were as many as 4,000 or 5,000 stragglers lying under cover of the river bluff, panic-stricken, most of whom would have been shot where they lay, without resistance, before they would have taken muskets and marched to the front to protect themselves. This meeting between General Buell and myself was on the dispatch boat used to run between the landing and Savannah. It was brief, and related specially to his getting his troops over the river. As we left the boat together, Buell's attention was attracted by the men lying under cover of the river bank. I saw him berating them and trying to shame them into joining their regiments. He even threatened them with shells from the gunboats nearby, but it was all to no effect. Most of these men afterward proved themselves as gallant as any of those who saved the battle from which they had deserted. I have no doubt that this sight impressed General Buell with the idea that a line of retreat would be a good thing just then. If he had come in by the front instead of through the stragglers in the rear, he would have thought and felt differently. Could he have come through the Confederate rear, he would have witnessed there a scene similar to that at our own. The distant rear of an army engaged in battle is not the best place from which to judge correctly what is going on in front. Later in the war, while occupying the country between the Tennessee and the Mississippi, I learned that the panic in the Confederate lines had not differed much from that within our own. Some of the country people estimated the stragglers from Johnston's army as high as 20,000. Of course, this was an exaggeration. The situation at the close of Sunday was as follows. Along the top of the bluff just south of the log house, which stood at Pittsburgh Landing, Colonel J.D. Webster, of my staff, had arranged 20 or more pieces of artillery facing south or up the river. This line of artillery was on the crest of a hill overlooking a deep ravine opening into the Tennessee. Hurlbut with his division intact was on the right of this artillery, extending west and possibly a little north. McClelland came next in the general line, looking more to the west. His division was complete in its organization and ready for any duty. Sherman came next, his right extending to Snake Creek. His command, like the other 2, was complete in its organization and ready, like its chief, for any service it might be called upon to render. All 3 divisions were, as a matter of course, more or less shattered and depleted in numbers from the terrible battle of the day. The division of W.H.L. Wallace, as much from the disorder arising from changes of division and brigade commanders, under heavy fire, as from any other cause, had lost its organization and did not occupy a place in the line as a division. Prentice. Command was gone as a division, many of its members having been killed, wounded, or captured, but it had rendered valiant services before its final dispersal, and had contributed a good share to the defense of Shiloh. The right of my line rested near the bank of Snake Creek, a short distance above the bridge which had been built by the troops for the purpose of connecting Crump's Landing and Pittsburgh Landing. Sherman had posted some troops in a log house and outbuildings which overlooked both the bridge over which Wallace was expected and the creek above that point. In this last position, Sherman was frequently attacked before night, but held the point until he voluntarily abandoned it to advance in order to make room for Wallace, who came up after dark. There was, as I have said, a deep ravine in front of our left. The Tennessee River was very high, and there was water to a considerable depth in the ravine. Here the enemy made a last desperate effort to turn our flank, but was repelled. The gunboats Tyler and Lexington, Gwynn and Shirk commanding, with the artillery under Webster, aided the army and effectually checked their further progress. Before any of Buell's troops had reached the west bank of the Tennessee, firing had almost entirely ceased. Anything like an attempt on the part of the enemy to advance had absolutely ceased. There was some artillery firing from an unseen enemy, some of his shells passing beyond us, but I do not remember that there was the whistle of a single musket ball heard. As his troops arrived in the dusk, General Buell marched several of his regiments part way down the face of the hill, where they fired briskly for some minutes, but I do not think a single man engaged in this firing received an injury. The attack had spent its force. General Wallace, with 5,000 effective men, arrived after firing had ceased for the day and was placed on the right. Thus night came, Wallace came, and the advance of Nelson's division came, but none unless night and time to be of material service to the gallant men who saved Shiloh on that first day against large odds. Buell's loss on the 6th of April was 2 men killed and 1 wounded, all members of the 36th Indiana Infantry. The Army of the Tennessee lost on that day at least 7,000 men. The presence of 2 or 3 regiments of Buell's army on the west bank, before firing ceased, had not the slightest effect in preventing the capture of Pittsburgh Landing. So confident was I before firing had ceased on the 6th that the next day would bring victory to our arms if we could only take the initiative, that I visited each division commander in person before any reinforcements had reached the field. I directed them to throw out heavy lines of skirmishers in the morning as soon as they could see, and push them forward until they found the enemy, following with their entire divisions in supporting distance, and to engage the enemy as soon as found. To Sherman I told the story of the assault at Fort Donelson, and said that the same tactics would win at Shiloh. Victory was assured when Wallace arrived, even if there had been no other support. I was glad, however, to see the reinforcements of Buell and credit them with doing all there was for them to do. During the night of the 6th, the remainder of Nelson's division, Buell's army crossed the river and were ready to advance in the morning, forming the left wing. 2 other divisions, Crittenden's and McCook's, came up the river from Savannah in the transports and were on the west bank early on the 7th. Buell commanded them in person. My command was thus nearly doubled in numbers and efficiency. During the night, rain fell in torrents, and our troops were exposed to the storm without shelter. I made my headquarters under a tree a few hundred yards back from the river bank. My ankle was so much swollen from the fall of my horse the Friday night preceding, and the bruise was so painful, that I could get no rest. The drenching rain would have precluded the possibility of sleep without this additional cause. Some time after midnight, growing restive under the storm and the continuous pain, I moved back to the log house under the bank. This had been taken as a hospital, and all night wounded men were being brought in, their wounds dressed, a leg or an arm amputated as the case might require, and everything being done to save life or alleviate suffering. The sight was more unendurable than encountering the enemy's fire, and I returned to my tree in the rain. The advance on the morning of the 7th developed the enemy in the camps occupied by our troops before the battle began, more than a mile back from the most advanced position of the Confederates on the day before. It is known now that they had not yet learned of the arrival of Buell's command. Possibly they fell back so far to get the shelter of our tents during the rain, and also to get away from the shells that were dropped upon them by the gunboats every 15 minutes during the night. The position of the Union troops on the morning of the 7th was as follows: General Lew, Wallace on the right, Sherman on his left, then McClellan and then Hurlbut. Nelson of Buell's army was on our extreme left next to the river. Crittenden was next in line after Nelson, and on his right, McCook followed and formed the extreme right of Buell's command. My old command thus formed the right wing, while the troops directly under Buell constituted the left wing of the army. These relative positions were retained during the entire day, or until the enemy was driven from the field. In a very short time, the battle became general all along the line. This day, everything was favorable to the Union side. We had now become the attacking party. The enemy was driven back all day, as we had been the day before, until finally he beat a precipitate retreat. The last point held by him was near the road leading from the landing to Corinth, on the left of Sherman and right of McClellan. About 3 o'clock, being near that point and seeing that the enemy was giving way everywhere else, I gathered up a couple of regiments, or parts of regiments, from troops nearby, formed them in line of battle and marched them forward, going in front myself to prevent premature or long-range firing. At this point, there was a clearing between us and the enemy favorable for charging, although exposed. I knew the enemy were ready to break and only wanted a little encouragement from us to go quickly and join their friends who had started earlier. After marching to within musket range, I stopped and let the troops pass. The command, charge, was given and was executed with loud cheers and with a run when the last of the enemy broke. *7. Chapter 25. Struck by a bullet-precipitate retreat of the Confederates' entrenchments, at Shiloh Buell General Johnston remarks on Shiloh. During this second day of the battle I had been moving from right to left and back to see for myself the progress made. In the early part of the afternoon, while riding with Colonel McPherson and Major Hawkins, then my chief commissary, we got beyond the left of our troops. We were moving along the northern edge of a clearing, very leisurely, toward the river above the landing. There did not appear to be an enemy to our right, until suddenly a battery with musketry opened upon us from the edge of the woods on the other side of the clearing. The shells and balls whistled about our ears very fast for about a minute. I do not think it took us longer than that to get out of range and out of sight. In the sudden start we made, Major Hawkins lost his hat. He did not stop to pick it up. When we arrived at a perfectly safe position, we halted to take an account of damages. McPherson's horse was panting as if ready to drop. On examination, it was found that a ball had struck him forward of the flank just back of the saddle and had gone entirely through. In a few minutes, the poor beast dropped dead. He had given no sign of injury until we came to a stop. A ball had struck the metal scabbard of my sword, just below the hilt, and broken it nearly off. Before the battle was over, it had broken off entirely. There were 3 of us. One had lost a horse, killed, one a hat, and one a sword scabbard. All were thankful that it was no worse. After the rain of the night before and the frequent and heavy rains for some days previous, the roads were almost impassable. The enemy carrying his artillery and supply trains over them in his retreat made them still worse for troops following. I wanted to pursue, but had not the heart to order the men who had fought desperately for 2 days, lying in the mud and rain whenever not fighting, and I did 8, not feel disposed to positively order Buell or any part of his command to pursue. Although the senior in rank at the time, I had been so only a few weeks. Buell was, and had been for some time past, a department commander, while I commanded only a district. I did not meet Buell in person until too late to get troops ready and pursue with effect, but had I seen him at the moment of the last charge, I should have at least requested him to follow. I rode forward several miles the day after the battle, and found that the enemy had dropped much, if not all, of their provisions, some ammunition, and the extra wheels of their caissons, lightening their loads to enable them to get off their guns. About 5 miles out, we found their field hospital abandoned. An immediate pursuit must have resulted in the capture of a considerable number of prisoners and probably some guns. Shiloh was the severest battle fought at the West during the war, and but few in the East equaled it for hard, determined fighting. I saw an open field in our possession on the second day, over which the Confederates had made repeated charges the day before, so covered with dead that it would have been possible to walk across the clearing, in any direction, stepping on dead bodies, without a foot touching the ground. On our side, National and Confederate troops were mingled together in about equal proportions, but on the remainder of the field, nearly all were Confederates. On one part, which had evidently not been plowed for several years, probably because the land was poor, bushes had grown up, some to the height of 8 or 10 feet. There was not one of these left standing unpierced by bullets. The smaller ones were all cut down. Contrary to all my experience up to that time, and to the experience of the army I was then commanding, we were on the defensive. We were without entrenchments or defensive advantages of any sort, and more than half the army engaged the first day was without experience or even drill as soldiers. The officers with them, except the division commanders and possibly 2 or 3 of the brigade commanders, were equally inexperienced in war. The result was a Union victory that gave the men who achieved it great confidence in themselves ever after. The enemy fought bravely, but they had started out to defeat and destroy an army and capture a position. They failed in both, with very heavy loss in killed and wounded, and must have gone back discouraged and convinced that the Yankee was not an enemy to be despised. After the battle, I gave verbal instructions to division commanders to let the regiment send out parties to bury their own dead, and to detail parties, under commissioned officers from each division, to bury the Confederate dead in their respective fronts and to report the numbers so buried. The latter part of these instructions was not carried out by all, but they were by those sent from Sherman's division and by some of the parties sent out by McClernand. The heaviest loss sustained by the enemy was in front of these 2 divisions. The criticism has often been made that the Union troops should have been entrenched at Shiloh. Up to that time, the pick and spade had been but little resorted to at the West. I had, however, taken this subject under consideration soon after reassuming command in the field, and, as already stated, my only military engineer reported unfavorably. Besides this, the troops with me, officers and men, needed discipline and drill more than they did experience with the pick, shovel, and axe. Reinforcements were arriving almost daily, composed of troops that had been hastily thrown together into companies and regiments, fragments of incomplete organizations, the men and officers strangers to each other. Under all these circumstances, I concluded that drill and discipline were worth more to our men than fortifications. General Buell was a brave, intelligent officer, with as much professional pride and ambition of a commendable sort as I ever knew. I had been 2 years at West Point with him, and had served with him afterwards, in garrison and in the Mexican War, several years more. He was not given in early life or in mature years to forming intimate acquaintances. He was studious by habit, and commanded the confidence and respect of all who knew him. He was a strict disciplinarian, and perhaps did not distinguish sufficiently between the volunteer who enlisted for the war and the soldier who serves in time of peace. One system embraced men who risked life for a principle, and often men of social standing, competence, or wealth and independence of character. The other includes, as a rule, only men who could not do as well in any other occupation. General Buell became an object of harsh criticism later, some going so far as to challenge his loyalty. No one who knew him ever believed him capable of a dishonorable act, and nothing could be more dishonorable than to accept high rank and command in war, and then betray the trust. When I came into command of the Army in 1864, I requested the Secretary of War to restore General Buell to duty. After the war, during the summer of 1865, I traveled considerably through the North, and was everywhere met by large numbers of people. Everyone had his opinion about the manner in which the war had been conducted, who among the generals had failed, how, and why. Correspondents of the press were ever on hand to hear every word dropped, and were not always disposed to report correctly what did not confirm their preconceived notions, either about the conduct of the war or the individuals concerned in it. The opportunity frequently occurred for me to defend General Buell against what I believed to be most unjust charges. On one occasion, a correspondent put in my mouth the very charge I had so often refuted of disloyalty. This brought from General Buell a very severe retort, which I saw in the New York World sometime before I received the letter itself. I could very well understand his grievance at seeing untrue and disgraceful charges apparently sustained by an officer who, at the time, was at the head of the army. I replied to him, but not through the press. I kept no copy of my letter, nor did I ever see it in print, neither did I receive an answer. General Albert Sidney Johnston, who commanded the Confederate forces at the beginning of the battle, was disabled by a wound on the afternoon of the first day. This wound, as I understood afterwards, was not necessarily fatal or even dangerous. But he was a man who would not abandon what he deemed an important trust in the face of danger and consequently continued in the saddle, commanding, until so exhausted by the loss of blood that he had to be taken from his horse, and soon after died. The news was not long in reaching our side, and I suppose was quite an encouragement to the national soldiers. I had known Johnston slightly in the Mexican War and later as an officer in the regular army. He was a man of high character and ability. His contemporaries at West Point, and officers generally who came to know him personally later and who remained on our side, expected him to prove the most formidable man to meet that the Confederacy would produce. I once wrote that nothing occurred in his brief command of an army to prove or disprove the high estimate that had been placed upon his military ability. But after studying the orders and dispatches of Johnston, I am compelled to materially modify my views of that officer's qualifications as a soldier. My judgment now is that he was vacillating and undecided in his actions. All the disasters in Kentucky and Tennessee were so discouraging to the authorities in Richmond that Jefferson Davis wrote an unofficial letter to Johnston expressing his own anxiety and that of the public, and saying that he had made such defense as was dictated by long friendship, but that in the absence of a report, he needed facts. The letter was not a reprimand in direct terms, but it was evidently as much felt as though it had been one. General Johnston raised another army as rapidly as he could, and fortified or strongly entrenched at Corinth. He knew the national troops were preparing to attack him in his chosen position, but he had evidently become so disturbed at the results of his operations that he resolved to strike out in an offensive campaign which would restore all that was lost, and if successful accomplish still more. We have the authority of his son and biographer for saying that his plan was to attack the forces at Shiloh and crush them, then to cross the Tennessee and destroy the army of Buell and push the war across the Ohio River. The design was a bold one, but we have the same authority for saying that in the execution, Johnston showed vacillation and indecision. He left Corinth on the 2nd of April and was not ready to attack until the 6th. The distance his army had to march was less than 20 miles. Beauregard, his second in command, was opposed to the attack for two reasons. First, he thought, if let alone the national troops would attack the Confederates in their entrenchments. Second, we were in ground of our own choosing and would necessarily be entrenched. Johnston not only listened to the objection of Beauregard to an attack, but held a council of war on the subject on the morning of the 5th. On the evening of the same day, he was in consultation with some of his generals on the same subject, and still again on the morning of the 6th. During this last consultation, and before a decision had been reached, the battle began by the national troops opening fire on the enemy. This seemed to settle the question as to whether there was to be any battle of Shiloh. It also seems to me to settle the question as to whether there was a surprise. I do not question the personal courage of General Johnston or his ability, but he did not win the distinction predicted for him by many of his friends. He did prove that as a general he was overestimated. General Beauregard was next in rank to Johnston and succeeded to the command, which he retained to the close of the battle and during the subsequent retreat on Corinth, as well as in the siege of that place. His tactics have been severely criticized by Confederate writers, but I do not believe his fallen chief could have done any better under the circumstances. Some of these critics claim that Shiloh was won when Johnston fell, and that if he had not fallen the army under me would have been annihilated or captured. Ifs defeated the Confederates at Shiloh. There is little doubt that we would have been disgracefully beaten if all the shells and bullets fired by us had passed harmlessly over the enemy, and if all of theirs had taken effect. Commanding generals are liable to be killed during engagements. And the fact that when he was shot, Johnston was leading a brigade to induce it to make a charge which had been repeatedly ordered, is evidence that there was neither the universal demoralization on our side nor the unbounded confidence on theirs which has been claimed. There was, in fact, no hour during the day when I doubted the eventual defeat of the enemy, although I was disappointed that reinforcements so near at hand did not arrive at an earlier hour. The description of the Battle of Shiloh given by Colonel W.M. Preston Johnston is very graphic and well told. The reader will imagine that he can see each blow struck, a demoralized and broken mob of Union soldiers, each blow sending the enemy more demoralized than ever towards the Tennessee River, which was a little more than 2 miles away at the beginning of the onset. If the reader does not stop to inquire why, with such Confederate success for more than 12 hours of hard fighting, the national troops were not all killed, captured, or driven into the river, he will regard the pen picture as perfect. But I witnessed the fight from the national side from 8 o'clock in the morning until night closed the contest. I see but little in the description that I can recognize. The Confederate troops fought well and deserve commendation enough for their bravery and endurance on the 6th of April, without detracting from their antagonists or claiming anything more than their just dues. The reports of the enemy show that their condition at the end of the first day was deplorable. Their losses in killed and wounded had been very heavy, and their stragglers had been quite as numerous as on the national side, with the difference that those of the enemy left the field entirely and were not brought back to their respective commands for many days. On the Union side, but few of the stragglers fell back further than the landing on the river, and many of these were in line for duty on the second day. The admissions of the highest Confederate officers engaged at Shiloh make the claim of a victory for them absurd. The victory was not to either party until the battle was over. It was then a Union victory, in which the armies of the Tennessee and the Ohio both participated. But the Army of the Tennessee fought the entire rebel army on the 6th and held it at bay until near night, and night alone closed the conflict and not the 3 regiments of Nelson's division. The Confederates fought with courage at Shiloh, but the particular skill claimed I could not and still cannot see, though there is nothing to criticize except the claims put forward for it since. But the Confederate claimants for superiority in strategy, superiority in generalship, and superiority in dash and prowess are not so unjust to the Union troops engaged at Shiloh as are many Northern writers. The troops on both sides were American, and united they need not fear any foreign foe. It is possible that the Southern man started in with a little more dash than his Northern brother, but he was correspondingly less enduring. The endeavor of the enemy on the first day was simply to hurl their men against ours first at one point, then at another, sometimes at several points at once. This they did with daring and energy, until at night the rebel troops were worn out. Our effort during the same time was to be prepared to resist assaults wherever made. The object of the Confederates on the second day was to get away with as much of their army and material as possible. Ours then was to drive them from our front, and to capture or destroy as great a part as possible of their men and material. We were successful in driving them back, but not so successful in captures as if farther pursuit could have been made. As it was, we captured or recaptured on the second day about as much artillery as we lost on the first, and leaving out the one great capture of Prentiss, we took more prisoners on Monday than the enemy gained from us on Sunday. On the 6th, Sherman lost 7 pieces of artillery, McClellan 6, Prentiss 8, and Hurlbut 2 batteries. On the 7th, Sherman captured 7 guns, McClellan 3, and the Army of the Ohio 20. At Shiloh, the effective strength of the Union forces on the morning of the 6th was 33,000 men. Wallace brought 5,000 more after nightfall. Beauregard reported the enemy's strength at 40,955. According to the custom of enumeration in the South, this number probably excluded every man enlisted as musician or detailed as guard or nurse, and all commissioned officers, everybody who did not carry a musket or serve a cannon. With us, everybody in the field receiving pay from the government is counted. Excluding the troops who fled, panic-stricken, before they had fired a shot, there was not a time during the 6th when we had more than 25,000 men in line. On the 7th, Buell brought 20,000 more. Of his remaining 2 divisions, Thomas's did not reach the field during the engagement. Wood's arrived before firing had ceased, but not in time to be of much service. Our loss in the 2 days fight was 1,754 killed, 8,408 wounded, and 885 missing. Of these, 2,103 were in the Army of the Ohio. Beauregard reported a total loss of 10,699, of whom 1,728 were killed, 12 wounded, and 957 missing. This estimate must be incorrect. We buried, by actual count, more of the enemies dead in front of the divisions of McClernand and Sherman alone than here reported, and 4,000 was the estimate of the burial parties of the whole field. Beauregard reports the Confederate force on the 6th at over 40,000, and their total loss during the 2 days at 10,699, and at the same time declares that he could put only 20,000 men in battle on the morning of the 7th. The Navy gave a hearty support to the Army at Shiloh, as indeed it always did both before and subsequently when I was in command. The nature of the ground was such, however, that on this occasion it could do nothing in aid of the troops until sundown on the first day. The country was broken and heavily timbered, cutting off all view of the battle from the river, so that friends would be as much in danger from fire from the gunboats as the foe. But about sundown, when the national troops were back in their last position, the right of the enemy was near the river and exposed to the fire of the 2 gunboats, which was delivered with vigor and effect. After nightfall, when firing had entirely ceased on land, the commander of the fleet informed himself, approximately, of the position of our troops and suggested the idea of dropping a shell within the lines of the enemy every 15 minutes during the night. This was done with effect, as is proved by the Confederate reports. Up to the Battle of Shiloh, as well as thousands of other citizens, believed that the rebellion against the government would collapse suddenly and soon if a decisive victory could be gained over any of its armies. Donelson and Henry were such victories. An army of more than 21,000 men was captured or destroyed. Bowling Green, Columbus, and Hickman, Kentucky, fell in consequence, and Clarksville and Nashville, Tennessee, the last 2 with an immense amount of stores, also fell into our hands. The Tennessee and Cumberland rivers, from their mouths to the head of navigation, were secured. But when Confederate armies were collected, which not only attempted to hold a line farther south, from Memphis to Chattanooga, Knoxville, and on to the Atlantic, but assumed the offensive and made such a gallant effort to regain what had been lost, then, indeed, I gave up all idea of saving the Union except by complete conquest. Up to that time, it had been the policy of our army, certainly of that portion commanded by me, to protect the property of the citizens whose territory was invaded, without regard to their sentiments, whether Union or secession. After this, however, I regarded it as humane to both sides to protect the persons of those found at their homes, but to consume everything that could be used to support or supply armies. Protection was still continued over such supplies as were within lines held by us and which we expected to continue to hold, but such supplies within the reach of Confederate armies I regarded as much contraband as arms or ordnance stores. Their destruction was accomplished without bloodshed and tended to the same result as the destruction of armies. I continued this policy to the close of the war. Promiscuous pillaging, however, was discouraged and punished. Instructions were always given to take provisions and forage under the direction of commissioned officers who should give receipts to owners, if at home, and turn the property over to officers of the quartermaster or commissary departments to be issued, as if furnished from our northern depots. But much was destroyed without receipts to owners, when it could not be brought within our lines and would otherwise have gone to the support of secession and rebellion. This policy, I believe, exercised a material influence in hastening the end. The Battle of Shiloh, or Pittsburgh Landing, has been perhaps less understood, or, to state the case more accurately, more persistently misunderstood, than any other engagement between national and Confederate troops during the entire rebellion. Correct reports of the battle have been published, notably by Sherman, Badeau, and, in a speech before a meeting of veterans, by General Prentice. But all of these appeared long subsequent to the close of the rebellion and after public opinion had been most erroneously formed. I myself made no report to General Halleck, further than was contained in a letter, written immediately after the battle informing him that an engagement had been fought and announcing the result. A few days afterwards, General Halleck moved his headquarters to Pittsburgh Landing and assumed command of the troops in the field. Although next to him in rank, and nominally in command of my old district and army, I was ignored as much as if I had been at the most distant point of territory within my jurisdiction. And although I was in command of all the troops engaged at Shiloh, I was not permitted to see one of the reports of General Buell or his subordinates in that battle, until they were published by the War Department long after the event. For this reason, I never made a full official report of this engagement. Chapter 26. Halleck assumes command in the field. The advance upon Corinth. Occupation of Corinth. The army separated. General Halleck arrived at Pittsburgh Landing on the 11th of April and immediately assumed command in the field. On the 21st, General Pope arrived with an army 30,000 strong, fresh from the capture of Island No. 10 in the Mississippi River. He went into camp at Hamburg Landing 5 miles above Pittsburgh. Halleck had now 3 armies: the Army of the Ohio, Buell commanding, the Army of the Mississippi, Pope commanding, and the Army of the Tennessee. His orders divided the combined force into the right wing, reserve, center, and left wing. Major General George H. Thomas, who had been in Buell's army, was transferred with his division to the Army of the Tennessee and given command of the right wing, composed of all of that army except McClernand's and Lew. Wallace's divisions. McClernand was assigned to the command of the reserve, composed of his own and Lew. Wallace's divisions. Buell commanded the center, the Army of the Ohio, and Pope the left wing, the Army of the Mississippi. I was named second in command of the whole, and was also supposed to be in command of the right wing and reserve. Orders were given to all the commanders engaged at Shiloh to send in their reports without delay to department headquarters. Those from officers of the Army of the Tennessee were sent through me, but from the Army of the Ohio, they were sent by General Buell without passing through my hands. General Halleck ordered me, verbally, to send in my report, but I positively declined on the ground that he had received the reports of a part of the army engaged at Shiloh without their coming through me. He admitted that my refusal was justifiable under the circumstances, but explained that he had wanted to get the reports off before moving the command, and as fast as a report had come to him, he had forwarded it to Washington. Preparations were at once made upon the arrival of the new commander for an advance on Corinth. Owl Creek, on our right, was bridged, and expeditions were sent to the northwest and west to ascertain if our position was being threatened from those quarters. The roads towards Corinth were corduroyed and new ones made. Lateral roads were also constructed, so that in case of necessity troops marching by different routes could reinforce each other. All commanders were cautioned against bringing on an engagement and informed in so many words that it would be better to retreat than to fight. By the 30th of April, all preparations were complete. The country west to the Mobile and Ohio Railroad had been reconnoitered, as well as the road to Corinth as far as Monterey 12 miles from Pittsburgh. Everywhere small bodies of the enemy had been encountered, but they were observers and not enforced to fight battles. Corinth, Mississippi, lies in a southwesterly direction from Pittsburgh Landing and about 19 miles away as the bird would fly, but probably 22 by the nearest wagon road. It is about 4 miles south of the line dividing the states of Tennessee and Mississippi, and at the junction of the Mississippi and Chattanooga Railroad with the Mobile and Ohio Road, which runs from Columbus to Mobile. From Pittsburgh to Corinth, the land is rolling, but at no point reaching an elevation that makes high hills to pass over. In 1862, the greater part of the country was covered with forest with intervening clearings and houses. Underbrush was dense in the low grounds along the creeks and ravines, but generally not so thick on the high land as to prevent men passing through with ease. There are 2 small creeks running from north of the town and connecting some 4 miles south, where they form Bridge Creek, which empties into the Tuscumbia River. Corinth is on the ridge between these streams and is a naturally strong defensive position. The creeks are insignificant in volume of water, but the stream to the east widens out in front of the town into a swamp impassable in the presence of an enemy. On the crest of the west bank of this stream, the enemy was strongly entrenched. Corinth was a valuable strategic point for the enemy to hold, and consequently a valuable one for us to possess ourselves of. We ought to have seized it immediately after the fall of Donelson and Nashville, when it could have been taken without a battle, but failing then, it should have been taken, without delay on the concentration of troops at Pittsburgh Landing after the Battle of Shiloh. In fact, the arrival of Pope should not have been awaited. There was no time from the Battle of Shiloh up to the evacuation of Corinth when the enemy would not have left if pushed. The demoralization among the Confederates from their defeats at Henry and Donelson, their long marches from Bowling Green, Columbus, and Nashville, and their failure at Shiloh, in fact from having been driven out of Kentucky and Tennessee, was so great that a stand for the time would have been impossible. Beauregard made strenuous efforts to reinforce himself and partially succeeded. He appealed to the people of the Southwest for new regiments and received a few. A.S. Johnston had made efforts to reinforce in the same quarter before the Battle of Shiloh, but in a different way. He had Negroes sent out to him to take the place of teamsters, company cooks, and laborers in every capacity, so as to put all his white men into the ranks. The people, while willing to send their sons to the field, were not willing to part with their Negroes. It is only fair to state that they probably wanted their blacks to raise supplies for the army and for the families left at home. Beauregard, however, was reinforced by Van Dorn immediately after Shiloh with 17,000 men. Interior points, less exposed, were also depleted to add to the strength at Corinth. With these reinforcements and the new regiments, Beauregard had, during the month of May, 1862, a large force on paper, but probably not much over 50,000 effective men. We estimated his strength at 70,000. Our own was, in round numbers, 120,000. The defensible nature of the ground at Corinth and the fortifications made 50,000 then enough to maintain their position against double that number for an indefinite time, but for the demoralization spoken of. On the 30th of April, the Grand Army commenced its advance from Shiloh upon Corinth. The movement was a siege from the start to the close. The national troops were always behind entrenchments, except of course the small reconnoitering parties sent to the front to clear the way for an advance. Even the commanders of these parties were cautioned not to bring on an engagement. It is better to retreat than to fight. The enemy were constantly watching our advance, but as they were simply observers, there were but few engagements that even threatened to become battles. All the engagements fought ought to have served to encourage the enemy. Roads were again made in our front and again corduroyed. A line was entrenched, and the troops were advanced to the new position. Crossroads were constructed to these new positions to enable the troops to concentrate in case of attack. The national armies were thoroughly entrenched all the way from the Tennessee River to Corinth. For myself, I was little more than an observer. Orders were sent direct to the right wing or reserve, ignoring me, and advances were made from one line of entrenchments to another without notifying me. My position was so embarrassing, in fact, that I made several applications during the siege to be relieved. General Halleck kept his headquarters generally, if not all the time, with the right wing. Pope, being on the extreme left, did not see so much of his chief, and consequently got loose as it were at times. On the 3d of May, he was at 7 Mile Creek with the main body of his command, but threw forward a division to Farmington, within 4 miles of Corinth. His troops had quite a little engagement at Farmington on that day, but carried the place with considerable loss to the enemy. There would then have been no difficulty in advancing the center and right so as to form a new line well up to the enemy, but Pope was ordered back to conform with the general line. On the 8th of May, he moved again, taking his whole force to Farmington, and pushed out 2 divisions close to the rebel line. Again, he was ordered back. By the 4th of May, the center and right wing reached Monterey, 12 miles out. Their advance was slow from there, for they entrenched with every forward movement. The left wing moved up again on the 25th of May and entrenched itself close to the enemy. The creek with the marsh before described separated the 2 lines. Skirmishers 30 feet apart could have maintained either line at this point. Our center and right were, at this time, extended so that the right of the right wing was probably 5 miles from Corinth and 4 from the works in their front. The creek, which was a formidable obstacle for either side to pass on our left, became a very slight obstacle on our right. Here the enemy occupied 2 positions. One of them, as much as 2 miles out from his main line, was on a commanding elevation and defended by an entrenched battery with infantry supports. A heavy wood intervened between this work and the national forces. In rear to the south there was a clearing extending a mile or more, and south of this clearing a log house which had been loopholed and was occupied by infantry. Sherman's division carried these two positions with some loss to himself, but with probably greater to the enemy, on the 28th of May, and on that day the investment of Corinth was complete, or as complete as it was ever made. Thomas Wright now rested west of the Mobile and Ohio Railroad. Pope's left commanded the Memphis and Charleston Railroad east of Corinth. Some days before I had suggested to the commanding general that I thought if he would move the Army of the Mississippi at night, by the rear of the center and right, ready to advance at daylight, Pope would find no natural obstacle in his front, and I believed no serious artificial one. The ground, or works, occupied by our left could be held by a thin picket line, owing to the stream and swamp in front. To the right, the troops would have a dry ridge to march over. I was silenced so quickly that I felt that possibly I had suggested an unmilitary movement. Later, probably on the 28th of May, General Logan, whose command was then on the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, said to me that the enemy had been evacuating for several days, and that if allowed he could go into Corinth with his brigade. Trains of cars were heard coming in and going out of Corinth constantly. Some of the men who had been engaged in various capacities on railroads before the war claimed that they could tell, by putting their ears to the rail, not only which way the trains were moving, but which trains were loaded and which were empty. They said loaded trains had been going out for several days and empty ones coming in. Subsequent events proved the correctness of their judgment. Beauregard published his orders for the evacuation of Corinth on the 26th of May and fixed the 29th for the departure of his troops, and on the 30th of May General Halleck had his whole army drawn up prepared for battle and announced in orders that there was every indication that our left was to be attacked that morning. Corinth had already been evacuated, and the national troops marched on and took possession without opposition. Everything had been destroyed or carried away. The Confederate commander had instructed his soldiers to cheer on the arrival of every train to create the impression among the Yankees that reinforcements were arriving. There was not a sick or wounded man left by the Confederates, nor stores of any kind. Some ammunition had been blown up, not removed, but the trophies of war were a few Quaker guns, logs of about the diameter of ordinary cannon, mounted on wheels of wagons, and pointed in the most threatening manner towards us. The possession of Corinth by the national troops was of strategic importance, but the victory was barren in every other particular. It was nearly bloodless. It is a question whether the morale of the Confederate troops engaged at Corinth was not improved by the immunity with which they were permitted to remove all public property and then withdraw themselves. On our side, I know officers and men of the Army of the Tennessee, and I presume the same is true of those of the other commands, were disappointed at the result. They could not see how the mere occupation of places was to close the war while large and effective rebel armies existed. They believed that a well-directed attack would at least have partially destroyed the army defending Corinth. For myself, I am satisfied that Corinth could have been captured in a 2 days campaign, commenced promptly on the arrival of reinforcements after the Battle of Shiloh. General Halleck at once commenced erecting fortifications around Corinth on a scale to indicate that this one point must be held if it took the whole national army to do it. All commanding points 2 or 3 miles to the south, southeast, and southwest were strongly fortified. It was expected in case of necessity to connect these forts by rifle pits. They were laid out on a scale that would have required 100,000 men to fully man them. It was probably thought that a final battle of the war would be fought at that point. These fortifications were never used. Immediately after the occupation of Corinth by the national troops, General Pope was sent in pursuit of the retreating garrison, and General Buell soon followed. Buell was the senior of the two generals and commanded the entire column. The pursuit was kept up for some 30 miles, but did not result in the capture of any material of war or prisoners, unless a few stragglers who had fallen behind and were willing captives. On the 10th of June, the pursuing column was all back at Corinth. The Army of the Tennessee was not engaged in any of these movements. The Confederates were now driven out of West Tennessee, and on the 6th of June, after a well-contested naval battle, the national forces took possession of Memphis and held the Mississippi River from its source to that point. The railroad from Columbus to Corinth was at once put in good condition and held by us. We had garrisons at Donelson, Clarksville, and Nashville on the Cumberland River, and held the Tennessee River from its mouth to Eastport. New Orleans and Baton Rouge had fallen into the possession of the national forces, so that now the Confederates at the west were narrowed down for all communication with Richmond to the single line of road running east from Vicksburg. To dispossess them of this, therefore, became a matter of the first importance. The possession of the Mississippi by us from Memphis to Baton Rouge was also a most important object. It would be equal to the amputation of a limb in its weakening effects upon the enemy. After the capture of Corinth, a movable force of 80,000 men, besides enough to hold all the territory acquired, could have been set in motion for the accomplishment of any great campaign for the suppression of the rebellion. In addition to this, fresh troops were being raised to swell the effective force. But the work of depletion commenced. Buell with the Army of the Ohio was sent east, following the line of the Memphis and Charleston Railroad. This he was ordered to repair, as he advanced only to have it destroyed by small guerrilla bands or other troops as soon as he was out of the way. If he had been sent directly to Chattanooga as rapidly as he could march, leaving 2 or 3 divisions along the line of the railroad from Nashville forward, he could have arrived with but little fighting, and would have saved much of the loss of life which was afterwards incurred in gaining Chattanooga. Bragg would then not have had time to raise an army to contest the possession of Middle and East Tennessee and Kentucky. The battles of Stone River and Chickamauga would not necessarily have been fought. Burnside would not have been besieged in Knoxville without the power of helping himself or escaping. The Battle of Chattanooga would not have been fought. These are the negative advantages, if the term negative is applicable, which would probably have resulted from prompt movements after Corinth fell into the possession of the national forces. The positive results might have been a bloodless advance to Atlanta, to Vicksburg, or to any other desired point south of Corinth in the interior of Mississippi. Chapter 27. Headquarters moved to Memphis on the road to Memphis, escaping Jackson complaints and requests. Halleck, appointed commander-in-chief, return to Corinth. Movements of Bragg, surrender of Clarksville, the advance upon Chattanooga. Sheridan, colonel of a Michigan regiment. My position at Corinth, with a nominal command and yet no command, became so unbearable that I asked permission of Halleck to remove my headquarters to Memphis. I had repeatedly asked, between the fall of Donelson and the evacuation of Corinth, to be relieved from duty under Halleck, but all my applications were refused until the occupation of the town. I then obtained permission to leave the department, but General Sherman happened to call on me as I was about starting and urged me so strongly not to think of going that I concluded to remain. My application to be permitted to remove my headquarters to Memphis was, however, approved, and on the 21st of June, I started for that point with my staff and a cavalry escort of only a part of 1 company. There was a detachment of 2 or 3 companies going some 25 miles west to be stationed as a guard to the railroad. I went under cover of this escort to the end of their march, and the next morning proceeded to La Grange with no convoy but the few cavalry men I had with me. From La Grange to Memphis, the distance is 47 miles. There were no troops stationed between these 2 points, except a small force guarding a working party which was engaged in repairing the railroad. Not knowing where this party would be found, I halted at La Grange. General Hurlbut was in command there at the time and had his headquarters tents pitched on the lawn of a very commodious country house. The proprietor was at home and, learning of my arrival, he invited General Hurlbut and me to dine with him. I accepted the invitation and spent a very pleasant afternoon with my host, who was a thorough Southern gentleman fully convinced of the justice of secession. After dinner, seated in the capacious porch, he entertained me with a recital of the services he was rendering the cause. He was too old to be in the ranks himself. He must have been quite 70, then, but his means enabled him to be useful in other ways. In ordinary times, the homestead where he was now living produced the bread and meat to supply the slaves on his main plantation in the lowlands of Mississippi. Now he raised food and forage on both places, and thought he would have that year a surplus sufficient to feed 300 families of poor men who had gone into the war and left their families dependent upon the patriotism of those better off. The crops around me looked fine, and I had at the moment an idea that about the time they were ready to be gathered, the Yankee troops would be in the neighborhood and harvest them for the benefit of those engaged in the suppression of the rebellion instead of its support. I felt, however, the greatest respect for the candor of my host and for his zeal in a cause he thoroughly believed in, though our views were as wide apart as it is possible to conceive. The 23rd of June, 1862, on the road from La Grange to Memphis was very warm, even for that latitude and season. With my staff and small escort, I started at an early hour, and before noon we arrived within 20 miles of Memphis. At this point, I saw a very comfortable-looking white-haired gentleman seated at the front of his house, a little distance from the road. I let my staff and escort ride ahead while I halted and, for an excuse, asked for a glass of water. I was invited at once to dismount and come in. I found my host very genial and communicative, and stayed longer than I had intended, until the lady of the house announced dinner and asked me to join them. The host, however, was not pressing, so that I declined the invitation and, mounting my horse, rode on. About a mile west from where I had been stopping, a road comes up from the southeast, joining that from La Grange to Memphis. A mile west of this junction, I found my staff and escort halted and enjoying the shade of forest trees on the lawn of a house located several hundred feet back from the road, their horses hitched to the fence along the line of the road. I, too, stopped, and we remained there until the cool of the afternoon, and then rode into Memphis. The gentleman with whom I had stopped 20 miles from Memphis was a Mr. DeLoach, a man loyal to the Union. He had not pressed me to tarry longer with him because in the early part of my visit, a neighbor, a Dr. Smith, had called and, on being presented to me, backed off the porch as if something had hit him. Mr. DeLoach knew that the rebel General Jackson was in that neighborhood with a detachment of cavalry. His neighbor was as earnest in the Southern cause as was Mr. DeLoach in that of the Union. The exact location of Jackson was entirely unknown to Mr. DeLoach, but he was sure that his neighbor would know it and would give information of my presence, and this made my stay unpleasant to him after the call of Dr. Smith. I have stated that a detachment of troops was engaged in guarding workmen who were repairing the railroad east of Memphis. On the day I entered Memphis, Jackson captured a small herd of beef cattle which had been sent east for the troops so engaged. The drovers were not enlisted men, and he released them. A day or two after, one of these drovers came to my headquarters and, relating the circumstances of his capture, said Jackson was very much disappointed that he had not captured me, that he was 6 or 7 miles south of the Memphis and Charleston Railroad when he learned that I was stopping at the house of Mr. DeLoach, and had ridden with his command to the junction of the road he was on with that from La Grange and Memphis, where he learned that I had passed 3/4 of an hour before. He thought it would be useless to pursue with jaded horses a well-mounted party with so much of a start. Had he gone 3/4 of a mile farther, he would have found me with my party quietly resting under the shade of trees and without even arms in our hands with which to defend ourselves. General Jackson, of course, did not communicate his disappointment at not capturing me to a prisoner, a young drover, but from the talk among the soldiers, the facts related were learned. A day or two later, Mr. DeLoach called on me in Memphis to apologize for his apparent incivility in not insisting on my staying for dinner. He said that his wife accused him of marked discourtesy, but that, after the call of his neighbor, he had felt restless until I got away. I never met General Jackson before the war, nor during it, but have met him since at his very comfortable summer home at Manitou Springs, Colorado. I reminded him of the above incident, and this drew from him the response that he was thankful now he had not captured me. I certainly was very thankful too. My occupation of Memphis as district headquarters did not last long. The period, however, was marked by a few incidents which were novel to me. Up to that time, I had not occupied any place in the South where the citizens were at home in any great numbers. Dover was within the fortifications at Fort Donelson, and as far as I remember, every citizen was gone. There were no people living at Pittsburgh Landing, and but very few at Corinth. Memphis, however, was a populous city, and there were many of the citizens remaining there who were not only thoroughly impressed with the justice of their cause, but who thought that even the Yankee soldiery must entertain the same views if they could only be induced to make an honest confession. It took hours of my time every day to listen to complaints and requests. The latter were generally reasonable, and if so, they were granted, but the complaints were not always, or even often, well-founded. 2 instances will mark the general character. First, The officer who commanded at Memphis, immediately after the city fell into the hands of the national troops, had ordered one of the churches of the city to be open to the soldiers. Army chaplains were authorized to occupy the pulpit. Second, at the beginning of the war, the Confederate Congress had passed a law confiscating all property of alien enemies at the South, including the debts of Southerners to Northern men. In consequence of this law, when Memphis was occupied, the provost marshal had forcibly collected all the evidences he could obtain of such debts. Almost the first complaints made to me were these two outrages. The gentleman who made the complaints informed me first of his own high standing as a lawyer, a citizen, and a Christian. He was a deacon in the church which had been defiled by the occupation of Union troops and by a Union chaplain filling the pulpit. He did not use the word defile, but he expressed the idea very clearly. He asked that the church be restored to the former congregation. I told him that no order had been issued prohibiting the congregation attending the church. He said, of course, the congregation could not hear a northern clergyman who differed so radically with them on questions of government. I told him the troops would continue to occupy that church for the present, and that they would not be called upon to hear disloyal sentiments proclaimed from the pulpit. This closed the argument on the first point. Then came the second. The complainant said that he wanted the papers restored to him, which had been surrendered to the provost marshal under protest. He was a lawyer, and before the establishment of the Confederate States government, had been the attorney for a number of large business houses at the North, that his government had confiscated all debts due alien enemies and appointed commissioners, or officers, to collect such debts and pay them over to the government. But in his case, owing to his high standing, he had been permitted to hold these claims for collection, the responsible officials knowing that he would account to the government for every dollar received. He said that his government, when it came in possession of all its territory, would hold him personally responsible for the claims he had surrendered to the provost marshal. His impudence was so sublime that I was rather amused than indignant. I told him, however, that if he would remain in Memphis, I did not believe the Confederate government would ever molest him. He left, no doubt, as much amazed at my assurance as I was at the brazenness of his request. On the 11th of July, General Halleck received telegraphic orders appointing him to the command of all the armies, with headquarters in Washington. His instructions pressed him to proceed to his new field of duty with as little delay as was consistent with the safety and interests of his previous command. I was next in rank, and he telegraphed me the same day to report at department headquarters at Corinth. I was not informed by the dispatch that my chief had been ordered to a different field and did not know whether to move my headquarters or not. I telegraphed asking if I was to take my staff with me and received word in reply, "This place will be your headquarters. You can judge for yourself." I left Memphis for my new field without delay and reached Corinth on the 15th of the month. General Halleck remained until the 17th of July, but he was very uncommunicative and gave me no information as to what I had been called to Corinth for. When General Halleck left to assume the duties of General-in-Chief, I remained in command of the District of West Tennessee. Practically, I became a department commander, because no one was assigned to that position over me, and I made my reports direct to the General-in-Chief. But I was not assigned to the position of department commander until the 25th of October. General Halleck, while commanding the Department of the Mississippi, had had control as far east as a line drawn from Chattanooga north. My district only embraced West Tennessee and Kentucky west of the Cumberland River. Buell, with the Army of the Ohio, had, as previously stated, been ordered east towards Chattanooga, with instructions to repair the Memphis and Charleston Railroad as he advanced. Troops had been sent north by Halleck along the line of the Mobile and Ohio Railroad to put it in repair as far as Columbus. Other troops were stationed on the railroad from Jackson, Tennessee, to Grand Junction, and still others on the road west to Memphis. The remainder of the magnificent army of 120,000 men, which entered Corinth on the 30th of May, had now become so scattered that I was put entirely on the defensive in a territory whose population was hostile to the Union. One of the first things I had to do was to construct fortifications at Corinth better suited to the garrison that could be spared to man them. The structures that had been built during the months of May and June were left as monuments to the skill of the engineer, and others were constructed in a few days, plainer in design but suited to the command available to defend them. I disposed the troops belonging to the district in conformity with the situation as rapidly as possible. The forces at Donelson, Clarksville, and Nashville, with those at Corinth and along the railroad eastward, I regarded as sufficient for protection against any attack from the west. The Mobile and Ohio Railroad was guarded from Rienzi, south of Corinth, to Columbus, and the Mississippi Central Railroad from Jackson, Tennessee, to Bolivar. Grand Junction and La Grange on the Memphis Railroad were abandoned. South of the Army of the Tennessee, and confronting it, was Van Dorn, with a sufficient force to organize a movable army of 35,000 to 40,000 men, after being reinforced by Price from Missouri. This movable force could be thrown against either Corinth, Bolivar, or Memphis, and the best that could be done in such event would be to weaken the points not threatened in order to reinforce the one that was. Nothing could be gained on the national side by attacking elsewhere, because the territory already occupied was as much as the force present could guard. The most anxious period of the war, to me, was during the time the Army of the Tennessee was guarding the territory acquired by the fall of Corinth and Memphis, and before I was sufficiently reinforced to take the offensive. The enemy also had cavalry operating in our rear, making it necessary to guard every point of the railroad back to Columbus, on the security of which we were dependent for all our supplies. Headquarters were connected by telegraph with all points of the command except Memphis and the Mississippi below Columbus. With these points, communication was had by the railroad to Columbus, then down the river by boat. To reinforce Memphis would take 3 or 4 days, and to get an order there for troops to move elsewhere would have taken at least 2 days. Memphis, therefore, was practically isolated from the balance of the command, but it was in Sherman's hands. Then, too, the troops were well entrenched, and the gunboats made a valuable auxiliary. During the 2 months after the departure of General Halleck, there was much fighting between small bodies of the contending armies. But these encounters were dwarfed by the magnitude of the main battles, so as to be now almost forgotten, except by those engaged in them. Some of them, however, estimated by the losses on both sides in killed and wounded, were equal in hard fighting to most of the battles of the Mexican War which attracted so much of the attention of the public when they occurred. About the 23d of July, Colonel Ross, commanding at Bolivar, was threatened by a large force of the enemy so that he had to be reinforced from Jackson and Corinth. On the 27th, there was skirmishing on the Hatchie River, 8 miles from Bolivar. On the 30th, I learned from Colonel P.H. Sheridan, who had been far to the south, that Bragg in person was at Rome, Georgia, with his troops moving by rail, by way of Mobile to Chattanooga, and his wagon train marching overland to join him at Rome. Price was at this time at Holly Springs, Mississippi, with a large force, and occupied Grand Junction as an outpost. I proposed to the General-in-Chief to be permitted to drive him away, but was informed that, while I had to judge for myself, the best use to make of my troops was not to scatter them, but hold them ready to reinforce Buell. The movement of Bragg himself with his wagon, trains to Chattanooga across country, while his troops were transported over a long roundabout road to the same destination, without need of guards, except when in my immediate front, demonstrates the advantage which troops enjoy while acting in a country where the people are friendly. Buell was marching through a hostile region and had to have his communications thoroughly guarded back to a base of supplies. More men were required the farther the national troops penetrated into the enemy's country. I, with an army sufficiently powerful to have destroyed Bragg, was purely on the defensive and accomplishing no more than to hold a force far inferior to my own. On the 2d of August, I was ordered from Washington to live upon the country, on the resources of citizens hostile to the government, so far as practicable. I was also directed to handle rebels within our lines without gloves, to imprison them, or to expel them from their homes and from our lines. I do not recollect having arrested and confined a citizen, not a soldier, during the entire rebellion. I am aware that a great many were sent to northern prisons, particularly to Joliet, Illinois, by some of my subordinates with the statement that it was my order. I had all such released the moment I learned of their arrest, and finally sent a staff officer north to release every prisoner who was said to be confined by my order. There were many citizens at home who deserved punishment because they were soldiers when an opportunity was afforded to inflict an injury to the national cause. This class was not of the kind that were apt to get arrested, and I deemed it better that a few guilty men should escape than that a great many innocent ones should suffer. On the 14th of August, I was ordered to send 2 more divisions to Buell. They were sent the same day by way of Decatur. On the 22d Colonel Rodney Mason surrendered Clarksville with 6 companies of his regiment. Colonel Mason was one of the officers who had led their regiments off the field at almost the first fire of the rebels at Shiloh. He was by nature and education a gentleman, and was terribly mortified at his action when the battle was over. He came to me with tears in his eyes and begged to be allowed to have another trial. I felt great sympathy for him and sent him, with his regiment, to garrison Clarksville and Donelson. He selected Clarksville for his headquarters, no doubt because he regarded it as the post of danger, it being nearer the enemy. But when he was summoned to surrender by a band of guerrillas, his constitutional weakness overcame him. He inquired the number of men the enemy had, and receiving a response indicating a force greater than his own, he said if he could be satisfied of that fact he would surrender. Arrangements were made for him to count the guerrillas, and having satisfied himself that the enemy had the greater force, he surrendered and informed his subordinate at Donelson of the fact, advising him to do the same. The guerrillas paroled their prisoners and moved upon Donelson, but the officer in command at that point marched out to meet them and drove them away. Among other embarrassments, at the time of which I now write, was the fact that the government wanted to get out all the cotton possible from the South and directed me to give every facility toward that end. Pay in gold was authorized, and stations on the Mississippi River and on the railroad in our possession had to be designated where cotton would be received. This opened to the enemy not only the means of converting cotton into money, which had a value all over the world and which they so much needed, but it afforded them means of obtaining accurate and intelligent information in regard to our position and strength. It was also demoralizing to the troops. Citizens obtaining permits from the Treasury Department had to be protected within our lines and given facilities to get out cotton by which they realized enormous profits. Men who had enlisted to fight the battles of their country did not like to be engaged in protecting a traffic which went to the support of an enemy they had to fight, and the profits of which went to men who shared none of their dangers. On the 30th of August, Colonel M.D. Leggett, near Bolivar, with the 20th and 29th Ohio Volunteer Infantry, was attacked by a force supposed to be about 4,000 strong. The enemy was driven away with a loss of more than 100 men. On the 1st of September, the bridge guard at Medon was attacked by guerrillas. The guard held the position until reinforced, when the enemy were routed, leaving about 50 of their number on the field dead or wounded, our loss being only 2 killed and 15 wounded. On the same day, Colonel Dennis, with a force of less than 500 infantry and 2 pieces of artillery, met the cavalry of the enemy in strong force, a few miles west of Medon, and drove them away with great loss. Our troops buried 179 of the enemy's dead, left upon the field. Afterwards it was found that all the houses in the vicinity of the battlefield were turned into hospitals for the wounded. Our loss, as reported at the time, was 45 killed and wounded. On the 2d of September, I was ordered to send more reinforcements to Buell. Jackson and Bolivar were yet threatened, but I sent the reinforcements. On the 4th, I received direct orders to send Granger's division also to Louisville, Kentucky. General Buell had left Corinth about the 10th of June to march upon Chattanooga. Bragg, who had superseded Beauregard in command, sent one division from Tupelo on the 27th of June for the same place. This gave Buell about 17 days' start. If he had not been required to repair the railroad as he advanced, the march could have been made in 18 days at the outside, and Chattanooga must have been reached by the national forces before the rebels could have possibly got there. The road between Nashville and Chattanooga could easily have been put in repair by other troops, so that communication with the North would have been opened in a short time after the occupation of the place by the national troops. If Buell had been permitted to move in the first instance, with the whole of the Army of the Ohio and that portion of the Army of the Mississippi afterwards sent to him, he could have thrown 4 divisions from his own command along the line of road to repair and guard it. Granger's division was promptly sent on the 4th of September. I was at the station at Corinth when the troops reached that point and found General P.H. Sheridan with them. I expressed surprise at seeing him and said that I had not expected him to go. He showed decided disappointment at the prospect of being detained. I felt a little nettled at his desire to get away and did not detain him. Sheridan was a first lieutenant in the regiment in which I had served 11 years, the 4th Infantry, and stationed on the Pacific coast when the war broke out. He was promoted to a captaincy in May 1861, and before the close of the year managed in some way, I do not know how, to get east. He went to Missouri. Halleck had known him as a very successful young officer in managing campaigns against the Indians on the Pacific coast, and appointed him acting quartermaster in southwest Missouri. There was no difficulty in getting supplies forward while Sheridan served in that capacity. But he got into difficulty with his immediate superiors because of his stringent rules for preventing the use of public transportation for private purposes. He asked to be relieved from further duty in the capacity in which he was engaged, and his request was granted. When General Halleck took the field in April 1862, Sheridan was assigned to duty on his staff. During the advance on Corinth, a vacancy occurred in the colonelcy of the 2D Michigan Cavalry. Governor Blair, of Michigan, telegraphed General Halleck asking him to suggest the name of a professional soldier for the vacancy, saying he would appoint a good man without reference to his state. Sheridan was named, and was so conspicuously efficient that when Corinth was reached, he was assigned to command a cavalry brigade in the Army of the Mississippi. He was in command at Boonville on the 1st of July with 2 small regiments, when he was attacked by a force full 3 times as numerous as his own. By very skillful maneuvers and boldness of attack, he completely routed the enemy. For this, he was made a brigadier general and became a conspicuous figure in the army about Corinth. On this account, I was sorry to see him leaving me. His departure was probably fortunate, for he rendered distinguished services in his new field. Granger and Sheridan reached Louisville before Buell got there, and on the night of their arrival Sheridan with his command threw up works around the railroad station for the defense of troops as they came from the front. Chapter 28. Advance of Van Dorn and Price enters Iuka Battle of Iuka. At this time, September 4th, I had 2 divisions of the Army of the Mississippi stationed at Corinth, Rienzi, Jacinto, and Danville. There were at Corinth also Davies' division and 2 brigades of MacArthur's, besides cavalry and artillery. This force constituted my left wing, of which Rosecrans was in command. General Ord commanded the center, from Bethel to Humboldt on the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, and from Jackson to Bolivar, where the Mississippi Central is crossed by the Hatchie River. General Sherman commanded on the right at Memphis, with 2 of his brigades back at Brownsville, at the crossing of the Hatchie River by the Memphis and Ohio Railroad. This made the most convenient arrangement I could devise for concentrating all my spare forces upon any threatened point. All the troops of the command were within telegraphic communication of each other, except those under Sherman. By bringing a portion of his command to Brownsville, from which point there was a railroad and telegraph back to Memphis, communication could be had with that part of my command within a few hours by the use of couriers, in case it became necessary to reinforce Corinth. By this arrangement, all the troops at Bolivar, except a small guard, could be sent by rail by the way of Jackson in less than 24 hours, while the troops from Brownsville could march up to Bolivar to take their place. On the 7th of September, I learned of the advance of Van Dorn and Price, apparently upon Corinth. 1 division was brought from Memphis to Bolivar to meet any emergency that might arise from this move of the enemy. I was much concerned because my first duty, after holding the territory acquired within my command, was to prevent further reinforcing of Bragg in Middle Tennessee. Already the Army of Northern Virginia had defeated the army under General Pope and was invading Maryland. In the center, General Buell was on his way to Louisville, and Bragg, marching parallel to him, with a large Confederate force for the Ohio River. I had been constantly called upon to reinforce Buell, until at this time my entire force numbered less than 50,000 men, of all arms. This included everything from Cairo south within my jurisdiction. If I too should be driven back, the Ohio River would become the line dividing the belligerents west of the Alleghenies, while at the east the line was already farther north than when hostilities commenced at the opening of the war. It is true Nashville was never given up after its first capture, but it would have been isolated, and the garrison there would have been obliged to beat a hasty retreat if the troops in West Tennessee had been compelled to fall back. To say, at the end of the second year of the war, the line dividing the contestants at the east was pushed north of Maryland, a state that had not seceded, and at the west beyond Kentucky, another state which had been always loyal, would have been discouraging indeed. As it was, many loyal people despaired in the fall of 1862 of ever saving the Union. The administration at Washington was much concerned for the safety of the cause it held so dear. But I believe there was never a day when the president did not think that, in some way or other, a cause so just as ours would come out triumphant. Up to the 11th of September, Rosecrans still had troops on the railroad east of Corinth, but they had all been ordered in. By the 12th, all were in except a small force under Colonel Murphy of the 8th Wisconsin. He had been detained to guard the remainder of the stores, which had not yet been brought into Corinth. On the 13th of September, General Sterling Price entered Iuka, a town about 20 miles east of Corinth on the Memphis and Charleston Railroad. Colonel Murphy, with a few men, was guarding the place. He made no resistance, but evacuated the town on the approach of the enemy. I was apprehensive lest the object of the rebels might be to get troops into Tennessee to reinforce Bragg, as it was afterwards ascertained to be. The authorities at Washington, including the General-in-Chief of the Army, were very anxious, as I have said, about affairs both in East and Middle Tennessee, and my anxiety was quite as great on their account as for any danger threatening my command. I had not force enough at Corinth to attack Price even by stripping everything, and there was danger that before troops could be got from other points, he might be far on his way across the Tennessee. To prevent this, all spare forces at Bolivar and Jackson were ordered to Corinth, and cars were concentrated at Jackson for their transportation. Within 24 hours from the transmission of the order, the troops were at their destination, although there had been a delay of 4 hours resulting from the forward train getting off the track and stopping all the others. This gave a reinforcement of near 8,000 men, General Ord in command. General Rosecrans commanded the district of Corinth with a movable force of about 9,000 independent of the garrison deemed necessary to be left behind. It was known that General Van Dorn was about a 4 days' march south of us, with a large force. It might have been part of his plan to attack at Corinth, Price coming from the east while he came up from the south. My desire was to attack Price before Van Dorn could reach Corinth or go to his relief. General Rosecrans had previously had his headquarters at Iuka, where his command was spread out along the Memphis and Charleston Railroad eastward. While there, he had a most excellent map prepared showing all the roads and streams in the surrounding country. He was also personally familiar with the ground, so that I deferred very much to him in my plans for the approach. We had cars enough to transport all of General Ord's command, which was to go by rail to Burnsville, a point on the road about 7 miles west of Iuka. From there, his troops were to march by the north side of the railroad and attack Price from the northwest, while Rosecrans was to move eastward from his position south of Corinth by way of the Jacinto Road. A small force was to hold the Jacinto Road where it turns to the northeast, while the main force moved on the Fulton Road, which comes into Iuka further east. This plan was suggested by Rosecrans. Bear Creek, a few miles to the east of the Fulton Road, is a formidable obstacle to the movement of troops in the absence of bridges, all of which, in September 1862, had been destroyed in that vicinity. The Tennessee, to the northeast, not many miles away, was also a formidable obstacle for an army followed by a pursuing force. Ord was on the northwest, and even if a rebel movement had been possible in that direction, it could have brought only temporary relief, for it would have carried Price's army to the rear of the national forces and isolated it from all support. It looked to me that, if Price would remain in Iuka until we could get there, his annihilation was inevitable. On the morning of the 18th of September, General Ord moved by rail to Burnsville, and there left the cars and moved out to perform his part of the program. He was to get as near the enemy as possible during the day and entrench himself so as to hold his position until the next morning. Rosecrans was to be up by the morning of the 19th on the 2 roads before described, and the attack was to be from all 3 quarters simultaneously. Troops enough were left at Jacinto and Rienzi to detain any cavalry that Van Dorn might send out to make a sudden dash into Corinth until I could be notified. There was a telegraph wire along the railroad, so there would be no delay in communication. I detained cars and locomotives enough at Burnsville to transport the whole of Ord's command at once, and if Van Dorn had moved against Corinth instead of Iuka, I could have thrown in reinforcements to the number of 7,000 or 8,000 before he could have arrived. I remained at Burnsville with a detachment of about 900 men from Ord's command and communicated with my two wings by courier. Ord met the advance of the enemy soon after leaving Burnsville. Quite a sharp engagement ensued, but he drove the rebels back with considerable loss, including one general officer killed. He maintained his position and was ready to attack by daylight the next morning. I was very much disappointed at receiving a dispatch from Rosecrans after midnight from Jacinto, 22 miles from Iuka, saying that some of his command had been delayed and that the rear of his column was not yet up as far as Jacinto. He said, however, that he would still be at Iuka by 2 o'clock the next day. I did not believe this possible because of the distance and the condition of the roads, which was bad. Besides, troops after a forced march of 20 miles are not in a good condition for fighting the moment they get through. It might do in marching to relieve a beleaguered garrison, but not to make an assault. I immediately sent Ord a copy of Rosecrans' dispatch and ordered him to be in readiness to attack the moment he heard the sound of guns to the south or southeast. He was instructed to notify his officers to be on the alert for any indications of battle. During the 19th, the wind blew in the wrong direction to transmit sound either towards the point where Ord was or to Burnsville, where I had remained. A couple of hours before dark on the 19th, Rosecrans arrived with the head of his column at Barnett's, the point where the Jacinto road to Iuka leaves the road going east. He here turned north without sending any troops to the Fulton Road. While still moving in column up the Jacinto Road, he met a force of the enemy and had his advance badly beaten and driven back upon the main road. In this short engagement, his loss was considerable for the number engaged, and one battery was taken from him. The wind was still blowing hard and in the wrong direction to transmit sounds towards either Ord or me. Neither he nor I nor anyone in either command heard a gun that was fired upon the battlefield. After the engagement, Rosecrans sent me a dispatch announcing the result. This was brought by a courier. There was no road between Burnsville and the position then occupied by Rosecrans, and the country was impassable for a man on horseback. The courier bearing the message was compelled to move west nearly to Jacinto before he found a road leading to Burnsville. This made it a late hour of the night before I learned of the battle that had taken place during the afternoon. I at once notified Ord of the fact and ordered him to attack early in the morning. The next morning, Rosecrans himself renewed the attack and went into Iuka with but little resistance. Ord also went in according to orders, without hearing a gun from the south of town, but supposing the troops coming from the southwest must be up by that time. Rosecrans, however, had put no troops upon the Fulton Road, and the enemy had taken advantage of this neglect and retreated by that road during the night. Word was soon brought to me that our troops were in Iuka. I immediately rode into town and found that the enemy was not being pursued even by the cavalry. I ordered pursuit by the whole of Rosecrans' command and went on with him a few miles in person. He followed only a few miles after I left him and then went into camp, and the pursuit was continued no further. I was disappointed at the result of the Battle of Iuka, but I had so high an opinion of General Rosecrans that I found no fault at the time. Chapter 29. Van Dorn's Movements Battle of Corinth Command of the Department of the Tennessee. On the 19th of September, General Geo. H. Thomas was ordered east to reinforce Buell. This threw the army at my command still more on the defensive. The Memphis and Charleston Railroad was abandoned, except at Corinth, and small forces were left at Chewalla and Grand Junction. Soon afterwards, the latter of these two places was given up, and Bolivar became our most advanced position on the Mississippi Central Railroad. Our cavalry was kept well to the front, and frequent expeditions were sent out to watch the movements of the enemy. We were in a country where nearly all the people, except the Negroes, were hostile to us and friendly to the cause we were trying to suppress. It was easy, therefore, for the enemy to get early information of our every move. We, on the contrary, had to go after our information in force, and then often returned without it. On the 22D, Bolivar was threatened by a large force from south of Grand Junction, supposed to be 20 regiments of infantry with cavalry and artillery. I reinforced Bolivar and went to Jackson in person to superintend the movement of troops to whatever point the attack might be made upon. The troops from Corinth were brought up in time to repel the threatened movement without a battle. Our cavalry followed the enemy south of Davis Mills in Mississippi. On the 30th, I found that Van Dorn was apparently endeavoring to strike the Mississippi River above Memphis. At the same time, other points within my command were so threatened that it was impossible to concentrate a force to drive him away. There was at this juncture a large Union force at Helena, Arkansas, which, had it been within my command, I could have ordered across the river to attack and break up the Mississippi Central Railroad far to the south. This would not only have called Van Dorn back, but would have compelled the retention of a large rebel force far to the south to prevent a repetition of such raids on the enemy's line of supplies. Geographical lines between the commands during the rebellion were not always well chosen, or they were too rigidly adhered to. Van Dorn did not attempt to get upon the line above Memphis, as had apparently been his intention. He was simply covering a deeper design, one much more important to his cause. By the 1st of October, it was fully apparent that Corinth was to be attacked with great force and determination, and that Van Dorn, Lovell, Price, Villepigue, and Rust had joined their strength for this purpose. There was some skirmishing outside of Corinth with the advance of the enemy on the 3D. The rebels massed in the northwest angle of the Memphis and Charleston and the Mobile and Ohio railroads, and were thus between the troops at Corinth and all possible reinforcements. Any fresh troops for us must come by a circuitous route. On the night of the 3D, accordingly, I ordered General McPherson, who was at Jackson, to join Rosecrans at Corinth with reinforcements picked up along the line of the railroad equal to a brigade. Hurlbut had been ordered from Bolivar to march for the same destination. And as Van Dorn was coming upon Corinth from the northwest, some of his men fell in with the advance of Hurlbut's, and some skirmishing ensued on the evening of the 3D. On the 4th, Van Dorn made a dashing attack, hoping, no doubt, to capture Rosecrans before his reinforcements could come up. In that case, the enemy himself could have occupied the defenses of Corinth and held at bay all the Union troops that arrived. In fact, he could have taken the offensive against the reinforcements with 3 or 4 times their number, and still left a sufficient garrison in the works about Corinth to hold them. He came near success, some of his troops penetrating the national lines at least once, but the works that were built after Halleck's departure enabled Rosecrans to hold his position until the troops of both McPherson and Hurlbut approached towards the rebel front and rear. The enemy was finally driven back with great slaughter. All their charges, made with great gallantry, were repulsed. The loss on our side was heavy, but nothing to compare with Van Dorn's. McPherson came up with the train of cars bearing his command as close to the enemy as was prudent, debarked on the rebel flank, and got in to the support of Rosecrans just after the repulse. His approach, as well as that of Hurlbut, was known to the enemy and had a moral effect. General Rosecrans, however, failed to follow up the victory, although I had given specific orders in advance of the battle for him to pursue the moment the enemy was repelled. He did not do so, and I repeated the order after the battle. In the first order, he was notified that the force of 4,000 men, which was going to his assistance, would be in great peril if the enemy was not pursued. General Ord had joined Hurlbut on the 4th, and being senior took command of his troops. This force encountered the head of Van Dorn's retreating column just as it was crossing the Hatchie by a bridge some 10 miles out from Corinth. The bottom land here was swampy and bad for the operations of troops, making a good place to get an enemy into. Ord attacked the troops that had crossed the bridge and drove them back in a panic. Many were killed, and others were drowned by being pushed off the bridge in their hurried retreat. Ord followed and met the main force. He was too weak in numbers to assault, but he held the bridge and compelled the enemy to resume his retreat by another bridge higher up the stream. Ord was wounded in this engagement, and the command devolved on Hurlbut. Rosecrans did not start in pursuit till the morning of the 5th, and then took the wrong road. Moving in the enemy's country, he traveled with a wagon train to carry his provisions and munitions of war. His march was therefore slower than that of the enemy, who was moving towards his supplies. 2 or 3 hours of pursuit on the day of battle, without anything except what the men carried on their persons, would have been worth more than any pursuit commenced the next day could have possibly been. Even when he did start, if Rosecrans had followed the route taken by the enemy, he would have come upon Van Dorn in a swamp with a stream in front and Ord holding the only bridge. But he took the road leading north and towards Chuola instead of west. And, after having marched as far as the enemy had moved to get to the Hatchie, he was as far from battle as when he started. Hurlbut had not the numbers to meet any such force as Van Dorn's if they had been in any mood for fighting, and he might have been in great peril. I now regarded the time to accomplish anything by pursuit as past, and after Rosecrans reached Jonesboro, I ordered him to return. He kept on to Ripley, however, and was persistent in wanting to go farther. I thereupon ordered him to halt and submitted the matter to the General-in-Chief, who allowed me to exercise my judgment in the matter, but inquired, why not pursue? Upon this, I ordered Rosecrans back. Had he gone much farther, he would have met a greater force than Van Dorn had at Corinth, and behind entrenchments or on chosen ground, and the probabilities are he would have lost his army. The Battle of Corinth was bloody, our loss being 315 killed, 812 wounded and 232 missing. The enemy lost many more. Rosecrans reported 423 dead and 2,225 prisoners. We fought behind breastworks, which accounts in some degree for the disparity. Among the killed on our side was General Hackelman. General Oglesby was badly, it was for some time supposed mortally, wounded. I received a congratulatory letter from the President, which expressed also his sorrow for the losses. This battle was recognized by me as being a decided victory, though not so complete as I had hoped for, nor nearly so complete as I now think was within the easy grasp of the commanding officer at Corinth. Since the war it is known that the result, as it was a crushing blow to the enemy, and felt by him much more than it was appreciated at the North. The battle relieved me from any further anxiety for the safety of the territory within my jurisdiction, and soon after receiving reinforcements, I suggested to the General-in-Chief a forward movement against Vicksburg. On the 23rd of October, I learned of Pemberton's being in command at Holly Springs and much reinforced by conscripts and troops from Alabama and Texas. The same day General Rosecrans was relieved from duty with my command, and shortly after he succeeded Buell in the command of the army in Middle Tennessee. I was delighted at the promotion of General Rosecrans to a separate command, because I still believed that when independent of an immediate superior, the qualities which I, at that time, credited him with possessing would show themselves. As a subordinate, I found that I could not make him do as I wished, and had determined to relieve him from duty that very day. At the close of the operations just described, my force, in round numbers, was 48,500. Of these, 4,800 were in Kentucky and Illinois, 7,000 in Memphis, 19,200 from Mound City South, and 17,500 at Corinth. General McClernand had been authorized from Washington to go north and organize troops to be used in opening the Mississippi. These new levies with other reinforcements now began to come in. On the 25th of October, I was placed in command of the Department of the Tennessee. Reinforcements continued to come from the north, and by the 2d of November I was prepared to take the initiative. This was a great relief after the 2.5 months of continued defense over a large district of country, and where nearly every citizen was an enemy ready to give information of our every move. I have described very imperfectly a few of the battles and skirmishes that took place during this time. To describe all would take more space than I can allot to the purpose. To make special mention of all the officers and troops who distinguished themselves would take a volume. *9. Chapter 30. The campaign against Vicksburg, employing the freedmen occupation of Holly Springs. Sherman ordered to Memphis. Sherman's movements down the Mississippi. Van Dorn captures Holly Springs, collecting forage and food. Vicksburg was important to the enemy because it occupied the first high ground coming close to the river below Memphis. From there, a railroad runs east, connecting with other roads leading to all points of the southern states. A railroad also starts from the opposite side of the river, extending west as far as Shreveport, Louisiana. Vicksburg was the only channel, at the time of the events of which this chapter treats, connecting the parts of the Confederacy divided by the Mississippi. So long as it was held by the enemy, the free navigation of the river was prevented. Hence its importance. Points on the river between Vicksburg and Port Hudson were held as dependencies, but their fall was sure to follow the capture of the former place. The campaign against Vicksburg commenced on the 2nd of November as indicated in a dispatch to the General-in-Chief in the following words: "I have commenced a movement on Grand Junction, with 3 divisions from Corinth and 2 from Bolivar. Will leave here tomorrow and take command in person. If found practicable, I will go to Holly Springs and maybe Grenada, completing railroad and telegraph as I go." At this time, my command was holding the Mobile and Ohio Railroad from about 25 miles south of Corinth, north to Columbus, Kentucky, the Mississippi Central from Bolivar north to its junction with the Mobile and Ohio, the Memphis and Charleston from Corinth east to Bear Creek, and the Mississippi River from Cairo to Memphis. My entire command was no more than was necessary to hold these lines, and hardly that if kept on the defensive. By moving against the enemy and into his unsubdued, or not yet captured, territory, driving their army before us, these lines would nearly hold themselves, thus affording a large force for field operations. My moving force at that time was about 30,000 men, and I estimated the enemy confronting me under Pemberton at about the same number. General McPherson commanded my left wing and General C. S. Hamilton the center, while Sherman was at Memphis with the right wing. Pemberton was fortified at the Tallahatchie, but occupied Holly Springs and Grand Junction on the Mississippi Central Railroad. On the 8th, we occupied Grand Junction and La Grange, throwing a considerable force 7 or 8 miles south, along the line of the railroad. The road from Bolivar forward was repaired and put in running order as the troops advanced. Up to this time, it had been regarded as an axiom in war that large bodies of troops must operate from a base of supplies, which they always covered and guarded in all forward movements. There was delay, therefore, in repairing the road back, and in gathering and forwarding supplies to the front. By my orders, and in accordance with previous instructions from Washington, all the forage within reach was collected under the supervision of the chief quartermaster, and the provisions under the chief commissary, receipts being given when there was anyone to take them, the supplies in any event to be accounted for as government stores. The stock was bountiful, but still it gave me no idea of the possibility of supplying a moving column in an enemy's country from the country itself. It was at this point, probably, where the first idea of a freedmen's bureau took its origin. Orders of the government prohibited the expulsion of the Negroes from the protection of the army when they came in voluntarily. Humanity forbade allowing them to starve. With such an army of them, of all ages and both sexes, as had congregated about Grand Junction, amounting to many thousands, it was impossible to advance. There was no special authority for feeding them unless they were employed as teamsters, cooks, and pioneers with the army, but only able-bodied young men were suitable for such work. This labor would support but a very limited percentage of them. The plantations were all deserted, the cotton and corn were ripe, men, women, and children above 10 years of age could be employed in saving these crops. To do this work with contrabands, or to have it done, organization under a competent chief was necessary. On inquiring for such a man, Chaplain Eaton, now and for many years the very able United States Commissioner of Education, was suggested. He proved as efficient in that field as he has since done in his present one. I gave him all the assistance and guards he called for. We together fixed the prices to be paid for the Negro labor, whether rendered to the government or to individuals. The cotton was to be picked from abandoned plantations, the laborers to receive the stipulated price. My recollection is 12.5 cents per pound for picking and ginning, from the quartermaster, he shipping the cotton north to be sold for the benefit of the government. Citizens remaining on their plantations were allowed the privilege of having their crops saved by freedmen on the same terms. At once the freedmen became self-sustaining. The money was not paid to them directly, but was expended judiciously and for their benefit. They gave me no trouble afterwards. Later the freedmen were engaged in cutting wood along the Mississippi River to supply the large number of steamers on that stream. A good price was paid for chopping wood used for the supply of government steamers chartered, and which the government had to supply with fuel. Those supplying their own fuel paid a much higher price. In this way, a fund was created not only sufficient to feed and clothe all, old and young, male and female, but to build them comfortable cabins, hospitals for the sick, and to supply them with many comforts they had never known before. At this stage of the campaign against Vicksburg, I was very much disturbed by newspaper rumors that General McClernand was to have a separate and independent command within mine, to operate against Vicksburg by way of the Mississippi River. Two commanders on the same field are always one too many, and in this case, I did not think the general selected had either the experience or the qualifications to fit him for so important a position. I feared for the safety of the troops entrusted to him, especially as he was to raise new levies, raw troops, to execute so important a trust. But on the 12th, I received a dispatch from General Halleck saying that I had command of all the troops sent to my department and authorizing me to fight the enemy where I pleased. The next day my cavalry was in Holly Springs, and the enemy fell back south of the Tallahatchie. Holly Springs I selected for my depot of supplies and munitions of war, all of which at that time came by rail from Columbus, Kentucky, except the few stores collected about La Grange and Grand Junction. This was a long line, increasing in length as we moved south to maintain in an enemy's country. On the 15th of November, while I was still at Holly Springs, I sent word to Sherman to meet me at Columbus. We were but 47 miles apart, yet the most expeditious way for us to meet was for me to take the rail to Columbus and Sherman a steamer for the same place. At that meeting, besides talking over my general plans, I gave him his orders to join me with 2 divisions and to march them down the Mississippi Central Railroad if he could. Sherman, who is always prompt, was up by the 29th to Cottage Hill, 10 miles north of Oxford. He brought 3 divisions with him, leaving a garrison of only 4 regiments of infantry, a couple of pieces of artillery, and a small detachment of cavalry. Further reinforcements he knew were on their way from the north to Memphis. About this time, General Halleck ordered troops from Helena, Arkansas, territory west of the Mississippi, was not under my command then, to cut the road in Pemberton's rear. The expedition was under Generals Hovey and C.C. Washburn, and was successful so far as reaching the railroad was concerned. But the damage done was very slight and was soon repaired. The Tallahatchie, which confronted me, was very high, the railroad bridge destroyed, and Pemberton strongly fortified on the south side. A crossing would have been impossible in the presence of an enemy. I sent the cavalry higher up the stream, and they secured a crossing. This caused the enemy to evacuate their position, which was possibly accelerated by the expedition of Hovey and Washburn. The enemy was followed as far south as Oxford by the main body of troops, and some 17 miles farther by McPherson's command. Here the pursuit was halted to repair the railroad from the Tallahatchie northward in order to bring up supplies. The piles on which the railroad bridge rested had been left standing. The work of constructing a roadway for the troops was but a short matter, and, later, rails were laid for cars. During the delay at Oxford, in repairing railroads, I learned that an expedition down the Mississippi now was inevitable, and, desiring to have a competent commander in charge, I ordered Sherman on the 8th of December back to Memphis to take charge. The following were his orders. Headquarters 13th Army Corps, Department of the Tennessee. Oxford, Mississippi, December 1862. Major General W.T. Sherman, commanding right wing. You will proceed, with as little delay as possible, to Memphis, Tennessee, taking with you 1 division of your present command. On your arrival at Memphis, you will assume command of all the troops there, and that portion of General Curtis's forces at present east of the Mississippi River, and organize them into brigades and divisions in your own army. As soon as possible, move with them down the river to the vicinity of Vicksburg, and with the cooperation of the gunboat fleet under command of Flag Officer Porter, proceed to the reduction of that place in such a manner as circumstances, and your own judgment, may dictate. The amount of rations, forage, land transportation, etc. necessary to take will be left entirely with yourself. The quartermaster at St. Louis will be instructed to send you transportation for 30,000 men. Should you still find yourself deficient, your quartermaster will be authorized to make up the deficiency from such transports as may come into the port of Memphis. On arriving in Memphis, Put yourself in communication with Admiral Porter and arrange with him for his cooperation. Inform me at the earliest practicable day of the time when you will embark, and such plans as may then be matured. I will hold the forces here in readiness to cooperate with you in such manner as the movements of the enemy may make necessary. Leave the district of Memphis in the command of an efficient officer, and with a garrison of 4 regiments of infantry, the siege guns, and whatever cavalry may be there. U.S. Grant, Major General. This idea had presented itself to my mind earlier, for on the 3d of December I asked Halleck if it would not be well to hold the enemy south of the Yallabusha and move a force from Helena and Memphis on Vicksburg. On the 5th again, I suggested, from Oxford to Halleck, that if the Helena troops were at my command, though it would be possible to take them, and the Memphis forces south of the mouth of the Yazoo River, and thus secure Vicksburg and the state of Mississippi. Halleck on the same day, the 5th of December, directed me not to attempt to hold the country south of the Tallahatchie, but to collect 25,000 troops at Memphis by the 20th for the Vicksburg expedition. I sent Sherman with 2 divisions at once, informed the general-in-chief of the fact, and asked whether I should command the expedition down the river myself or send Sherman. I was authorized to do as I thought best for the accomplishment of the great object in view. I sent Sherman, and so informed General Halleck. As stated, my action in sending Sherman back was expedited by a desire to get him in command of the forces separated from my direct supervision. I feared that delay might bring McClernand, who was his senior and who had authority from the President and Secretary of War, to exercise that particular command independently. I doubted McClernand's fitness, and I had good reason to believe that in forestalling him I was by no means giving offense to those whose authority to command was above both him and me. Neither my orders to General Sherman, nor the correspondence between us or between General Halleck and myself, contemplated at the time my going further south than the Yallabusha. Pemberton's force in my front was the main part of the garrison of Vicksburg, as the force with me was the defense of the territory held by us in West Tennessee and Kentucky. I hoped to hold Pemberton in my front, while Sherman should get in his rear and into Vicksburg. The further north the enemy could be held, the better. It was understood, however, between General Sherman and myself that our movements were to be cooperative. If Pemberton could not be held away from Vicksburg, I was to follow him. But at that time, it was not expected to abandon the railroad north of the Yallabusha. With that point as a secondary base of supplies, the possibility of moving down the Yazoo until communications could be opened with the Mississippi was contemplated. It was my intention, and so understood by Sherman and his command, that if the enemy should fall back, I would follow him even to the gates of Vicksburg. I intended in such an event to hold the road to Grenada on the Yallabusha and cut loose from there, expecting to establish a new base of supplies on the Yazoo or at Vicksburg itself, with Grenada to fall back upon in case of failure. It should be remembered that at the time I speak of it had not been demonstrated that an army could operate in an enemy's territory depending upon the country for supplies. A halt was called at Oxford with the advance 17 miles south of there, to bring up the road to the latter point and to bring supplies of food, forage, and munitions to the front. On the 18th of December, I received orders from Washington to divide my command into 4 army corps, with General McClernand to command one of them and to be assigned to that part of the army which was to operate down the Mississippi. This interfered with my plans, but probably resulted in my ultimately taking the command in person. McClernand was at that time in Springfield, Illinois. The order was obeyed without any delay. Dispatches were sent to him the same day in conformity. On the 20th, General Van Dorn appeared at Holly Springs, my secondary base of supplies, captured the garrison of 1,500 men commanded by Colonel Murphy, of the 8th Wisconsin Regiment, and destroyed all our munitions of war, food, and forage. The capture was a disgraceful one to the officer commanding, but not to the troops under him. At the same time, Forrest got on our line of railroad between Jackson, Tennessee, and Columbus, Kentucky, doing much damage to it. This cut me off from all communication with the North for more than a week, and it was more than 2 weeks before rations or forage could be issued from stores obtained in the regular way. This demonstrated the impossibility of maintaining so long a line of road over which to draw supplies for an army moving in an enemy's country. I determined, therefore, to abandon my campaign into the interior with Columbus as a base, and returned to La Grange and Grand Junction, destroying the road to my front and repairing the road to Memphis, making the Mississippi River the line over which to draw supplies. Pemberton was falling back at the same time. The moment I received the news of Van Dorn's success, I sent the cavalry at the front back to drive him from the country. He had started enough to move north, destroying the railroad in many places, and to attack several small garrisons entrenched as guards to the railroad. All these he found warned of his coming and prepared to receive him. Van Dorn did not succeed in capturing a single garrison except the one at Holly Springs, which was larger than all the others attacked by him put together. Murphy was also warned of Van Dorn's approach, but made no preparations to meet him. He did not even notify his command. Colonel Murphy was the officer who, 2 months before, had evacuated Iuka on the approach of the enemy. General Rosecrans denounced him for the act and desired to have him tried and punished. I sustained the colonel at the time because his command was a small one compared with that of the enemy, not 1/10 as large, and I thought he had done well to get away without falling into their hands. His leaving large stores to fall into Price's possession I looked upon as an oversight and excused it on the ground of inexperience in military matters. He should, however, have destroyed them. This last surrender demonstrated to my mind that Rosecrans' judgment of Murphy's conduct at Iuka was correct. The surrender of Holly Springs was most reprehensible and showed either the disloyalty of Colonel Murphy to the cause which he professed to serve, or gross cowardice. After the war was over, I read from the diary of a lady who accompanied General Pemberton in his retreat from the Tallahatchie that the retreat was almost a panic. The roads were bad, and it was difficult to move the artillery and trains. Why there should have been a panic, I do not see. No expedition had yet started down the Mississippi River. Had I known the demoralized condition of the enemy, or the fact that central Mississippi abounded so in all army supplies, I would have been in pursuit of Pemberton while his cavalry was destroying the roads in my rear. After sending cavalry to drive Van Dorn away, my next order was to dispatch all the wagons we had, under proper escort, to collect and bring in all supplies of forage and food from a region of 15 miles east and west of the road from our front back to Grand Junction, leaving 2 months' supplies for the families of those whose stores were taken. I was amazed at the quantity of supplies the country afforded. It showed that we could have subsisted off the country for 2 months instead of 2 weeks without going beyond the limits designated. This taught me a lesson which was taken advantage of later in the campaign when our army lived 20 days with the issue of only 5 days' rations by the commissary. Our loss of supplies was great at Holly Springs, but it was more than compensated for by those taken from the country and by the lesson taught. The news of the capture of Holly Springs and the destruction of our supplies caused much rejoicing among the people remaining in Oxford. They came with broad smiles on their faces, indicating intense joy, to ask what I was going to do now without anything for my soldiers to eat. I told them that I was not disturbed, that I had already sent troops and wagons to collect all the food and forage they could find for 15 miles on each side of the road. Countenances soon changed, and so did the inquiry. The next was, what are we to do? My response was that we had endeavored to feed ourselves from our own northern resources while visiting them, but their friends in gray had been uncivil enough to destroy what we had brought along, and it could not be expected that men, with arms in their hands, would starve in the midst of plenty. I advised them to emigrate east or west, 15 miles, and assist in eating up what we left. Chapter 31. Headquarters moved to Holly Springs. General M. Clernand, in command, assuming command at Young's Point operations above Vicksburg fortifications, about Vicksburg. The Canal Lake Providence operations at Yazoo Pass. This interruption in my communications north I was really cut off from communication with a great part of my own command during this time resulted in Sherman's moving from Memphis before McClernand could arrive, for my dispatch of the 18th did not reach McClernand. Pemberton got back to Vicksburg before Sherman got there. The rebel positions were on a bluff on the Yazoo River, some miles above its mouth. The waters were high so that the bottoms were generally overflowed, leaving only narrow causeways of dry land between points of debarkation and the high bluffs. These were fortified and defended at all points. The rebel position was impregnable against any force that could be brought against its front. Sherman could not use 1/4 of his force. His efforts to capture the city, or the high ground north of it, were necessarily unavailing. Sherman's attack was very unfortunate, but I had no opportunity of communicating with him after the destruction of the road and telegraph to my rear on the 20th. He did not know but what I was in the rear of the enemy, and depending on him to open a new base of supplies for the troops with me. I had, before he started from Memphis, directed him to take with him a few small steamers suitable for the navigation of the Yazoo, not knowing but that I might want them to supply me after cutting loose from my base at Grenada. On the 23d, I removed my headquarters back to Holly Springs. The troops were drawn back gradually, but without haste or confusion, finding supplies abundant and no enemy following. The road was not damaged south of Holly Springs by Van Dorn, at least not to an extent to cause any delay. As I had resolved to move headquarters to Memphis and to repair the road to that point, I remained at Holly Springs until this work was completed. On the 10th of January, the work on the road from Holly Springs to Grand Junction and thence to Memphis being completed, I moved my headquarters to the latter place. During the campaign here described, the losses, mostly captures, were about equal, crediting the rebels with their Holly Springs capture, which they could not hold. When Sherman started on his expedition down the river, he had 20,000 men taken from Memphis, and was reinforced by 12,000 more at Helena, Arkansas. The troops on the west bank of the river had previously been assigned to my command. McClellan, having received the orders for his assignment, reached the mouth of the Yazoo on the 2d of January, and immediately assumed command of all the troops with Sherman, being a part of his own corps, the 13th, and all of Sherman's, the 15th. Sherman and Admiral Porter with the fleet had withdrawn from the Yazoo. After consultation, they decided that neither the Army nor Navy could render service to the cause where they were, and learning that I had withdrawn from the interior of Mississippi, they determined to return to the Arkansas River and to attack Arkansas Post, about 50 miles up that stream and garrisoned by about 5,000 or 6,000 men. Sherman had learned of the existence of this force through a man who had been captured by the enemy with a steamer loaded with ammunition and other supplies intended for his command. The man had made his escape. McClellan approved this move reluctantly, as Sherman says. No obstacle was encountered until the gunboats and transports were within range of the fort. After 3 days' bombardment by the Navy, an assault was made by the troops and Marines, resulting in the capture of the place, and in taking 5,000 prisoners and 17 guns. I was at first disposed to disapprove of this move as an unnecessary side movement having no especial bearing upon the work before us. But when the result was understood, I regarded it as very important. 5,000 Confederate troops left in the rear might have caused us much trouble and loss of property while navigating the Mississippi. Immediately after the reduction of Arkansas Post and the capture of the garrison, McClellan returned with his entire force to Napoleon at the mouth of the Arkansas River. From here, I received messages from both Sherman and Admiral Porter, urging me to come and take command in person and expressing their distrust of McClellan's ability and fitness for so important and intricate an expedition. On the 17th, I visited McClellan and his command at Napoleon. It was here made evident to me that both the Army and Navy were so distrustful of McClellan's fitness to command that, while they would do all they could to ensure success, this distrust was an element of weakness. It would have been criminal to send troops under these circumstances into such danger. By this time, I had received authority to relieve McClellan or to assign any person else to the command of the river expedition or to assume command in person. I felt great embarrassment about McClellan. He was the senior major general after myself within the department. It would not do, with his rank and ambition, to assign a junior over him. Nothing was left, therefore, but to assume the command myself. I would have been glad to put Sherman in command, to give him an opportunity to accomplish what he had failed in the December before, but there seemed no other way out of the difficulty, for he was junior to McClellan. Sherman's failure needs no apology. On the 20th, I ordered General McClelland with the entire command to Young's Point and Milliken's Bend, while I returned to Memphis to make all the necessary preparation for leaving the territory behind me secure. General Hurlbut with the 16th Corps was left in command. The Memphis and Charleston Railroad was held, while the Mississippi Central was given up. Columbus was the only point between Cairo and Memphis, on the river, left with a garrison. All the troops and guns from the posts on the abandoned railroad and river were sent to the front. On the 29th of January, I arrived at Young's Point and assumed command the following day. General McClelland took exception in a most characteristic way for him. His correspondence with me on the subject was more in the nature of a reprimand than a protest. It was highly insubordinate, but I overlooked it, as I believed, for the good of the service. General McClelland was a politician of very considerable prominence in his state. He was a member of Congress when the Secession War broke out. He belonged to that political party which furnished all the opposition there was to a vigorous prosecution of the war for saving the Union. There was no delay in his declaring himself for the Union at all hazards, and there was no uncertain sound in his declaration of where he stood in the contest before the country. He also gave up his seat in Congress to take the field in defense of the principles he had proclaimed. The real work of the campaign and siege of Vicksburg now began. The problem was to secure a footing upon dry ground on the east side of the river from which the troops could operate against Vicksburg. The Mississippi River, from Cairo south, runs through a rich alluvial valley of many miles in width, bound on the east by land running from 80 up to 2 or more hundred feet above the river. On the west side, the highest land, except in a few places, is but little above the highest water. Through this valley, the river meanders in the most tortuous way, varying in direction to all points of the compass. At places, it runs to the very foot of the bluffs. After leaving Memphis, there are no such highlands coming to the water's edge on the east shore until Vicksburg is reached. The intervening land is cut up by bayous filled from the river in high water, many of them navigable for steamers. All of them would be, except for overhanging trees, narrowness and tortuous course, making it impossible to turn the bends with vessels of any considerable length. Marching across this country in the face of an enemy was impossible. Navigating it proved equally impracticable. The strategical way, according to the rule, therefore, would have been to go back to Memphis, establish that as a base of supplies, fortify it so that the storehouses could be held by a small garrison, and move from there along the line of railroad, repairing as we advanced to the Yallabusha or to Jackson, Mississippi. At this time, the North had become very much discouraged. Many strong Union men believed that the war must prove a failure. The elections of 1862 had gone against the party, which was for the prosecution of the war to save the Union if it took the last man and the last dollar. Voluntary enlistments had ceased throughout the greater part of the North, and the draft had been resorted to fill up our ranks. It was my judgment at the time that to make a backward movement as long as that from Vicksburg to Memphis would be interpreted, by many of those yet full of hope for the preservation of the Union, as a defeat, and that the draft would be resisted, desertions ensue, and the power to capture and punish deserters lost. There was nothing left to be done but to go forward to a decisive victory. This was in my mind from the moment I took command in person at Young's Point. The winter of 1862-3 was a noted one for continuous high water in the Mississippi and for heavy rains along the lower river. To get dry land, or rather land above the water, to encamp the troops upon, took many miles of river front. We had to occupy the levees and the ground immediately behind. This was so limited that one corps, the 17th, under General McPherson, was at Lake Providence, 70 miles above Vicksburg. It was in January the troops took their position opposite Vicksburg. The water was very high, and the rains were incessant. There seemed no possibility of a land movement before the end of March or later, and it would not do to lie idle all this time. The effect would be demoralizing to the troops and injurious to their health. Friends in the North would have grown more and more discouraged, and enemies in the same section more and more insolent in their jibes and denunciation of the cause and those engaged in it. I always admired the South, as bad as I thought their cause, for the boldness with which they silenced all opposition and all croaking, by press or by individuals within their control. War at all times, whether a civil war between sections of a common country or between nations, ought to be avoided, if possible with honor. But once entered into, it is too much for human nature to tolerate an enemy within their ranks to give aid and comfort to the armies of the opposing section or nation. Vicksburg, as stated before, is on the first high land coming to the river's edge, below that on which Memphis stands. The bluff, or high land, follows the left bank of the Yazoo for some distance and continues in a southerly direction to the Mississippi River. Thence it runs along the Mississippi to Warrenton, 6 miles below. The Yazoo River leaves the high land a short distance below Haynes Bluff and empties into the Mississippi 9 miles above Vicksburg. Vicksburg is built on this high land where the Mississippi washes the base of the hill. Haynes Bluff, 11 miles from Vicksburg, on the Yazoo River, was strongly fortified. The whole distance from there to Vicksburg and thence to Warrenton was also entrenched, with batteries at suitable distances and rifle pits connecting them. From Young's Point, the Mississippi turns in a northeasterly direction to a point just above the city, when it again turns and runs southwesterly, leaving vessels, which might attempt to run the blockade, exposed to the fire of batteries 6 miles below the city before they were in range of the upper batteries. Since then, the river has made a cutoff, leaving what was the peninsula in front of the city, an island. North of the Yazoo was all a marsh, heavily timbered, cut up with bayous, and much overflowed. A front attack was therefore impossible and was never contemplated, certainly not by me. The problem then became how to secure a landing on high ground east of the Mississippi without an apparent retreat. Then commenced a series of experiments to consume time and to divert the attention of the enemy, of my troops, and of the public generally. I, myself, never felt great confidence that any of the experiments resorted to would prove successful. Nevertheless, I was always prepared to take advantage of them in case they did. In 1862, General Thomas Williams had come up from New Orleans and cut a ditch 10 or 12 feet wide and about as deep, straight across from Young's Point to the river below. The distance across was a little over a mile. It was Williams' expectation that when the river rose it would cut a navigable channel through, but the canal started in an eddy from both ends, and of course, it only filled up with water on the rise without doing any execution in the way of cutting. Mr. Lincoln had navigated the Mississippi in his younger days and understood well its tendency to change its channel, in places, from time to time. He set much store accordingly by this canal. General McClernand had been, therefore, directed before I went to Young's Point to push the work of widening and deepening this canal. After my arrival, the work was diligently pushed with about 4,000 men, as many as could be used to advantage until interrupted by a sudden rise in the river that broke a dam at the upper end, which had been put there to keep the water out until the excavation was completed. This was on the 8th of March. Even if the canal had proven a success, so far as to be navigable for steamers, it could not have been of much advantage to us. It runs in a direction almost perpendicular to the line of bluffs on the opposite side, or east bank, of the river. As soon as the enemy discovered what we were doing, he established a battery commanding the canal throughout its length. This battery soon drove out our dredges, 2 in number, which were doing the work of thousands of men. Had the canal been completed, it might have proven of some use in running transports through, under the cover of night, to use below. But they would yet have to run batteries, though for a much shorter distance. While this work was progressing, we were busy in other directions, trying to find an available landing on high ground on the east bank of the river, or to make waterways to get below the city, avoiding the batteries. On the 30th of January, the day after my arrival at the front, I ordered General McPherson, stationed with his corps at Lake Providence, to cut the levee at that point. If successful in opening a channel for navigation by this route, it would carry us to the Mississippi River through the mouth of the Red River, just above Port Hudson and 400 miles below Vicksburg by the river. Lake Providence is a part of the old bed of the Mississippi, about a mile from the present channel. It is 6 miles long and has its outlet through Bayou Baxter, Bayou Macon, and the Tensas, Washita, and Red Rivers. The last 3 are navigable streams at all seasons. Bayous Baxter and Macon are narrow and tortuous, and the banks are covered with dense forests overhanging the channel. They were also filled with fallen timber, the accumulation of years. The land along the Mississippi River, from Memphis down, is in all instances highest next to the river, except where the river washes the bluffs which form the boundary of the valley through which it winds. Bayou Baxter, as it reaches lower land, begins to spread out and disappears entirely in a cypress swamp before it reaches the Macon. There was about 2 feet of water in this swamp at the time. To get through it, even with vessels of the lightest draft, it was necessary to clear off a belt of heavy timber wide enough to make a passageway. As the trees would have to be cut close to the bottom under water, it was an undertaking of great magnitude. On the 4th of February, I visited General McPherson and remained with him several days. The work had not progressed so far as to admit the water from the river into the lake, but the troops had succeeded in drawing a small steamer of probably not over 30 tons capacity from the river into the lake. With this, we were able to explore the lake and bayou as far as cleared. I saw then that there was scarcely a chance of this ever becoming a practicable route for moving troops through an enemy's country. The distance from Lake Providence to the point where vessels going by that route would enter the Mississippi again is about 470 miles by the main river. The distance would probably be greater by the tortuous bayous through which this new route would carry us. The enemy held Port Hudson, below where the Red River debouches, and all the Mississippi above to Vicksburg. The Red River, Washita, and Tensas were, as has been said, all navigable streams, on which the enemy could throw small bodies of men to obstruct our passage and pick off our troops with their sharpshooters. I let the work go on, believing employment was better than idleness for the men. Then, too, it served as a cover for other efforts which gave a better prospect of success. This work was abandoned after the canal proved a failure. Lieutenant Colonel Wilson of my staff was sent to Helena, Arkansas, to examine and open a way through Moon Lake and the Yazoo Pass if possible. Formerly, there was a route by way of an inlet from the Mississippi River into Moon Lake, a mile east of the river, thence east through Yazoo Pass to Coldwater, along the latter to the Tallahatchie, which joins the Yallabusha about 250 miles below Moon Lake and forms the Yazoo River. These were formerly navigated by steamers trading with the rich plantations along their banks. But the state of Mississippi had built a strong levee across the inlet some years before, leaving the only entrance for vessels into this rich region the one by way of the mouth of the Yazoo several hundreds of miles below. On the 2d of February, this dam, or levee, was cut. The river being high, the rush of water through the cut was so great that in a very short time the entire obstruction was washed away. The bayous were soon filled, and much of the country was overflowed. This pass leaves the Mississippi River but a few miles below Helena. On the 24th, General Ross, with his brigade of about 4,500 men on transports, moved into this new waterway. The rebels had obstructed the navigation of Yazoo Pass and the Coldwater by felling trees into them. Much of the timber in this region being of greater specific gravity than water, and being of great size, their removal was a matter of great labor. But it was finally accomplished. And on the 11th of March, Ross found himself, accompanied by 2 gunboats under the command of Lieutenant Commander Watson Smith, confronting a fortification at Greenwood, where the Tallahatchie and Yallabusha unite and the Yazoo begins. The bends of the rivers are such at this point as to almost form an island, scarcely above water at that stage of the river. This island was fortified and manned. It was named Fort Pemberton after the commander at Vicksburg. No land approach was accessible. The troops, therefore, could render no assistance towards an assault further than to establish a battery on a little piece of ground which was discovered above water. The gunboats, however, attacked on the 11th and again on the 13th of March. Both efforts were failures and were not renewed. 1 gunboat was disabled, and we lost 6 men killed and 25 wounded. The loss of the enemy was less. Fort Pemberton was so little above the water that it was thought that a rise of 2 feet would drive the enemy out. In hope of enlisting the elements on our side, which had been so much against us up to this time, a second cut was made in the Mississippi levee, this time directly opposite Helena, or 6 miles above the former cut. It did not accomplish the desired result, and Ross, with his fleet, started back. On the 22d, he met Quinby with a brigade at Yazoo Pass. Quinby was the senior of Ross and assumed command. He was not satisfied with returning to his former position without seeing for himself whether anything could be accomplished. Accordingly, Fort Pemberton was revisited by our troops, but an inspection was sufficient this time without an attack. Quinby, with his command, returned with but little delay. In the meantime, I was much exercised for the safety of Ross, not knowing that Quinby had been able to join him. Reinforcements were of no use in a country covered with water, as they would have to remain on board of their transports. Relief had to come from another quarter. So I determined to get into the Yazoo below Fort Pemberton. Steele's Bayou empties into the Yazoo River between Haynes Bluff and its mouth. It is narrow, very tortuous, and fringed with a very heavy growth of timber, but it is deep. It approaches to within 1 mile of the Mississippi at Eagle Bend, 30 miles above Young's Point. Steele's Bayou connects with Black Bayou with Deer Creek with Rolling Fork with the Big Sunflower River, and the Big Sunflower with the Yazoo River about 10 miles above Haynes Bluff in a right line, but probably 20 or 25 miles by the winding of the river. All these waterways are of about the same nature so far as navigation is concerned, until the Sunflower is reached. This affords free navigation. Admiral Porter explored this waterway as far as Deer Creek on the 14th of March and reported it navigable. On the next day, he started with 5 gunboats and 4 mortar boats. I went with him for some distance. The heavy overhanging timber retarded progress very much, as did also the short turns in so narrow a stream. The gunboats, however, plowed their way through without other damage than to their appearance. The transports did not fare so well, although they followed behind. The road was somewhat cleared for them by the gunboats. In the evening, I returned to headquarters to hurry up reinforcements. Sherman went in person on the 16th, taking with him Stuart's division of the 15th Corps. They took large river transports to Eagle Bend on the Mississippi, where they debarked and marched across to Steele's Bayou, where they re-embarked on the transports. The river steamers, with their tall smokestacks and light guards extending out, were so much impeded that the gunboats got far ahead. Porter, with his fleet, got within a few hundred yards of where the sailing would have been clear and free from the obstructions caused by felling trees into the water, when he encountered rebel sharpshooters, and his progress was delayed by obstructions in his front. He could do nothing with gunboats against sharpshooters. The rebels, learning his route, had sent in about 4,000 men, many more than there were sailors in the fleet. Sherman went back, at the request of the admiral, to clear out Black Bayou and to hurry up reinforcements, which were far behind. On the night of the 19th, he received notice from the admiral that he had been attacked by sharpshooters and was in imminent peril. Sherman at once returned through Black Bayou in a canoe and passed on until he met a steamer, with the last of the reinforcements he had, coming up. They tried to force their way through Black Bayou with their steamer, but finding it slow and tedious work, debarked and pushed forward on foot. It was night when they landed, and intensely dark. There was but a narrow strip of land above water, and that was grown up with underbrush or cane. The troops lighted their way through this with candles carried in their hands for 1.5 miles when they came to an open plantation. Here the troops rested until morning. They made 21 miles from this resting place by noon the next day, and were in time to rescue the fleet. Porter had fully made up his mind to blow up the gunboats rather than have them fall into the hands of the enemy. More welcome visitors he probably never met than the boys in blue on this occasion. The vessels were backed out and returned to their rendezvous on the Mississippi, and thus ended in failure the 4th attempt to get in rear of Vicksburg. Chapter 32. The bayous west of the Mississippi. Criticisms of the Northern press, running the battery's loss of the Indianola disposition of the troops. The original canal scheme was also abandoned on the 27th of March. The effort to make a waterway through Lake Providence and the connecting bayous was abandoned as wholly impracticable about the same time. At Milliken's Bend, and also at Young's Point, bayous or channels start, which, connecting with other bayous passing Richmond, Louisiana, enter the Mississippi at Carthage 25 or 30 miles above Grand Gulf. The Mississippi levee cuts the supply of water off from these bayous or channels, but all the rainfall behind the levee, at these points, is carried through these same channels to the river below. In case of a crevasse in this vicinity, the water escaping would find its outlet through the same channels. The dredges and laborers from the canal having been driven out by overflow and the enemy's batteries, I determined to open these other channels if possible. If successful, the effort would afford a route away from the enemy's batteries for our transports. There was a good road back of the levees, along these bayous, to carry the troops, artillery, and wagon trains over whenever the water receded a little, and after a few days of dry weather. Accordingly, with the abandonment of all the other plans for reaching a base heretofore described, this new one was undertaken. As early as the 4th of February, I had written to Halleck about this route, stating that I thought it much more practicable than the other undertaking, the Lake Providence route, and that it would have been accomplished with much less labor if commenced before the water had got all over the country. The upper end of these bayous being cut off from a water supply further than the rainfall back of the levees was grown up with dense timber for a distance of several miles from their source. It was necessary, therefore, to clear this out before letting in the water from the river. This work was continued until the waters of the river began to recede and the road to Richmond, Louisiana, emerged from the water. One small steamer and some barges were got through this channel, but no further use could be made of it because of the fall in the river. Beyond this, it was no more successful than the other experiments with which the winter was whiled away. All these failures would have been very discouraging if I had expected much from the efforts, but I had not. From the first, the most I hoped to accomplish was the passage of transports, to be used below Vicksburg, without exposure to the long line of batteries defending that city. This long, dreary, and, for heavy and continuous rains and high water, unprecedented winter was one of great hardship to all engaged about Vicksburg. The river was higher than its natural banks from December 1862 to the following April. The war had suspended peaceful pursuits in the South, further than the production of army supplies, and in consequence the levees were neglected and broken in many places, and the whole country was covered with water. Troops could scarcely find dry ground on which to pitch their tents. Malarial fevers broke out among the men. Measles and smallpox also attacked them. The hospital arrangements and medical attendance were so perfect, however, that the loss of life was much less than might have been expected. Visitors to the camps went home with dismal stories to relate. Northern papers came back to the soldiers with these stories exaggerated. Because I would not divulge my ultimate plans to visitors, they pronounced me idle, incompetent, and unfit to command men in an emergency, and clamored for my removal. They were not to be satisfied, many of them, with my simple removal, but named who my successor should be. McClelland, Fremont, Hunter, and McClellan were all mentioned in this connection. I took no steps to answer these complaints, but continued to do my duty, as I understood it, to the best of my ability. Everyone has his superstitions. One of mine is that in positions of great responsibility, everyone should do his duty to the best of his ability where assigned by competent authority, without application or the use of influence to change his position. While at Cairo, I had watched with very great interest the operations of the Army of the Potomac, looking upon that as the main field of the war. I had no idea, myself, of ever having any large command, nor did I suppose that I was equal to one. But I had the vanity to think that as a cavalry officer, I might succeed very well in the command of a brigade. On one occasion, in talking about this to my staff officers, all of whom were civilians without any military education whatever, I said that I would give anything if I were commanding a brigade of cavalry in the Army of the Potomac, and I believed I could do some good. Captain Hillier spoke up and suggested that I make application to be transferred there to command the cavalry. I then told him that I would cut my right arm off first, and mentioned this superstition. In time of war, the President, being by the Constitution Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, is responsible for the selection of commanders. He should not be embarrassed in making his selections. I having been selected, my responsibility ended with my doing the best I knew how. If I had sought the place, or obtained it through personal or political influence, my belief is that I would have feared to undertake any plan of my own conception, and would probably have awaited direct orders from my distant superiors. Persons obtaining important commands by application or political influence are apt to keep a written record of complaints and predictions of defeat, which are shown in case of disaster. Somebody must be responsible for their failures. With all the pressure brought to bear upon them, both President Lincoln and General Halleck stood by me to the end of the campaign. I had never met Mr. Lincoln, but his support was constant. At last the waters began to recede. The roads crossing the peninsula behind the levees of the bayous were emerging from the waters. The troops were all concentrated from distant points at Milliken's Bend preparatory to a final move, which was to crown the long, tedious, and discouraging labors with success. I had had in contemplation the whole winter the movement by land to a point below Vicksburg from which to operate, subject only to the possible, but not expected success of some one of the expedients resorted to for the purpose of giving us a different base. This could not be undertaken until the waters receded. I did not therefore communicate this plan, even to an officer of my staff, until it was necessary to make preparations for the start. My recollection is that Admiral Porter was the first one to whom I mentioned it. The cooperation of the Navy was absolutely essential to the success, even to the contemplation, of such an enterprise. I had no more authority to command Porter than he had to command me. It was necessary to have part of his fleet below Vicksburg if the troops went there. Steamers to use as ferries were also essential. The Navy was the only escort and protection for these steamers, all of which in getting below had to run about 14 miles of batteries. Porter fell into the plan at once and suggested that he had better superintend the preparation of the steamers selected to run the batteries, as sailors would probably understand the work better than soldiers. I was glad to accept his proposition, not only because I admitted his argument, but because it would enable me to keep from the enemy a little longer our designs. Porter's fleet was on the east side of the river above the mouth of the Yazoo, entirely concealed from the enemy by the dense forests that intervened. Even spies could not get near him, on account of the undergrowth and overflowed lands. Suspicions of some mysterious movements were aroused. Our river guards discovered one day a small skiff moving quietly and mysteriously up the river near the east shore, from the direction of Vicksburg, towards the fleet. On overhauling the boat, they found a small white flag, not much larger than a handkerchief, set up in the stern, no doubt intended as a flag of truce in case of discovery. The boat, crew, and passengers were brought ashore to me. The chief personage aboard proved to be Jacob Thompson, Secretary of the Interior under the administration of President Buchanan. After a pleasant conversation of half an hour or more, I allowed the boat and crew, passengers and all, to return to Vicksburg, without creating a suspicion that there was a doubt in my mind as to the good faith of Mr. Thompson and his flag. Admiral Porter proceeded with the preparation of the steamers for their hazardous passage of the enemy's batteries. The great essential was to protect the boilers from the enemy's shot, and to conceal the fires under the boilers from view. This he accomplished by loading the steamers, between the guards and boilers on the boiler deck up to the deck above, with bales of hay and cotton, and the deck in front of the boilers in the same way, adding sacks of grain. The hay and grain would be wanted below, and could not be transported in sufficient quantity by the muddy roads over which we expected to march. Before this I had been collecting, from St. Louis and Chicago, yawls and barges to be used as ferries when we got below. By the 16th of April, Porter was ready to start on his perilous trip. The Advance, flagship Benton, Porter commanding, started at 10 o'clock at night, followed at intervals of a few minutes by the Lafayette with a captured steamer, the Price, lashed to her side, the Louisville, Mound City, Pittsburgh, and Carondeletol, of these being naval vessels. Next came the transports Forest Queen, Silver Wave, and Henry Clay, each towing barges loaded with coal to be used as fuel by the naval and transport steamers when below the batteries. The gunboat Tuscumbia brought up the rear. Soon after the start, a battery between Vicksburg and Warrenton opened fire across the intervening peninsula, followed by the upper batteries, and then by batteries all along the line. The gunboats ran up close under the bluffs, delivering their fire in return at short distances, probably without much effect. They were under fire for more than 2 hours, and every vessel was struck many times, but with little damage to the gunboats. The transports did not fare so well. The Henry Clay was disabled and deserted by her crew. Soon after, a shell burst in the cotton packed about the boilers, set the vessel on fire, and burned her to the water's edge. The burning mass, however, floated down to Carthage before grounding, as did also one of the barges in tow. The enemy were evidently expecting our fleet, for they were ready to light up the river by means of bonfires on the east side and by firing houses on the point of land opposite the city on the Louisiana side. The sight was magnificent, but terrible. I witnessed it from the deck of a river transport, run out into the middle of the river and as low down as it was prudent to go. My mind was much relieved when I learned that no one on the transports had been killed and but few, if any, wounded. During the running of the batteries, men were stationed in the holds of the transports to partially stop with cotton shot holes that might be made in the hulls. All damage was afterwards soon repaired under the direction of Admiral Porter. The experiment of passing batteries had been tried before this, however, during the war. Admiral Farragut had run the batteries at Port Hudson with the flagship Hartford and one ironclad and visited me from below Vicksburg. The 13th of February, Admiral Porter had sent the gunboat Indianola, Lieutenant Commander George Brown commanding, below. She met Colonel Ellett of the Marine Brigade below Natchez on a captured steamer. Two of the colonel's fleet had previously run the batteries, producing the greatest consternation among the people along the Mississippi from Vicksburg *10 to the Red River. The Indianola remained about the mouth of the Red River some days and then started up the Mississippi. The Confederates soon raised the Queen of the West *11 and repaired her. With this vessel and the ram Webb, which they had had for some time in the Red River, and two other steamers, they followed the Indianola. The latter was encumbered with barges of coal in tow and consequently could make but little speed against the rapid current of the Mississippi. The Confederate fleet overtook her just above Grand Gulf and attacked her after dark on the 24th of February. The Indianola was superior to all the others in armament and probably would have destroyed them or driven them away, but for her encumbrance. As it was, she fought them for an hour and a half, but in the dark was struck 7 or 8 times by the ram and other vessels, and was finally disabled and reduced to a sinking condition. The armament was thrown overboard and the vessel run ashore. Officers and crew then surrendered. I had started McClernand with his corps of 4 divisions on the 29th of March, by way of Richmond, Louisiana, to New Carthage, hoping that he might capture Grand Gulf before the balance of the troops could get there. But the roads were very bad, scarcely above water yet. Some miles from New Carthage, the levee to Bayou Vidal was broken in several places, overflowing the roads for the distance of 2 miles. Boats were collected from the surrounding bayous, and some constructed on the spot from such material as could be collected, to transport the troops across the overflowed interval. By the 6th of April, McClernand had reached New Carthage with 1 division and its artillery, the latter ferried through the woods by these boats. On the 17th, I visited New Carthage in person, and saw that the process of getting troops through in the way we were doing was so tedious that a better method must be devised. The water was falling, and in a few days there would not be depth enough to use boats, nor would the land be dry enough to march over. McClernand had already found a new route from Smith's plantation, where the crevasse occurred, to Perkins' plantation, 8 to 12 miles below New Carthage. This increased the march from Milliken's Bend from 27 to nearly 40 miles. 4 bridges had to be built across bayous, 2 of them each over 600 feet long, making about 2,000 feet of bridging in all. The river falling made the current in these bayous very rapid, increasing the difficulty of building and permanently fastening these bridges. But the ingenuity of the Yankee soldier was equal to any emergency. The bridges were soon built of such material as could be found nearby, and so substantial were they that not a single mishap occurred in crossing all the army with artillery, cavalry, and wagon trains, except the loss of 1 siege gun, a 32-pounder. This, if my memory serves me correctly, broke through the only pontoon bridge we had in all our march across the peninsula. These bridges were all built by McClernand's command, under the supervision of Lieutenant Haynes of the Engineer Corps. I returned to Milliken's Bend on the 18th or 19th, and on the 20th issued the following final order for the movement of troops. Headquarters Department of the Tennessee, Milliken's Bend, Louisiana, April 20, 1863. Special Orders, Number 110. *Roman 8. The following orders are published for the information and guidance of the Army in the field, in its present movement to obtain a foothold on the east bank of the Mississippi River, from which Vicksburg can be approached by practicable roads. First, the 13th Army Corps, Major General John A. McClernand commanding, will constitute the right wing. Second, the 15th Army Corps, Major General W. T. Sherman commanding, will constitute the left wing. Third, the 17th Army Corps, Major General James B. McPherson commanding, will constitute the center. Fourth, the order of march to New Carthage will be from right to left. Fifth reserves will be formed by divisions from each Army Corps, or an entire Army Corps will be held as a reserve, as necessity may require. When the reserve is formed by divisions, each division will remain under the immediate command of its respective corps commander, unless otherwise specially ordered for a particular emergency. Sixth troops will be required to bivouac until proper facilities can be afforded for the transportation of camp equipage. Seventh, in the present movement, one tent will be allowed to each company for the protection of rations from rain, one wall tent for each regimental headquarters, one wall tent for each brigade headquarters, and one wall tent for each division headquarters. Corps commanders having the books and blanks of their respective commands to provide for are authorized to take such tents as are absolutely necessary, but not to exceed the number allowed by General Orders No. 160, AGO, Series of 1862. Eighth, all the teams of the 3 Army Corps, under the immediate charge of the quartermasters bearing them on their returns, will constitute a train for carrying supplies and ordnance and the authorized camp equipage of the Army. Ninth, as fast as the 13th Army Corps advances, the 17th Army Corps will take its place, and it, in turn, will be followed in like manner by the 15th Army Corps. 10th, 2 regiments from each Army Corps will be detailed by corps commanders to guard the lines from Richmond to New Carthage. 11th General Hospitals will be established by the medical director between Duckport and Milliken's Bend. All sick and disabled soldiers will be left in these hospitals. Surgeons in charge of hospitals will report convalescents as fast as they become fit for duty. Each corps commander will detail an intelligent and good drill officer to remain behind and take charge of the convalescents of their respective corps. Officers so detailed will organize the men under their charge into squads and companies, without regard to the regiments they belong to, and in the absence of convalescent commissioned officers to command them, will appoint non-commissioned officers or privates. The force so organized will constitute the guard of the line from Duckport to Milliken's Bend. They will furnish all the guards and details required for general hospitals, and with the contrabands that may be about the camps, will furnish all the details for loading and unloading boats. 12th, the movement of troops from Milliken's Bend to New Carthage will be so conducted as to allow the transportation of 10 days' supply of rations, and 1/2 the allowance of ordnance required by previous orders. 13th commanders are authorized and enjoined to collect all the beef cattle, corn, and other necessary supplies on the line of march, but wanton destruction of property, taking of articles useless for military purposes, insulting citizens, going into and searching houses without proper orders from division commanders are positively prohibited. All such irregularities must be summarily punished. 14th Brigadier General J.C. Sullivan is appointed to the command of all the forces detailed for the protection of the line from here to New Carthage. His particular attention is called to General Orders, No. 69, from Adjutant General's Office, Washington, of date March 20, 1863. By order of Major General U.S. Grant. McClelland was already below on the Mississippi. 2 of McPherson's divisions were put upon the march immediately. The 3rd had not yet arrived from Lake Providence. It was on its way to Milliken's Bend and was to follow on arrival. Sherman was to follow McPherson. 2 of his divisions were at Duckport and Young's Point, and the 3rd under Steele was under orders to return from Greenville, Mississippi, where it had been sent to expel a rebel battery that had been annoying our transports. It had now become evident that the Army could not be rationed by a wagon train over the single narrow and almost impassable road between Milliken's Bend and Perkins Plantation. Accordingly, 6 more steamers were protected as before to run the batteries and were loaded with supplies. They took 12 barges in tow, loaded also with rations. On the night of the 22d of April they ran the batteries, 5 getting through more or less disabled, while 1 was sunk. About half the barges got through, with their needed freight. When it was first proposed to run the blockade at Vicksburg with river steamers, there were but 2 captains or masters who were willing to accompany their vessels, and but 1 crew. Volunteers were called for from the Army, men who had had experience in any capacity in navigating the western rivers. Captains, pilots, mates, engineers and deckhands enough presented themselves to take 5 times the number of vessels we were moving through this dangerous ordeal. Most of them were from Logan's division, composed generally of men from the southern part of Illinois and from Missouri. All but 2 of the steamers were commanded by volunteers from the Army, and all but one so manned. In this instance, as in all others during the war, I found that volunteers could be found in the ranks and among the commissioned officers to meet every call for aid, whether mechanical or professional. Colonel W.S. Oliver was master of transportation on this occasion by special detail. Chapter 33. Attack on Grand Gulf Operations below Vicksburg. On the 24th, my headquarters were with the advance at Perkins Plantation. Reconnaissances were made in boats to ascertain whether there was high land on the east shore of the river where we might land above Grand Gulf. There was none practicable. Accordingly, the troops were set in motion for Hard Times, 22 miles farther down the river and nearly opposite Grand Gulf. The loss of 2 steamers and 6 barges reduced our transportation so that only 10,000 men could be moved by water. Some of the steamers that had got below were injured in their machinery, so that they were only useful as barges towed by those less severely injured. All the troops, therefore, except what could be transported in one trip, had to march. The road lay west of Lake St. Joseph. 3 large bayous had to be crossed. They were rapidly bridged in the same manner as those previously encountered. Asterisk 12. On the 27th, McClernand's corps was all at Hard Times, and McPherson's was following closely. I had determined to make the attempt to effect a landing on the east side of the river as soon as possible. Accordingly, on the morning of the 29th, McClernand was directed to embark all the troops from his corps that our transports and barges could carry. About 10,000 men were so embarked. The plan was to have the Navy silence the guns at Grand Gulf, and to have as many men as possible ready to debark in the shortest possible time under cover of the fire of the Navy and carry the works by storm. The following order was issued. Perkins Plantation, Law, April 271,863. Major General J. A. McClernand, commanding 13th AC. Commence immediately the embarkation of your corps, or so much of it as there is transportation for. Have put aboard the artillery and every article authorized in orders limiting baggage, except the men, and hold them in readiness, with their places assigned, to be moved at a moment's warning. All the troops you may have, except those ordered to remain behind, send to a point nearly opposite Grand Gulf, where you see, by special orders of this date, General McPherson is ordered to send 1 division. The plan of the attack will be for the Navy to attack and silence all the batteries commanding the river. Your corps will be on the river, ready to run to and debark on the nearest eligible land below the promontory first brought to view passing down the river. Once on shore, have each commander instructed beforehand to form his men the best the ground will admit of, and take possession of the most commanding points, but avoid separating your command so that it cannot support itself. The first object is to get a foothold where our troops can maintain themselves until such time as preparations can be made and troops collected for a forward movement. Admiral Porter has proposed to place his boats in the position indicated to you a few days ago, and to bring over with them such troops as may be below the city after the guns of the enemy are silenced. It may be that the enemy will occupy positions back from the city, out of range of the gunboats, so as to make it desirable to run past Grand Gulf and land at Rodney. In case this should prove the plan, a signal will be arranged and you duly informed when the transports are to start with this view. Or, it may be expedient for the boats to run past, but not the men. In this case, then, the transports would have to be brought back to where the men could land and move by forced marches to below Grand Gulf, re-embark rapidly and proceed to the latter place. There will be required, then, 3 signals. 1, to indicate that the transports can run down and debark the troops at Grand Gulf. 1, that the transports can run by without the troops. And the last, that the transports can run by with the troops on board. Should the men have to march, all baggage and artillery will be left to run the blockade. If not already directed, require your men to keep 3 days' rations in their haversacks, not to be touched until a movement commences. U.S. Grant, Major General. At 8:00 a.m., 29th, Porter made the attack with his entire strength present, 8 gunboats. For nearly 5.5 hours, the attack was kept up without silencing a single gun of the enemy. All this time, McClellan's 10,000 men were huddled together on the transports in the stream ready to attempt a landing if signaled. I occupied a tug from which I could see the effect of the battle on both sides, within range of the enemy's guns, but a small tug, without armament, was not calculated to attract the fire of batteries while they were being assailed themselves. About 1:30 the fleet withdrew, seeing their efforts were entirely unavailing. The enemy ceased firing as soon as we withdrew. I immediately signaled the admiral and went aboard his ship. The Navy lost in this engagement 18 killed and 56 wounded. A large proportion of these were of the crew of the flagship, and most of those from a single shell which penetrated the ship's side and exploded between decks where the men were working their guns. The sight of the mangled and dying men, which met my eye as I boarded the ship, was sickening. Grand Gulf is on a high bluff where the river runs at the very foot of it. It is as defensible upon its front as Vicksburg, and at that time would have been just as impossible to capture by a front attack. I therefore requested Porter to run the batteries with his fleet that night and to take charge of the transports, all of which would be wanted below. There is a long tongue of land from the Louisiana side, extending towards Grand Gulf, made by the river running nearly east from about 3 miles above and nearly in the opposite direction from that point for about the same distance below. The land was so low and wet that it would not have been practicable to march an army across, but for a levee. I had this explored before, as well as the east bank below to ascertain if there was a possible point of debarkation north of Rodney. It was found that the top of the levee afforded a good road to march upon. Porter, as was always the case with him, not only acquiesced in the plan, but volunteered to use his entire fleet as transports. I had intended to make this request, but he anticipated me. At dusk, when concealed from the view of the enemy at Grand Gulf, McClellan landed his command on the west bank. The Navy and transports ran the batteries successfully. The troops marched across the point of land under cover of night, unobserved. By the time it was light, the enemy saw our whole fleet, ironclads, gunboats, river steamers, and barges, quietly moving down the river 3 miles below them, black or rather blue, with national troops. When the troops debarked, the evening of the 29th, it was expected that we would have to go to Rodney, about 9 miles below, to find a landing. But that night, a colored man came in who informed me that a good landing would be found at Bruinsburg, a few miles above Rodney, from which point there was a good road leading to Port Gibson, some 12 miles in the interior. The information was found correct, and our landing was effected without opposition. Sherman had not left his position above Vicksburg yet. On the morning of the 27th, I ordered him to create a diversion by moving his corps up the Yazoo and threatening an attack on Haynes Bluff. My object was to compel Pemberton to keep as much force about Vicksburg as I could, until I could secure a good footing on high land east of the river. The move was eminently successful and, as we afterwards learned, created great confusion about Vicksburg and doubts about our real design. Sherman moved the day of our attack on Grand Gulf, the 29th, with 10 regiments of his command and 8 gunboats which Porter had left above Vicksburg. He debarked his troops and apparently made every preparation to attack the enemy while the Navy bombarded the main forts at Haynes Bluff. This move was made without a single casualty in either branch of the service. On the 1st of May, Sherman received orders from me, sent from Hard Times the evening of the 29th of April, to withdraw from the front of Haynes Bluff and follow McPherson with 2 divisions as fast as he could. I had established a depot of supplies at Perkins Plantation. Now that all our gunboats were below Grand Gulf, it was possible that the enemy might fit out boats in the Big Black with improvised armament and attempt to destroy these supplies. McPherson was at Hard Times with a portion of his corps, and the depot was protected by a part of his command. The night of the 29th, I directed him to arm one of the transports with artillery and send it up to Perkins Plantation as a guard, and also to have the siege guns we had brought along moved there and put in position. The embarkation below Grand Gulf took place at Des Moines, Louisiana, 6 miles above Bruinsburg, Mississippi. Early on the morning of 30th of April, McClellan's corps and 1 division of McPherson's corps were speedily landed. When this was effected, I felt a degree of relief scarcely ever equaled since. Vicksburg was not yet taken, it is true, nor were its defenders demoralized by any of our previous moves. I was now in the enemy's country, with a vast river and the stronghold of Vicksburg between me and my base of supplies. But I was on dry ground on the same side of the river with the enemy. All the campaigns, labors, hardships, and exposures from the month of December previous to this time that had been made and endured were for the accomplishment of this one object. I had with me the 13th Corps, General McClelland commanding, and 2 brigades of Logan's division of the 17th Corps, General McPherson commanding in all not more than 20,000 men to commence the campaign with. These were soon reinforced by the remaining brigade of Logan's division and Crocker's division of the 17th Corps. On the 7th of May, I was further reinforced by Sherman with 2 divisions of his, the 15th Corps. My total force was then about 33,000 men. The enemy occupied Grand Gulf, Haynes Bluff, and Jackson with a force of nearly 60,000 men. Jackson is 50 miles east of Vicksburg and is connected with it by a railroad. My first problem was to capture Grand Gulf to use as a base. Bruinsburg is 2 miles from high ground. The bottom at that point is higher than most of the low land in the valley of the Mississippi, and a good road leads to the bluff. It was natural to expect the garrison from Grand Gulf to come out to meet us and prevent, if they could, our reaching this solid base. Bayou Pier enters the Mississippi just above Bruinsburg, and, as it is a navigable stream and was high at the time, in order to intercept us, they had to go by Port Gibson, the nearest point where there was a bridge to cross upon. This more than doubled the distance from Grand Gulf to the high land back of Bruinsburg. No time was to be lost in securing this foothold. Our transportation was not sufficient to move all the army across the river at one trip, or even 2, but the landing of the 13th Corps and 1 division of the 17th was effected during the day, April 30th, and early evening. McClelland was advanced as soon as ammunition and 2 days' rations, to last 5, could be issued to his men. The bluffs were reached an hour before sunset and McClelland was pushed on, hoping to reach Port Gibson and save the bridge spanning the Bayou Pier before the enemy could get there. For crossing a stream in the presence of an enemy is always difficult. Port Gibson, too, is the starting point of roads to Grand Gulf, Vicksburg, and Jackson. McClelland's advance met the enemy about 5 miles west of Port Gibson at Thompson's plantation. There was some firing during the night, but nothing rising to the dignity of a battle until daylight. The enemy had taken a strong natural position with most of the Grand Gulf garrison, numbering about 7,000 or 8,000 men, under General Bowen. His hope was to hold me in check until reinforcements under Loring could reach him from Vicksburg, but Loring did not come in time to render much assistance south of Port Gibson. 2 brigades of McPherson's corps followed McClelland as fast as rations and ammunition could be issued, and were ready to take position upon the battlefield whenever the 13th Corps could be got out of the way. The country in this part of Mississippi stands on edge, as it were, the roads running along the ridges except when they occasionally pass from one ridge to another. Where there are no clearings, the sides of the hills are covered with a very heavy growth of timber and with undergrowth, and the ravines are filled with vines and canebrakes, almost impenetrable. This makes it easy for an inferior force to delay, if not defeat, a far superior one. Near the point selected by Bowen to defend, the road to Port Gibson divides, taking 2 ridges which do not diverge more than a mile or 2 at the widest point. These roads unite just outside the town. This made it necessary for McClelland to divide his force. It was not only divided, but it was separated by a deep ravine of the character above described. One flank could not reinforce the other except by marching back to the junction of the roads. McClelland put the divisions of Hovey, Carr, and A.J. Smith upon the right-hand branch and Osterhaus on the left. I was on the field by 10 a.m. and inspected both flanks in person. On the right, the enemy, if not being pressed back, was at least not repulsing our advance. On the left, however, Osterhaus was not faring so well. He had been repulsed with some loss. As soon as the road could be cleared of McClelland's troops, I ordered up McPherson, who was close upon the rear of the 13th Corps, with 2 brigades of Logan's division. This was about noon. I ordered him to send 1 brigade, General John E. Smith's was selected, to support Osterhaus, and to move to the left and flank the enemy out of his position. This movement carried the brigade over a deep ravine to a third ridge, and when Smith's troops were seen well through the ravine, Osterhaus was directed to renew his front attack. It was successful and unattended by heavy loss. The enemy was sent in full retreat on their right, and their left followed before sunset. While the movement to our left was going on, McClelland, who was with his right flank, sent me frequent requests for reinforcements, although the force with him was not being pressed. He had been upon the ground and knew it did not admit of his engaging all the men he had. We followed up our victory until night overtook us about 2 miles from Port Gibson. Then the troops went into bivouac for the night. Chapter 34. Capture of Port Gibson. Grierson's raid occupation of Grand Gulf movement up the Big Black Battle of Raymond. We started next morning for Port Gibson as soon as it was light enough to see the road. We were soon in the town, and I was delighted to find that the enemy had not stopped to contest our crossing further at the bridge, which he had burned. The troops were set to work at once to construct a bridge across the south fork of the Bayou Pier. At this time, the water was high and the current rapid. What might be called a raft bridge was soon constructed from material obtained from wooden buildings, stables, fences, etc., which sufficed for carrying the whole army over safely. Colonel J. H. Wilson, a member of my staff, planned and superintended the construction of this bridge, going into the water and working as hard as anyone engaged. Officers and men generally joined in this work. When it was finished, the army crossed and marched 8 miles beyond to the North Fork that day. One brigade of Logan's division was sent down the stream to occupy the attention of a rebel battery, which had been left behind with infantry supports to prevent our repairing the burnt railroad bridge. 2 of his brigades were sent up the bayou to find a crossing and reach the North Fork to repair the bridge there. The enemy soon left when he found we were building a bridge elsewhere. Before leaving Port Gibson, we were reinforced by Crocker's division, McPherson's corps, which had crossed the Mississippi at Bruinsburg and come up without stopping, except to get 2 days' rations. McPherson still had 1 division west of the Mississippi River, guarding the road from Milliken's Bend to the river below until Sherman's command should relieve it. On leaving Bruinsburg for the front, I left my son Frederick, who had joined me a few weeks before, on board one of the gunboats asleep, and hoped to get away without him until after Grand Gulf should fall into our hands. But on waking up, he learned that I had gone, and being guided by the sound of the battle raging at Thompson's, Hill called the Battle of Port Gibson, found his way to where I was. He had no horse to ride at the time, and I had no facilities for even preparing a meal. He therefore foraged around the best he could until we reached Grand Gulf. Mr. C. A. Dana, then an officer of the War Department, accompanied me on the Vicksburg campaign and through a portion of the siege. He was in the same situation as Fred so far as transportation and mess arrangements were concerned. The first time I call to mind seeing either of them, after the battle, they were mounted on 2 enormous horses, grown white from age, each equipped with dilapidated saddles and bridles. Our trains arrived a few days later, after which we were all perfectly equipped. My son accompanied me throughout the campaign and siege, and caused no anxiety either to me or to his mother, who was at home. He looked out for himself and was in every battle of the campaign. His age, then not quite 13, enabled him to take in all he saw and to retain a recollection of it that would not be possible in more mature years. When the movement from Bruinsburg commenced, we were without a wagon train. The train still west of the Mississippi was carried around with proper escort by a circuitous route from Milliken's Bend to Hard Times 70 or more miles below, and did not get up for some days after the Battle of Port Gibson. My own horses, headquarters transportation, servants, mess chest, and everything except what I had on was with this train. General A. J. Smith happened to have an extra horse at Bruinsburg which I borrowed, with a saddle tree without upholstering further than stirrups. I had no other for nearly a week. It was necessary to have transportation for ammunition. Provisions could be taken from the country, but all the ammunition that can be carried on the person is soon exhausted when there is much fighting. I directed, therefore, immediately on landing that all the vehicles and draft animals, whether horses, mules, or oxen, in the vicinity should be collected and loaded to their capacity with ammunition. Quite a train was collected during the 30th, and a motley train it was. In it could be found fine carriages, loaded nearly to the top with boxes of cartridges that had been pitched in promiscuously, drawn by mules with plow, harness, straw collars, rope lines, etc. Long coupled wagons with racks for carrying cotton bales, drawn by oxen, and everything that could be found in the way of transportation on a plantation, either for use or pleasure. The making out of provision returns was stopped for the time. No formalities were to retard our progress until a position was secured when the time could be spared to observe them. It was at Port Gibson I first heard through a Southern paper of the complete success of Colonel Grierson, who was making a raid through central Mississippi. He had started from La Grange April 17th with 3 regiments of about 1,700 men. On the 21st, he had detached Colonel Hatch with 1 regiment to destroy the railroad between Columbus and Macon and then return to La Grange. Hatch had a sharp fight with the enemy at Columbus and retreated along the railroad, destroying it at Okolona and Tupelo, and arriving in La Grange April 26. Grierson continued his movement with about 1,000 men, breaking the Vicksburg and Meridian Railroad and the New Orleans and Jackson Railroad, arriving at Baton Rouge May 2d. This raid was of great importance, for Grierson had attracted the attention of the enemy from the main movement against Vicksburg. During the night of the 2d of May, the bridge over the North Fork was repaired, and the troops commenced crossing at 5 the next morning. Before the leading brigade was over, it was fired upon by the enemy from a commanding position, but they were soon driven off. It was evident that the enemy was covering a retreat from Grand Gulf to Vicksburg. Every commanding position from this, Grindstone, crossing to Hankinson's Ferry over the Big Black, was occupied by the retreating foe to delay our progress. McPherson, however, reached Hankinson's Ferry before night, seized the ferry boat, and sent a detachment of his command across and several miles north on the road to Vicksburg. When the junction of the road going to Vicksburg with the road from Grand Gulf to Raymond and Jackson was reached, Logan with his division was turned to the left towards Grand Gulf. I went with him a short distance from this junction. McPherson had encountered the largest force yet met since the Battle of Port Gibson and had a skirmish nearly approaching a battle. But the road Logan had taken enabled him to come up on the enemy's right flank, and they soon gave way. McPherson was ordered to hold Hankinson's Ferry and the road back to Willow Springs with 1 division, McClelland, who was now in the rear, was to join in this as well as to guard the line back down the bayou. I did not want to take the chances of having an enemy lurking in our rear. On the way from the junction to Grand Gulf, where the road comes into the one from Vicksburg to the same place 6 or 7 miles out, I learned that the last of the enemy had retreated past that place on their way to Vicksburg. I left Logan to make the proper disposition of his troops for the night, while I rode into the town with an escort of about 20 cavalry. Admiral Porter had already arrived with his fleet. The enemy had abandoned his heavy guns and evacuated the place. When I reached Grand Gulf May 3d, I had not been with my baggage since the 27th of April, and consequently had had no change of underclothing, no meal except such as I could pick up sometimes at other headquarters, and no tent to cover me. The first thing I did was to get a bath, borrow some fresh underclothing from one of the naval officers, and get a good meal on the flagship. Then I wrote letters to the General-in-Chief informing him of our present position, dispatches to be telegraphed from Cairo, orders to General Sullivan commanding above Vicksburg, and gave orders to all my corps commanders. About 12 o'clock at night I was through my work and started for Hankinson's Ferry, arriving there before daylight. While at Grand Gulf I heard from Banks, who was on the Red River, and who said that he could not be at Port Hudson before the 10th of May, and then with only 15,000 men. Up to this time, my intention had been to secure Grand Gulf as a base of supplies, detach McClelland's corps to Banks, and cooperate with him in the reduction of Port Hudson. The news from Banks forced upon me a different plan of campaign from the one intended. To wait for his cooperation would have detained me at least a month. The reinforcements would not have reached 10,000 men after deducting casualties and necessary river guards at all high points close to the river for over 300 miles. The enemy would have strengthened his position and been reinforced by more men than Banks could have brought. I therefore determined to move independently of Banks, cut loose from my base, destroy the rebel force in rear of Vicksburg and invest or capture the city. Grand Gulf was accordingly given up as a base, and the authorities at Washington were notified. I knew well that Halleck's caution would lead him to disapprove of this course, but it was the only one that gave any chance of success. The time it would take to communicate with Washington and get a reply would be so great that I could not be interfered with until it was demonstrated whether my plan was practicable. Even Sherman, who afterwards ignored bases of supplies other than what were afforded by the country while marching through 4 states of the Confederacy with an army more than twice as large as mine at this time, wrote me from Hankinson's Ferry, advising me of the impossibility of supplying our army over a single road. He urged me to stop all troops till your army is partially supplied with wagons, and then act as quick as possible, for this road will be jammed, as sure as life. To this I replied, I do not calculate upon the possibility of supplying the army with full rations from Grand Gulf. I know it will be impossible without constructing additional roads. What I do expect is to get up what rations of hard bread, coffee, and salt we can, and make the country furnish the balance. We started from Bruinsburg with an average of about 2 days' rations and received no more from our own supplies for some days. Abundance was found in the meantime. A delay would give the enemy time to reinforce and fortify. McClellan's and McPherson's commands were kept substantially as they were on the night of the 2D, awaiting supplies sufficient to give them 3 days' rations in haversacks. Beef, mutton, poultry, and forage were found in abundance. Quite a quantity of bacon and molasses was also secured from the country, but bread and coffee could not be obtained in quantity sufficient for all the men. Every plantation, however, had a run of stone, propelled by mule power, to grind corn for the owners and their slaves. All these were kept running while we were stopping, day and night, and when we were marching, during the night, at all plantations covered by the troops. But the product was taken by the troops nearest by, so that the majority of the command was destined to go without bread until a new base was established on the Yazoo above Vicksburg. While the troops were awaiting the arrival of rations, I ordered reconnaissances made by McClellan and McPherson, with the view of leading the enemy to believe that we intended to cross the Big Black and attack the city at once. On the 6th, Sherman arrived at Grand Gulf and crossed his command that night and the next day. 3 days' rations had been brought up from Grand Gulf for the advanced troops and were issued. Orders were given for a forward movement the next day. Sherman was directed to order up Blair, who had been left behind to guard the road from Milliken's Bend to Hard Times with 2 brigades. The quartermaster at Young's Point was ordered to send 200 wagons with Blair, and the commissary was to load them with hard bread, coffee, sugar, salt, and 100,000 pounds of salt meat. On the 3D Hurlbut, who had been left at Memphis, was ordered to send 4 regiments from his command to Milliken's Bend to relieve Blair's division, and on the 5th he was ordered to send Lauman's division in addition, the latter to join the army in the field. The 4 regiments were to be taken from troops near the river so that there would be no delay. During the night of the 6th, McPherson drew in his troops north of the Big Black and was off at an early hour on the road to Jackson, via Rocky Springs, Utica, and Raymond. That night, he and McClellan were both at Rocky Springs, 10 miles from Hankinson's Ferry. McPherson remained there during the 8th, while McClellan moved to Big Sandy and Sherman marched from Grand Gulf to Hankinson's Ferry. The 9th, McPherson moved to a point within a few miles west of Utica. McClellan and Sherman remained where they were. On the 10th, McPherson moved to Utica, Sherman to Big Sandy. McClellan was still at Big Sandy. The 11th, McClellan was at 5 Mile Creek, Sherman at Auburn, McPherson 5 miles advanced from Utica. May 12th, McClellan was at 14 Mile Creek, Sherman at 14 Mile Creek, McPherson at Raymond after a battle. After McPherson crossed the Big Black at Hankinson's, Ferry Vicksburg could have been approached and besieged by the south side. It is not probable, however, that Pemberton would have permitted a close besiegement. The broken nature of the ground would have enabled him to hold a strong defensible line from the river south of the city to the Big Black, retaining possession of the railroad back to that point. It was my plan, therefore, to get to the railroad east of Vicksburg and approach from that direction. Accordingly, McPherson's troops that had crossed the Big Black were withdrawn, and the movement east to Jackson commenced. As has been stated before, the country is very much broken, and the roads generally confined to the tops of the hills. The troops were moved 1. sometimes 2 corps at a time to reach designated points out parallel to the railroad and only from 6 to 10 miles from it. McClernand's corps was kept with its left flank on the Big Black guarding all the crossings. 14 Mile Creek, a stream substantially parallel with the railroad, was reached and crossings effected by McClernand and Sherman with slight loss. McPherson was to the right of Sherman, extending to Raymond. The cavalry was used in this advance in reconnoitering to find the roads, to cover our advances, and to find the most practicable routes from one command to another so they could support each other in case of an attack. In making this move, I estimated Pemberton's movable force at Vicksburg at about 18,000 men, with smaller forces at Haynes Bluff and Jackson. It would not be possible for Pemberton to attack me with all his troops at one place, and I determined to throw my army between his and fight him in detail. This was done with success, but I found afterwards that I had entirely underestimated Pemberton's strength. Up to this point, our movements had been made without serious opposition. My line was now nearly parallel with the Jackson and Vicksburg Railroad and about 7 miles south of it. The right was at Raymond, 18 miles from Jackson, McPherson commanding. Sherman in the center on 14 Mile Creek, his advance thrown across. McClernand to the left, also on 14 Mile Creek, advance across, and his pickets within 2 miles of Edwards Station, where the enemy had concentrated a considerable force and where they undoubtedly expected us to attack. McClernand's left was on the Big Black. In all our moves, up to this time, the left had hugged the Big Black closely, and all the ferries had been guarded to prevent the enemy throwing a force on our rear. McPherson encountered the enemy, 5,000 strong with 2 batteries under General Gregg, about 2 miles out of Raymond. This was about 2 p.m. Logan was in advance with one of his brigades. He deployed and moved up to engage the enemy. McPherson ordered the road in rear to be cleared of wagons, and the balance of Logan's division and Crocker's, which was still farther in rear, to come forward with all dispatch. The order was obeyed with alacrity. Logan got his division in position for assault before Crocker could get up, and attacked with vigor, carrying the enemy's position easily, sending Gregg flying from the field not to appear against our front again until we met at Jackson. In this battle, McPherson lost 66 killed, 339 wounded, and 37 missing nearly or quite all from Logan's division. The enemy's loss was 100 killed, 305 wounded, besides 415 taken prisoners. I regarded Logan and Crocker as being as competent division commanders as could be found in or out of the Army and both equal to a much higher command. Crocker, however, was dying of consumption when he volunteered. His weak condition never put him on the sick report when there was a battle in prospect, as long as he could keep on his feet. He died not long after the close of the rebellion. Chapter 35. Movement against Jackson Fall, of Jackson intercepting the enemy battle of Champion's Hill. When the news reached me of McPherson's victory at Raymond, about sundown, my position was with Sherman. I decided at once to turn the whole column towards Jackson and capture that place without delay. Pemberton was now on my left, with, as I supposed, about 18,000 men. In fact, as I learned afterwards, with nearly 50,000. A force was also collecting on my right, at Jackson, the point where all the railroads communicating with Vicksburg connect. All the enemy's supplies of men and stores would come by that point. As I hoped in the end to besiege Vicksburg, I must first destroy all possibility of aid. I therefore determined to move swiftly towards Jackson, destroy or drive any force in that direction, and then turn upon Pemberton. But by moving against Jackson, I uncovered my own communication. So I finally decided to have Nunta cut loose altogether from my base and move my whole force eastward. I then had no fears for my communications, and if I moved quickly enough could turn upon Pemberton before he could attack me in the rear. Accordingly, all previous orders given during the day for movements on the 13th were annulled by new ones. McPherson was ordered at daylight to move on Clinton, 10 miles from Jackson. Sherman was notified of my determination to capture Jackson and work from there westward. He was ordered to start at 4 in the morning and march to Raymond. McClernand was ordered to march with 3 divisions by Dillon's to Raymond. One was left to guard the crossing of the Big Black. On the 10th, I had received a letter from Banks, on the Red River, asking reinforcements. Porter had gone to his assistance with a part of his fleet on the 3D, and I now wrote to him describing my position and declining to send any troops. I looked upon side movements, as long as the enemy held Port Hudson and Vicksburg, as a waste of time and material. General Joseph E. Johnston arrived at Jackson in the night of the 13th from Tennessee and immediately assumed command of all the Confederate troops in Mississippi. I knew he was expecting reinforcements from the south and east. On the 6th, I had written to General Halleck. Information from the other side leaves me to believe the enemy are bringing forces from Tullahoma. Up to this time, my troops had been kept in supporting distances of each other, as far as the nature of the country would admit. Reconnaissances were constantly made from each corps to enable them to acquaint themselves with the most practicable routes from one to another in case a union became necessary. McPherson reached Clinton with the advance early on the 13th and immediately set to work destroying the railroad. Sherman's advance reached Raymond before the last of McPherson's command had got out of the town. McClernand withdrew from the front of the enemy, at Edwards Station, with much skill and without loss, and reached his position for the night in good order. On the night of the 13th, McPherson was ordered to march at early dawn upon Jackson, only 15 miles away. Sherman was given the same order, but he was to move by the direct road from Raymond to Jackson, which is south of the road McPherson was on, and does not approach within 2 miles of it at the point where it crossed the line of entrenchments, which, at that time, defended the city. McClernand was ordered to move one division of his command to Clinton, one division a few miles beyond Mississippi Springs following Sherman's line, and a third to Raymond. He was also directed to send his siege guns, 4 in number, with the troops going by Mississippi Springs. McClernand's position was an advantageous one in any event. With one division at Clinton, he was in position to reinforce McPherson, at Jackson, rapidly if it became necessary. The division beyond Mississippi Springs was equally available to reinforce Sherman. The one at Raymond could take either road. He still had 2 other divisions farther back now that Blair had come up, available within a day at Jackson. If this last command should not be wanted at Jackson, they were already 1 day's march from there on their way to Vicksburg and on 3 different roads leading to the latter city. But the most important consideration in my mind was to have a force confronting Pemberton if he should come out to attack my rear. This I expected him to do. As shown further on, he was directed by Johnston to make this very move. I notified General Halleck that I should attack the state capital on the 14th. A courier carried the dispatch to Grand Gulf through an unprotected country. Sherman and McPherson communicated with each other during the night and arranged to reach Jackson at about the same hour. It rained in torrents during the night of the 13th and the forepart of the day of the 14th. The roads were intolerable, and in some places on Sherman's line, where the land was low, they were covered more than a foot deep with water. But the troops never murmured. By 9 o'clock Crocker, of McPherson's corps, who was now in advance, came upon the enemy's pickets and speedily drove them in upon the main body. They were outside of the entrenchments in a strong position, and proved to be the troops that had been driven out of Raymond. Johnston had been reinforced during the night by Georgia and South Carolina regiments, so that his force amounted to 11,000 men, and he was expecting still more. Sherman also came upon the rebel pickets some distance out from the town, but speedily drove them in. He was now on the south and southwest of Jackson, confronting the Confederates behind their breastworks, while McPherson's right was nearly 2 miles north, occupying a line running north and south across the Vicksburg Railroad. Artillery was brought up, and reconnaissances made preparatory to an assault. McPherson brought up Logan's division while he deployed Crocker's for the assault. Sherman made similar dispositions on the right. By 11 a.m., both were ready to attack. Crocker moved his division forward, preceded by a strong skirmish line. These troops at once encountered the enemy's advance and drove it back on the main body, when they returned to their proper regiment, and the whole division charged, routing the enemy completely and driving him into this main line. This stand by the enemy was made more than 2 miles outside of his main fortifications. McPherson followed up with his command until within range of the guns of the enemy from their entrenchments, when he halted to bring his troops into line and reconnoiter to determine the next move. It was now about noon. While this was going on, Sherman was confronting a rebel battery, which enfiladed the road on which he was marching the Mississippi Springs. Roden commanded a bridge spanning a stream over which he had to pass. By detaching right and left, the stream was forced, and the enemy flanked and speedily driven within the main line. This brought our whole line in front of the enemy's line of works, which was continuous on the north, west, and south sides from the Pearl River north of the city to the same river south. I was with Sherman. He was confronted by a force sufficient to hold us back. Appearances did not justify an assault where we were. I had directed Sherman to send a force to the right and to reconnoiter as far as to the Pearl River. This force, Tuttle's division, not returning, I rode to the right with my staff, and soon found that the enemy had left that part of the line. Tuttle's movement, or McPherson's pressure, had no doubt led Johnston to order a retreat, leaving only the men at the guns to retard us while he was getting away. Tuttle had seen this, and, passing through the lines without resistance, came up in the rear of the artillerists confronting Sherman and captured them with 10 pieces of artillery. I rode immediately to the State House, where I was soon followed by Sherman. About the same time, McPherson discovered that the enemy was leaving his front and advanced Crocker, who was so close upon the enemy that they could not move their guns or destroy them. He captured 7 guns and, moving on, hoisted the national flag over the rebel capital of Mississippi. Stevenson's brigade was sent to cut off the rebel retreat, but was too late or not expeditious enough. Our loss in this engagement was McPherson, 37 killed, 228 wounded; Sherman, 4 killed and 21 wounded and missing. The enemy lost 845 killed, wounded, and captured. 17 guns fell into our hands, and the enemy destroyed by fire their storehouses, containing a large amount of commissary stores. On this day, Blair reached New Auburn and joined McClernand's 4th Division. He had with him 200 wagons loaded with rations, the only commissary supplies received during the entire campaign. I slept that night in the room that Johnston was said to have occupied the night before. About 4 in the afternoon, I sent for the corps commanders and directed the dispositions to be made of their troops. Sherman was to remain in Jackson until he destroyed that place as a railroad center and manufacturing city of military supplies. He did the work most effectually. Sherman and I went together into a manufactory which had not ceased work on account of the battle nor for the entrance of Yankee troops. Our presence did not seem to attract the attention of either the manager or the operatives, most of whom were girls. We looked on for a while to see the tent cloth which they were making roll out of the looms, with CSA woven in each bolt. There was an immense amount of cotton in bales stacked outside. Finally, I told Sherman I thought they had done work enough. The operatives were told they could leave and take with them what cloth they could carry. In a few minutes, cotton and factory were in a blaze. The proprietor visited Washington while I was president to get his pay for this property, claiming that it was private. He asked me to give him a statement of the fact that his property had been destroyed by national troops so that he might use it with Congress where he was pressing or proposed to press his claim. I declined. On the night of the 13th, Johnston sent the following dispatch to Pemberton at Edwards Station. I have lately arrived and learned that Major General Sherman is between us with 4 divisions at Clinton. It is important to establish communication that you may be reinforced. If practicable, come up in his rear at once. To beat such a detachment would be of immense value. All the troops you can quickly assemble should be brought. Time is all important. This dispatch was sent in triplicate by different messengers. One of the messengers happened to be a loyal man who had been expelled from Memphis some months before by Hurlbut for uttering disloyal and threatening sentiments. There was a good deal of parade about his expulsion, ostensibly as a warning to those who entertained the sentiments he expressed, but Hurlbut and the expelled man understood each other. He delivered his copy of Johnston's dispatch to McPherson, who forwarded it to me. Receiving this dispatch on the 14th, I ordered McPherson to move promptly in the morning back to Bolton, the nearest point where Johnston could reach the road. Bolton is about 20 miles west of Jackson. I also informed McClernand of the capture of Jackson and sent him the following order. It is evidently the design of the enemy to get north of us and cross the Big Black and beat us into Vicksburg. We must not allow them to do this. Turn all your forces towards Bolton Station and make all dispatch in getting there. Move troops by the most direct road from wherever they may be on the receipt of this order. And to Blair I wrote, Their design is evidently to cross the Big Black and pass down the peninsula between the Big Black and Yazoo rivers. We must beat them. Turn your troops immediately to Bolton. Take all the trains with you. Smith's division, and any other troops now with you, will go to the same place. If practicable, take parallel roads so as to divide your troops and train. Johnston stopped on the Canton Road only 6 miles north of Jackson, the night of the 14th. He sent from there to Pemberton dispatches announcing the loss of Jackson and the following order. As soon as the reinforcements are all up, they must be united to the rest of the army. I am anxious to see a force assembled that may be able to inflict a heavy blow upon the enemy. Can Grant supply himself from the Mississippi? Can you not cut him off from it? And above all, should he be compelled to fall back for want of supplies, beat him. The concentration of my troops was easy, considering the character of the country. McPherson moved along the road parallel with and near the railroad. McClernand's command was 1 division, Hovey's on the road McPherson had to take, but with a start of 4 miles. 1 Osterhaus was at Raymond, on a converging road that intersected the other near Champion's Hill. 1 Cars had to pass over the same road with Osterhaus, but being back at Mississippi Springs, would not be detained by it. The 4th Smith's with Blair's division was near Auburn with a different road to pass over. McClernand faced about and moved promptly. His cavalry from Raymond seized Bolton by 9:30 in the morning, driving out the enemy's pickets and capturing several men. The night of the 15th Hovey was at Bolton. Carr and Osterhaus were about 3 miles south, but abreast, facing west. Smith was north of Raymond with Blair in his rear. McPherson's command, with Logan in front, had marched at 7 o'clock and by 4 reached Hovey and went into camp. Crocker bivouacked just in Hovey's rear on the Clinton Road. Sherman, with 2 divisions, was in Jackson, completing the destruction of roads, bridges, and military factories. I rode in person out to Clinton. On my arrival, I ordered McClernand to move early in the morning on Edwards Station, cautioning him to watch for the enemy and not bring on an engagement unless he felt very certain of success. I naturally expected that Pemberton would endeavor to obey the orders of his superior, which I have shown were to attack us at Clinton. This, indeed, I knew he could not do, but I felt sure he would make the attempt to reach that point. It turned out, however, that he had decided his superior's plans were impracticable and consequently determined to move south from Edwards Station and get between me and my base. I, however, had no base, having abandoned it more than a week before. On the 15th, Pemberton had actually marched south from Edwards Station, but the rains had swollen Baker's Creek, which he had to cross so much that he could not ford it, and the bridges were washed away. This brought him back to the Jackson Road, on which there was a good bridge over Baker's Creek. Some of his troops were marching until midnight to get there. Receiving here early on the 16th a repetition of his order to join Johnston at Clinton, he concluded to obey, and sent a dispatch to his chief, informing him of the route by which he might be expected. About 5 o'clock in the morning, 16th, 2 men, who had been employed on the Jackson and Vicksburg Railroad, were brought to me. They reported that they had passed through Pemberton's army in the night and that it was still marching east. They reported him to have 80 regiments of infantry and 10 batteries, in all, about 25,000 men. I had expected to leave Sherman at Jackson another day in order to complete his work. But getting the above information, I sent him orders to move with all dispatch to Bolton, and to put 1 division with an ammunition train on the road at once, with directions to its commander to march with all possible speed until he came up to our rear. Within an hour after receiving this order, Steele's division was on the road. At the same time, I dispatched to Blair, who was near Auburn, to move with all speed to Edwards Station. McClernand was directed to embrace Blair in his command for the present. Blair's division was a part of the 15th Army Corps, Sherman's, but as it was on its way to join its corps, it naturally struck our left first, now that we had faced about and were moving west. The 15th Corps, when it got up, would be on our extreme right. McPherson was directed to get his trains out of the way of the troops, and to follow Hovey's division as closely as possible. McClernand had 2 roads about 3 miles apart, converging at Edwards Station, over which to march his troops. Hovey's division of his corps had the advance on a 3rd road, the Clinton, still farther north. McClernand was directed to move Blair's and A.J. Smith's divisions by the southernmost of these roads, and Osterhaus and Carr by the middle road. Orders were to move cautiously with skirmishers to the front to feel for the enemy. Smith's division on the most southern road was the first to encounter the enemy's pickets, who were speedily driven in. Osterhaus, on the middle road, hearing the firing, pushed his skirmishers forward, found the enemy's pickets and forced them back to the main line. About the same time, Hovey encountered the enemy on the northern or direct wagon road from Jackson to Vicksburg. McPherson was hastening up to join Hovey, but was embarrassed by Hovey's trains occupying the roads. I was still back at Clinton. McPherson sent me word of the situation and expressed the wish that I was up. By 7:30, I was on the road and proceeded rapidly to the front, ordering all trains that were in front of troops off the road. When I arrived, Hovey's skirmishing amounted almost to a battle. McClernand was in person on the middle road and had a shorter distance to march to reach the enemy's position than McPherson. I sent him word by a staff officer to push forward and attack. These orders were repeated several times without apparently expediting McClernand's advance. Champion's Hill, where Pemberton had chosen his position to receive us, whether taken by accident or design, was well selected. It is one of the highest points in that section and commanded all the ground and range. On the east side of the ridge, which is quite precipitous, is a ravine running first north, then westerly, terminating at Baker's Creek. It was grown up thickly with large trees and undergrowth, making it difficult to penetrate with troops, even when not defended. The ridge occupied by the enemy terminated abruptly where the ravine turns westerly. The left of the enemy occupied the north end of this ridge. The Bolton and Edwards Station wagon road turns almost due south at this point and ascends the ridge, which it follows for about a mile, then turning west, descends by a gentle declivity to Baker's Creek, nearly a mile away. On the west side, the slope of the ridge is gradual and is cultivated from near the summit to the creek. There was, when we were there, a narrow belt of timber near the summit west of the road. From Raymond, there is a direct road to Edwards Station, some 3 miles west of Champion's Hill. There is one also to Bolton. From this latter road, there is still another, leaving it about 3.5 miles before reaching Bolton and leads direct to the same station. It was along these two roads that 3 divisions of McClernand's corps and Blair of Sherman's, temporarily under McClernand, were moving. Hovey of McClernand's command was with McPherson, farther north on the road from Bolton direct to Edwards Station. The middle road comes into the northern road at the point where the latter turns to the west and descends to Baker's Creek. The southern road is still several miles south and does not intersect the others until it reaches Edwards Station. Pemberton's lines covered all these roads and faced east. Hovey's line, when it first drove in the enemy's pickets, was formed parallel to that of the enemy and confronted his left. By 11 o'clock, the skirmishing had grown into a hard contested battle. Hovey alone, before other troops could be got to assist him, had captured a battery of the enemy, but he was not able to hold his position and had to abandon the artillery. McPherson brought up his troops as fast as possible, Logan in front, and posted them on the right of Hovey and across the flank of the enemy. Logan reinforced Hovey with 1 brigade from his division. With his other 2, he moved farther west to make room for Crocker, who was coming up as rapidly as the roads would admit. Hovey was still being heavily pressed and was calling on me for more reinforcements. I ordered Crocker, who was now coming up, to send 1 brigade from his division. McPherson ordered 2 batteries to be stationed where they nearly enfiladed the enemy's line, and they did good execution. From Logan's position, now a direct forward movement carried him over open fields, in rear of the enemy, and in a line parallel with them. He did make exactly this move, attacking, however, the enemy through the belt of woods covering the west slope of the hill for a short distance. Up to this time, I had kept my position near Hovey, where we were the most heavily pressed. But about noon, I moved with a part of my staff by our right around, until I came up with Logan himself. I found him near the road, leading down to Baker's Creek. He was actually in command of the only road over which the enemy could retreat. Hovey, reinforced by 2 brigades from McPherson's command, confronted the enemy's left. Crocker, with 2 brigades, covered their left flank. McClernand, 2 hours before, had been within 2.5 miles of their center with 2 divisions, and the 2 divisions, Blair's and A.J. Smith's, were confronting the rebel right. Ransom, with a brigade of MacArthur's division of the 17th Corps, McPherson's, had crossed the river at Grand Gulf a few days before and was coming up on their right flank. Neither Logan nor I knew that we had cut off the retreat of the enemy. Just at this juncture, a messenger came from Hovey, asking for more reinforcements. There were none to spare. I then gave an order to move McPherson's command by the left flank around to Hovey. This uncovered the rebel line of retreat, which was soon taken advantage of by the enemy. During all this time, Hovey, reinforced as he was by a brigade from Logan and another from Crocker, and by Crocker gallantly coming up with 2 other brigades on his right, had made several assaults, the last one about the time the road was open to the rear. The enemy fled precipitately. This was between 3 and 4 o'clock. I rode forward, or rather back, to where the middle road intersects the north road, and found the skirmishers of Carr's division just coming in. Osterhaus was farther south and soon after came up with skirmishers advanced in like manner. Hovey's division and McPherson's 2 divisions with him had marched and fought from early dawn and were not in the best condition to follow the retreating foe. I sent orders to Osterhaus to pursue the enemy, and to Carr, whom I saw personally, I explained the situation and directed him to pursue vigorously as far as the Big Black, and to cross it if he could, Osterhaus to follow him. The pursuit was continued until after dark. The Battle of Champions Hill lasted about 4 hours, hard fighting, preceded by 2 or 3 hours of skirmishing, some of which almost rose to the dignity of battle. Every man of Hovey's division and of McPherson's 2 divisions was engaged during the battle. No other part of my command was engaged at all, except that as described before. Osterhaus's and A.J. Smith's divisions had encountered the rebel advanced pickets as early as 7:30. Their positions were admirable for advancing upon the enemy's line. McClelland, with 2 divisions, was within a few miles of the battlefield long before noon and in easy hearing. I sent him repeated orders by staff officers fully competent to explain to him the situation. These traversed the woods separating us, without escort, and directed him to push forward, but he did not come. It is true, in front of McClelland, there was a small force of the enemy and posted in a good position behind a ravine obstructing his advance. But if he had moved to the right by the road my staff officers had followed, the enemy must either have fallen back or been cut off. Instead of this, he sent orders to Hovey, who belonged to his corps, to join on to his right flank. Hovey was bearing the brunt of the battle at the time. To obey the order, he would have had to pull out from the front of the enemy and march back as far as McClelland had to, advance to get into battle and substantially over the same ground, of course. I did not permit Hovey to obey the order of his intermediate superior. We had in this battle about 15,000 men absolutely engaged. This excludes those that did not get up, all of McClelland's command except Hovey. Our loss was 410 killed, 1,844 wounded, and 187 missing. Hovey alone lost 1,200 killed, wounded, and missing more than 1/3 of his division. Had McClelland come up with reasonable promptness, or had I known the ground as I did afterwards, I cannot see how Pemberton could have escaped with any organized force. As it was, he lost over 3,000 killed and wounded, and about 3,000 captured in battle and in pursuit. Loring's division, which was the right of Pemberton's line, was cut off from the retreating army and never got back into Vicksburg. Pemberton himself fell back that night to the Big Black River. His troops did not stop before midnight, and many of them left before the general retreat commenced, and no doubt a good part of them returned to their homes. Logan alone captured 1,300 prisoners and 11 guns. Hovey captured 300 under fire and about 700 in all, exclusive of 500 sick and wounded whom he paroled, thus making 1,200. McPherson joined in the advance as soon as his men could fill their cartridge boxes, leaving 1 brigade to guard our wounded. The pursuit was continued as long as it was light enough to see the road. The night of the 16th of May found McPherson's command bivouacked from 2 to 6 miles west of the battlefield, along the line of the road to Vicksburg. Carr and Osterhaus were at Edwards Station, and Blair was about 3 miles southeast. Hovey remained on the field where his troops had fought so bravely and bled so freely. Much war material abandoned by the enemy was picked up on the battlefield, among it 30 pieces of artillery. I pushed through the advancing column with my staff and kept in advance until after night. Finding ourselves alone, we stopped and took possession of a vacant house. As no troops came up, we moved back a mile or more until we met the head of the column just going into bivouac on the road. We had no tents, so we occupied the porch of a house which had been taken for a rebel hospital, and which was filled with wounded and dying who had been brought from the battlefield we had just left. While a battle is raging, one can see his enemy mowed down by the 1,000 or the 10,000 with great composure. But after the battle, these scenes are distressing, and one is naturally disposed to do as much to alleviate the suffering of an enemy as a friend. Chapter 36. Battle of Black River, bridge crossing the Big Black investment of Vicksburg assaulting the works. We were now assured of our position between Johnston and Pemberton without a possibility of a junction of their forces. Pemberton might have made a night march to the Big Black, crossed the bridge there, and by moving north on the west side, have eluded us and finally returned to Johnston. But this would have given us Vicksburg. It would have been his proper move, however, and the one Johnston would have made had he been in Pemberton's place. In fact, it would have been in conformity with Johnston's orders to Pemberton. Sherman left Jackson with the last of his troops about noon on the 16th and reached Bolton, 20 miles west, before halting. His rear guard did not get in until 2 a.m. the 17th, but renewed their march by daylight. He paroled his prisoners at Jackson and was forced to leave his own wounded in care of surgeons and attendants. At Bolton, he was informed of our victory. He was directed to commence the march early next day, and to diverge from the road he was on to Bridgeport on the Big Black River, some 11 miles above the point where we expected to find the enemy. Blair was ordered to join him there with the pontoon train as early as possible. This movement brought Sherman's corps together, and at a point where I hoped a crossing of the Big Black might be effected, and Sherman's corps used to flank the enemy out of his position in our front, thus opening a crossing for the remainder of the army. I informed him that I would endeavor to hold the enemy in my front while he crossed the river. The advance division, Carr's McClernand's corps, resumed the pursuit at 3:30 a.m. on the 17th, followed closely by Osterhaus, McPherson bringing up the rear with his corps. As I expected, the enemy was found in position on the Big Black. The point was only 6 miles from that where my advance had rested for the night and was reached at an early hour. Here the river makes a turn to the west and has washed close up to the high land. The east side is a low bottom, sometimes overflowed at very high water, but was cleared and in cultivation. A bayou runs irregularly across this low land, the bottom of which, however, is above the surface of the Big Black at ordinary stages. When the river is full, water runs through it, converting the point of land into an island. The bayou was grown up with timber, which the enemy had felled into the ditch. At this time, there was a foot or two of water in it. The rebels had constructed a parapet along the inner bank of this bayou by using cotton bales from the plantation close by and throwing dirt over them. The whole was thoroughly commanded from the height west of the river. At the upper end of the bayou, there was a strip of uncleared land which afforded a cover for a portion of our men. Carr's division was deployed on our right, Lawler's brigade forming his extreme right and reaching through these woods to the river above. Osterhaus division was deployed to the left of Carr and covered the enemy's entire front. McPherson was in column on the road, the head close by, ready to come in wherever he could be of assistance. While the troops were standing as here, described, an officer from Banks' staff came up and presented me with a letter from General Halleck, dated the 11th of May. It had been sent by the way of New Orleans to Banks to be forwarded to me. It ordered me to return to Grand Gulf and to cooperate from there with Banks against Port Hudson, and then to return with our combined forces to besiege Vicksburg. I told the officer that the order came too late, and that Halleck would not give it now if he knew our position. The bearer of the dispatch insisted that I ought to obey the order, and was giving arguments to support his position when I heard great cheering to the right of our line, and looking in that direction, saw Lawler in his shirt sleeves leading a charge upon the enemy. I immediately mounted my horse and rode in the direction of the charge, and saw no more of the officer who delivered the dispatch. I think not even to this day. The assault was successful, but little resistance was made. The enemy fled from the west bank of the river, burning the bridge behind him and leaving the men and guns on the east side to fall into our hands. Many tried to escape by swimming the river. Some succeeded and some were drowned in the attempt. 18 guns were captured and 1,751 prisoners. Our loss was 39 killed, 237 wounded and 3 missing. The enemy probably lost but few men except those captured and drowned. But for the successful and complete destruction of the bridge, I have but little doubt that we should have followed the enemy so closely as to prevent his occupying his defenses around Vicksburg. As the bridge was destroyed and the river was high, new bridges had to be built. It was but little after 9 a.m. when the capture took place. As soon as work could be commenced, orders were given for the construction of 3 bridges. One was taken charge of by Lieutenant Haynes, of the Engineer Corps, one by General McPherson himself, and one by General Ransom, a most gallant and intelligent volunteer officer. My recollection is that Haynes built a raft bridge, McPherson a pontoon, using cotton bales in large numbers for pontoons, and that Ransom felled trees on opposite banks of the river, cutting only on one side of the tree so that they would fall with their tops interlacing in the river, without the trees being entirely severed from their stumps. A bridge was then made with these trees to support the roadway. Lumber was taken from buildings, cotton gins, and wherever found for this purpose. By 8 o'clock in the morning of the 18th, all 3 bridges were complete, and the troops were crossing. Sherman reached Bridgeport about noon of the 17th and found Blair with the pontoon train already there. A few of the enemy were entrenched on the west bank, but they made little resistance and soon surrendered. 2 divisions were crossed that night, and the 3rd the following morning. On the 18th, I moved along the Vicksburg Road in advance of the troops and as soon as possible joined Sherman. My first anxiety was to secure a base of supplies on the Yazoo River above Vicksburg. Sherman's line of march led him to the very point on Walnut Hills occupied by the enemy the December before when he was repulsed. Sherman was equally anxious with myself. Our impatience led us to move in advance of the column and well up with the advanced skirmishers. There were some detached works along the crest of the hill. These were still occupied by the enemy, or else the garrison from Haynes' Bluff had not all got past on their way to Vicksburg. At all events, the bullets of the enemy whistled by thick and fast for a short time. In a few minutes, Sherman had the pleasure of looking down from the spot coveted so much by him the December before on the ground where his command had lain so helpless for offensive action. He turned to me, saying that up to this minute he had felt no positive assurance of success. This, however, he said was the end of one of the greatest campaigns in history, and I ought to make a report of it at once. Vicksburg was not yet captured, and there was no telling what might happen before it was taken, but whether captured or not, this was a complete and successful campaign. I do not claim to quote Sherman's language, but the substance only. My reason for mentioning this incident will appear further on. McPherson, after crossing the Big Black, came into the Jackson and Vicksburg road which Sherman was on, but to his rear. He arrived at night near the lines of the enemy and went into camp. McClernand moved by the direct road near the railroad to Mount Albans, and then turned to the left and put his troops on the road from Baldwin's Ferry to Vicksburg. This brought him south of McPherson. I now had my 3 corps up the works built for the defense of Vicksburg, on 3 roads, one to the north, one to the east, and one to the southeast of the city. By the morning of the 19th, the investment was as complete as my limited number of troops would allow. Sherman was on the right, and covered the high ground from where it overlooked the Yazoo as far southeast as his troops would extend. McPherson joined on to his left and occupied ground on both sides of the Jackson Road. McClernand took up the ground to his left and extended as far towards Warrenton as he could, keeping a continuous line. On the 19th, there was constant skirmishing with the enemy while we were getting into better position. The enemy had been much demoralized by his defeats at Champion's Hill and the Big Black, and I believed he would not make much effort to hold Vicksburg. Accordingly, at 2 o'clock, I ordered an assault. It resulted in securing more advanced positions for all our troops where they were fully covered from the fire of the enemy. The 20th and 21st were spent in strengthening our position and in making roads in rear of the army from Yazoo River or Chickasaw Bayou. Most of the army had now been for 3 weeks with only 5 days' rations issued by the commissary. They had an abundance of food, however, but began to feel the want of bread. I remember that in passing around to the left of the line on the 21st, a soldier, recognizing me, said in rather a low voice, but yet so that I heard him, "Hard tack." In a moment the cry was taken up all along the line, "Hard tack, hard tack." I told the men nearest to me that we had been engaged ever since the arrival of the troops in building a road over which to supply them with everything they needed. The cry was instantly changed to cheers. By the night of the 21st, all the troops had full rations issued to them. The bread and coffee were highly appreciated. I now determined on a second assault. Johnston was in my rear, only 50 miles away, with an army not much inferior in numbers to the one I had with me, and I knew he was being reinforced. There was danger of his coming to the assistance of Pemberton, and after all, he might defeat my anticipations of capturing the garrison, if indeed, he did not prevent the capture of the city. The immediate capture of Vicksburg would save sending me the reinforcements which were so much wanted elsewhere, and would set free the army under me to drive Johnston from the state. But the first consideration of all was the troops believed they could carry the works in their front, and would not have worked so patiently in the trenches if they had not been allowed to try. The attack was ordered to commence on all parts of the line at 10 o'clock a.m. on the 22D, with a furious cannonade from every battery in position. All the corps commanders set their time by mine, so that all might open the engagement at the same minute. The attack was gallant, and portions of each of the 3 corps succeeded in getting up to the very parapets of the enemy and in planting their battle flags upon them, but at no place were we able to enter. General McClernand reported that he had gained the enemy's entrenchments at several points and wanted reinforcements. I occupied a position from which I believed I could see as well as he what took place in his front, and I did not see the success he reported. But his request for reinforcements being repeated, I could not ignore it, and sent him Quinby's division of the 17th Corps. Sherman and McPherson were both ordered to renew their assaults as a diversion in favor of McClernand. This last attack only served to increase our casualties without giving any benefit whatever. As soon as it was dark, our troops that had reached the enemy's line and been obliged to remain there for security all day were withdrawn, and thus ended the last assault upon Vicksburg. Chapter 37. Siege of Vicksburg. I now determined upon a regular siege to outcamp the enemy, as it were, and to incur no more losses. The experience of the 22D convinced officers and men that this was best, and they went to work on the defenses and approaches with a will. With the Navy holding the river, the investment of Vicksburg was complete. As long as we could hold our position, the enemy was limited in supplies of food, men, and munitions of war to what they had on hand. These could not last always. The crossing of troops at Bruinsburg commenced April 30th. On the 18th of May, the army was in rear of Vicksburg. On the 19th, just 20 days after the crossing, the city was completely invested and an assault had been made. 5 distinct battles, besides continuous skirmishing, had been fought and won by the Union forces. The capital of the state had fallen, and its arsenals, military manufactories, and everything useful for military purposes had been destroyed. An average of about 180 miles had been marched by the troops engaged, but 5 days' rations had been issued, and no forage. Over 6,000 prisoners had been captured, and as many more of the enemy had been killed or wounded. 27 heavy cannon and 61 field pieces had fallen into our hands, and 400 miles of the river, from Vicksburg to Port Hudson, had become ours. The Union force that had crossed the Mississippi River up to this time was less than 43,000 men. One division of these, Blair's, only arrived in time to take part in the Battle of Champion's Hill, but was not engaged there, and one brigade, Ransom's of McPherson's corps, reached the field after the battle. The enemy had at Vicksburg, Grand Gulf, Jackson, and on the roads between these places over 60,000 men. They were in their own country, where no rear guards were necessary. The country is admirable for defense, but difficult for the conduct of an offensive campaign. All their troops had to be met. We were fortunate, to say the least, in meeting them in detail. At Port Gibson, 7,000 or 8,000, at Raymond, 5,000, at Jackson, from 8,000 to 11,000, at Champion's Hill, 25,000, at the Big Black, 4,000. A part of those met at Jackson were all that was left of those encountered at Raymond. They were beaten in detail by a force smaller than their own, upon their own ground. Our loss up to this time was killed, wounded, missing. Port Gibson, South Fork Bayou Pier. Skirmishes May 3, 14 Mile Creek, Raymond, Jackson, Champion's Hill, 1,844 Big Black, Bridgeport. Total, 3,425. Of the wounded, many were but slightly so and continued on duty. Not half of them were disabled for any length of time. After the unsuccessful assault of the 22D, the work of the regular siege began. Sherman occupied the right starting from the river above Vicksburg, McPherson the center, MacArthur's division now with him, and McClellan the left, holding the road south to Warrenton. Lauman's division arrived at this time and was placed on the extreme left of the line. In the interval between the assaults of the 19th and 22D, roads had been completed from the Yazoo River and Chickasaw Bayou, around the rear of the army, to enable us to bring up supplies of food and ammunition. Ground had been selected and cleared on which the troops were to be encamped, and tents and cooking utensils were brought up. The troops had been without these from the time of crossing the Mississippi up to this time. All was now ready for the pick and spade. Prentiss and Hurlbut were ordered to send forward every man that could be spared. Cavalry especially was wanted to watch the fords along the Big Black and to observe Johnston. I knew that Johnston was receiving reinforcements from Bragg, who was confronting Rosecrans in Tennessee. Vicksburg was so important to the enemy that I believed he would make the most strenuous efforts to raise the siege, even at the risk of losing ground elsewhere. My line was more than 15 miles long, extending from Haynes Bluff to Vicksburg, thence to Warrenton. The line of the enemy was about 7. In addition to this, having an enemy at Canton and Jackson, in our rear, who was being constantly reinforced, we required a second line of defense facing the other way. I had not troops enough under my command to man these. General Halleck appreciated the situation and, without being asked, forwarded reinforcements with all possible dispatch. The ground about Vicksburg is admirable for defense. On the north, it is about 200 feet above the Mississippi River at the highest point and very much cut up by the washing rains. The ravines were grown up with cane and underbrush, while the sides and tops were covered with a dense forest. Farther south, the ground flattens out somewhat and was in cultivation. But here, too, it was cut up by ravines and small streams. The enemy's line of defense followed the crest of a ridge from the river north of the city eastward, then southerly around to the Jackson Road, full 3 miles back of the city, thence in a southwesterly direction to the river. Deep ravines of the description given lay in front of these defenses. As there is a succession of gullies, cut out by rains along the side of the ridge, the line was necessarily very irregular. To follow each of these spurs with entrenchments, so as to command the slopes on either side, would have lengthened their line very much. Generally, therefore, or in many places, their line would run from near the head of one gully nearly straight to the head of another, and an outer work triangular in shape, generally open in the rear, was thrown up on the point. With a few men in this outer work, they commanded the approaches to the main line completely. The work to be done, to make our position as strong against the enemy as his was against us, was very great. The problem was also complicated by our wanting our line as near that of the enemy as possible. We had but 4 engineer officers with us. Captain Prime, of the Engineer Corps, was the chief, and the work at the beginning was mainly directed by him. His health soon gave out, when he was succeeded by Captain Comstock, also of the Engineer Corps. To provide assistance on such a long line, I directed that all officers who had graduated at West Point, where they had necessarily to study military engineering, should in addition to their other duties assist in the work. The chief quartermaster and the chief commissary were graduates. The chief commissary, now the commissary general of the army, begged off, however, saying that there was nothing in engineering that he was good for unless he would do for a saproller. As soldiers require rations while working in the ditches as well as when marching and fighting, and as we would be sure to lose him if he was used as a saproller, I let him off. The general is a large man, weighs 220 pounds, and is not tall. We had no siege guns except 6 32-pounders, and there were none at the west to draw from. Admiral Porter, however, supplied us with a battery of Navy guns of large caliber, and with these and the field artillery used in the campaign, the siege began. The first thing to do was to get the artillery in batteries where they would occupy commanding positions, then establish the camps, under cover from the fire of the enemy but as near up as possible, and then construct rifle pits and covered ways to connect the entire command by the shortest route. The enemy did not harass us much while we were constructing our batteries. Probably their artillery ammunition was short, and their infantry was kept down by our sharpshooters, who were always on the alert and ready to fire at a head whenever it showed itself above the rebel works. In no place were our lines more than 600 yards from the enemy. It was necessary, therefore, to cover our men by something more than the ordinary parapet. To give additional protection, sandbags, bulletproof, were placed along the tops of the parapets far enough apart to make loopholes for musketry. On top of these, logs were put. By these means the men were enabled to walk about erect when off duty, without fear of annoyance from sharpshooters. The enemy used in their defense explosive musket balls, no doubt thinking that, bursting over our men in the trenches, they would do some execution, but I do not remember a single case where a man was injured by a piece of one of these shells. When they were hit and the ball exploded, the wound was terrible. In these cases, a solid ball would have hit as well. Their use is barbarous, because they produce increased suffering without any corresponding advantage to those using them. The enemy could not resort to our method to protect their men, because we had an inexhaustible supply of ammunition to draw upon and used it freely. Splinters from the timber would have made havoc among the men behind. There were no mortars with the besiegers, except what the Navy had in front of the city, but wooden ones were made by taking logs of the toughest wood that could be found, boring them out for 6 or 12-pound shells, and binding them with strong iron bands. These answered as coehorns, and shells were successfully thrown from them into the trenches of the enemy. The labor of building the batteries and entrenching was largely done by the pioneers, assisted by Negroes who came within our lines and who were paid for their work. But details from the troops had often to be made. The work was pushed forward as rapidly as possible, and when an advanced position was secured and covered from the fire of the enemy, the batteries were advanced. By the 30th of June, there were 220 guns in position, mostly light field pieces, besides a battery of heavy guns belonging to, manned and commanded by the Navy. We were now as strong for defense against the garrison of Vicksburg as they were against us, but I knew that Johnston was in our rear and was receiving constant reinforcements from the east. He had at this time a larger force than I had had at any time prior to the Battle of Champion's Hill. As soon as the news of the arrival of the Union Army behind Vicksburg reached the north, floods of visitors began to pour in. Some came to gratify curiosity, some to see sons or brothers who had passed through the terrible ordeal. Members of the Christian and sanitary associations came to minister to the wants of the sick and the wounded. Often those coming to see a son or brother would bring a dozen or two of poultry. They did not know how little the gift would be appreciated. Many of the soldiers had lived so much on chickens, ducks, and turkeys without bread during the march that the sight of poultry, if they could get bacon, almost took away their appetite. But the intention was good. Among the earliest arrivals was the governor of Illinois, with most of the state officers. I naturally wanted to show them what there was of most interest. In Sherman's front, the ground was the most broken and most wooded, and more was to be seen without exposure. I therefore took them to Sherman's headquarters and presented them. Before starting out to look at the lines possibly, while Sherman's horse was being saddled, there were many questions asked about the late campaign, about which the North had been so imperfectly informed. There was a little knot around Sherman and another around me, and I heard Sherman repeating, in the most animated manner, what he had said to me when we first looked down from Walnut Hills upon the land below on the 18th of May, adding, "Grant is entitled to every bit of the credit for the campaign. I opposed it. I wrote him a letter about it." But for this speech, it is not likely that Sherman's opposition would have ever been heard of. His untiring energy and great efficiency during the campaign entitle him to a full share of all the credit due for its success. He could not have done more if the plan had been his own. Asterisk 13. On the 26th of May, I sent Blair's division up the Yazoo to drive out a force of the enemy supposed to be between the Big Black and the Yazoo. The country was rich and full of supplies of both food and forage. Blair was instructed to take all of it. The cattle were to be driven in for the use of our army, and the food and forage to be consumed by our troops or destroyed by fire. All bridges were to be destroyed, and the roads rendered as nearly impassable as possible. Blair went 45 miles and was gone almost a week. His work was effectually done. I requested Porter at this time to send the Marine Brigade, a floating nondescript force which had been assigned to his command and which proved very useful up to Haynes Bluff to hold it until reinforcements could be sent. On the 26th, I also received a letter from Banks, asking me to reinforce him with 10,000 men at Port Hudson. Of course, I could not comply with his request, nor did I think he needed them. He was in no danger of an attack by the garrison in his front, and there was no army organizing in his rear to raise the siege. On the 3d of June, a brigade from Hurlbut's command arrived, General Kimball commanding. It was sent to Mechanicsburg, some miles northeast of Haynes Bluff and about midway between the Big Black and the Yazoo. A brigade of Blair's division and 1,200 cavalry had already, on Blair's return from the Yazoo, been sent to the same place with instructions to watch the crossings of the Big Black River, to destroy the roads in his Blair's front, and to gather or destroy all supplies. On the 7th of June, our little force of colored and white troops across the Mississippi, at Milliken's Bend, were attacked by about 3,000 men from Richard Taylor's Trans-Mississippi Command. With the aid of the gunboats, they were speedily repelled. I sent Mower's brigade over with instructions to drive the enemy beyond the Tensas Bayou, and we had no further trouble in that quarter during the siege. This was the first important engagement of the war in which colored troops were under fire. These men were very raw, having all been enlisted since the beginning of the siege, but they behaved well. On the 8th of June, a full division arrived from Hurlbut's command, under General Suey Smith. It was sent immediately to Haynes Bluff, and General C.C. Washburn was assigned to the general command at that point. On the 11th, a strong division arrived from the Department of the Missouri under General Herron, which was placed on our left. This cut off the last possible chance of communication between Pemberton and Johnston, as it enabled Lauman to close up on McClernand's left, while Herron entrenched from Lauman to the water's edge. At this point, the water recedes a few hundred yards from the high land. Through this opening, no doubt, the Confederate commanders had been able to get messengers under cover of night. On the 14th, General Parke arrived with 2 divisions of Burnside's corps and was immediately dispatched to Haynes Bluff. These latter troops, Herron's and Parke's, were the reinforcements already spoken of sent by Halleck in anticipation of their being needed. They arrived none too soon. I now had about 71,000 men. More than half were disposed across the peninsula, between the Yazoo at Haynes Bluff and the Big Black, with the division of Osterhaus watching the crossings of the latter river farther south and west from the crossing of the Jackson Road to Baldwin's Ferry and below. There were 8 roads leading into Vicksburg, along which and their immediate sides, our work was specially pushed and batteries advanced, but no commanding point within range of the enemy was neglected. On the 17th, I received a letter from General Sherman and one on the 18th from General McPherson, saying that their respective commands had complained to them of a fulsome, congratulatory order published by General McClernand to the 13th Corps, which did great injustice to the other troops engaged in the campaign. This order had been sent north and published, and now papers containing it had reached our camps. The order had not been heard of by me, and certainly not by troops outside of McClernand's command until brought in this way. I at once wrote to McClernand, directing him to send me a copy of this order. He did so, and I at once relieved him from the command of the 13th Army Corps and ordered him back to Springfield, Illinois. The publication of his order in the press was in violation of War Department orders and also of mine. Chapter 38. Johnston's movements, fortifications at Haynes Bluff, explosion of the mine, explosion of the 2nd, mine preparing for the assault, the flag of truce meeting with Pemberton, negotiations for surrender, accepting the term surrender of Vicksburg. On the 22d of June, positive information was received that Johnston had crossed the Big Black River for the purpose of attacking our rear, to raise the siege and release Pemberton. The correspondence between Johnston and Pemberton shows that all expectation of holding Vicksburg had by this time passed from Johnston's mind. I immediately ordered Sherman to the command of all the forces from Haynes Bluff to the Big Black River. This amounted now to quite half the troops about Vicksburg. Besides these, Herron and A.J. Smith's divisions were ordered to hold themselves in readiness to reinforce Sherman. Haynes Bluff had been strongly fortified on the land side, and on all commanding points from there to the Big Black at the railroad crossing batteries had been constructed. The work of connecting by rifle pits where this was not already done was an easy task for the troops that were to defend them. We were now looking west, besieging Pemberton, while we were also looking east to defend ourselves against an expected siege by Johnston. But as against the garrison of Vicksburg, we were as substantially protected as they were against us. Where we were looking east and north, we were strongly fortified and on the defensive. Johnston evidently took in the situation and wisely, I think, abstained from making an assault on us because it would simply have inflicted loss on both sides without accomplishing any result. We were strong enough to have taken the offensive against him, but I did not feel disposed to take any risk of losing our hold upon Pemberton's army, while I would have rejoiced at the opportunity of defending ourselves against an attack by Johnston. From the 23rd of May, the work of fortifying and pushing forward our position nearer to the enemy had been steadily progressing. At 3 points on the Jackson Road, in front of Leggett's brigade, a sap was run up to the enemy's parapet, and by the 25th of June, we had it undermined and the mine charged. The enemy had countermined, but did not succeed in reaching our mine. At this particular point, the hill on which the rebel work stands rises abruptly. Our sap ran close up to the outside of the enemy's parapet. In fact, this parapet was also our protection. The soldiers of the two sides occasionally conversed pleasantly across this barrier. Sometimes they exchanged the hard bread of the Union soldiers for the tobacco of the Confederates. At other times, the enemy threw over hand grenades, and often our men, catching them in their hands, returned them. Our mine had been started some distance back down the hill. Consequently, when it had extended as far as the parapet, it was many feet below it. This caused the failure of the enemy in his search to find and destroy it. On the 25th of June, at 3 o'clock, all being ready, the mine was exploded. A heavy artillery fire all along the line had been ordered to open with the explosion. The effect was to blow the top of the hill off and make a crater where it stood. The breach was not sufficient to enable us to pass a column of attack through. In fact, the enemy, having failed to reach our mine, had thrown up a line farther back, where most of the men guarding that point were placed. There were a few men, however, left at the advance line and others working in the countermine, which was still being pushed to find ours. All that were there were thrown into the air, some of them coming down on our side, still alive. I remember one colored man who had been underground at work when the explosion took place, who was thrown to our side. He was not much hurt, but terribly frightened. Someone asked him how high he had gone up. "Dun know, massa, but t'ink 'bout 3 mile," was his reply. General Logan commanded at this point and took this colored man to his quarters, where he did service to the end of the siege. As soon as the explosion took place, the crater was seized by 2 regiments of our troops who were nearby, under cover, where they had been placed for the express purpose. The enemy made a desperate effort to expel them, but failed and soon retired behind the new line. From here, however, they threw hand grenades, which did some execution. The compliment was returned by our men, but not with so much effect. The enemy could lay their grenades on the parapet, which alone divided the contestants, and roll them down upon us, while from our side they had to be thrown over the parapet, which was at considerable elevation. During the night, we made efforts to secure our position in the crater against the missiles of the enemy, so as to run trenches along the outer base of their parapet, right and left. But the enemy continued throwing their grenades and brought boxes of field ammunition, shells, the fuses of which they would light with port fires, and throw them by hand into our ranks. We found it impossible to continue this work. Another mine was consequently started, which was exploded on the 1st of July, destroying an entire rebel redan, killing and wounding a considerable number of its occupants, and leaving an immense chasm where it stood. No attempt to charge was made this time, the experience of the 25th admonishing us. Our loss in the first affair was about 30 killed and wounded. The enemy must have lost more in the 2 explosions than we did in the first. We lost none in the second. From this time forward, the work of mining and pushing our position nearer to the enemy was prosecuted with vigor, and I determined to explode no more mines until we were ready to explode a number at different points and assault immediately after. We were up now at 3 different points, one in front of each corps, to where only the parapet of the enemy divided us. At this time, an intercepted dispatch from Johnston to Pemberton informed me that Johnston intended to make a determined attack upon us in order to relieve the garrison at Vicksburg. I knew the garrison would make no formidable effort to relieve itself. The picket lines were so close to each other where there was space enough between the lines to post pickets that the men could converse. On the 21st of June, I was informed, through this means, that Pemberton was preparing to escape by crossing to the Louisiana side under cover of night, that he had employed workmen in making boats for that purpose, that the men had been canvassed to ascertain if they would make an assault on the Yankees to cut their way out, that they had refused and almost mutinied because their commander would not surrender and relieve their sufferings, and had only been pacified by the assurance that boats enough would be finished in a week to carry them all over. The rebel pickets also said that houses in the city had been pulled down to get material to build these boats with. Afterwards, this story was verified. On entering the city, we found a large number of very rudely constructed boats. All necessary steps were at once taken to render such an attempt abortive. Our pickets were doubled. Admiral Porter was notified so that the river might be more closely watched. Material was collected on the west bank of the river to be set on fire and light up the river if the attempt was made, and batteries were established along the levee crossing the peninsula on the Louisiana side. Had the attempt been made, the garrison of Vicksburg would have been drowned or made prisoners on the Louisiana side. General Richard Taylor was expected on the west bank to cooperate in this movement, I believe, but he did not come, nor could he have done so with a force sufficient to be of service. The Mississippi was now in our possession from its source to its mouth, except in the immediate front of Vicksburg and of Port Hudson. We had nearly exhausted the country, along a line drawn from Lake Providence to opposite Bruinsburg. The roads west were not of a character to draw supplies over for any considerable force. By the 1st of July, our approaches had reached the enemy's ditch at a number of places. At 10 points, we could move under cover to within from 5 to 100 yards of the enemy. Orders were given to make all preparations for assault on the 6th of July. The debouches were ordered widened to afford easy egress, while the approaches were also to be widened to admit the troops to pass through 4 abreast. Plank and bags filled with cotton packed in tightly were ordered prepared to enable the troops to cross the ditches. On the night of the 1st of July, Johnston was between Brownsville and the Big Black, and wrote Pemberton from there that about the 7th of the month an attempt would be made to create a diversion to enable him to cut his way out. Pemberton was a prisoner before this message reached him. On July 1st, Pemberton, seeing no hope of outside relief, addressed the following letter to each of his 4 division commanders. Unless the siege of Vicksburg is raised or supplies are thrown in, it will become necessary very shortly to evacuate the place. I see no prospect of the former, and there are many great, if not insuperable, obstacles in the way of the latter. You are, therefore, requested to inform me with as little delay as possible as to the condition of your troops and their ability to make the marches and undergo the fatigues necessary to accomplish a successful evacuation. 2 of his generals suggested surrender, and the other 2 practically did the same. They expressed the opinion that an attempt to evacuate would fail. Pemberton had previously got a message to Johnston suggesting that he should try to negotiate with me for a release of the garrison with their arms. Johnston replied that it would be a confession of weakness for him to do so, but he authorized Pemberton to use his name in making such an arrangement. On the 3D, about 10 o'clock a.m., white flags appeared on a portion of the rebel works. Hostilities along that part of the line ceased at once. Soon 2 persons were seen coming towards our lines bearing a white flag. They proved to be General Bowen, a division commander, and Colonel Montgomery, aide-de-camp to Pemberton, bearing the following letter to me. I have the honor to propose an armistice for hours, with the view to arranging terms for the capitulation of Vicksburg. To this end, if agreeable to you, I will appoint 3 commissioners, to meet a like number to be named by yourself at such place and hour today as you may find convenient. I make this proposition to save the further effusion of blood, which must otherwise be shed to a frightful extent, feeling myself fully able to maintain my position for a yet indefinite period. This communication will be handed you under a flag of truce by Major General John S. Bowen. It was a glorious sight to officers and soldiers on the line where these white flags were visible, and the news soon spread to all parts of the command. The troops felt that their long and weary marches, hard fighting, ceaseless watching by night and day in a hot climate, exposure to all sorts of weather, to diseases, and, worst of all, to the jibes of many northern papers that came to them saying all their suffering was in vain, that Vicksburg would never be taken, were at last at an end, and the Union sure to be saved. Bowen was received by General A.J. Smith and asked to see me. I had been a neighbor of Bowen's in Missouri and knew him well and favorably before the war, but his request was refused. He then suggested that I should meet Pemberton. To this I sent a verbal message saying that, if Pemberton desired it, I would meet him in front of McPherson's corps at 3 o'clock that afternoon. I also sent the following written reply to Pemberton's letter. Your note of this date is just received, proposing an armistice for several hours, for the purpose of arranging terms of capitulation through commissioners, to be appointed, etc. The useless effusion of blood you propose stopping by this course can be ended at any time you may choose, by the unconditional surrender of the city and garrison. Men who have shown so much endurance and courage as those now in Vicksburg will always challenge the respect of an adversary, and I can assure you will be treated with all the respect due to prisoners of war. I do not favor the proposition of appointing commissioners to arrange the terms of capitulation, because I have no terms other than those indicated above. At 3 o'clock, Pemberton appeared at the point suggested in my verbal message, accompanied by the same officers who had borne his letter of the morning. Generals Ord, McPherson, Logan, and A.J. Smith, and several officers of my staff, accompanied me. Our place of meeting was on a hillside within a few hundred feet of the rebel lines. Nearby stood a stunted oak tree, which was made historical by the event. It was but a short time before the last vestige of its body, root, and limb had disappeared, the fragments taken as trophies. Since then, the same tree has furnished as many cords of wood, in the shape of trophies, as the True Cross. Pemberton and I had served in the same division during part of the Mexican War. I knew him very well, therefore, and greeted him as an old acquaintance. He soon asked what terms I proposed to give his army if it surrendered. My answer was the same as proposed in my reply to his letter. Pemberton then said, rather snappishly, the conference might as well end, and turned abruptly as if to leave. I said, very well. General Bowen, I saw, was very anxious that the surrender should be consummated. His manner and remarks while Pemberton and I were talking showed this. He now proposed that he and one of our generals should have a conference. I had no objection to this, as nothing could be made binding upon me that they might propose. Smith and Bowen accordingly had a conference, during which Pemberton and I, moving a short distance away towards the enemy's lines, were in conversation. After a while, Bowen suggested that the Confederate army should be allowed to march out with the honors of war, carrying their small arms and field artillery. This was promptly and unceremoniously rejected. The interview here ended, I agreeing, however, to send a letter giving final terms by 10 o'clock that night. Word was sent to Admiral Porter soon after the correspondence with Pemberton commenced, so that hostilities might be stopped on the part of both Army and Navy. It was agreed on my paging with Pemberton that they should not be renewed until our correspondence ceased. When I returned to my headquarters, I sent for all the corps and division commanders, with the Army immediately confronting Vicksburg. Half the Army was from 8 to 12 miles off, waiting for Johnston. I informed them of the contents of Pemberton's letters, of my reply and the substance of the interview, and that I was ready to hear any suggestion, but would hold the power of deciding entirely in my own hands. This was the nearest approach to a council of war I ever held. Against the general, and almost unanimous judgment of the council, I sent the following letter. In conformity with agreement of this afternoon, I will submit the following proposition for the surrender of the city of Vicksburg, public stores, etc. on your accepting the terms proposed. I will march in one division as a guard and take possession at 8 a.m. tomorrow. As soon as rolls can be made out and paroles be signed by officers and men, you will be allowed to march out of our lines, the officers taking with them their sidearms and clothing, and the field, staff, and cavalry officers one horse each. The rank and file will be allowed all their clothing, but no other property. If these conditions are accepted, any amount of rations you may deem necessary can be taken from the stores you now have, and also the necessary cooking utensils for preparing them. 30 wagons also, counting 2 two-horse or mule teams as one, will be allowed to transport such articles as cannot be carried along. The same conditions will be allowed to all sick and wounded officers and soldiers as fast as they become able to travel. The paroles for these latter must be signed, however, whilst officers present are authorized to sign the roll of prisoners. By the terms of the cartel then in force, prisoners captured by either army were required to be forwarded as soon as possible to either Aiken's landing below Dutch Gap on the James River, or to Vicksburg, there to be exchanged or paroled until they could be exchanged. There was a Confederate commissioner at Vicksburg, authorized to make the exchange. I did not propose to take him a prisoner, but to leave him free to perform the functions of his office. Had I insisted upon an unconditional surrender, there would have been over 30,000 men to transport to Cairo, very much to the inconvenience of the army on the Mississippi. Thence the prisoners would have had to be transported by rail to Washington or Baltimore, thence again by steamer to Aiken's, all at very great expense. At Aiken's, they would have had to be paroled, because the Confederates did not have Union prisoners to give in exchange. Then again, Pemberton's army was largely composed of men whose homes were in the Southwest. I knew many of them were tired of the war and would get home just as soon as they could. A large number of them had voluntarily come into our lines during the siege and requested to be sent north where they could get employment until the war was over and they could go to their homes. Late at night, I received the following reply to my last letter. I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your communication of this date, proposing terms of capitulation for this garrison and post. In the main, your terms are accepted, but in justice both to the honor and spirit of my troops manifested in the defense of Vicksburg, I have to submit the following amendments, which, if acceded to by you, will perfect the agreement between us. At 10 o'clock a.m. tomorrow, I propose to evacuate the works in and around Vicksburg and to surrender the city and garrison under my command by marching out with my colors and arms, stacking them in front of my present lines. After which you will take possession. Officers to retain their sidearms and personal property, and the rights and property of citizens to be respected. This was received after midnight. My reply was as follows. I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your communication of 3d July. The amendment proposed by you cannot be acceded to in full. It will be necessary to furnish every officer and man with a parole signed by himself, which, with the completion of the roll of prisoners, will necessarily take some time. Again, I can make no stipulations with regard to the treatment of citizens and their private property. While I do not propose to cause them any undue annoyance or loss, I cannot consent to leave myself under any restraint by stipulations. The property which officers will be allowed to take with them will be as stated in my proposition of last evening. That is, officers will be allowed their private baggage and sidearms, and mounted officers 1 horse each. If you mean by your proposition for each brigade to march to the front of the lines now occupied by it, and stack arms at 10 o'clock a.m., and then return to the inside and there remain as prisoners until properly paroled, I will make no objection to it. Should no notification be received of your acceptance of my terms by 9 o'clock a.m., I shall regard them as having been rejected, and shall act accordingly. Should these terms be accepted, white flags should be displayed along your lines to prevent such of my troops as may not have been notified from firing upon your men. Pemberton promptly accepted these terms. During the siege, there had been a good deal of friendly sparring between the soldiers of the two armies, on picket and where the lines were close together. All rebels were known as Johnnies, all Union troops as Yanks. Often Johnny would call, "Well, Yank, when are you coming into town?" The reply was sometimes, "We propose to celebrate the 4th of July there." Sometimes it would be, "We always treat our prisoners with kindness and do not want to hurt them," or, "We are holding you as prisoners of war while you are feeding yourselves." The garrison, from the commanding general down, undoubtedly expected an assault on the 4th. They knew from the temper of their men it would be successful when made, and that would be a greater humiliation than to surrender. Besides, it would be attended with severe loss to them. The Vicksburg paper, which we received regularly through the courtesy of the rebel pickets, said prior to the 4th, in speaking of the Yankee boast that they would take dinner in Vicksburg that day, that the best receipt for cooking a rabbit was first catch your rabbit. The paper at this time, and for some time previous, was printed on the plain side of wall paper. The last number was issued on the 4th and announced that we had caught our rabbit. I have no doubt that Pemberton commenced his correspondence on the 3rd with a twofold purpose. First, to avoid an assault, which he knew would be successful, and second, to prevent the capture taking place on the great national holiday, the anniversary of the Declaration of American Independence. Holding out for better terms, as he did, he defeated his aim in the latter particular. At the appointed hour, the garrison of Vicksburg marched out of their works and formed line in front, stacked arms, and marched back in good order. Our whole army present witnessed this scene without cheering. Logan's division, which had approached nearest the rebel works, was the first to march in, and the flag of one of the regiments of his division was soon floating over the courthouse. Our soldiers were no sooner inside the lines than the two armies began to fraternize. Our men had had full rations from the time the siege commenced to the close. The enemy had been suffering, particularly towards the last. I myself saw our men taking bread from their haversacks and giving it to the enemy they had so recently been engaged in starving out. It was accepted with avidity and with thanks. Pemberton says in his report, "If it should be asked why the 4th of July was selected as the day for surrender, the answer is obvious. I believed that upon that day I should obtain better terms. Well aware of the vanity of our foe, I knew they would attach vast importance to the entrance on the 4th of July into the stronghold of the great river, and that, to gratify their national vanity, they would yield then what could not be extorted from them at any other time. This does not support my view of his reasons for selecting the day he did for surrendering, but it must be recollected that his first letter asking terms was received about 10 o'clock a.m., July 3d. It then could hardly be expected that it would take 24 hours to effect a surrender. He knew that Johnston was in our rear for the purpose of raising the siege, and he naturally would want to hold out as long as he could. He knew his men would not resist an assault, and one was expected on the 4th. In our interview, he told me he had rations enough to hold out for some time. My recollection is 2 weeks. It was this statement that induced me to insert in the terms that he was to draw rations for his men from his own supplies. On the 4th of July, General Holmes, with an army of 8,000 or 9,000 men belonging to the Trans-Mississippi Department, made an attack upon Helena, Arkansas. He was totally defeated by General Prentiss, who was holding Helena with less than 4,200 soldiers. Holmes reported his loss at 1,636, of which 173 were killed, but as Prentiss buried 400, Holmes evidently understated his losses. The Union loss was 57 killed, 127 wounded, and between 30 and 40 missing. This was the last effort on the part of the Confederacy to raise the siege of Vicksburg. On the 3rd, as soon as negotiations were commenced, I notified Sherman and directed him to be ready to take the offensive against Johnston, drive him out of the state, and destroy his army if he could. Steele and Ord were directed at the same time to be in readiness to join Sherman as soon as the surrender took place. Of this, Sherman was notified. I rode into Vicksburg with the troops and went to the river to exchange congratulations with the Navy upon our joint victory. At that time, I found that many of the citizens had been living underground. The ridges upon which Vicksburg is built, and those back to the Big Black, are composed of a deep yellow clay of great tenacity. Where roads and streets are cut through, perpendicular banks are left and stand as well as if composed of stone. The magazines of the enemy were made by running passageways into this clay at places where there were deep cuts. Many citizens secured places of safety for their families by carving out rooms in these embankments. A doorway in these cases would be cut in a high bank, starting from the level of the road or street, and after running in a few feet, a room of the size required was carved out of the clay, the dirt being removed by the doorway. In some instances, I saw where 2 rooms were cut out, for a single family, with a doorway in the clay wall separating them. Some of these were carpeted and furnished with considerable elaboration. In these, the occupants were fully secure from the shells of the Navy, which were dropped into the city night and day without intermission. I returned to my old headquarters outside in the afternoon and did not move into the town until the 6th. On the afternoon of the 4th, I sent Captain W.M. Dunn of my staff to Cairo, the nearest point where the telegraph could be reached, with a dispatch to the General-in-Chief. It was as follows. The enemy surrendered this morning. The only terms allowed is their parole as prisoners of war. This I regard as a great advantage to us at this moment. It saves, probably, several days in the capture and leaves troops and transports ready for immediate service. Sherman, with a large force, moves immediately on Johnston to drive him from the state. I will send troops to the relief of Banks and return the Ninth Army Corps to Burnside. This news, with the victory at Gettysburg won the same day, lifted a great load of anxiety from the minds of the president, his cabinet, and the loyal people all over the North. The fate of the Confederacy was sealed when Vicksburg fell. Much hard fighting was to be done afterwards, and many precious lives were to be sacrificed, but the morale was with the supporters of the Union ever after. I, at the same time, wrote to General Banks informing him of the fall and sending him a copy of the terms, also saying I would send him all the troops he wanted to ensure the capture of the only foothold the enemy now had on the Mississippi River. General Banks had a number of copies of this letter printed, or at least a synopsis of it, and very soon a copy fell into the hands of General Gardner, who was then in command of Port Hudson. Gardner at once sent a letter to the commander of the national forces saying that he had been informed of the surrender of Vicksburg and telling how the information reached him. He added that if this was true, it was useless for him to hold out longer. General Banks gave him assurances that Vicksburg had been surrendered, and General Gardner surrendered unconditionally on the 9th of July. Port Hudson, with nearly 6,000 prisoners, 51 guns, 5,000 small arms, and other stores fell into the hands of the Union forces. From that day to the close of the rebellion, the Mississippi River, from its source to its mouth, remained in the control of the national troops. Pemberton and his army were kept in Vicksburg until the whole could be paroled. The paroles were in duplicate, by organization, one copy for each, Federals and Confederates, and signed by the commanding officers of the companies or regiments. Duplicates were also made for each soldier and signed by each individually, one to be retained by the soldier signing and one to be retained by us. Several hundred refused to sign their paroles, preferring to be sent to the North as prisoners to being sent back to fight again. Others again kept out of the way, hoping to escape either alternative. Pemberton appealed to me in person to compel these men to sign their paroles, but I declined. It also leaked out that many of the men who had signed their paroles intended to desert and go to their homes as soon as they got out of our lines. Pemberton, hearing this, again appealed to me to assist him. He wanted arms for a battalion, to act as guards in keeping his men together while being marched to a camp of instruction, where he expected to keep them until exchanged. This request was also declined. It was precisely what I expected and hoped that they would do. I told him, however, that I would see that they marched beyond our lines in good order. By the 11th, just 1 week after the surrender, the paroles were completed and the Confederate garrison marched out. Many deserted, and fewer of them were ever returned to the ranks to fight again than would have been the case had the surrender been unconditional and the prisoners sent to the James River to be paroled. As soon as our troops took possession of the city, guards were established along the whole line of parapet, from the river above to the river below. The prisoners were allowed to occupy their old camps behind the entrenchments. No restraint was put upon them, except by their own commanders. They were rationed about as our own men and from our supplies. The men of the two armies fraternized as if they had been fighting for the same cause. When they passed out of the works they had so long and so gallantly defended, between lines of their late antagonists, not a cheer went up, not a remark was made that would give pain. Really, I believe there was a feeling of sadness just then in the breasts of most of the Union soldiers at seeing the dejection of their late antagonists. The day before the departure, the following order was issued. Paroled prisoners will be sent out of here tomorrow. They will be authorized to cross at the railroad bridge and move from there to Edwards Ferry, *14, and on by way of Raymond. Instruct the commands to be orderly and quiet as these prisoners pass, to make no offensive remarks, and not to harbor any who fall out of ranks after they have passed. Chapter 39. Retrospect of the campaign. Sherman's movements. Proposed movement upon Mobile. Painful accident. Ordered to report at Cairo. The capture of Vicksburg, with its garrison, ordnance and ordnance stores, and the successful battles fought in reaching them, gave new spirit to the loyal people of the North. New hopes for the final success of the cause of the Union were inspired. The victory gained at Gettysburg, upon the same day, added to their hopes. Now the Mississippi River was entirely in the possession of the national troops, for the fall of Vicksburg gave us Port Hudson at once. the Army of Northern Virginia was driven out of Pennsylvania and forced back to about the same ground it occupied in 1861. The Army of the Tennessee united with the Army of the Gulf, dividing the Confederate States completely. The first dispatch I received from the government after the fall of Vicksburg was in these words: "I fear your paroling the prisoners at Vicksburg without actual delivery to a proper agent as required by the 7th article of the cartel may be construed into an absolute release, and that the men will immediately be placed in the ranks of the enemy. Such has been the case elsewhere. If these prisoners have not been allowed to depart, you will detain them until further orders." Halleck did not know that they had already been delivered into the hands of Major Watts, Confederate Commissioner for the Exchange of Prisoners. At Vicksburg, 31,600 prisoners were surrendered, together with 172 cannon, about 60,000 muskets, and a large amount of ammunition. The small arms of the enemy were far superior to the bulk of ours. Up to this time, our troops at the West had been limited to the old United States flintlock muskets, changed into percussion, or the Belgian musket, imported early in the war, almost as dangerous to the person firing it as to the one aimed at, and a few new and improved arms. These were of many different calibers, a fact that caused much trouble in distributing ammunition during an engagement. The enemy had generally new arms which had run the blockade and were of uniform caliber. After the surrender, I authorized all colonels whose regiments were armed with inferior muskets to place them in the stack of captured arms and replace them with the latter. A large number of arms turned in to the Ordnance Department as captured were thus arms that had really been used by the Union Army in the capture of Vicksburg. In this narrative, I have not made the mention I should like of officers, dead and alive, whose services entitle them to special mention. Neither have I made that mention of the Navy which its services deserve. Suffice it to say, the close of the siege of Vicksburg found us with an army unsurpassed, in proportion to its numbers, taken as a whole of officers and men. A military education was acquired which no other school could have given. Men who thought a company was quite enough for them to command properly at the beginning would have made good regimental or brigade commanders. Most of the brigade commanders were equal to the command of a division, and one, Ransom, would have been equal to the command of a corps at least. Logan and Crocker ended the campaign fitted to command independent armies. General F.P. Blair joined me at Milliken's Bend, a full-fledged general without having served in a lower grade. He commanded a division in the campaign. I had known Blair in Missouri, where I had voted against him in 1858 when he ran for Congress. I knew him as a frank, positive, and generous man, true to his friends even to a fault, but always a leader. I dreaded his coming. I knew from experience that it was more difficult to command two generals desiring to be leaders than it was to command one army officered intelligently and with subordination. It affords me the greatest pleasure to record now my agreeable disappointment in respect to his character. There was no man braver than he, nor was there any who obeyed all orders of his superior in rank with more unquestioning alacrity. He was one man as a soldier, another as a politician. The Navy under Porter was all it could be during the entire campaign. Without its assistance, the campaign could not have been successfully made with twice the number of men engaged. It could not have been made at all in the way it was with any number of men without such assistance. The most perfect harmony reigned between the two arms of the service. There never was a request made, that I am aware of, either of the flag officer or any of his subordinates, that was not promptly complied with. The campaign of Vicksburg was suggested and developed by circumstances. The elections of 1862 had gone against the prosecution of the war. Voluntary enlistments had nearly ceased, and the draft had been resorted to. This was resisted, and a defeat or backward movement would have made its execution impossible. A forward movement to a decisive victory was necessary. Accordingly, I resolved to get below Vicksburg, unite with Banks against Port Hudson, make New Orleans a base, and with that base and Grand Gulf as a starting point, move our combined forces against Vicksburg. Upon reaching Grand Gulf, after running its batteries and fighting a battle, I received a letter from Banks informing me that he could not be at Port Hudson under 10 days, and then with only 15,000 men. The time was worth more than the reinforcements. I therefore determined to push into the interior of the enemy's country. With a large river behind us, held above and below by the enemy, rapid movements were essential to success. Jackson was captured the day after a new commander had arrived, and only a few days before large reinforcements were expected. A rapid movement west was made. The garrison of Vicksburg was met in 2 engagements and badly defeated, and driven back into its stronghold and there successfully besieged. It looks now as though Providence had directed the course of the campaign, while the Army of the Tennessee executed the decree. Upon the surrender of the garrison of Vicksburg, there were 3 things that required immediate attention. The first was to send a force to drive the enemy from our rear and out of the state. The second was to send reinforcements to banks near Port Hudson, if necessary, to complete the triumph of opening the Mississippi from its source to its mouth to the free navigation of vessels bearing the stars and stripes. The third was to inform the authorities at Washington and the North of the good news, to relieve their long suspense and strengthen their confidence in the ultimate success of the cause they had so much at heart. Soon after negotiations were opened with General Pemberton for the surrender of the city, I notified Sherman, whose troops extended from Haynes Bluff on the left to the crossing of the Vicksburg, and Jackson rode over the Big Black on the right, and directed him to hold his command in readiness to advance and drive the enemy from the state as soon as Vicksburg surrendered. Steele and Ord were directed to be in readiness to join Sherman in his move against General Johnston, and Sherman was advised of this also. Sherman moved promptly, crossing the Big Black at 3 different points with as many columns, all concentrating at Bolton, 20 miles west of Jackson. Johnston heard of the surrender of Vicksburg almost as soon as it occurred and immediately fell back on Jackson. On the 8th of July, Sherman was within 10 miles of Jackson, and on the 11th was close up to the defenses of the city and shelling the town. The siege was kept up until the morning of the 17th, when it was found that the enemy had evacuated during the night. The weather was very hot, the roads dusty, and the water bad. Johnston destroyed the roads as he passed and had so much the start that pursuit was useless. But Sherman sent 1 division Steele's to Brandon, 14 miles east of Jackson. The national loss in the second capture of Jackson was less than 1,000 men, killed, wounded, and missing. The Confederate loss was probably less, except in captured. More than this number fell into our hands as prisoners. Medicines and food were left for the Confederate wounded and sick who had to be left behind. A large amount of rations was issued to the families that remained in Jackson. Medicine and food were also sent to Raymond for the destitute families as well as the sick and wounded, as I thought it only fair that we should return to these people some of the articles we had taken while marching through the country. I wrote to Sherman, "Impress upon the men the importance of going through the state in an orderly manner, abstaining from taking anything not absolutely necessary for their subsistence while traveling. They should try to create as favorable an impression as possible upon the people. Provisions and forage, when called for by them, were issued to all the people, from Bruinsburg to Jackson and back to Vicksburg, whose resources had been taken for the supply of our army. Very large quantities of groceries and provisions were so issued. Sherman was ordered back to Vicksburg, and his troops took much the same position they had occupied before from the Big Black to Haynes Bluff. Having cleaned up about Vicksburg and captured or routed all regular Confederate forces for more than 100 miles in all directions, I felt that the troops that had done so much should be allowed to do more before the enemy could recover from the blow he had received, and while important points might be captured without bloodshed. I suggested to the General-in-Chief the idea of a campaign against Mobile, starting from Lake Pontchartrain. Halleck preferred another course. The possession of the Trans-Mississippi by the Union forces seemed to possess more importance in his mind than almost any campaign east of the Mississippi. I am well aware that the President was very anxious to have a foothold in Texas, to stop the clamor of some of the foreign governments which seemed to be seeking a pretext to interfere in the war, at least so far as to recognize belligerent rights to the Confederate States. This, however, could have been easily done without wasting troops in western Louisiana and eastern Texas by sending a garrison at once to Brownsville on the Rio Grande. Halleck disapproved of my proposition to go against Mobile, so that I was obliged to settle down and see myself put again on the defensive as I had been a year before in West Tennessee. It would have been an easy thing to capture Mobile at the time I proposed to go there. Having that as a base of operations, troops could have been thrown into the interior to operate against General Bragg's army. This would necessarily have compelled Bragg to detach in order to meet this fire in his rear. If he had not done this, the troops from Mobile could have inflicted inestimable damage upon much of the country from which his army and Lee's were yet receiving their supplies. I was so much impressed with this idea that I renewed my request later in July and again about the 1st of August, and proposed sending all the troops necessary, asking only the assistance of the Navy to protect the debarkation of troops at or near Mobile. I also asked for a leave of absence to visit New Orleans, particularly if my suggestion to move against Mobile should be approved. Both requests were refused. So far as my experience with General Halleck, when it was very much easier for him to refuse a favor than to grant one. But I did not regard this as a favor. It was simply in line of duty, though out of my department. The General-in-Chief having decided against me, the depletion of an army, which had won a succession of great victories, commenced, as had been the case the year before after the fall of Corinth when the army was sent where it would do the least good. By orders, I sent to Banks a force of 4,000 men, returned the 9th Corps to Kentucky, and when transportation had been collected, started a division of 5,000 men to Schofield in Missouri, where Price was raiding the state. I also detached a brigade under Ransom to Natchez, to garrison that place permanently. This latter move was quite fortunate as to the time when Ransom arrived there. The enemy happened to have a large number, about 5,000 head, of beef cattle there on the way from Texas to feed the Eastern armies, and also a large amount of munitions of war which had probably come through Texas from the Rio Grande, and which were on the way to Lee's and other armies in the east. The troops that were left with me around Vicksburg were very busily and unpleasantly employed in making expeditions against guerrilla bands and small detachments of cavalry which infested the interior, and in destroying mills, bridges, and rolling stock on the railroads. The guerrillas and cavalry were not there to fight but to annoy, and therefore disappeared on the first approach of our troops. The country back of Vicksburg was filled with deserters from Pemberton's army, and, it was reported, many from Johnston's also. The men determined not to fight again while the war lasted. Those who lived beyond the reach of the Confederate army wanted to get to their homes. Those who did not wanted to get north where they could work for their support till the war was over. Besides all this, there was quite a peace feeling, for the time being, among the citizens of that part of Mississippi, but this feeling soon subsided. It is not probable that Pemberton got off with over 4,000 of his army to the camp where he proposed taking them, and these were in a demoralized condition. On the 7th of August, I further depleted my army by sending the 13th Corps, General Ord commanding, to Banks. Besides this, I received orders to cooperate with the latter general in movements west of the Mississippi. Having received this order, I went to New Orleans to confer with Banks about the proposed movement. All these movements came to naught. During this visit, I reviewed Banks' army a short distance above Carrollton. The horse I rode was vicious and but little used, and on my return to New Orleans ran away and, shying at a locomotive in the street, fell probably on me. I was rendered insensible, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hotel nearby with several doctors attending me. My leg was swollen from the knee to the thigh, and the swelling, almost to the point of bursting, extended along the body up to the armpit. The pain was almost beyond endurance. I lay at the hotel something over a week without being able to turn myself in bed. I had a steamer stop at the nearest point possible and was carried to it on a litter. I was then taken to Vicksburg, where I remained unable to move for some time afterwards. While I was absent, General Sherman declined to assume command because, he said, it would confuse the records, but he let all the orders be made in my name and was glad to render any assistance he could. No orders were issued by my staff, certainly no important orders, except upon consultation with and approval of Sherman. On the 13th of September, while I was still in New Orleans, Halleck telegraphed to me to send all available forces to Memphis and thence to Tuscumbia to cooperate with Rosecrans for the relief of Chattanooga. On the 15th, he telegraphed again for all available forces to go to Rosecrans. This was received on the 27th. I was still confined to my bed, unable to rise from it without assistance, but I at once ordered Sherman to send one division to Memphis as fast as transports could be provided. The division of McPherson's corps, which had got off and was on the way to join Steele in Arkansas, was recalled and sent, likewise, to report to Hurlbut at Memphis. Hurlbut was directed to forward these two divisions with two others from his own corps at once, and also to send any other troops that might be returning there. Halleck suggested that some good man, like Sherman or McPherson, should be sent to Memphis to take charge of the troops going east. On this I sent Sherman, as being, I thought, the most suitable person for an independent command, and besides he was entitled to it if it had to be given to anyone. He was directed to take with him another division of his corps. This left one back, but having one of McPherson's divisions, he had still the equivalent. Before the receipt by me of these orders, the Battle of Chickamauga had been fought and Rosecrans forced back into Chattanooga. The administration, as well as the general-in-chief, was nearly frantic at the situation of affairs there. Mr. Charles A. Dana, an officer of the War Department, was sent to Rosecrans' headquarters. I do not know what his instructions were, but he was still in Chattanooga when I arrived there at a later period. It seems that Halleck suggested that I should go to Nashville as soon as able to move and take general direction of the troops moving from the west. I received the following dispatch dated October 3d. It is the wish of the Secretary of War that as soon as General Grant is able he will come to Cairo and report by telegraph. I was still very lame, but started without delay. Arriving at Columbus on the 16th, I reported by telegraph. Your dispatch from Cairo of the 3D directing me to report from Cairo was received at 11:3 on the 10th. Left the same day with staff and headquarters and am here en route for Cairo. End of Volume 1. Personal Memoirs of U.S. Grant. Volume 2. Contents. Chapter 40. First meeting with Secretary Stanton General Rosecrans, commanding Military Division of Mississippi Andrew Johnson's address arrival at Chattanooga. Chapter 41. Assuming the command at Chattanooga, opening a line of supplies, battle of Wauhatchion, the picket line. Chapter 42. Condition of the Army, rebuilding the railroad, General Burnside's situation orders for battle plans for the attack, Hooker's position, Sherman's movements. Chapter 43. Preparations for battle, Thomas carries the first line of the enemy, Sherman carries Missionary Ridge battle of Lookout Mountain, General Hooker's fight. Chapter 44. Battle of Chattanooga, gallant charge, complete rout of the enemy, pursuit of the Confederates, General Bragg remarks on Chattanooga. Chapter 45. The relief of Knoxville headquarters moved to Nashville, visiting Knoxville, cipher dispatches withholding orders. Chapter 46. Operations in Mississippi, Longstreet, in East Tennessee, commissioned Lieutenant General commanding the armies of the United States, first interview with President Lincoln. Chapter 47. The military situation plans for the campaign, Sheridan, assigned to command of the cavalry flank movements, Forrest, at Fort Pillow, General Banks's expedition, Colonel Mosby, an incident of the Wilderness Campaign. Chapter 48. Commencement of the Grand Campaign, General Butler's position, Sheridan's first raid. Chapter 49. Sherman S. campaign in Georgia, siege of Atlanta, death of General McPherson, attempt to capture Andersonville, capture of Atlanta. Chapter 50. Grand movement of the Army of the Potomac, crossing the Rapid and entering the Wilderness, battle of the Wilderness. Chapter 51. After the battle, telegraph and signal service movement by the left flank. Chapter 52. Battle of Spotsylvania, Hancock's position, assault of Warren's and Wright's corps, Upton, promoted on the field, good news from Butler and Sheridan. Chapter 53. Hancock's assault, losses of the Confederates, promotions, recommended discomfiture of the enemy, UL's attack, reducing the artillery. Chapter 54. Movement by the left flank, battle of North Anna, incident of the march moving on Richmond, south of the Pamunkey position of the National Army. Chapter 55. Advance on Cold Harbor, an anecdote of the War Battle of Cold Harbor, correspondence with Lee, retrospective. Chapter 56. Left flank movement across the Chickahominy and James, General Lee visit to Butler, the movement on Petersburg, the investment of Petersburg. Chapter 57. Raid on the Virginia Central Railroad, raid on the Weldon Railroad, Early's movement upon Washington mining the works before Petersburg, explosion of the mine before Petersburg campaign in the Shenandoah Valley, capture of the Weldon Railroad. Chapter 58. Sheridan's advance visit to Sheridan's victory in the Shenandoah, Sheridan's ride to Winchester, close of the campaign for the winter. Chapter 59. The campaign in Georgia, Sherman's march to the Sea War, anecdotes the march on Savannah, investment of Savannah, capture of Savannah. Chapter 60. The Battle of Franklin, the Battle of Nashville. Chapter 61. Expedition against Fort Fisher, attack on the fort, failure of the expedition, second expedition against the fort, capture of Fort Fisher. Chapter 62. Sherman's march north, Sheridan ordered to Lynchburg, Canby ordered to move against mobile movements of Schofield and Thomas, capture of Columbia, South Carolina, Sherman in the Carolinas. Chapter 63. Arrival of the Peace Commissioners, Lincoln and the Peace Commissioners, an anecdote of Lincoln the winter before Petersburg, Sheridan destroys the railroad, Gordon carries the picket line, Park recaptures the line, the Battle of White Oak Road. Chapter 64. Interview with Sheridan, grand movement of the Army of the Potomac, Sheridan's advance on Five Forks, battle of Five Forks, Park and Wright storm the enemy's line, battles before Petersburg. Chapter 65. The capture of Petersburg, meeting President Lincoln in Petersburg, the capture of Richmond, pursuing the enemy, visit to Sheridan and Meade. Chapter 66. Battle of Sailors Creek, engagement at Farmville, correspondence with General Lee, Sheridan intercepts the enemy. Chapter 67. Negotiations at Appomattox, interview with Lee at McLean's house, the terms of surrender, Lee's surrender, interview with Lee after the surrender. Chapter 68. Morale of the two armies, relative conditions of the North and South, President Lincoln visits Richmond, arrival at Washington, President Lincoln's assassination, President Johnson's policy. Chapter 69. Sherman and Johnston's surrender to Sherman, capture of Mobile, Wilson's expedition, capture of Jefferson Davis, General Thomas's qualities, estimate of General Canby. Chapter 70. The end of the war, the march to Washington, one of Lincoln's anecdotes, grand review at Washington, characteristics of Lincoln and Stanton, estimate of the different corps commanders. Conclusion. Appendix. Chapter 40. First meeting with Secretary Stanton, General Rosecrans, commanding Military Division of Mississippi, Andrew Johnson's address, arrival at Chattanooga. The reply to my telegram of October 16, 1863, from Cairo, announcing my arrival at that point, came on the morning of the 17th, directing me to proceed immediately to the Galt House, Louisville, where I would meet an officer of the War Department with my instructions. I left Cairo within an hour or two after the receipt of this dispatch, going by rail via Indianapolis. Just as the train I was on was starting out of the depot at Indianapolis, a messenger came running up to stop it, saying the Secretary of War was coming into the station and wanted to see me. I had never met Mr. Stanton up to that time, though we had held frequent conversations over the wires the year before, when I was in Tennessee. Occasionally, at night, he would order the wires between the War Department and my headquarters to be connected, and we would hold a conversation for an hour or two. On this occasion, the Secretary was accompanied by Governor Burr of Ohio, whom I had never met, though he and my father had been old acquaintances. Mr. Stanton dismissed the special train that had brought him to Indianapolis and accompanied me to Louisville. Up to this time, no hint had been given me of what was wanted after I left Vicksburg, except the suggestion in one of Halleck's dispatches that I had better go to Nashville and superintend the operation of troops sent to relieve Rosecrans. Soon after we started, the Secretary handed me two orders, saying that I might take my choice of them. The two were identical in all but one particular. Both created the Military Division of Mississippi, giving me the command composed of the departments of the Ohio, the Cumberland, and the Tennessee, and all the territory from the Alleghenies to the Mississippi River north of Banks's command in the Southwest. One order left the department commanders as they were, while the other relieved Rosecrans and assigned Thomas to his place. I accepted the latter. We reached Louisville after night, and if I remember rightly, in a cold, drizzling rain. The Secretary of War told me afterwards that he caught a cold on that occasion from which he never expected to recover. He never did. A day was spent in Louisville, the Secretary giving me the military news at the Capitol and talking about the disappointment at the results of some of the campaigns. By the evening of the day after our arrival, all matters of discussion seemed exhausted, and I left the hotel to spend the evening away, both Mrs. Grant, who was with me, and myself having relatives living in Louisville. In the course of the evening, Mr. Stanton received a dispatch from Mr. C.A. Dana, then in Chattanooga, informing him that unless prevented Rosecrans would retreat, and advising peremptory orders against his doing so. As stated before, after the fall of Vicksburg, I urged strongly upon the government the propriety of a movement against Mobile. General Rosecrans had been at Murfreesboro, Tennessee, with a large and well-equipped army from early in the year 1863, with Bragg confronting him with a force quite equal to his own at first, considering it was on the defensive. But after the investment of Vicksburg, Bragg's army was largely depleted to strengthen Johnston, in Mississippi, who was being reinforced to raise the siege. I frequently wrote General Halleck suggesting that Rosecrans should move against Bragg. By so doing, he would either detain the latter's troops where they were or lay Chattanooga open to capture. General Halleck strongly approved the suggestion and finally wrote me that he had repeatedly ordered Rosecrans to advance, but that the latter had constantly failed to comply with the order, and at last, after having held a council of war, had replied in effect that it was a military maxim not to fight two decisive battles at the same time. If true, the maxim was not applicable in this case. It would be bad to be defeated in two decisive battles fought the same day, but it would not be bad to win them. I, however, was fighting no battle, and the siege of Vicksburg had drawn from Rosecrans' front so many of the enemy that his chances of victory were much greater than they would be if he waited until the siege was over, when these troops could be returned. Rosecrans was ordered to move against the army that was detaching troops to raise the siege. Finally, he did move, on the 24th of June, but 10 days afterwards Vicksburg surrendered, and the troops sent from Bragg were free to return. It was at this time that I recommended to the General-in-Chief the movement against Mobile. I knew the peril the Army of the Cumberland was in, being depleted continually, not only by ordinary casualties, but also by having to detach troops to hold its constantly extending line over which to draw supplies, while the enemy in front was as constantly being strengthened. Mobile was important to the enemy, and in the absence of a threatening force was guarded by little else than artillery. If threatened by land and from the water at the same time, the prize would fall easily, or troops would have to be sent to its defense. Those troops would necessarily come from Bragg. My judgment was overruled, and the troops under my command were dissipated over other parts of the country where it was thought they could render the most service. Soon it was discovered in Washington that Rosecrans was in trouble and required assistance. The emergency was now too immediate to allow us to give this assistance by making an attack in rear of Bragg upon Mobile. It was therefore necessary to reinforce directly, and troops were sent from every available point. Rosecrans had very skillfully maneuvered Bragg south of the Tennessee River and through and beyond Chattanooga. If he had stopped and entrenched and made himself strong there, all would have been right and the mistake of not moving earlier partially compensated. But he pushed on, with his forces very much scattered, until Bragg's troops from Mississippi began to join him. Then Bragg took the initiative. Rosecrans had to fall back in turn and was able to get his army together at Chickamauga, some miles southeast of Chattanooga, before the main battle was brought on. The battle was fought on the 19th and 20th of September, and Rosecrans was badly defeated, with a heavy loss in artillery and some 16,000 men killed, wounded, and captured. The corps under Major General George H. Thomas stood its ground, while Rosecrans, with Crittenden and McCook, returned to Chattanooga. Thomas returned also, but later, and with his troops in good order. Bragg followed and took possession of Missionary Ridge, overlooking Chattanooga. He also occupied Lookout Mountain, west of the town, which Rosecrans had abandoned, and with it his control of the river and the river road as far back as Bridgeport. The national troops were now strongly entrenched in Chattanooga Valley, with the Tennessee River behind them and the enemy occupying commanding heights to the east and west, with a strong line across the valley from mountain to mountain, and with Chattanooga Creek, for a large part of the way, in front of their line. On the 29th, Halleck telegraphed me the above results and directed all the forces that could be spared from my department to be sent to Rosecrans. Long before this dispatch was received, Sherman was on his way, and McPherson was moving east with most of the garrison of Vicksburg. A retreat at that time would have been a terrible disaster. It would not only have been the loss of a most important strategic position to us, but it would have been attended with the loss of all the artillery still left with the Army of the Cumberland and the annihilation of that army itself, either by capture or demoralization. All supplies for Rosecrans had to be brought from Nashville. The railroad between this base and the army was in possession of the government up to Bridgeport, the point at which the road crosses to the south side of the Tennessee River. But Bragg, holding Lookout and Raccoon Mountains west of Chattanooga, commanded the railroad, the river and the shortest and best wagon roads, both south and north of the Tennessee, between Chattanooga and Bridgeport. The distance between these two places is but 26 miles by rail, but owing to the position of Bragg, all supplies for Rosecrans had to be hauled by a circuitous route north of the river and over a mountainous country, increasing the distance to over 60 miles. This country afforded but little food for his animals, nearly 10,000 of which had already starved, and not enough were left to draw a single piece of artillery or even the ambulances to convey the sick. The men had been on half rations of hard bread for a considerable time, with but few other supplies except beef driven from Nashville across the country. The region along the road became so exhausted of food for the cattle that by the time they reached Chattanooga, they were much in the condition of the few animals left alive there, on the lift. Indeed, the beef was so poor that the soldiers were in the habit of saying, with a faint facetiousness, that they were living on half rations of hard bread and beef dried on the hoof. Nothing could be transported but food, and the troops were without sufficient shoes or other clothing suitable for the advancing season. What they had was well worn. The fuel within the Federal lines was exhausted, even to the stumps of trees. There were no teams to draw it from the opposite bank, where it was abundant. The only way of supplying fuel, for some time before my arrival, had been to cut trees on the north bank of the river at a considerable distance up the stream, form rafts of it, and float it down with the current, effecting a landing on the south side within our lines by the use of paddles or poles. It would then be carried on the shoulders of the men to their camps. If a retreat had occurred at this time, it is not probable that any of the army would have reached the railroad as an organized body, if followed by the enemy. On the receipt of Mr. Dana's dispatch, Mr. Stanton sent for me. Finding that I was out, he became nervous and excited, inquiring of every person he met, including guests of the house, whether they knew where I was, and bidding them find me and send me to him at once. About 11 o'clock I returned to the hotel, and on my way, when near the house, every person met was a messenger from the secretary, apparently partaking of his impatience to see me. I hastened to the room of the secretary and found him pacing the floor rapidly in his dressing gown. Saying that the retreat must be prevented, he showed me the dispatch. I immediately wrote an order assuming command of the military division of the Mississippi and telegraphed it to General Rosecrans. I then telegraphed to him the order from Washington assigning Thomas to the command of the Army of the Cumberland, and to Thomas that he must hold Chattanooga at all hazards, informing him at the same time that I would be at the front as soon as possible. A prompt reply was received from Thomas, saying, "We will hold the town till we starve." I appreciated the force of this dispatch later when I witnessed the condition of affairs which prompted it. It looked indeed as if but two courses were open, one to starve, the other to surrender or be captured. On the morning of the 20th of October, I started, with my staff, and proceeded as far as Nashville. At that time, it was not prudent to travel beyond that point by night, so I remained in Nashville until the next morning. Here I met for the first time Andrew Johnson, military governor of Tennessee. He delivered a speech of welcome. His composure showed that it was by no means his maiden effort. It was long, and I was in torture while he was delivering it, fearing something would be expected from me in response. I was relieved, however, the people assembled having apparently heard enough. At all events, they commenced a general handshaking, which, although trying where there is so much of it, was a great relief to me in this emergency. From Nashville, I telegraphed to Burnside, who was then at Knoxville, that important points in his department ought to be fortified so that they could be held with the least number of men. To Admiral Porter at Cairo, that Sherman's advance had passed Eastport, Mississippi, that rations were probably on their way from St. Louis by boat for supplying his army, and requesting him to send a gunboat to convoy them. And to Thomas, suggesting that large parties should be put at work on the wagon road, then in use back to Bridgeport. On the morning of the 21st, we took the train for the front, reaching Stevenson, Alabama, after dark. Rosecrans was there on his way north. He came into my car and we held a brief interview in which he described very clearly the situation at Chattanooga and made some excellent suggestions as to what should be done. My only wonder was that he had not carried them out. We then proceeded to Bridgeport, where we stopped for the night. From here we took horses and made our way by Jasper and over Waldron's Ridge to Chattanooga. There had been much rain, and the roads were almost impassable from mud, knee-deep in places, and from washouts on the mountainsides. I had been on crutches since the time of my fall in New Orleans and had to be carried over places where it was not safe to cross on horseback. The roads were strewn with the debris of broken wagons and the carcasses of thousands of starved mules and horses. At Jasper, some 10 or 12 miles from Bridgeport, there was a halt. General O. Howard had his headquarters there. From this point, I telegraphed Burnside to make every effort to secure 500 rounds of ammunition for his artillery and small arms. We stopped for the night at a little hamlet some 10 or 12 miles farther on. The next day we reached Chattanooga a little before dark. I went directly to General Thomas's headquarters, and remaining there a few days, until I could establish my own. During the evening, most of the general officers called in to pay their respects and to talk about the condition of affairs. They pointed out on the map the line, marked with a red or blue pencil, which Rosecrans had contemplated falling back upon. If any of them had approved the move, they did not say so to me. I found General W. F. Smith occupying the position of Chief Engineer of the Army of the Cumberland. I had known Smith as a cadet at West Point, but had no recollection of having met him after my graduation in 1843 up to this time. He explained the situation of the two armies and the topography of the country so plainly that I could see it without an inspection. I found that he had established a sawmill on the banks of the river by utilizing an old engine found in the neighborhood, and, by rafting logs from the north side of the river above, had got out the lumber and completed pontoons and roadway plank for a second bridge, one flying bridge being there already. He was also rapidly getting out the materials and constructing the boats for a third bridge. In addition to this, he had far underway a steamer for plying between Chattanooga and Bridgeport whenever we might get possession of the river. This boat consisted of a scow, made of the planks sawed out at the mill, housed in, and a stern wheel attached which was propelled by a second engine taken from some shop or factory. I telegraphed to Washington this night, notifying General Halleck of my arrival and asking to have General Sherman assigned to the command of the Army of the Tennessee, headquarters in the field. The request was at once complied with. Chapter 41. Assuming the command at Chattanooga opening, a line of supplies battle of Wauhatchion, the picket line. The next day, the 24th, I started out to make a personal inspection, taking Thomas and Smith with me, besides most of the members of my personal staff. We crossed to the north side of the river, and, moving to the north of detached spurs of hills, reached the Tennessee at Brown's Ferry, some 3 miles below Lookout Mountain, unobserved by the enemy. Here we left our horses back from the river and approached the water on foot. There was a picket station of the enemy on the opposite side, of about 20 men, in full view, and we were within easy range. They did not fire upon us nor seem to be disturbed by our presence. They must have seen that we were all commissioned officers, but I suppose they looked upon the garrison of Chattanooga as prisoners of war, feeding or starving themselves, and thought it would be inhuman to kill any of them except in self-defense. That night, I issued orders for opening the route to Bridgeport-a-Cracker line, as the soldiers appropriately termed it. They had been so long on short rations that my first thought was the establishment of a line over which food might reach them. Chattanooga is on the south bank of the Tennessee, where that river runs nearly due west. It is at the northern end of a valley 5 or 6 miles in width, through which Chattanooga Creek runs. To the east of the valley is Missionary Ridge, rising from 5 to 800 feet above the creek and terminating somewhat abruptly a half-mile or more before reaching the Tennessee. On the west of the valley is Lookout Mountain, 2,200 feet above tide water. Just below the town, the Tennessee makes a turn to the south and runs to the base of Lookout Mountain, leaving no level ground between the mountain and river. The Memphis and Charleston Railroad passes this point, where the mountain stands nearly perpendicular. East of Missionary Ridge flows the South Chickamauga River. West of Lookout Mountain is Lookout Creek, and west of that, Raccoon Mountains. Lookout Mountain, at its northern end, rises almost perpendicularly for some distance, then breaks off in a gentle slope of cultivated fields to near the summit, where it ends in a palisade 30 or more feet in height. On the gently sloping ground, between the upper and lower palisades, there is a single farmhouse, which is reached by a wagon road from the valley east. The entrenched line of the enemy commenced on the north end of Missionary Ridge and extended along the crest for some distance south, thence across Chattanooga Valley to Lookout Mountain. Lookout Mountain was also fortified and held by the enemy, who also kept troops in Lookout Valley West, and on Raccoon Mountain, with pickets extending down the river so as to command the road on the north bank and render it useless to us. In addition to this, there was an entrenched line in Chattanooga Valley extending from the river east of the town to Lookout Mountain to make the investment complete. Besides the fortifications on Mission Ridge, there was a line at the base of the hill, with occasional spurs of rifle pits halfway up the front. The enemy's pickets extended out into the valley towards the town, so far that the pickets of the two armies could converse. At one point, they were separated only by the narrow creek, which gives its name to the valley and town, and from which both sides drew water. The Union lines were shorter than those of the enemy. Thus the enemy, with a vastly superior force, was strongly fortified to the east, south, and west, and commanded the river below. Practically, the Army of the Cumberland was besieged. The enemy had stopped with his cavalry north of the river the passing of a train loaded with ammunition and medical supplies. The Union Army was short of both, not having ammunition enough for a day's fighting. General Halleck had, long before my coming into this new field, ordered parts of the 11th and 12th Corps, commanded respectively by Generals Howard and Slocum, Hooker in command of the whole, from the Army of the Potomac to reinforce Rosecrans. It would have been folly to send them to Chattanooga to help eat up the few rations left there. They were consequently left on the railroad, where supplies could be brought to them. Before my arrival, Thomas ordered their concentration at Bridgeport. General W. F. Smith had been so instrumental in preparing for the move which I was now about to make, and so clear in his judgment about the manner of making it, that I deemed it but just to him that he should have command of the troops detailed to execute the design, although he was then acting as a staff officer and was not in command of troops. On the 24th of October, after my return to Chattanooga, the following details were made. General Hooker, who was now at Bridgeport, was ordered to cross to the south side of the Tennessee and march up by Whitesides and Wauhatchie to Brown's Ferry. General Palmer, with a division of the 14th Corps, Army of the Cumberland, was ordered to move down the river on the north side, by a back road, until opposite Whitesides, then cross and hold the road in Hooker's rear after he had passed. 4,000 men were at the same time detailed to act under General Smith directly from Chattanooga. 1,800 of them, under General Hazen, were to take 60 pontoon boats, and under cover of night float by the pickets of the enemy at the north base of Lookout down to Brown's Ferry, then land on the south side and capture or drive away the pickets at that point. Smith was to march with the remainder of the detail, also under cover of night, by the north bank of the river to Brown's Ferry, taking with him all the material for laying the bridge as soon as the crossing was secured. On the 26th, Hooker crossed the river at Bridgeport and commenced his eastward march. At 3 o'clock on the morning of the 27th, Hazen moved into the stream with his 60 pontoons and 1,800 brave and well-equipped men. Smith started enough in advance to be near the river when Hazen should arrive. There are a number of detached spurs of hills north of the river at Chattanooga, back of which is a good road parallel to the stream, sheltered from the view from the top of Lookout. It was over this road Smith marched. At 5 o'clock, Hazen landed at Brown's Ferry, surprised the picket guard, and captured most of it. By 7 o'clock, the whole of Smith's force was ferried over and in possession of a height commanding the ferry. This was speedily fortified, while a detail was laying the pontoon bridge. By 10 o'clock, the bridge was laid, and our extreme right, now in Lookout Valley, was fortified and connected with the rest of the army. The two bridges over the Tennessee River, flying one at Chattanooga and the new one at Brown's Ferry with the road north of the river, covered from both the fire and the view of the enemy, made the connection complete. Hooker found but slight obstacles in his way, and on the afternoon of the 28th emerged into Lookout Valley at Wauhatchie. Howard marched on to Brown's Ferry, while Geary, who commanded a division in the 12th Corps, stopped 3 miles south. The pickets of the enemy on the river below were now cut off, and soon came in and surrendered. The river was now open to us from Lookout Valley to Bridgeport. Between Brown's Ferry and Kelly's Ferry, the Tennessee runs through a narrow gorge in the mountains, which contracts the stream so much as to increase the current beyond the capacity of an ordinary steamer to stem it. To get up these rapids, steamers must be cordled, that is, pulled up by ropes from the shore. But there is no difficulty in navigating the stream from Bridgeport to Kelly's Ferry. The latter point is only 8 miles from Chattanooga and connected with it by a good wagon road, which runs through a low pass in the Raccoon Mountains on the south side of the river to Brown's Ferry, thence on the north side to the river opposite Chattanooga. There were several steamers at Bridgeport, an abundance of forage, clothing, and provisions. On the way to Chattanooga, I had telegraphed back to Nashville for a good supply of vegetables and small rations, which the troops had been so long deprived of. Hooker had brought with him from the east a full supply of land transportation. His animals had not been subjected to hard work on bad roads without forage, but were in good condition. In 5 days from my arrival in Chattanooga, the way was open to Bridgeport, and, with the aid of steamers and Hooker's teams, in a week the troops were receiving full rations. It is hard for anyone not an eyewitness to realize the relief this brought. The men were soon reclothed, and also well fed. An abundance of ammunition was brought up, and a cheerfulness prevailed not before enjoyed in many weeks. Neither officers nor men looked upon themselves any longer as doomed. The weak and languid appearance of the troops, so visible before, disappeared at once. I do not know what the effect was on the other side, but assume it must have been correspondingly depressing. Mr. Davis had visited Bragg but a short time before, and must have perceived our condition to be about as Bragg described it in his subsequent report. These dispositions, he said, faithfully sustained, ensured the enemy's speedy evacuation of Chattanooga for want of food and forage. Possessed of the shortest route to his depot, and the one by which reinforcements must reach him, we held him at our mercy, and his destruction was only a question of time. But the dispositions were not faithfully sustained, and I doubt not but thousands of men engaged in trying to sustain them now rejoice that they were not. There was no time during the rebellion when I did not think, and often say, that the South was more to be benefited by its defeat than the North. The latter had the people, the institutions, and the territory to make a great and prosperous nation. The former was burdened with an institution abhorrent to all civilized people not brought up under it, and one which degraded labor, kept it in ignorance, and enervated the governing class. With the outside world at war with this institution, they could not have extended their territory. The labor of the country was not skilled, nor allowed to become so. The whites could not toil without becoming degraded, and those who did were denominated poor white trash. The system of labor would have soon exhausted the soil and left the people poor. The non-slaveholders would have left the country, and the small slaveholder must have sold out to his more fortunate neighbor. Soon the slaves would have outnumbered the masters, and not being in sympathy with them, would have risen in their might and exterminated them. The war was expensive to the South as well as to the North, both in blood and treasure, but it was worth all it cost. The enemy was surprised by the movements which secured to us a line of supplies. He appreciated its importance and hastened to try to recover the line from us. His strength on Lookout Mountain was not equal to Hooker's command in the valley below. From Missionary Ridge, he had to march twice the distance we had from Chattanooga in order to reach Lookout Valley. But on the night of the 28th and 29th an attack was made on Geary at Wauhatchie by Longstreet's corps. When the battle commenced, Hooker ordered Howard up from Brown's Ferry. He had 3 miles to march to reach Geary. On his way, he was fired upon by rebel troops from a foothill to the left of the road, and from which the road was commanded. Howard turned to the left, charged up the hill, and captured it before the enemy had time to entrench, taking many prisoners. Leaving sufficient men to hold this height, he pushed on to reinforce Geary. Before he got up, Geary had been engaged for about 3 hours against a vastly superior force. The night was so dark that the men could not distinguish one from another except by the light of the flashes of their muskets. In the darkness and uproar, hookers, teamsters became frightened and deserted their teams. The mules also became frightened, and breaking loose from their fastenings, stampeded directly towards the enemy. The latter, no doubt, took this for a charge and stampeded in turn. By 4 o'clock in the morning, the battle had entirely ceased, and our cracker line was never afterward disturbed. In securing possession of Lookout Valley, Smith lost 1 man killed and 4 or 5 wounded. The enemy lost most of his pickets at the ferry, captured. In the night engagement of the 28th 9th Hooker, lost 416 killed and wounded. I never knew the loss of the enemy, but our troops buried over 150 of his dead and captured more than 100. After we had secured the opening of a line over which to bring our supplies to the army, I made a personal inspection to see the situation of the pickets of the 2 armies. As I have stated, Chattanooga Creek comes down the center of the valley to within a mile or such a matter of the town of Chattanooga, then bears off westerly, then northwesterly, and enters the Tennessee River at the foot of Lookout Mountain. This creek, from its mouth up to where it bears off west, lay between the 2 lines of pickets, and the guards of both armies drew their water from the same stream. As I would be under short-range fire and in an open country, I took nobody with me, except, I believe, a bugler, who stayed some distance to the rear. I rode from our right around to our left. When I came to the camp of the picket guard of our side, I heard the call, "Turn out the guard for the commanding general." I replied, "Never mind the guard," and they were dismissed and went back to their tents. Just back of these and about equally distant from the creek were the guards of the Confederate pickets. The sentinel on their post called out in like manner, "Turn out the guard for the commanding general," and, I believe, added, "General Grant." Their line in a moment front faced to the north, facing me, and gave a salute, which I returned. The most friendly relations seemed to exist between the pickets of the 2 armies. At one place there was a tree which had fallen across the stream, and which was used by the soldiers of both armies in drawing water for their camps. General Longstreet's corps was stationed there at the time, and wore blue of a little different shade from our uniform. Seeing a soldier in blue on this log, I rode up to him, commenced conversing with him, and asked whose corps he belonged to. He was very polite, and, touching his hat to me, said he belonged to General Longstreet's corps. I asked him a few questions, but not with a view of gaining any particular information, all of which he answered, and I rode off. Chapter 42. Condition of the Army Rebuilding, the Railroad General Burnside's situation orders, for battle plans, for the attack Hooker's position, Sherman's movements. Having got the Army of the Cumberland in a comfortable position, I now began to look after the remainder of my new command. Burnside was in about as desperate a condition as the Army of the Cumberland had been, only he was not yet besieged. He was 100 miles from the nearest possible base, Big South Fork of the Cumberland River, and much farther from any railroad we had possession of. The roads back were over mountains, and all supplies along the line had long since been exhausted. His animals, too, had been starved, and their carcasses lined the road from Cumberland Gap, and far back towards Lexington, East Tennessee still furnished supplies of beef, bread, and forage, but it did not supply ammunition, clothing, medical supplies, or small rations, such as coffee, sugar, salt, and rice. Sherman had started from Memphis for Corinth on the 11th of October. His instructions required him to repair the road in his rear in order to bring up supplies. The distance was about 330 miles through a hostile country. His entire command could not have maintained the road if it had been completed. The bridges had all been destroyed by the enemy and much other damage done. A hostile community lived along the road. Guerrilla bands infested the country, and more or less of the cavalry of the enemy was still in the west. Often Sherman's work was destroyed as soon as completed, and he only a short distance away. The Memphis and Charleston Railroad strikes the Tennessee River at Eastport, Mississippi. Knowing the difficulty Sherman would have to supply himself from Memphis, I had previously ordered supplies sent from St. Louis on small steamers to be convoyed by the Navy to meet him at Eastport. These he got. I now ordered him to discontinue his work of repairing roads and to move on with his whole force to Stevenson, Alabama, without delay. This order was borne to Sherman by a messenger, who paddled down the Tennessee in a canoe and floated over Muscle Shoals. It was delivered at Iuka on the 27th. In this, Sherman was notified that the rebels were moving a force towards Cleveland, East Tennessee, and might be going to Nashville, in which event his troops were in the best position to beat them there. Sherman, with his characteristic promptness, abandoned the work he was engaged upon and pushed on at once. On the 1st of November, he crossed the Tennessee at Eastport, and that day was in Florence, Alabama, with the head of column, while his troops were still crossing at Eastport, with Blair bringing up the rear. Sherman's force made an additional army, with cavalry, artillery, and trains, all to be supplied by the single-track road from Nashville. All indications pointed also to the probable necessity of supplying Burnside's command in East Tennessee, 25,000 more, by the same route. A single track could not do this. I gave, therefore, an order to Sherman to halt General G. M. Dodge's command, of about 8,000 men, at Athens, and subsequently directed the latter to arrange his troops along the railroad from Decatur north towards Nashville, and to rebuild that road. The road from Nashville to Decatur passes over a broken country, cut up with innumerable streams, many of them of considerable width, and with valleys far below the roadbed. All the bridges over these had been destroyed, and the rails taken up and twisted by the enemy. All the cars and locomotives not carried off had been destroyed as effectually as they knew how to destroy them. All bridges and culverts had been destroyed between Nashville and Decatur, and thence to Stevenson, where the Memphis and Charleston and the Nashville and Chattanooga roads unite. The rebuilding of this road would give us 2 roads as far as Stevenson over which to supply the army. From Bridgeport, a short distance farther east, the river supplements the road. General Dodge, besides being a most capable soldier, was an experienced railroad builder. He had no tools to work with except those of the pioneer's axes, picks, and spades. With these, he was able to entrench his men and protect them against surprises by small parties of the enemy. As he had no base of supplies until the road could be completed back to Nashville, the first matter to consider after protecting his men was the getting in of food and forage from the surrounding country. He had his men and teams bring in all the grain they could find, or all they needed, and all the cattle for beef, and such other food as could be found. Millers were detailed from the ranks to run the mills along the line of the army. When these were not near enough to the troops for protection, they were taken down and moved up to the line of the road. Blacksmith shops, with all the iron and steel found in them, were moved up in like manner. Blacksmiths were detailed and set to work making the tools necessary in railroad and bridge building. Axemen were put to work getting out timber for bridges and cutting fuel for locomotives when the road should be completed. Car builders were set to work repairing the locomotives and cars. Thus every branch of railroad building, making tools to work with and supplying the workmen with food, was all going on at once, and without the aid of a mechanic or laborer, except what the command itself furnished. But rails and cars the men could not make without material, and there was not enough rolling stock to keep the road we already had worked to its full capacity. There were no rails except those in use. To supply these deficiencies, I ordered 8 of the 10 engines General McPherson had at Vicksburg to be sent to Nashville, and all the cars he had except 10. I also ordered the troops in West Tennessee to points on the river and on the Memphis and Charleston road, and ordered the cars, locomotives and rails from all the railroads except the Memphis and Charleston to Nashville. The military manager of railroads also was directed to furnish more rolling stock and, as far as he could, bridge material. General Dodge had the work assigned him finished within 40 days after receiving his orders. The number of bridges to rebuild was 182, many of them over deep and wide chasms. The length of road repaired was 102 miles. The enemy's troops, which it was thought were either moving against Burnside or were going to Nashville, went no farther than Cleveland. Their presence there, however, alarmed the authorities at Washington, and, on account of our helpless condition at Chattanooga, caused me much uneasiness. Dispatches were constantly coming, urging me to do something for Burnside's relief, calling attention to the importance of holding East Tennessee, saying the president was much concerned for the protection of the loyal people in that section, etc. We had not at Chattanooga animals to pull a single piece of artillery, much less a supply train. Reinforcements could not help Burnside, because he had neither supplies nor ammunition sufficient for them, hardly, indeed, bread and meat for the men he had. There was no relief possible for him, except by expelling the enemy from Missionary Ridge and about Chattanooga. On the 4th of November, Longstreet left our front with about 15,000 troops, besides Wheeler's cavalry, 5,000 more, to go against Burnside. The situation seemed desperate, and was more aggravating because nothing could be done until Sherman should get up. The authorities at Washington were now more than ever anxious for the safety of Burnside's army, and plied me with dispatches faster than ever, urging that something should be done for his relief. On the 7th, before Longstreet could possibly have reached Knoxville, I ordered Thomas peremptorily to attack the enemy's right, so as to force the return of the troops that had gone up the valley. I directed him to take mules, officers' horses, or animals wherever he could get them to move the necessary artillery. But he persisted in the declaration that he could not move a single piece of artillery, and could not see how he could possibly comply with the order. Nothing was left to be done but to answer Washington dispatches as best I could, urge Sherman forward, although he was making every effort to get forward, and encourage Burnside to hold on, assuring him that in a short time he should be relieved. All of Burnside's dispatches showed the greatest confidence in his ability to hold his position as long as his ammunition held out. He even suggested the propriety of abandoning the territory he held south and west of Knoxville, so as to draw the enemy farther from his base and make it more difficult for him to get back to Chattanooga when the battle should begin. Longstreet had a railroad as far as Loudon, but from there to Knoxville he had to rely on wagon trains. Burnside's suggestion, therefore, was a good one, and it was adopted. On the 14th, I telegraphed him, "Sherman's advance has reached Bridgeport. His whole force will be ready to move from there by Tuesday at farthest. If you can hold Longstreet in check until he gets up, or by skirmishing and falling back, can avoid serious loss to yourself and gain time, I will be able to force the enemy back from here and place a force between Longstreet and Bragg that must inevitably make the former take to the mountain passes by every available road to get to his supplies. Sherman would have been here before this, but for high water in Elk River, driving him some 30 miles up that river to cross." And again later in the day, indicating my plans for his relief as follows: "Your dispatch and Dana's just received. Being there, you can tell better how to resist Longstreet's attack than I can direct. With your showing, you had better give up Kingston at the last moment and save the most productive part of your possessions. Every arrangement is now made to throw Sherman's force across the river, just at and below the mouth of Chickamauga Creek, as soon as it arrives. Thomas will attack on his left at the same time, and together it is expected to carry Missionary Ridge, and from there push a force on to the railroad between Cleveland and Dalton. Hooker will at the same time attack, and, if he can, carry Lookout Mountain. The enemy now seems to be looking for an attack on his left flank. This favors us. To further confirm this, Sherman's advance division will march direct from Whiteside to Trenton. The remainder of his force will pass over a new road just made from Whiteside to Kelly's Ferry, thus being concealed from the enemy, and leave him to suppose the whole force is going up Lookout Valley. Sherman's advance has only just reached Bridgeport. The rear will only reach there on the 16th. This will bring it to the 19th as the earliest day for making the combined movement as desired. Inform me if you think you can sustain yourself until this time. I can hardly conceive of the enemy breaking through at Kingston and pushing for Kentucky. If they should, however, a new problem would be left for solution. Thomas has ordered a division of cavalry to the vicinity of Sparta. I will ascertain if they have started and inform you. It will be entirely out of the question to send you 10,000 men, not because they cannot be spared, but how would they be fed after they got even one day east from here? Longstreet, for some reason or other, stopped at Loudon until the 13th. That being the terminus of his railroad communications, it is probable he was directed to remain there awaiting orders. He was in a position threatening Knoxville, and at the same time where he could be brought back speedily to Chattanooga. The day after Longstreet left Loudon, Sherman reached Bridgeport in person and proceeded on to see me that evening, the 14th, and reached Chattanooga the next day. My orders for battle were all prepared in advance of Sherman's arrival, *15, except the dates, which could not be fixed while troops to be engaged were so far away. The possession of Lookout Mountain was of no special advantage to us now. Hooker was instructed to send Howard's corps to the north side of the Tennessee, thence up behind the hills on the north side, and to go into camp opposite Chattanooga. With the remainder of the command, Hooker was, at a time to be afterwards appointed, to ascend the western slope between the upper and lower Palisades, and so get into Chattanooga Valley. The plan of battle was for Sherman to attack the enemy's right flank, form a line across it, extend our left over South Chickamauga River so as to threaten or hold the railroad in Bragg's rear, and thus force him either to weaken his lines elsewhere or lose his connection with his base at Chickamauga Station. Hooker was to perform like service on our right. His problem was to get from Lookout Valley to Chattanooga Valley in the most expeditious way possible. Cross the latter valley rapidly to Rossville, south of Bragg's line on Missionary Ridge. Form line there across the ridge facing north, with his right flank extended to Chickamauga Valley east of the ridge, thus threatening the enemy's rear on that flank and compelling him to reinforce this also. Thomas, with the Army of the Cumberland, occupied the center, and was to assault while the enemy was engaged with most of his forces on his two flanks. To carry out this plan, Sherman was to cross the Tennessee at Brown's Ferry and move east of Chattanooga to a point opposite the north end of Mission Ridge, and to place his command back of the foothills out of sight of the enemy on the ridge. There are two streams called Chickamauga emptying into the Tennessee River east of Chattanooga, North Chickamauga, taking its rise in Tennessee, flowing south, and emptying into the river some 7 or 8 miles east, while the South Chickamauga, which takes its rise in Georgia, flows northward and empties into the Tennessee some 3 or 4 miles above the town. There were now 116 pontoons in the North Chickamauga River, their presence there being unknown to the enemy. At night, a division was to be marched up to that point, and at 2 o'clock in the morning moved down with the current, 30 men in each boat. A few were to land east of the mouth of the South Chickamauga, capture the pickets there, and then lay a bridge connecting the two banks of the river. The rest were to land on the south side of the Tennessee, where Missionary Ridge would strike it if prolonged, and a sufficient number of men to man the boats were to push to the north side to ferry over the main body of Sherman's command, while those left on the south side entrenched themselves. Thomas was to move out from his lines facing the ridge, leaving enough of Palmer's corps to guard against an attack down the valley. Lookout Valley being of no present value to us, and being untenable by the enemy if we should secure Missionary Ridge, Hooker's orders were changed. His revised orders brought him to Chattanooga by the established route north of the Tennessee. He was then to move out to the right to Rossville. Hooker's position in Lookout Valley was absolutely essential to us so long as Chattanooga was besieged. It was the key to our line for supplying the army. But it was not essential after the enemy was dispersed from our front, or even after the battle for this purpose was begun. Hooker's orders, therefore, were designed to get his force past Lookout Mountain and Chattanooga Valley and up to Missionary Ridge. By crossing the north face of Lookout, the troops would come into Chattanooga Valley in rear of the line held by the enemy across the valley, and would necessarily force its evacuation. Orders were accordingly given to march by this route. But days before the battle began, the advantages, as well as the disadvantages of this plan of action, were all considered. The passage over the mountain was a difficult one to make in the face of an enemy. It might consume so much time as to lose us the use of the troops engaged in it at other points where they were more wanted. After reaching Chattanooga Valley, the creek of the same name, quite a formidable stream to get an army over, had to be crossed. I was perfectly willing that the enemy should keep Lookout Mountain until we got through with the troops on Missionary Ridge. By marching Hooker to the north side of the river, thence up the stream, and recrossing at the town, he could be got in position at any named time. When in this new position, he would have Chattanooga Creek behind him, and the attack on Missionary Ridge would unquestionably cause the evacuation by the enemy of his line across the valley and on Lookout Mountain. Hooker's order was changed accordingly. As explained elsewhere, the original order had to be reverted to, because of a flood in the river rendering the bridge at Brown's Ferry unsafe for the passage of troops at the exact juncture, when it was wanted to bring all the troops together against Missionary Ridge. The next day after Sherman's arrival, I took him, with Generals Thomas and Smith and other officers, to the north side of the river, and showed them the ground over which Sherman had to march, and pointed out generally what he was expected to do. I, as well as the authorities in Washington, was still in a great state of anxiety for Burnside's safety. Burnside himself, I believe, was the only one who did not share in this anxiety. Nothing could be done for him, however, until Sherman's troops were up. As soon, therefore, as the inspection was over, Sherman started for Bridgeport to hasten matters, rowing a boat himself, I believe, from Kelly's Ferry. Sherman had left Bridgeport the night of the 14th, reached Chattanooga the evening of the 15th, made the above-described inspection on the morning of the 16th, and started back the same evening to hurry up his command, fully appreciating the importance of time. His march was conducted with as much expedition as the roads and season would admit of. By the 20th, he was himself at Brown's Ferry with the head of column, but many of his troops were far behind, and one division, Ewing's, was at Trenton, sent that way to create the impression that Lookout was to be taken from the south. Sherman received his orders at the ferry and was asked if he could not be ready for the assault the following morning. News had been received that the battle had been commenced at Knoxville. Burnside had been cut off from telegraphic communications. The President, the Secretary of War, and General Halleck were in an agony of suspense. My suspense was also great, but more endurable, because I was where I could soon do something to relieve the situation. It was impossible to get Sherman's troops up for the next day. I then asked him if they could not be got up to make the assault on the morning of the 22d and ordered Thomas to move on that date. But the elements were against us. It rained all the 20th and 21st. The river rose so rapidly that it was difficult to keep the pontoons in place. General Orlando B. Wilcox, a division commander under Burnside, was at this time occupying a position farther up the valley than Knoxville, about Maynardville, and was still in telegraphic communication with the north. A dispatch was received from him saying that he was threatened from the east. The following was sent in reply. If you can communicate with General Burnside, say to him that our attack on Bragg will commence in the morning. If successful, such a move will be made as I think will relieve East Tennessee, if he can hold out. Longstreet passing through our lines to Kentucky need not cause alarm. He would find the country so bare that he would lose his transportation and artillery before reaching Kentucky, and would meet such a force before he got through that he could not return. Meantime, Sherman continued his crossing without intermission as fast as his troops could be got up. The crossing had to be effected in full view of the enemy on the top of Lookout Mountain. Once over, however, the troops soon disappeared behind the detached hill on the north side, and would not come to view again, either to watchmen on Lookout Mountain or Missionary Ridge, until they emerged between the hills to strike the bank of the river. But when Sherman's advance reached a point opposite the town of Chattanooga, Howard, who, it will be remembered, had been concealed behind the hills on the north side, took up his line of march to join the troops on the south side. His crossing was in full view both from Missionary Ridge and the top of Lookout, and the enemy of course supposed these troops to be Sherman's. This enabled Sherman to get to his assigned position without discovery. Chapter 43. Preparations for Battle. Thomas carries the first line of the enemy. Sherman carries Missionary Ridge battle of Lookout Mountain. General Hooker's fight. On the 20th, when so much was occurring to discourage rains falling so heavily as to delay the passage of troops over the river at Brown's Ferry and threatening the entire breaking of the bridge, news coming of a battle raging at Knoxville, of Wilcox being threatened by a force from the east, a letter was received from Bragg which contained these words: As there may still be some noncombatants in Chattanooga, I deem it proper to notify you that prudence would dictate their early withdrawal. Of course, I understood that this was a device intended to deceive, but I did not know what the intended deception was. On the 22d, however, a deserter came in who informed me that Bragg was leaving our front, and on that day Buckner's division was sent to reinforce Longstreet at Knoxville, and another division started to follow but was recalled. The object of Bragg's letter, no doubt, was in some way to detain me until Knoxville could be captured, and his troops there be returned to Chattanooga. During the night of the 21st, the rest of the pontoon boats, completed, 116 in all, were carried up to and placed in North Chickamauga. The material for the roadway over these was deposited out of view of the enemy within a few hundred yards of the bank of the Tennessee, where the north end of the bridge was to rest. Hearing nothing from Burnside, and hearing much of the distress in Washington on his account, I could no longer defer operations for his relief. I determined, therefore, to do on the 23d, with the Army of the Cumberland, what had been intended to be done on the 24th. The position occupied by the Army of the Cumberland had been made very strong for defense during the months it had been besieged. The line was about a mile from the town, and extended from Sitico Creek, a small stream running near the base of Missionary Ridge and emptying into the Tennessee about 2 miles below the mouth of the South Chickamauga, on the left, to Chattanooga Creek on the right. All commanding points on the line were well fortified and well equipped with artillery. The important elevations within the line had all been carefully fortified and supplied with a proper armament. Among the elevations, so fortified was one to the east of the town, named Fort Wood. It owed its importance chiefly to the fact that it lay between the town and Missionary Ridge, where most of the strength of the enemy was. Fort Wood had in it 22 pieces of artillery, most of which would reach the nearer points of the enemy's line. On the morning of the 23d, Thomas, according to instructions, moved Granger's corps of 2 divisions, Sheridan and T.J. Wood commanding, to the foot of Fort Wood, and formed them into line as if going on parade, Sheridan on the right, Wood to the left, extending to or near Sitico Creek. Palmer, commanding the 14th Corps, held that part of our line facing south and southwest. He supported Sheridan with 1 division, Baird's, while his other division under Johnson remained in the trenches, under arms, ready to be moved to any point. Howard's corps was moved in rear of the center. The picket lines were within a few hundred yards of each other. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all were ready to advance. By this time, the clouds had lifted so that the enemy could see from his elevated position all that was going on. The signal for advance was given by a booming of cannon from Fort Wood and other points on the line. The rebel pickets were soon driven back upon the main guards, which occupied minor and detached heights between the main ridge and our lines. These two were carried before halting, and before the enemy had time to reinforce their advance guards, but it was not without loss on both sides. This movement secured to us a line fully a mile in advance of the one we occupied in the morning, and the one which the enemy had occupied up to this time. The fortifications were rapidly turned to face the other way. During the following night, they were made strong. We lost in this preliminary action about 1,100 killed and wounded, while the enemy probably lost quite as heavily, including the prisoners that were captured. With the exception of the firing of artillery, kept up from Missionary Ridge and Fort Wood until night closed in, this ended the fighting for the first day. The advantage was greatly on our side now, and if I could only have been assured that Burnside could hold out 10 days longer, I should have rested more easily. But we were doing the best we could for him and the cause. By the night of the 23d, Sherman's command was in a position to move, though 1 division, Osterhaus's, had not yet crossed the river at Brown's Ferry. The continuous rise in the Tennessee had rendered it impossible to keep the bridge at that point in condition for troops to cross, but I was determined to move that night even without this division. Orders were sent to Osterhaus accordingly to report to Hooker if he could not cross by 8 o'clock on the morning of the 24th. Because of the break in the bridge, Hooker's orders were again changed, but this time only back to those first given to him. General W. F. Smith had been assigned to duty as chief engineer of the military division. To him were given the general direction of moving troops by the boats from North Chickamauga, laying the bridge after they reached their position, and generally all the duties pertaining to his office of chief engineer. During the night, General Morgan L. Smith's division was marched to the point where the pontoons were, and the brigade of Giles A. Smith was selected for the delicate duty of manning the boats and surprising the enemy's pickets on the south bank of the river. During this night, also General J. M. Brannan, Chief of Artillery, moved 40 pieces of artillery belonging to the Army of the Cumberland and placed them on the north side of the river so as to command the ground opposite, to aid in protecting the approach to the point where the south end of the bridge was to rest. He had to use Sherman's artillery horses for this purpose, Thomas having none. At 2 o'clock in the morning, November 24th, Giles A. Smith pushed out from the North Chickamauga with his 116 boats, each loaded with 30 brave and well-armed men. The boats with their precious freight dropped down quietly with the current to avoid attracting the attention of anyone who could convey information to the enemy, until arriving near the mouth of South Chickamauga. Here a few boats were landed, the troops debarked, and a rush was made upon the picket guard known to be at that point. The guard were surprised, and 20 of their number captured. The remainder of the troops effected a landing at the point where the bridge was to start, with equally good results. The work of ferrying over Sherman's command from the north side of the Tennessee was at once commenced, using the pontoons for the purpose. A steamer was also brought up from the town to assist. The rest of M. L. Smith's division came first, then the division of John E. Smith. The troops, as they landed, were put to work entrenching their position. By daylight, the two entire divisions were over, and well covered by the works they had built. The work of laying the bridge, on which to cross the artillery and cavalry, was now begun. The ferrying over the infantry was continued with the steamer and the pontoons, taking the pontoons, however, as fast as they were wanted to put in their place in the bridge. By a little past noon the bridge was completed, as well as one over the South Chickamauga connecting the troops left on that side with their comrades below, and all the infantry and artillery were on the south bank of the Tennessee. Sherman at once formed his troops for assault on Missionary Ridge. By 1 o'clock he started with M. L. Smith on his left, keeping nearly the course of Chickamauga River, J. E. Smith next to the right and a little to the rear, and Ewing still farther to the right and also a little to the rear of J. E. Smith's command, in column, ready to deploy to the right if an enemy should come from that direction. A good skirmish line preceded each of these columns. Soon the foot of the hill was reached. The skirmishers pushed directly up, followed closely by their supports. By 3:30 Sherman was in possession of the height without having sustained much loss. A brigade from each division was now brought up, and artillery was dragged to the top of the hill by hand. The enemy did not seem to be aware of this movement until the top of the hill was gained. There had been a drizzling rain during the day, and the clouds were so low that Lookout Mountain and the top of Missionary Ridge were obscured from the view of persons in the valley. But now the enemy opened fire upon their assailants, and made several attempts with their skirmishers to drive them away, but without avail. Later in the day, a more determined attack was made, but this, too, failed, and Sherman was left to fortify what he had gained. Sherman's cavalry took up its line of march soon after the bridge was completed, and by 3:30 the whole of it was over both bridges and on its way to strike the enemy's communications at Chickamauga Station. All of Sherman's command was now south of the Tennessee. During the afternoon, General Giles A. Smith was severely wounded and carried from the field. Thomas, having done on the 23d what was expected of him on the 24th, there was nothing for him to do this day except to strengthen his position. Howard, however, effected a crossing of Sitico Creek and a junction with Sherman, and was directed to report to him. With 2 or 3 regiments of his command, he moved in the morning along the banks of the Tennessee and reached the point where the bridge was being laid. He went out on the bridge as far as it was completed from the south end and saw Sherman superintending the work from the north side and moving himself south as fast as an additional boat was put in and the roadway put upon it. Howard reported to his new chief across the chasm between them, which was now narrow and in a few minutes closed. While these operations were going on to the east of Chattanooga, Hooker was engaged on the west. He had 3 divisions: Osterhaus's of the 15th Corps, Army of the Tennessee, Geary's 12th Corps, Army of the Potomac, and Cruft's 14th Corps, Army of the Cumberland. Geary was on the right at Wauhatchie, Cruft at the center, and Osterhaus near Brown's Ferry. These troops were all west of Lookout Creek. The enemy had the east bank of the creek strongly picketed and entrenched, and 3 brigades of troops in the rear to reinforce them if attacked. These brigades occupied the summit of the mountain. General Carter L. Stevenson was in command of the whole. Why any troops, except artillery with a small infantry guard, were kept on the mountaintop, I do not see. 100 men could have held the summit, which is a palisade for more than 30 feet down against the assault of any number of men from the position Hooker occupied. The side of Lookout Mountain confronting Hooker's command was rugged, heavily timbered, and full of chasms, making it difficult to advance with troops, even in the absence of an opposing force. Farther up, the ground becomes more even and level and was in cultivation. On the east side, the slope is much more gradual, and a good wagon road, zigzagging up it, connects the town of Chattanooga with the summit. Early on the morning of the 24th, Hooker moved Geary's division, supported by a brigade of Cruft's, up Lookout Creek, to effect a crossing. The remainder of Cruft's division was to seize the bridge over the creek, near the crossing of the railroad. Osterhaus was to move up to the bridge and cross it. The bridge was seized by Gross's brigade after a slight skirmish with the pickets guarding it. This attracted the enemy so that Geary's movement farther up was not observed. A heavy mist obscured him from the view of the troops on the top of the mountain. He crossed the creek almost unobserved and captured the picket of over 40 men on guard nearby. He then commenced ascending the mountain directly in his front. By this time, the enemy was seen coming down from their camps on the mountain slope and filing into their rifle pits to contest the crossing of the bridge. By 11 o'clock, the bridge was complete. Osterhaus was up, and after some sharp skirmishing, the enemy was driven away with considerable loss in killed and captured. While the operations at the bridge were progressing, Geary was pushing up the hill over great obstacles, resisted by the enemy directly in his front and in face of the guns on top of the mountain. The enemy, seeing their left flank and rear menaced, gave way and were followed by Cruft and Osterhaus. Soon these were up abreast of Geary, and the whole command pushed up the hill, driving the enemy in advance. By noon, Geary had gained the open ground on the north slope of the mountain, with his right close up to the base of the upper palisade, but there were strong fortifications in his front. The rest of the command coming up, a line was formed from the base of the upper palisade to the mouth of Chattanooga Creek. Thomas and I were on the top of Orchard Knob. Hooker's advance now made our line a continuous one. It was in full view, extending from the Tennessee River, where Sherman had crossed, up Chickamauga River to the base of Mission Ridge, over the top of the north end of the ridge to Chattanooga Valley, then along parallel to the ridge a mile or more, across the valley to the mouth of Chattanooga Creek, thence up the slope of Lookout Mountain to the foot of the upper palisade. The day was hazy, so that Hooker's operations were not visible to us except at moments when the clouds would rise. But the sound of his artillery and musketry was heard incessantly. The enemy on his front was partially fortified, but was soon driven out of his works. During the afternoon, the clouds, which had so obscured the top of Lookout all day as to hide whatever was going on from the view of those below, settled down and made it so dark where Hooker was as to stop operations for the time. At 4 o'clock, Hooker reported his position as impregnable. By a little after 5, direct communication was established, and a brigade of troops was sent from Chattanooga to reinforce him. These troops had to cross Chattanooga Creek and met with some opposition, but soon overcame it, and by night the commander, General Carlin, reported to Hooker and was assigned to his left. I now telegraphed to Washington. The fight today progressed favorably. Sherman carried the end of Missionary Ridge, and his right is now at the tunnel, and his left at Chickamauga Creek. Troops from Lookout Valley carried the point of the mountain and now hold the eastern slope and a point high up. Hooker reports 2,000 prisoners taken, besides which a small number have fallen into our hands from Missionary Ridge. The next day the president replied, "Your dispatches as to fighting on Monday and Tuesday are here. Well done. Many thanks to all. Remember Burnside." And Halleck also telegraphed, "I congratulate you on the success thus far of your plans. I fear that Burnside is hard pushed and that any further delay may prove fatal. I know you will do all in your power to relieve him." The division of Jefferson C. Davis, Army of the Cumberland, had been sent to the North Chickamauga to guard the pontoons as they were deposited in the river and to prevent all ingress or egress of citizens. On the night of the 24th, his division, having crossed with Sherman, occupied our extreme left from the upper bridge over the plain to the north base of Missionary Ridge. Firing continued to a late hour in the night, but it was not connected with an assault at any point. Chapter 44. Battle of Chattanooga, gallant, charge-complete rout of the enemy pursuit of the Confederates. General Bragg remarks on Chattanooga. At 12 o'clock at night, when all was quiet, I began to give orders for the next day and sent a dispatch to Wilcox to encourage Burnside. Sherman was directed to attack at daylight. Hooker was ordered to move at the same hour and endeavor to intercept the enemy's retreat if he still remained. If he had gone, then to move directly to Rossville and operate against the left and rear of the force on Missionary Ridge. Thomas was not to move until Hooker had reached Missionary Ridge. As I was with him on Orchard Knob, he would not move without further orders from me. The morning of the 25th opened clear and bright, and the whole field was in full view from the top of Orchard Knob. It remained so all day. Bragg's headquarters were in full view, and officers, presumably staff officers, could be seen coming and going constantly. The point of ground which Sherman had carried on the 24th was almost disconnected from the main ridge occupied by the enemy. A low pass, over which there is a wagon road crossing the hill, and near which there is a railroad tunnel, intervenes between the two hills. The problem now was to get to the main ridge. The enemy was fortified on the point, and back farther, where the ground was still higher, was a second fortification commanding the first. Sherman was out as soon as it was light enough to see, and by sunrise his command was in motion. 3 brigades held the hill already gained. Morgan L. Smith moved along the east base of Missionary Ridge, Loomis along the west base, supported by 2 brigades of John E. Smith's division, and Corse with his brigade was between the two, moving directly towards the hill to be captured. The ridge is steep and heavily wooded on the east side, where M. L. Smith's troops were advancing, but cleared and with a more gentle slope on the west side. The troops advanced rapidly and carried the extreme end of the rebel works. Morgan L. Smith advanced to a point which cut the enemy off from the railroad bridge and the means of bringing up supplies by rail from Chickamauga Station, where the main depot was located. The enemy made brave and strenuous efforts to drive our troops from the position we had gained, but without success. The contest lasted for 2 hours. Corse, a brave and efficient commander, was badly wounded in this assault. Sherman now threatened both Bragg's flank and his stores, and made it necessary for him to weaken other points of his line to strengthen his right. From the position I occupied, I could see column after column of Bragg's forces moving against Sherman. Every Confederate gun that could be brought to bear upon the Union forces was concentrated upon him. J. E. Smith, with 2 brigades, charged up the west side of the ridge to the support of Corse's command, over open ground and in the face of a heavy fire of both artillery and musketry, and reached the very parapet of the enemy. He lay here for a time, but the enemy coming with a heavy force upon his right flank, he was compelled to fall back, followed by the foe. A few hundred yards brought Smith's troops into a wood, where they were speedily reformed, when they charged and drove the attacking party back to his entrenchments. Seeing the advance, repulse, and second advance of J. E. Smith from the position I occupied, I directed Thomas to send a division to reinforce him. Baird's division was accordingly sent from the right of Orchard Knob. It had to march a considerable distance directly under the eye of the enemy to reach its position. Bragg at once commenced massing in the same direction. This was what I wanted. But it had now got to be late in the afternoon, and I had expected before this to see Hooker crossing the ridge in the neighborhood of Rossville and compelling Bragg to mass in that direction also. The enemy had evacuated Lookout Mountain during the night, as I expected he would. In crossing the valley, he burned the bridge over Chattanooga Creek and did all he could to obstruct the roads behind him. Hooker was off bright and early, with no obstructions in his front but distance and the destruction above named. He was detained 4 hours crossing Chattanooga Creek, and thus was lost the immediate advantage I expected from his forces. His reaching Bragg's flank and extending across it was to be the signal for Thomas's assault of the ridge. But Sherman's condition was getting so critical that the assault for his relief could not be delayed any longer. Sheridan's and Wood's divisions had been lying under arms from early morning, ready to move the instant the signal was given. I now directed Thomas to order the charge at once, *16. I watched eagerly to see the effect, and became impatient at last that there was no indication of any charge being made. The center of the line which was to make the charge was near where Thomas and I stood, but concealed from view by an intervening forest. Turning to Thomas to inquire what caused the delay, I was surprised to see Thomas J. Wood, one of the division commanders who was to make the charge, standing talking to him. I spoke to General Wood, asking him why he did not charge as ordered an hour before. He replied very promptly that this was the first he had heard of it, but that he had been ready all day to move at a moment's notice. I told him to make the charge at once. He was off in a moment, and in an incredibly short time loud cheering was heard, and he and Sheridan were driving the enemy's advance before them towards Missionary Ridge. The Confederates were strongly entrenched on the crest of the ridge in front of us, and had a second line halfway down and another at the base. Our men drove the troops in front of the lower line of rifle pits so rapidly, and followed them so closely, that Rebel and Union troops went over the first line of works almost at the same time. Many rebels were captured and sent to the rear under the fire of their own friends higher up the hill. Those that were not captured retreated and were pursued. The retreating hordes being between friends and pursuers caused the enemy to fire high to avoid killing their own men. In fact, on that occasion, the Union soldier nearest the enemy was in the safest position. Without awaiting further orders or stopping to reform, our troops went to the second line of works. Over that, and on for the crest, thus effectually carrying out my orders of the 18th for the battle and of the 24th*17 for this charge. I watched their progress with intense interest. The fire along the rebel line was terrific. Cannon and musket balls filled the air, but the damage done was in small proportion to the ammunition expended. The pursuit continued until the crest was reached, and soon our men were seen climbing over the Confederate barriers at different points in front of both Sheridan's and Wood's divisions. The retreat of the enemy along most of his line was precipitate, and the panic so great that Bragg and his officers lost all control over their men. Many were captured, and thousands threw away their arms in their flight. Sheridan pushed forward until he reached the Chickamauga River at a point above where the enemy crossed. He met some resistance from troops occupying a second hill in rear of Missionary Ridge, probably to cover the retreat of the main body and of the artillery and trains. It was now getting dark, but Sheridan, without halting on that account, pushed his men forward up this second hill slowly, and without attracting the attention of the men placed to defend it, while he detached to the right and left to surround the position. The enemy discovered the movement before these dispositions were complete, and beat a hasty retreat, leaving artillery, wagon trains, and many prisoners in our hands. To Sheridan's prompt movement the Army of the Cumberland and the nation are indebted for the bulk of the capture of prisoners, artillery, and small arms that day. Except for his prompt pursuit, so much in this way would not have been accomplished. While the advance up Mission Ridge was going forward, General Thomas with staff, General Gordon Granger, commander of the corps making the assault, and myself and staff occupied Orchard Knob, from which the entire field could be observed. The moment the troops were seen going over the last line of rebel defenses, I ordered Granger to join his command, and mounting my horse, I rode to the front. General Thomas left about the same time. Sheridan on the extreme right was already in pursuit of the enemy east of the ridge. Wood, who commanded the division to the left of Sheridan, accompanied his men on horseback in the charge, but did not join Sheridan in the pursuit. To the left, in Baird's front where Bragg's troops had massed against Sherman, the resistance was more stubborn and the contest lasted longer. I ordered Granger to follow the enemy with Wood's division, but he was so much excited and kept up such a roar of musketry in the direction the enemy had taken that by the time I could stop the firing the enemy had got well out of the way. The enemy confronting Sherman, now seeing everything to their left giving way, fled also. Sherman, however, was not aware of the extent of our success until after nightfall, when he received orders to pursue at daylight in the morning. As soon as Sherman discovered that the enemy had left his front, he directed his reserves, Davis's division of the Army of the Cumberland, to push over the pontoon bridge at the mouth of the Chickamauga and to move forward to Chickamauga Station. He ordered Howard to move up the stream some 2 miles to where there was an old bridge, repair it during the night, and follow Davis at 4 o'clock in the morning. Morgan L. Smith was ordered to reconnoiter the tunnel to see if that was still held. Nothing was found there but dead bodies of men of both armies. The rest of Sherman's command was directed to follow Howard at daylight in the morning to get on to the railroad towards Graysville. Hooker, as stated, was detained at Chattanooga Creek by the destruction of the bridge at that point. He got his troops over, with the exception of the artillery, by fording the stream at a little after 3 o'clock. Leaving his artillery to follow when the bridge should be reconstructed, he pushed on with the remainder of his command. At Rossville, he came upon the flank of a division of the enemy, which soon commenced a retreat along the ridge. This threw them on Palmer. They could make but little resistance in the position they were caught in, and as many of them as could do so escaped. Many, however, were captured. Hooker's position during the night of the 25th was near Rossville, extending east of the ridge. Palmer was on his left, on the road to Graysville. During the night, I telegraphed to Wilcox that Bragg had been defeated and that immediate relief would be sent to Burnside if he could hold out. To Halleck, I sent an announcement of our victory and informed him that forces would be sent up the valley to relieve Burnside. Before the Battle of Chattanooga opened, I had taken measures for the relief of Burnside the moment the way should be clear. Thomas was directed to have the little steamer that had been built at Chattanooga loaded to its capacity with rations and ammunition. Granger's corps was to move by the south bank of the Tennessee River to the mouth of the Halston, and up that to Knoxville accompanied by the boat. In addition to the supplies transported by boat, the men were to carry 40 rounds of ammunition in their cartridge boxes and 4 days' rations in haversacks. In the Battle of Chattanooga, troops from the Army of the Potomac, from the Army of the Tennessee, and from the Army of the Cumberland participated. In fact, the accidents growing out of the heavy rains and the sudden rise in the Tennessee River so mingled the troops that the organizations were not kept together, under their respective commanders, during the battle. Hooker, on the right, had Geary's division of the 12th Corps, Army of the Potomac, Osterhaus's division of the 15th Corps, Army of the Tennessee, and Cruft's division of the Army of the Cumberland. Sherman had 3 divisions of his own army, Howard's corps from the Army of the Potomac, and Jefferson C. Davis's division of the Army of the Cumberland. There was no jealousy, hardly rivalry. Indeed, I doubt whether officers or men took any note at the time of the fact of this intermingling of commands. All saw a defiant foe surrounding them, and took it for granted that every move was intended to dislodge him, and it made no difference where the troops came from so that the end was accomplished. The victory at Chattanooga was won against great odds, considering the advantage the enemy had of position, and was accomplished more easily than was expected by reason of Bragg's making several grave mistakes. First, in sending away his ablest corps commander with over 20,000 troops. Second, in sending away a division of troops on the eve of battle. Third, in placing so much of a force on the plain in front of his impregnable position. It was known that Mr. Jefferson Davis had visited Bragg on Missionary Ridge a short time before my reaching Chattanooga. It was reported and believed that he had come out to reconcile a serious difference between Bragg and Longstreet, and finding this difficult to do, planned the campaign against Knoxville to be conducted by the latter general. Had known both Bragg and Longstreet before the war, the latter very well. We had been 3 years at West Point together, and, after my graduation, for a time in the same regiment. Then we served together in the Mexican War. I had known Bragg in Mexico and met him occasionally subsequently. I could well understand how there might be an irreconcilable difference between them. Bragg was a remarkably intelligent and well-informed man, professionally and otherwise. He was also thoroughly upright, but he was possessed of an irascible temper and was naturally disputatious. A man of the highest moral character and the most correct habits, yet in the old army he was in frequent trouble. As a subordinate, he was always on the lookout to catch his commanding officer infringing his prerogatives. As a post commander, he was equally vigilant to detect the slightest neglect, even of the most trivial order. I have heard in the old army an anecdote very characteristic of Bragg. On one occasion, when stationed at a post of several companies commanded by a field officer, he was himself commanding one of the companies and at the same time acting as post quartermaster and commissary. He was first lieutenant at the time, but his captain was detached on other duty. As commander of the company, he made a requisition upon the quartermaster himself for something he wanted. As quartermaster, he declined to fill the requisition and endorsed on the back of it his reasons for so doing. As company commander, he responded to this, urging that his requisition called for nothing but what he was entitled to, and that it was the duty of the quartermaster to fill it. As quartermaster, he still persisted that he was right. In this condition of affairs, Bragg referred the whole matter to the commanding officer of the post. The latter, when he saw the nature of the matter referred, exclaimed, "My God, Mr. Bragg, you have quarreled with every officer in the army, and now you are quarreling with yourself." Longstreet was an entirely different man. He was brave, honest, intelligent, a very capable soldier, subordinate to his superiors, just and kind to his subordinates, but jealous of his own rights, which he had the courage to maintain. He was never on the lookout to detect a slight, but saw one as soon as anybody when intentionally given. It may be that Longstreet was not sent to Knoxville for the reason stated, but because Mr. Davis had an exalted opinion of his own military genius and thought he saw a chance of killing two birds with one stone. On several occasions during the war, he came to the relief of the Union Army by means of his superior military genius. I speak advisedly when I saw Mr. Davis prided himself on his military capacity. He says so himself, virtually, in his answer to the notice of his nomination to the Confederate presidency. Some of his generals have said so in their writings since the downfall of the Confederacy. My recollection is that my first orders for the Battle of Chattanooga were as fought. Sherman was to get on Missionary Ridge, as he did, Hooker to cross the north end of Lookout Mountain, as he did, sweep across Chattanooga Valley, and get across the south end of the ridge near Rossville. When Hooker had secured that position, the Army of the Cumberland was to assault in the center. Before Sherman arrived, however, the order was so changed as that Hooker was directed to come to Chattanooga by the north bank of the Tennessee River. The waters in the river, owing to heavy rains, rose so fast that the bridge at Brown's Ferry could not be maintained in a condition to be used in crossing troops upon it. For this reason, Hooker's orders were changed by telegraph back to what they were originally. Note from this point on this volume was written, with the exception of the campaign in the Wilderness, which had been previously written by General Grant after his great illness in April, and the present arrangement of the subject matter was made by him between the 10th and 18th of July, 1885. Chapter 45. The Relief of Knoxville Headquarters, moved to Nashville visiting Knoxville cipher, dispatches withholding orders. Chattanooga now being secure to the national troops beyond any doubt, I immediately turned my attention to relieving Knoxville, about the situation of which the President, in particular, was very anxious. Prior to the battles, I had made preparations for sending troops to the relief of Burnside at the very earliest moment after securing Chattanooga. We had there two little steamers which had been built and fitted up from the remains of old boats and put in condition to run. General Thomas was directed to have one of these boats loaded with rations and ammunition and move up the Tennessee River to the mouth of the Halston, keeping the boat all the time abreast of the troops. General Granger, with the 4th Corps reinforced to make 20,000 men, was to start the moment Missionary Ridge was carried, and under no circumstances were the troops to return to their old camps. With the provisions carried, and the little that could be got in the country, it was supposed he could hold out until Longstreet was driven away, after which event East Tennessee would furnish abundance of food for Burnside's army and his own also. While following the enemy on the 26th, and again on the morning of the 27th, part of the time by the road to Ringgold, I directed Thomas, verbally, not to start Granger until he received further orders from me, advising him that I was going to the front to more fully see the situation. I was not right sure, but that Bragg's troops might be over their stampede by the time they reached Dalton. In that case, Bragg might think it well to take the road back to Cleveland, move thence towards Knoxville, and, uniting with Longstreet, make a sudden dash upon Burnside. When I arrived at Ringgold, however, on the 27th, I saw that the retreat was most earnest. The enemy had been throwing away guns, caissons, and small arms, abandoning provisions, and, altogether, seemed to be moving like a disorganized mob, with the exception of Cleburne's division, which was acting as rear guard to cover the retreat. When Hooker moved from Rossville toward Ringgold, Palmer's division took the road to Graysville, and Sherman moved by the way of Chickamauga Station toward the same point. As soon as I saw the situation at Ringgold, I sent a staff officer back to Chattanooga to advise Thomas of the condition of affairs and direct him by my orders to start Granger at once. Feeling now that the troops were already on the march for the relief of Burnside, I was in no hurry to get back, but stayed at Ringgold through the day to prepare for the return of our troops. Ringgold is in a valley in the mountains, situated between East Chickamauga Creek and Taylor's Ridge, and about 20 miles southeast from Chattanooga. I arrived just as the artillery that Hooker had left behind at Chattanooga Creek got up. His men were attacking Cleburne's division, which had taken a strong position in the adjacent hills so as to cover the retreat of the Confederate Army through a narrow gorge which presents itself at that point. Just beyond the gorge, the valley is narrow, and the creek so tortuous that it has to be crossed a great many times in the course of the first mile. This attack was unfortunate and cost us some men unnecessarily. Hooker captured, however, 3 pieces of artillery and 230 prisoners, and 130 rebel dead were left upon the field. I directed General Hooker to collect the flour and wheat in the neighboring mills for the use of the troops, and then to destroy the mills and all other property that could be of use to the enemy, but not to make any wanton destruction. At this point Sherman came up, having reached Graysville with his troops, where he found Palmer had preceded him. Palmer had picked up many prisoners and much abandoned property on the route. I went back in the evening to Graysville with Sherman, remained there overnight, and did not return to Chattanooga until the following night, the 29th. I then found that Thomas had not yet started Granger, thus having lost a full day, which I deemed of so much importance in determining the fate of Knoxville. Thomas and Granger were aware that on the 23rd of the month Burnside had telegraphed that his supplies would last for 10 or 12 days, and during that time he could hold out against Longstreet, but if not relieved within the time indicated, he would be obliged to surrender or attempt to retreat. To effect a retreat would have been an impossibility. He was already very low in ammunition, and with an army pursuing, he would not have been able to gather supplies. Finding that Granger had not only not started, but was very reluctant to go, he having decided for himself that it was a very bad move to make, I sent word to General Sherman of the situation and directed him to march to the relief of Knoxville. I also gave him the problem that we had to solve that Burnside had now but 4 to 6 days' supplies left, and that he must be relieved within that time. Sherman, fortunately, had not started on his return from Graysville, having sent out detachments on the railroad, which runs from Dalton to Cleveland and Knoxville, to thoroughly destroy that road, and these troops had not yet returned to camp. I was very loath to send Sherman, because his men needed rest after their long march from Memphis and hard fighting at Chattanooga. But I had become satisfied that Burnside would not be rescued if his relief depended upon General Granger's movements. Sherman had left his camp on the north side of the Tennessee River, near Chattanooga, on the night of the 23rd, the men having 2 days' cooked rations in their haversacks. Expecting to be back in their tents by that time and to be engaged in battle while out, they took with them neither overcoats nor blankets. The weather was already cold, and at night they must have suffered more or less. The 2 days' rations had already lasted them 5 days, and they were now to go through a country which had been run over so much by Confederate troops that there was but little probability of finding much food. They did, however, succeed in capturing some flour. They also found a good deal of bran in some of the mills, which the men made up into bread, and in this and other ways they eked out an existence until they could reach Knoxville. I was so very anxious that Burnside should get news of the steps being taken for his relief, and thus induce him to hold out a little longer if it became necessary, that I determined to send a message to him. I therefore sent a member of my staff, Colonel J. H. Wilson, to get into Knoxville if he could report to Burnside the situation fully and give him all the encouragement possible. Mr. Charles A. Dana was at Chattanooga during the battle and had been there even before I assumed command. Mr. Dana volunteered to accompany Colonel Wilson and did accompany him. I put the information of what was being done for the relief of Knoxville into writing and directed that in some way or other it must be secretly managed so as to have a copy of this fall into the hands of General Longstreet. They made the trip safely. General Longstreet did learn of Sherman's coming in advance of his reaching there, and Burnside was prepared to hold out even for a longer time if it had been necessary. Burnside had stretched a boom across the Halston River to catch scows and flats as they floated down. On these, by previous arrangements with the loyal people of East Tennessee, were placed flour and corn, with forage and provisions generally, and were thus secured for the use of the Union troops. They also drove cattle into Knoxville by the east side, which was not covered by the enemy, so that when relief arrived, Burnside had more provisions on hand than when he had last reported. Our total loss, not including Burnside's, in all these engagements amounted to 757 killed, 4,529 wounded, and 330 missing. We captured 142 prisoners, about 50%. More than the enemy reported for their total loss: 40 pieces of artillery, 69 artillery carriages and caissons, and over 7,000 stands of small arms. The enemy's loss in arms was probably much greater than here reported, because we picked up a great many that were found abandoned. I had at Chattanooga, in round numbers, about 60,000 men. Bragg had about half this number, but his position was supposed to be impregnable. It was his own fault that he did not have more men present. He had sent Longstreet away with his corps, swelled by reinforcements, up to over 20,000 men, thus reducing his own force more than one-third and depriving himself of the presence of the ablest general of his command. He did this, too, after our troops had opened a line of communication by way of Brown's and Kelly's ferries with Bridgeport, thus securing full rations and supplies of every kind, and also when he knew reinforcements were coming to me. Knoxville was of no earthly use to him while Chattanooga was in our hands. If he should capture Chattanooga, Knoxville with its garrison would have fallen into his hands without a struggle. I have never been able to see the wisdom of this move. Then, too, after Sherman had arrived, and when Bragg knew that he was on the north side of the Tennessee River, he sent Buckner's division to reinforce Longstreet. He also started another division a day later, but our attack having commenced before it reached Knoxville, Bragg ordered it back. It had got so far, however, that it could not return to Chattanooga in time to be of service there. It is possible this latter blunder may have been made by Bragg having become confused as to what was going on our side. Sherman had, as already stated, crossed to the north side of the Tennessee River at Brown's Ferry, in full view of Bragg's troops from Lookout Mountain, a few days before the attack. They then disappeared behind foothills and did not come to the view of the troops on Missionary Ridge until they met their assault. Bragg knew it was Sherman's troops that had crossed, and they being so long out of view, may have supposed that they had gone up the north bank of the Tennessee River to the relief of Knoxville, and that Longstreet was therefore in danger. But the first great blunder, detaching Longstreet, cannot be accounted for in any way I know of. If he had captured Chattanooga, East Tennessee would have fallen without a struggle. It would have been a victory for us to have got our army away from Chattanooga safely. It was a manifold greater victory to drive away the besieging army, a still greater one to defeat that army in his chosen ground and nearly annihilate it. The probabilities are that our loss in killed was the heavier, as we were the attacking party. The enemy reported his loss in killed at 361, but as he reported his missing at 4,146, while we held over 6,000 of them as prisoners, and there must have been hundreds if not thousands who deserted, but little reliance can be placed on this report. There was certainly great dissatisfaction with Bragg on the part of the soldiers for his harsh treatment of them, and a disposition to get away if they could. Then, too, Chattanooga, following in the same half-year with Gettysburg in the east and Vicksburg in the west, there was much the same feeling in the South at this time that there had been in the North the fall and winter before. If the same license had been allowed the people and press in the South that was allowed in the North, Chattanooga would probably have been the last battle fought for the preservation of the Union. General William F. Smith's services in these battles had been such that I thought him eminently entitled to promotion. I was aware that he had previously been named by the President for promotion to the grade of Major General, but that the Senate had rejected the nomination. I was not aware of the reasons for this course, and therefore strongly recommended him for a major generalcy. My recommendation was heeded, and the appointment made. Upon the raising of the siege of Knoxville, I, of course, informed the authorities at Washington the President and Secretary of War of the fact, which caused great rejoicing there. The President especially was rejoiced that Knoxville had been relieved, *18, without further bloodshed. The safety of Burnside's army and the loyal people of East Tennessee had been the subject of much anxiety to the President for several months, during which time he was doing all he could to relieve the situation, sending a new commander *19 with a few thousand troops by the way of Cumberland Gap, and telegraphing me daily, almost hourly, to remember Burnside, do something for Burnside, and other appeals of like tenor. he saw no escape for East Tennessee until after our victory at Chattanooga. Even then, he was afraid that Burnside might be out of ammunition, in a starving condition, or overpowered. And his anxiety was still intense until he heard that Longstreet had been driven from the field. Burnside followed Longstreet only to Strawberry Plains, some 20 miles or more east, and then stopped, believing that Longstreet would leave the state. The latter did not do so, however, but stopped only a short distance farther on and subsisted his army for the entire winter off East Tennessee. Foster now relieved Burnside. Sherman made disposition of his troops along the Tennessee River in accordance with instructions. I left Thomas in command at Chattanooga and, about the 20th of December, moved my headquarters to Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville was the most central point from which to communicate with my entire military division, and also with the authorities at Washington. While remaining at Chattanooga, I was liable to have my telegraphic communications cut so as to throw me out of communication with both my command and Washington. Nothing occurred at Nashville worthy of mention during the winter. *20. So I set myself to the task of having troops in positions from which they could move to advantage, and in collecting all necessary supplies so as to be ready to claim a due share of the enemy's attention upon the appearance of the first good weather in the spring. I expected to retain the command I then had, and prepared myself for the campaign against Atlanta. I also had great hopes of having a campaign made against Mobile from the Gulf. I expected, after Atlanta fell, to occupy that place permanently, and to cut off Lee's army from the west by way of the road running through Augusta to Atlanta and thence southwest. I was preparing to hold Atlanta with a small garrison, and it was my expectation to push through to Mobile if that city was in our possession. If not, to Savannah, and in this manner to get possession of the only east and west railroad that would then be left to the enemy. But the spring campaign against Mobile was not made. The Army of the Ohio had been getting supplies over Cumberland Gap until their animals had nearly all starved. I now determined to go myself to see if there was any possible chance of using that route in the spring, and if not, to abandon it. Accordingly, I left Nashville in the latter part of December by rail for Chattanooga. From Chattanooga, I took one of the little steamers previously spoken of as having been built there, and putting my horses aboard, went up to the junction of the Clinch with the Tennessee. From that point, the railroad had been repaired up to Knoxville and out east to Strawberry Plains. I went by rail therefore to Knoxville, where I remained for several days. General John G. Foster was then commanding the Department of the Ohio. It was an intensely cold winter, the thermometer being down as low as 0 every morning for more than a week, while I was at Knoxville, and on my way from there on horseback to Lexington, Kentucky, the first point where I could reach rail to carry me back to my headquarters at Nashville. The road over Cumberland Gap, and back of it, was strewn with debris of broken wagons and dead animals, much as I had found it on my first trip to Chattanooga over Waldron's Ridge. The road had been cut up to as great a depth as clay could be by mules and wagons, and in that condition frozen, so that the ride of 6 days from Strawberry Plains to Lexington over these holes and knobs in the road was a very cheerless one, and very disagreeable. I found a great many people at home along that route, both in Tennessee and Kentucky, and, almost universally, intensely loyal. They would collect in little places where we would stop of evenings, to see me generally hearing of my approach before we arrived. The people naturally expected to see the commanding general, the oldest person in the party. I was then 41 years of age, while my medical director was gray-haired and probably 12 or more years my senior. The crowds would generally swarm around him, and thus give me an opportunity of quietly dismounting and getting into the house. It also gave me an opportunity of hearing passing remarks from one spectator to another about their general. Those remarks were apt to be more complimentary to the cause than to the appearance of the supposed general, owing to his being muffled up, and also owing to the travel-worn condition we were all in after a hard day's ride. I was back in Nashville by the 13th of January, 1864. When I started on this trip, it was necessary for me to have some person along who could turn dispatches into cipher, and who could also read the cipher dispatches, which I was liable to receive daily and almost hourly. Under the rules of the War Department at that time, Mr. Stanton had taken entire control of the matter, of regulating the telegraph and determining how it should be used, and of saying who, and who alone, should have the ciphers. The operators possessed of the ciphers, as well as the ciphers used, were practically independent of the commanders whom they were serving immediately under, and had to report to the War Department through General Stager all the dispatches which they received or forwarded. I was obliged to leave the telegraphic operator back at Nashville, because that was the point at which all dispatches to me would come, to be forwarded from there. As I have said, it was necessary for me also to have an operator during this inspection who had possession of this cipher to enable me to telegraph to my division and to the War Department without my dispatches being read by all the operators along the line of wires over which they were transmitted. Accordingly, I ordered the cipher operator to turn over the key to Captain Cyrus B. Comstock, of the Corps of Engineers, whom I had selected as a wise and discreet man who certainly could be trusted with the cipher if the operator at my headquarters could. The operator refused point-blank to turn over the key to Captain Comstock as directed by me, stating that his orders from the War Department were not to give it to anybody, the commanding general or anyone else. I told him I would see whether he would or not. He said that if he did, he would be punished. I told him if he did not, he most certainly would be punished. Finally, seeing that punishment was certain if he refused longer to obey my order, and being somewhat remote, even if he was not protected altogether from the consequences of his disobedience to his orders, from the War Department, he yielded. When I returned from Knoxville, I found quite a commotion. The operator had been reprimanded very severely and ordered to be relieved. I informed the Secretary of War, or his assistant secretary in charge of the telegraph, Stager, that the man could not be relieved, for he had only obeyed my orders. It was absolutely necessary for me to have the cipher, and the man would most certainly have been punished if he had not delivered it, that they would have to punish me if they punished anybody, or words to that effect. This was about the only thing approaching a disagreeable difference between the Secretary of War and myself that occurred until the war was over, when we had another little spat. Owing to his natural disposition to assume all power and control in all matters that he had anything whatever to do with, he boldly took command of the armies, and, while issuing no orders on the subject, prohibited any order from me going out of the Adjutant General's office until he had approved it. This was done by directing the Adjutant General to hold any orders that came from me to be issued from the Adjutant General's office until he had examined them and given his approval. He never disturbed himself, either, in examining my orders until it was entirely convenient for him, so that orders which I had prepared would often lie there 3 or 4 days before he would sanction them. I remonstrated against this in writing, and the Secretary apologetically restored me to my rightful position of General-in-Chief of the Army. But he soon lapsed again and took control much as before. After the relief of Knoxville, Sherman had proposed to Burnside that he should go with him to drive Longstreet out of Tennessee. But Burnside assured him that, with the troops which had been brought by Granger, and which were to be left, he would be amply prepared to dispose of Longstreet without availing himself of this offer. As before stated, Sherman's command had left their camps north of the Tennessee, near Chattanooga, with 2 days' rations in their haversacks, without coats or blankets, and without many wagons, expecting to return to their camps by the end of that time. The weather was now cold and they were suffering, but still they were ready to make the further sacrifice, had it been required, for the good of the cause which had brought them into service. Sherman, having accomplished the object for which he was sent, marched back leisurely to his old camp on the Tennessee River. Chapter 46. Operations in Mississippi. Longstreet, in East Tennessee, commissioned Lieutenant General commanding the armies of the United States. First interview with President Lincoln. Soon after his return from Knoxville, I ordered Sherman to distribute his forces from Stevenson to Decatur, and thence north to Nashville. Sherman suggested that he be permitted to go back to Mississippi, to the limits of his own department, and where most of his army still remained, for the purpose of clearing out what Confederates might still be left on the east bank of the Mississippi River to impede its navigation by our boats. He expected also to have the cooperation of Banks to do the same thing on the west shore. Of course, I approved heartily. About the 10th of January, Sherman was back in Memphis, where Hurlbut commanded, and got together his Memphis men, or ordered them collected and sent to Vicksburg. He then went to Vicksburg and out to where McPherson was in command, and had him organize his surplus troops so as to give him about 20,000 men in all. Sherman knew that General Bishop Polk was occupying Meridian with his headquarters, and had 2 divisions of infantry with a considerable force of cavalry scattered west of him. He determined, therefore, to move directly upon Meridian. I had sent some 2,500 cavalry under General Sooy Smith to Sherman's department, and they had mostly arrived before Sherman got to Memphis. Hurlbut had 7,000 cavalry, and Sherman ordered him to reinforce Smith so as to give the latter a force of about 7,000 with which to go against Forrest, who was then known to be southeast from Memphis. Smith was ordered to move about the 1st of February. While Sherman was waiting at Vicksburg for the arrival of Hurlbut with his surplus men, he sent out scouts to ascertain the position and strength of the enemy and to bring back all the information they could gather. When these scouts returned, it was through them that he got the information of General Polk's being at Meridian and of the strength and disposition of his command. Forrest had about 4,000 cavalry with him, composed of thoroughly well-disciplined men, who under so able a leader were very effective. Smith's command was nearly double that of Forrest, but not equal man to man, for the lack of a successful experience such as Forrest's men had had. The fact is, troops who have fought a few battles and won, and followed up their victories, improve upon what they were before to an extent that can hardly be counted by percentage. The difference in result is often decisive victory instead of inglorious defeat. This same difference, too, is often due to the way troops are officered, and for the particular kind of warfare which Forrest had carried on, neither army could present a more effective officer than he was. Sherman got off on the 3d of February and moved out on his expedition, meeting with no opposition whatever until he crossed the Big Black, and with no great deal of opposition after that until he reached Jackson, Mississippi. This latter place he reached on the 6th or 7th, Brandon on the 8th, and Morton on the 9th. Up to this time, he moved in 2 columns to enable him to get a good supply of forage, etc., and expedite the march. Here, however, there were indications of the concentration of Confederate infantry, and he was obliged to keep his army close together. He had no serious engagement, but he met some of the enemy who destroyed a few of his wagons about Decatur, Mississippi, where, by the way, Sherman himself came near being picked up. He entered Meridian on the 14th of the month, the enemy having retreated toward Demopolis, Alabama. He spent several days in Meridian in thoroughly destroying the railroad to the north and south, and also for the purpose of hearing from Sooy Smith, who he supposed had met Forrest before this time, and he hoped had gained a decisive victory because of a superiority of numbers. Hearing nothing of him, however, he started on his return trip to Vicksburg. There he learned that Smith, while waiting for a few of his men who had been icebound in the Ohio River instead of getting off on the 1st as expected, had not left until the 11th. Smith did meet Forrest, but the result was decidedly in Forrest's favor. Sherman had written a letter to Banks, proposing a cooperative movement with him against Shreveport, subject to my approval. I disapproved of Sherman's going himself because I had other important work for him to do, but consented that he might send a few troops to the aid of Banks, though their time to remain absent must be limited. We must have them for the spring campaign. The Trans-Mississippi movement proved abortive. My eldest son, who had accompanied me on the Vicksburg campaign and siege, had while there contracted disease, which grew worse, until he had grown so dangerously ill that on the 24th of January, I obtained permission to go to St. Louis, where he was staying at the time, to see him, hardly expecting to find him alive on my arrival. While I was permitted to go, I was not permitted to turn over my command to anyone else, but was directed to keep the headquarters with me and to communicate regularly with all parts of my division and with Washington, just as though I had remained at Nashville. When I obtained this leave, I was at Chattanooga, having gone there again to make preparations to have the troops of Thomas in the southern part of Tennessee cooperate with Sherman's movement in Mississippi. I directed Thomas, and Logan, who was at Scottsboro, Alabama, to keep up a threatening movement to the south against J.E. Johnston, who had again relieved Bragg, for the purpose of making him keep as many troops as possible there. I learned through Confederate sources that Johnston had already sent 2 divisions in the direction of Mobile, presumably to operate against Sherman, and 2 more divisions to Longstreet in East Tennessee. Seeing that Johnston had depleted in this way, I directed Thomas to send at least 10,000 men, besides Stanley's division, which was already to the east, into East Tennessee, and notified Schofield, who was now in command in East Tennessee, of this movement of troops into his department and also of the reinforcements Longstreet had received. My object was to drive Longstreet out of East Tennessee as a part of the preparations for my spring campaign. About this time, General Foster, who had been in command of the Department of the Ohio after Burnside until Schofield relieved him, *21, advised me that he thought it would be a good thing to keep Longstreet just where he was, that he was perfectly quiet in East Tennessee, and if he was forced to leave there, his whole well-equipped army would be free to go to any place where it could effect the most for their cause. I thought the advice was good, and, adopting that view, countermanded the orders for pursuit of Longstreet. On the 12th of February, I ordered Thomas to take Dalton and hold it if possible, and I directed him to move without delay. Finding that he had not moved, on the 17th I urged him again to start, telling him how important it was, that the object of the movement was to cooperate with Sherman, who was moving eastward and might be in danger. Then again on the 21st, he not yet having started, I asked him if he could not start the next day. He finally got off on the 22D or 23D. The enemy fell back from his front without a battle, but took a new position quite as strong and farther to the rear. Thomas reported that he could not go any farther because it was impossible with his poor teams, nearly starved, to keep up supplies until the railroads were repaired. He soon fell back. Schofield also had to return for the same reason. He could not carry supplies with him, and Longstreet was between him and the supplies still left in the country. Longstreet, in his retreat, would be moving towards his supplies, while our forces, following, would be receding from theirs. On the 2D of March, however, I learned of Sherman's success, which eased my mind very much. The next day, the 3D, I was ordered to Washington. The bill restoring the grade of Lieutenant General of the Army had passed through Congress and became a law on the 26th of February. My nomination had been sent to the Senate on the 1st of March and confirmed the next day, the 2D. I was ordered to Washington on the 3D to receive my commission and started the day following that. The commission was handed to me on the 9th. It was delivered to me at the Executive Mansion by President Lincoln in the presence of his cabinet, my eldest son, those of my staff who were with me, and a few other visitors. The President, in presenting my commission, read from a paper stating, however, as a preliminary, and prior to the delivery of it, that he had drawn that up on paper, knowing my disinclination to speak in public, and handed me a copy in advance so that I might prepare a few lines of reply. The President said, "General Grant, the nation's appreciation of what you have done, and its reliance upon you for what remains to be done in the existing great struggle, are now presented, with this commission constituting you Lieutenant General in the Army of the United States. With this high honor devolves upon you, also, a corresponding responsibility. As the country herein trusts you, so, under God, it will sustain you." I scarcely need to add that, with what I here speak for the nation, goes my own hearty personal concurrence. To this I replied, "Mr. President, I accept the commission, with gratitude for the high honor conferred. With the aid of the noble armies that have fought in so many fields for our common country, it will be my earnest endeavor not to disappoint your expectations. I feel the full weight of the responsibilities now devolving on me, and I know that if they are met, it will be due to those armies, and above all, to the favor of that providence which leads both nations and men." On the 10th, I visited the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac at Brandy Station, then returned to Washington, and pushed west at once to make my arrangements for turning over the commands there and giving general directions for the preparations to be made for the spring campaign. It had been my intention before this to remain in the West, even if I was made Lieutenant General. But when I got to Washington and saw the situation, it was plain that here was the point for the commanding general to be. No one else could, probably, resist the pressure that would be brought to bear upon him to desist from his own plans and pursue others. I determined, therefore, before I started back to have Sherman advance to my late position, McPherson to Sherman's in command of the department, and Logan to the command of McPherson's corps. These changes were all made on my recommendation and without hesitation. My commission as Lieutenant General was given to me on the 9th of March, 1864. On the following day, as already stated, I visited General Meade, commanding the Army of the Potomac, at his headquarters at Brandy Station, north of the Rapidan. I had known General Meade slightly in the Mexican War, but had not met him since until this visit. I was a stranger to most of the Army of the Potomac, I might say to all except the officers of the regular army who had served in the Mexican War. There had been some changes ordered in the organization of that army before my promotion. One was the consolidation of 5 corps into 3, thus throwing some officers of rank out of important commands. Meade evidently thought that I might want to make still one more change, not yet ordered. He said to me that I might want an officer who had served with me in the West, mentioning Sherman specially, to take his place. If so, he begged me not to hesitate about making the change. He urged that the work before us was of such vast importance to the whole nation that the feeling or wishes of no one person should stand in the way of selecting the right men for all positions. For himself, he would serve to the best of his ability wherever placed. I assured him that I had no thought of substituting anyone for him. As to Sherman, he could not be spared from the West. This incident gave me even a more favorable opinion of Meade than did his great victory at Gettysburg the July before. It is men who wait to be selected, and not those who seek, from whom we may always expect the most efficient service. Meade's position afterwards proved embarrassing to me if not to him. He was commanding an army, and, for nearly a year previous to my taking command of all the armies, was in supreme command of the Army of the Potomac except from the authorities at Washington. All other general officers occupying similar positions were independent in their commands so far as anyone present with them was concerned. I tried to make General Meade's position as nearly as possible what it would have been if I had been in Washington or any other place away from his command. I therefore gave all orders for the movements of the Army of the Potomac to Meade to have them executed. To avoid the necessity of having to give orders direct, I established my headquarters near his, unless there were reasons for locating them elsewhere. This sometimes happened, and I had on occasions to give orders direct to the troops affected. On the 11th, I returned to Washington, and, on the day after, orders were published by the War Department placing me in command of all the armies. I had left Washington the night before to return to my old command in the West, and to meet Sherman, whom I had telegraphed to join me in Nashville. Sherman assumed command of the Military Division of the Mississippi on the 18th of March, and we left Nashville together for Cincinnati. I had Sherman accompany me that far on my way back to Washington so that we could talk over the matters about which I wanted to see him, without losing any more time from my new command than was necessary. The first point which I wished to discuss was particularly about the cooperation of his command with mine when the spring campaign should commence. There were also other and minor points. Minor as compared with the great importance of the question to be decided by sanguinary war the restoration to duty of officers who had been relieved from important commands, namely McClellan, Burnside, and Fremont in the east, and Buell, McCook, Negley, and Crittenden in the west. Sometime in the winter of 1863-60, for I had been invited by the General-in-Chief to give my views of the campaign I thought advisable for the command under me now Sherman's. General J. E. Johnston was defending Atlanta and the interior of Georgia with an army, the largest part of which was stationed at Dalton, about 38 miles south of Chattanooga. Dalton is at the junction of the railroad from Cleveland with the one from Chattanooga to Atlanta. There could have been no difference of opinion as to the first duty of the armies of the Military Division of the Mississippi. Johnston's army was the first objective, and that important railroad center, Atlanta, the second. At the time, I wrote General Halleck giving my views of the approaching campaign, and at the time I met General Sherman, it was expected that General Banks would be through with the campaign, which he had been ordered upon before my appointment to the command of all the armies. and would be ready to cooperate with the armies east of the Mississippi. His part in the program being to move upon Mobile by land, while the Navy would close the harbor and assist to the best of its ability. Asterisk 22. The plan, therefore, was for Sherman to attack Johnston and destroy his army if possible, to capture Atlanta and hold it, and with his troops and those of Banks to hold a line through to Mobile, or at least to hold Atlanta and command the railroad running east and west, and the troops from one or other of the armies to hold important points on the Southern Road, the only east and west road that would be left in the possession of the enemy. This would cut the Confederacy in two again, as our gaining possession of the Mississippi River had done before. Banks was not ready in time for the part assigned to him, and circumstances that could not be foreseen determined the campaign which was afterwards made, the success and grandeur of which has resounded throughout all lands. In regard to restoring officers who had been relieved from important commands to duty again, I left Sherman to look after those who had been removed in the West while I looked out for the rest. I directed, however, that he should make no assignment until I could speak to the Secretary of War about the matter. I shortly after recommended to the Secretary the assignment of General Buell to duty. I received the assurance that duty would be offered to him, and afterwards the Secretary told me that he had offered Buell an assignment and that the latter had declined it, saying that it would be degradation to accept the assignment offered. I understood afterwards that he refused to serve under either Sherman or Canby because he had ranked them both. Both graduated before him and ranked him in the old army. Sherman ranked him as a brigadier general. All of them ranked me in the old army, and Sherman and Buell did as brigadiers. The worst excuse a soldier can make for declining service is that he once ranked the commander he is ordered to report to. On the 23d of March I was back in Washington, and on the 26th took up my headquarters at Culpeper Courthouse, a few miles south of the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac. Although hailing from Illinois myself, the state of the President, I never met Mr. Lincoln until called to the Capitol to receive my commission as Lieutenant General. I knew him, however, very well and favorably from the accounts given by officers under me at the West who had known him all their lives. I had also read the remarkable series of debates between Lincoln and Douglas a few years before, when they were rival candidates for the United States Senate. I was then a resident of Missouri, and by no means a Lincoln man in that contest, but I recognized then his great ability. In my first interview with Mr. Lincoln alone, he stated to me that he had never professed to be a military man or to know how campaigns should be conducted, and never wanted to interfere in them. But that procrastination on the part of commanders and the pressure from the people at the North in Congress, which was always with him, forced him into issuing his series of military orders. 1, 2, 3, etc. He did not know, but they were all wrong, and did know that some of them were. All he wanted, or had ever wanted, was someone who would take the responsibility and act, and call on him for all the assistance needed, pledging himself to use all the power of the government in rendering such assistance. Assuring him that I would do the best I could with the means at hand, and avoid as far as possible annoying him or the War Department, our first interview ended. The Secretary of War I had met once before only, but felt that I knew him better. While commanding in West Tennessee, we had occasionally held conversations over the wires, at night, when they were not being otherwise used. He and General Halleck both cautioned me against giving the President my plans of campaign, saying that he was so kind-hearted, so averse to refusing anything asked of him, that some friend would be sure to get from him all he knew. I should have said that in our interview the President told me he did not want to know what I proposed to do. But he submitted a plan of campaign of his own, which he wanted me to hear, and then do as I pleased about. He brought out a map of Virginia, on which he had evidently marked every position occupied by the Federal and Confederate armies up to that time. He pointed out on the map 2 streams which empty into the Potomac, and suggested that the army might be moved on boats and landed between the mouths of these streams. We would then have the Potomac to bring our supplies, and the tributaries would protect our flanks while we moved out. I listened respectfully, but did not suggest that the same streams would protect Lee's flanks while he was shutting us up. I did not communicate my plans to the President, nor did I to the Secretary of War or to General Halleck. March the 26th my headquarters were, as stated, at Culpeper, and the work of preparing for an early campaign commenced. Chapter 47. The military situation plans for the campaign. Sheridan, assigned to command of the cavalry flank, movements forest, at Fort Pillow. General Banks's expedition. Colonel Mosby. Incident of the Wilderness Campaign. When I assumed command of all the armies, the situation was about this. The Mississippi River was guarded from St. Louis to its mouth. The line of the Arkansas was held, thus giving us all the northwest north of that river. A few points in Louisiana, not remote from the river, were held by the federal troops, as was also the mouth of the Rio Grande. East of the Mississippi, we held substantially all north of the Memphis and Charleston Railroad as far east as Chattanooga, thence along the line of the Tennessee and Halston rivers, taking in nearly all of the state of Tennessee. West Virginia was in our hands, and that part of old Virginia north of the Rapidan and east of the Blue Ridge we also held. On the seacoast we had Fortress Monroe and Norfolk in Virginia, Plymouth, Washington and New Bern in North Carolina, Beaufort, Folly and Morris Islands, Hilton Head, Port Royal and Fort Pulaski in South Carolina and Georgia, Fernandina, St. Augustine, Key West and Pensacola in Florida. The balance of the Southern Territory, an empire in extent, was still in the hands of the enemy. Sherman, who had succeeded me in the command of the Military Division of the Mississippi, commanded all the troops in the territory west of the Alleghenies and north of Natchez, with a large movable force about Chattanooga. His command was subdivided into 4 departments, but the commanders all reported to Sherman and were subject to his orders. This arrangement, however, ensured the better protection of all lines of communication through the acquired territory, for the reason that these different department commanders could act promptly in case of a sudden or unexpected raid within their respective jurisdictions without awaiting the orders of the division commander. In the East, the opposing forces stood in substantially the same relations towards each other as 3 years before, or when the war began. They were both between the Federal and Confederate capitals. It is true, footholds had been secured by us on the seacoast, in Virginia and North Carolina, but beyond that, no substantial advantage had been gained by either side. Battles had been fought of as great severity as had ever been known in war, over ground from the James River and Chickahominy, near Richmond, to Gettysburg and Chambersburg, in Pennsylvania, with indecisive results, sometimes favorable to the National Army, sometimes to the Confederate Army. But in every instance, I believe, claimed as victories for the South by the Southern press, if not by the Southern generals. The Northern press, as a whole, did not discourage these claims. A portion of it always magnified rebel success and belittled ours, while another portion, most sincerely earnest in their desire for the preservation of the Union and the overwhelming success of the Federal armies, would nevertheless generally express dissatisfaction with whatever victories were gained because they were not more complete. That portion of the Army of the Potomac not engaged in guarding lines of communication was on the northern bank of the Rapidan. The Army of Northern Virginia, confronting it on the opposite bank of the same river, was strongly entrenched and commanded by the acknowledged ablest general in the Confederate Army. The country back to the James River is cut up with many streams, generally narrow, deep, and difficult to cross except where bridged. The region is heavily timbered, and the roads narrow, and very bad after the least rain. Such an enemy was not, of course, unprepared with adequate fortifications at convenient intervals all the way back to Richmond, so that when driven from one fortified position, they would always have another farther to the rear to fall back into. To provision an army, campaigning against so formidable a foe through such a country, from wagons alone seemed almost impossible. System and discipline were both essential to its accomplishment. The Union armies were now divided into 19 departments, though 4 of them in the West had been concentrated into a single military division. The Army of the Potomac was a separate command and had no territorial limits. There were thus 17 distinct commanders. Before this time, these various armies had acted separately and independently of each other, giving the enemy an opportunity often of depleting one command, not pressed, to reinforce another more actively engaged. I determined to stop this. To this end, I regarded the Army of the Potomac as the center, and all west to Memphis along the line described as our position at the time, and north of it, the right wing, the Army of the James, under General Butler, as the left wing, and all the troops south, as a force in rear of the enemy. Some of these latter were occupying positions from which they could not render service proportionate to their numerical strength. All such were depleted to the minimum necessary to hold their positions as a guard against blockade runners. Where they could not do this, their positions were abandoned altogether. In this way, 10,000 men were added to the Army of the James from South Carolina alone, with General Gillmore in command. It was not contemplated that General Gillmore should leave his department, but as most of his troops were taken, presumably for active service, he asked to accompany them and was permitted to do so. Officers and soldiers on furlough, of whom there were many thousands, were ordered to their proper commands. Concentration was the order of the day, and to have it accomplished in time to advance at the earliest moment the roads would permit was the problem. As a reinforcement to the Army of the Potomac, or to act in support of it, the 9th Army Corps, over 20,000 strong, under General Burnside, had been rendezvoused at Annapolis, Maryland. This was an admirable position for such a reinforcement. The Corps could be brought at the last moment as a reinforcement to the Army of the Potomac, or it could be thrown on the seacoast, south of Norfolk, in Virginia or North Carolina, to operate against Richmond from that direction. In fact, Burnside and the War Department both thought the 9th Corps was intended for such an expedition, up to the last moment. My general plan now was to concentrate all the force possible against the Confederate armies in the field. There were but two such, as we have seen, east of the Mississippi River and facing north. The Army of Northern Virginia, General Robert E. Lee commanding, was on the south bank of the Rapidan, confronting the Army of the Potomac. The second, under General Joseph E. Johnston, was at Dalton, Georgia, opposed to Sherman, who was still at Chattanooga. Beside these main armies, the Confederates had to guard the Shenandoah Valley, a great storehouse to feed their armies from, and their line of communications from Richmond to Tennessee. Forrest, a brave and intrepid cavalry general, was in the west with a large force, making a larger command necessary to hold what we had gained in Middle and West Tennessee. We could not abandon any territory north of the line held by the enemy because it would lay the northern states open to invasion. But as the Army of the Potomac was the principal garrison for the protection of Washington even while it was moving on Lee, so all the forces to the west, and the Army of the James, guarded their special trusts when advancing from them as well as when remaining at them. Better indeed, for they forced the enemy to guard his own lines and resources at a greater distance from ours, and with a greater force. Little expeditions could not so well be sent out to destroy a bridge or tear up a few miles of railroad track, burn a storehouse, or inflict other little annoyances. Accordingly, I arranged for a simultaneous movement all along the line. Sherman was to move from Chattanooga, Johnston's army and Atlanta being his objective points. *23, Crook, commanding in West Virginia, was to move from the mouth of the Gauley River with a cavalry force and some artillery, the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad to be his objective. Either the enemy would have to keep a large force to protect their communications, or see them destroyed, and a large amount of forage and provision, which they so much needed, fall into our hands. Sigel was in command in the Valley of Virginia. He was to advance up the valley, covering the north from an invasion through that channel as well while advancing as by remaining near Harper's Ferry. Every mile he advanced also gave us possession of stores on which Lee relied. Butler was to advance by the James River, having Richmond and Petersburg as his objective. Before the advance commenced, I visited Butler at Fort Monroe. This was the first time I had ever met him. Before giving him any order as to the part he was to play in the approaching campaign, I invited his views. They were very much such as I intended to direct, and as I did direct, *24, in writing, before leaving. General W. F. Smith, who had been promoted to the rank of Major General shortly after the Battle of Chattanooga on my recommendation, had not yet been confirmed. I found a decided prejudice against his confirmation by a majority of the Senate, but I insisted that his services had been such that he should be rewarded. My wishes were now reluctantly complied with, and I assigned him to the command of one of the corps under General Butler. I was not long in finding out that the objections to Smith's promotion were well-founded. In one of my early interviews with the president, I expressed my dissatisfaction with the little that had been accomplished by the cavalry so far in the war, and the belief that it was capable of accomplishing much more than it had done if under a thorough leader. I said I wanted the very best man in the army for that command. Halleck was present and spoke up, saying, "How would Sheridan do?" I replied, "The very man I want." The president said I could have anybody I wanted. Sheridan was telegraphed for that day, and on his arrival was assigned to the command of the Cavalry Corps with the Army of the Potomac. This relieved General Alfred Pleasonton. It was not a reflection on that officer, however, for I did not know but that he had been as efficient as any other cavalry commander. Banks in the Department of the Gulf was ordered to assemble all the troops he had at New Orleans in time to join in the general move, Mobile to be his objective. At this time, I was not entirely decided as to whether I should move the Army of the Potomac by the right flank of the enemy or by his left. Each plan presented advantages. Asterisk 25. If by his right my left the Potomac, Chesapeake Bay and tributaries would furnish us an easy hauling distance of every position the Army could occupy from the Rapidan to the James River. But Lee could, if he chose, detach or move his whole army north on a line rather interior to the one I would have to take in following. A movement by his left our right would obviate this, but all that was done would have to be done with the supplies and ammunition we started with. All idea of adopting this latter plan was abandoned when the limited quantity of supplies possible to take with us was considered. The country over which we would have to pass was so exhausted of all food or forage that we would be obliged to carry everything with us. While these preparations were going on, the enemy was not entirely idle. In the West, Forrest made a raid in West Tennessee up to the northern border, capturing the garrison of 400 or 500 men at Union City, and followed it up by an attack on Paducah, Kentucky, on the banks of the Ohio. While he was able to enter the city, he failed to capture the forts or any part of the garrison. On the first intelligence of Forrest's raid, I telegraphed Sherman to send all his cavalry against him, and not to let him get out of the trap he had put himself into. Sherman had anticipated me by sending troops against him before he got my order. Forrest, however, fell back rapidly and attacked the troops at Fort Pillow, a station for the protection of the navigation of the Mississippi River. The garrison consisted of a regiment of colored troops, infantry, and a detachment of Tennessee cavalry. These troops fought bravely, but were overpowered. I will leave Forrest in his dispatches to tell what he did with them. "The river was dyed," he says, "with the blood of the slaughtered for 200 yards. The approximate loss was upward of 500 killed, but few of the officers escaping. My loss was about 20 killed. It is hoped that these facts will demonstrate to the Northern people that Negro soldiers cannot cope with Southerners." Subsequently, Forrest made a report in which he left out the part which shocks humanity to read. At the East, also, the rebels were busy. I had said to Halleck that Plymouth and Washington, North Carolina, were unnecessary to hold. It would be better to have the garrisons engaged there added to Butler's command. If success attended our arms both places, and others too would fall into our hands naturally. These places had been occupied by federal troops before I took command of the armies, and I knew that the executive would be reluctant to abandon them, and therefore explained my views. But before my views were carried out, the rebels captured the garrison at Plymouth. I then ordered the abandonment of Washington, but directed the holding of New Bern at all hazards. This was essential because New Bern was a port into which blockade runners could enter. General Banks had gone on an expedition up the Red River long before my promotion to general command. I had opposed the movement strenuously, but acquiesced because it was the order of my superior at the time. By direction of Halleck, I had reinforced Banks with a corps of about 10,000 men from Sherman's command. This reinforcement was wanted back badly before the forward movement commenced. But Banks had got so far that it seemed best that he should take Shreveport on the Red River and turn over the line of that river to Steele, who commanded in Arkansas, to hold instead of the line of the Arkansas. Orders were given accordingly, and with the expectation that the campaign would be ended in time for Banks to return A.J. Smith's command to where it belonged and get back to New Orleans himself in time to execute his part in the general plan. But the expedition was a failure. Banks did not get back in time to take part in the program as laid down. Nor was Smith returned until long after the movements of May 1864 had been begun. The services of 40,000 veteran troops, over and above the number required to hold all that was necessary in the Department of the Gulf, were thus paralyzed. It is but just to Banks, however, to say that his expedition was ordered from Washington and he was in no way responsible except for the conduct of it. I make no criticism on this point. He opposed the expedition. By the 27th of April, spring had so far advanced as to justify me in fixing a day for the great move. On that day, Burnside left Annapolis to occupy Meade's position between Bull Run and the Rappahannock. Meade was notified and directed to bring his troops forward to his advance. On the following day, Butler was notified of my intended advance on the 4th of May, and he was directed to move the night of the same day and get as far up the James River as possible by daylight, and push on from there to accomplish the task given him. He was also notified that reinforcements were being collected in Washington City, which would be forwarded to him should the enemy fall back into the trenches at Richmond. The same day, Sherman was directed to get his forces up ready to advance on the 5th. Sigel was in Winchester and was notified to move in conjunction with the others. The criticism has been made by writers on the campaign from the Rapidan to the James River that all the loss of life could have been obviated by moving the army there on transports. Richmond was fortified and entrenched so perfectly that one man inside to defend was more than equal to 5 outside besieging or assaulting. To get possession of Lee's army was the first great object. With the capture of his army, Richmond would necessarily follow. It was better to fight him outside of his stronghold than in it. If the Army of the Potomac had been moved bodily to the James River by water, Lee could have moved a part of his forces back to Richmond, called Beauregard from the south to reinforce it, and with the balance moved on to Washington. Then, too, I ordered a move, simultaneous with that of the Army of the Potomac, up the James River by a formidable army already collected at the mouth of the river. While my headquarters were at Culpeper, from the 26th of March to the 4th of May, I generally visited Washington once a week to confer with the Secretary of War and President. On the last occasion, a few days before moving, a circumstance occurred which came near postponing my part in the campaign altogether. Colonel John S. Mosby had for a long time been commanding a partisan corps, or regiment, which operated in the rear of the Army of the Potomac. On my return to the field on this occasion, as the train approached Warrenton Junction, a heavy cloud of dust was seen to the east of the road as if made by a body of cavalry on a charge. Arriving at the junction, the train was stopped and inquiries made as to the cause of the dust. There was but one man at the station, and he informed us that Mosby had crossed a few minutes before at full speed in pursuit of Federal cavalry. Had he seen our train coming, no doubt he would have let his prisoners escape to capture the train. I was on a special train, if I remember correctly, without any guard. Since the close of the war, I have come to know Colonel Mosby personally and somewhat intimately. He is a different man entirely from what I had supposed. He is slender, not tall, wiry, and looks as if he could endure any amount of physical exercise. He is able and thoroughly honest and truthful. There were probably but few men in the South who could have commanded successfully a separate detachment in the rear of an opposing army, and so near the border of hostilities, as long as he did without losing his entire command. On this same visit to Washington, I had my last interview with the President before reaching the James River. He had of course become acquainted with the fact that a general movement had been ordered all along the line, and seemed to think it a new feature in war. I explained to him that it was necessary to have a great number of troops to guard and hold the territory we had captured, and to prevent incursions into the northern states. These troops could perform this service just as well by advancing as by remaining still, and by advancing they would compel the enemy to keep detachments to hold them back, or else lay his own territory open to invasion. His answer was, "Oh, yes, I see that. As we say out west, if a man can't skin, he must hold a leg while somebody else does." There was a certain incident connected with the Wilderness Campaign of which it may not be out of place to speak, and to avoid a digression further on I will mention it here. A few days before my departure from Culpeper, the Honorable E.B. Washburne visited me there, and remained with my headquarters for some distance south, through the battle in the wilderness, and, I think, to Spotsylvania. He was accompanied by a Mr. Swinton, whom he presented as a literary gentleman who wished to accompany the army with a view of writing a history of the war when it was over. He assured me, and I have no doubt Swinton gave him the assurance, that he was not present as a correspondent of the press. I expressed an entire willingness to have him, Swinton, accompany the army, and would have allowed him to do so as a correspondent, restricted, however, in the character of the information he could give. We received Richmond papers with about as much regularity as if there had been no war, and knew that our papers were received with equal regularity by the Confederates. It was desirable, therefore, that correspondents should not be privileged spies of the enemy within our lines. Probably Mr. Swinton expected to be an invited guest at my headquarters, and was disappointed that he was not asked to become so. At all events, he was not invited, and soon I found that he was corresponding with some paper, I have now forgotten which one, thus violating his word either expressed or implied. He knew of the assurance Washburne had given as to the character of his mission. I never saw the man from the day of our introduction to the present that I recollect. He accompanied us, however, for a time at least. The second night after crossing the Rapidan, the night of the 5th of May, Colonel W.R. Rowley, of my staff, was acting as night officer at my headquarters. A short time before midnight I gave him verbal instructions for the night. 3 days later I read in a Richmond paper a verbatim report of these instructions. A few nights still later, after the first, and possibly after the second, day's fighting in the wilderness, General Meade came to my tent for consultation, bringing with him some of his staff officers. Both his staff and mine retired to the campfire some yards in front of the tent, thinking our conversation should be private. There was a stump a little to one side, and between the front of the tent and campfire. One of my staff, Colonel T.S. Bowers, saw what he took to be a man seated on the ground and leaning against the stump, listening to the conversation between Meade and myself. He called the attention of Colonel Rowley to it. The latter immediately took the man by the shoulder and asked him, in language more forcible than polite, what he was doing there. The man proved to be Swinton, the historian, and his replies to the question were evasive and unsatisfactory, and he was warned against further eavesdropping. The next I heard of Mr. Swinton was at Cold Harbor. General Meade came to my headquarters saying that General Burnside had arrested Swinton, who at some previous time had given great offense, and had ordered him to be shot that afternoon. I promptly ordered the prisoner to be released, but that he must be expelled from the lines of the army, not to return again on pain of punishment. Chapter 48. Commencement of the Grand Campaign General Butler's position, Sheridan's first raid. The armies were now all ready to move for the accomplishment of a single object. They were acting as a unit so far as such a thing was possible over such a vast field. Lee, with the capital of the Confederacy, was the main end to which all were working. Johnston, with Atlanta, was an important obstacle in the way of our accomplishing the result aimed at, and was therefore almost an independent objective. It was of less importance only because the capture of Johnston and his army would not produce so immediate and decisive a result in closing the rebellion as would the possession of Richmond, Lee, and his army. All other troops were employed exclusively in support of these two movements. This was the plan, and I will now endeavor to give, as concisely as I can, the method of its execution, outlining first the operations of minor detached but cooperative columns. As stated before, Banks failed to accomplish what he had been sent to do on the Red River, and eliminated the use of 40,000 veterans whose cooperation in the Grand Campaign had been expected 10,000, with Sherman and 30,000 against Mobile. Sigel's record is almost equally brief. He moved out, it is true, according to program, but just when I was hoping to hear of good work being done in the valley, I received instead the following announcement from Halleck. Sigel is in full retreat on Strasburg. He will do nothing but run, never did anything else. The enemy had intercepted him about New Market and handled him roughly, leaving him short 6 guns and some 900 men out of his 6,000. The plan had been for an advance of Sigel's forces in 2 columns. Though the one under his immediate command failed ingloriously, the other proved more fortunate. Under Crook and Averill, his western column advanced from the Gauley in West Virginia at the appointed time, and with more happy results. They reached the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad at Dublin and destroyed a depot of supplies, besides tearing up several miles of road and burning the bridge over New River. Having accomplished this, they recrossed the Alleghenies to Meadow Bluffs, and there awaited further orders. Butler embarked at Fort Monroe with all his command, except the cavalry and some artillery, which moved up the south bank of the James River. His steamers moved first up Chesapeake Bay and York River as if threatening the rear of Lee's army. At midnight, they turned back, and Butler by daylight was far up the James River. He seized City Point and Bermuda Hundred early in the day, without loss, and no doubt, very much to the surprise of the enemy. This was the accomplishment of the first step contemplated in my instructions to Butler. He was to act from here, looking to Richmond as his objective point. I had given him to understand that I should aim to fight Lee between the Rapidan and Richmond if he would stand. But should Lee fall back into Richmond, I would follow up and make a junction of the armies of the Potomac and the James on the James River. He was directed to secure a footing as far up the south side of the river as he could at as early a date as possible. Butler was in position by the 6th of May and had begun entrenching, and on the 7th he sent out his cavalry from Suffolk to cut the Weldon Railroad. He also sent out detachments to destroy the railroad between Petersburg and Richmond, but no great success attended these latter efforts. He made no great effort to establish himself on that road and neglected to attack Petersburg, which was almost defenseless. About the 11th, he advanced slowly until he reached the works at Drury's Bluff, about halfway between Bermuda Hundred and Richmond. In the meantime, Beauregard had been gathering reinforcements. On the 16th, he attacked Butler with great vigor, and with such success as to limit very materially the further usefulness of the Army of the James as a distinct factor in the campaign. I afterward ordered a portion of it to join the Army of the Potomac, leaving a sufficient force with Butler to man his works, hold securely the footing he had already gained, and maintain a threatening front toward the rear of the Confederate capital. The position which General Butler had chosen between the two rivers, the James and Appomattox, was one of great natural strength, one where a large area of ground might be thoroughly enclosed by means of a single entrenched line, and that a very short one in comparison with the extent of territory which it thoroughly protected. His right was protected by the James River, his left by the Appomattox, and his rear by their junction the two streams uniting nearby. The bends of the two streams shortened the line that had been chosen for entrenchments, while it increased the area which the line enclosed. Previous to ordering any troops from Butler, I sent my chief engineer, General Barnard, from the Army of the Potomac to that of the James to inspect Butler's position and ascertain whether I could again safely make an order for General Butler's movement in cooperation with mine, now that I was getting so near Richmond. Or, if I could not, whether his position was strong enough to justify me in withdrawing some of his troops and having them brought round by water to White House to join me and reinforce the Army of the Potomac. General Barnard reported the position very strong for defensive purposes, and that I could do the latter with great security, but that General Butler could not move from where he was, in cooperation, to produce any effect. He said that the general occupied a place between the James and Appomattox rivers which was of great strength, and where with an inferior force he could hold it for an indefinite length of time against a superior, but that he could do nothing offensively. I then asked him why Butler could not move out from his lines and push across the Richmond and Petersburg railroad to the rear and on the south side of Richmond. He replied that it was impracticable, because the enemy had substantially the same line across the neck of land that General Butler had. He then took out his pencil and drew a sketch of the locality, remarking that the position was like a bottle and that Butler's line of entrenchments across the neck represented the cork, that the enemy had built an equally strong line immediately in front of him across the neck, and it was therefore as if Butler was in a bottle. He was perfectly safe against an attack, but, as Barnard expressed it, the enemy had corked the bottle and with a small force could hold the cork in its place. This struck me as being very expressive of his position, particularly when I saw the hasty sketch which General Barnard had drawn. And in making my subsequent report I used that expression without adding quotation marks, never thinking that anything had been said that would attract attention as this did, very much to the annoyance, no doubt, of General Butler, and, I know, very much to my own. I found afterwards that this was mentioned in the notes of General Badau's book, which, when they were shown to me, I asked to have stricken out. Yet it was retained there, though against my wishes. I make this statement here because, although I have often made it before, it has never been in my power until now to place it where it will correct history. And I desire to rectify all injustice that I may have done to individuals, particularly to officers who were gallantly serving their country during the trying period of the war for the preservation of the Union. General Butler certainly gave his very earnest support to the war, and he gave his own best efforts personally to the suppression of the rebellion. The further operations of the Army of the James can best be treated of in connection with those of the Army of the Potomac, the two being so intimately associated and connected as to be substantially one body in which the individuality of the supporting wing is merged. Before giving the reader a summary of Sherman's Great Atlanta campaign, which must conclude my description of the various cooperative movements preparatory to proceeding with that of the operations of the center, I will briefly mention Sheridan's first raid upon Lee's communications which, though an incident of the operations on the main line and not specifically marked out in the original plan, attained in its brilliant execution and results all the proportions of an independent campaign. By thus anticipating, in point of time, I will be able to more perfectly observe the continuity of events occurring in my immediate front when I shall have undertaken to describe our advance from the Rapidan. On the 8th of May, just after the Battle of the Wilderness, and when we were moving on Spotsylvania, I directed Sheridan verbally to cut loose from the Army of the Potomac, pass around the left of Lee's army and attack his cavalry. To cut the two roads, one running west through Gordonsville, Charlottesville, and Lynchburg, the other to Richmond, and when compelled to do so for want of forage and rations, to move on to the James River and draw these from Butler's supplies. This move took him past the entire rear of Lee's army. These orders were also given in writing through Meade. The object of this move was threefold. First, if successfully executed, and it was, he would annoy the enemy by cutting his line of supplies and telegraphic communications, and destroy or get for his own use supplies in store in the rear and coming up. Second, he would draw the enemy's cavalry after him, and thus better protect our flanks, rear and trains than by remaining with the army. Third, his absence would save the trains drawing his forage and other supplies from Fredericksburg, which had now become our base. He started at daylight the next morning and accomplished more than was expected. It was 16 days before he got back to the Army of the Potomac. The course Sheridan took was directly to Richmond. Before night, Stuart, commanding the Confederate cavalry, came on to the rear of his command. But the advance kept on, crossed the North Anna, and at Beaver Dam, a station on the Virginia Central Railroad, recaptured 400 Union prisoners on their way to Richmond, destroyed the road, and used and destroyed a large amount of subsistence and medical stores. Stuart, seeing that our cavalry was pushing towards Richmond, abandoned the pursuit on the morning of the 10th, and, by a detour and an exhausting march, interposed between Sheridan and Richmond at Yellow Tavern, only about 6 miles north of the city. Sheridan destroyed the railroad and more supplies at Ashland, and on the 11th arrived in Stuart's front. A severe engagement ensued in which the losses were heavy on both sides, but the rebels were beaten, their leader mortally wounded, and some guns and many prisoners were captured. Sheridan passed through the outer defenses of Richmond and could, no doubt, have passed through the inner ones, but having no supports near, he could not have remained. After caring for his wounded, he struck for the James River below the city, to communicate with Butler and to rest his men and horses as well as to get food and forage for them. He moved first between the Chickahominy and the James, but in the morning, the 12th, he was stopped by batteries at Mechanicsville. He then turned to cross to the north side of the Chickahominy by Meadow Bridge. He found this barred and the defeated Confederate cavalry, reorganized, occupying the opposite side. The panic created by his first entrance within the outer works of Richmond, having subsided, troops were sent out to attack his rear. He was now in a perilous position, one from which but few generals could have extricated themselves. The defenses of Richmond, manned, were to the right, the Chickahominy was to the left with no bridge remaining and the opposite bank guarded, to the rear was a force from Richmond. This force was attacked and beaten by Wilson's and Gregg's divisions, while Sheridan turned to the left with the remaining division and hastily built a bridge over the Chickahominy under the fire of the enemy, forced a crossing, and soon dispersed the Confederates he found there. The enemy was held back from the stream by the fire of the troops not engaged in bridge building. On the 13th, Sheridan was at Bottom's Bridge, over the Chickahominy. On the 14th, he crossed this stream, and on that day went into camp on the James River at Hacksaw's Landing. He at once put himself into communication with General Butler, who directed all the supplies he wanted to be furnished. Sheridan had left the Army of the Potomac at Spotsylvania, but did not know where either this or Lee's army was now. Great caution, therefore, had to be exercised in getting back. On the 17th, after resting his command for 3 days, he started on his return. He moved by the way of White House. The bridge over the Pamunkey had been burned by the enemy, but a new one was speedily improvised, and the cavalry crossed over it. On the 22d, he was at Ailts on the Mattapony, where he learned the position of the two armies. On the 24th, he joined us on the march from North Anna to Cold Harbor in the vicinity of Chesterfield. Sheridan in this memorable raid passed entirely around Lee's army, encountered his cavalry in 4 engagements, and defeated them in all, recaptured 400 Union prisoners and killed, and captured many of the enemy, destroyed and used many supplies and munitions of war, destroyed miles of railroad and telegraph, and freed us from annoyance by the cavalry of the enemy for more than 2 weeks. Chapter 49. Sherman's Campaign in Georgia Siege of Atlanta. Death of General McPherson. Attempt to capture Andersonville. Capture of Atlanta. After separating from Sherman in Cincinnati, I went on to Washington, as already stated, while he returned to Nashville to assume the duties of his new command. His military division was now composed of 4 departments and embraced all the territory west of the Allegheny Mountains and east of the Mississippi River, together with the state of Arkansas and the Trans-Mississippi. The most easterly of these was the Department of the Ohio, General Schofield commanding. The next was the Department of the Cumberland, General Thomas commanding. The third, the Department of the Tennessee, General McPherson commanding, and General Steele still commanded the Trans-Mississippi or Department of Arkansas. The last named department was so far away that Sherman could not communicate with it very readily after starting on his spring campaign, and it was therefore soon transferred from his military division to that of the Gulf, where General Canby, who had relieved General Banks, was in command. The movements of the armies, as I have stated in a former chapter, were to be simultaneous, I fixing the day to start when the season should be far enough advanced, it was hoped, for the roads to be in a condition for the troops to march. General Sherman at once set himself to work preparing for the task which was assigned him to accomplish in the spring campaign. McPherson lay at Huntsville with about 24,000 men, guarding those points of Tennessee which were regarded as most worth holding. Thomas, with over 60,000 men of the Army of the Cumberland, was at Chattanooga, and Schofield, with about 14,000 men, was at Knoxville. With these 3 armies, numbering about 100,000 men in all, Sherman was to move on the day fixed for the general advance, with a view of destroying Johnston's army and capturing Atlanta. He visited each of these commands to inform himself as to their condition, and it was found to be, speaking generally, good. One of the first matters to turn his attention to was that of getting, before the time arrived for starting, an accumulation of supplies forward to Chattanooga, sufficiently large to warrant a movement. He found, when he got to that place, that the trains over the single-track railroad, which was frequently interrupted for a day or 2 at a time, were only sufficient to meet the daily wants of the troops without bringing forward any surplus of any kind. He found, however, that trains were being used to transport all the beef cattle, horses for the cavalry, and even teams that were being brought to the front. He at once changed all this, and required beef cattle, teams, cavalry horses, and everything that could travel, even the troops, to be marched, and used the road exclusively for transporting supplies. In this way he was able to accumulate an abundance before the time finally fixed upon for the move, the 4th of May. As I have said already, Johnston was at Dalton, which was nearly 1/4 of the way between Chattanooga and Atlanta. The country is mountainous all the way to Atlanta, abounding in mountain streams, some of them of considerable volume. Dalton is on ground where water drains towards Atlanta and into one of the main streams rising northeast from there and flowing southwest, this being the general direction which all the main streams of that section take, with smaller tributaries entering into them. Johnston had been preparing himself for this campaign during the entire winter. The best positions for defense had been selected all the way from Dalton back to Atlanta and very strongly entrenched, so that, as he might be forced to fall back from one position, he would have another to fall into in his rear. His position at Dalton was so very strongly entrenched that no doubt he expected, or at least hoped, to hold Sherman there and prevent him from getting any further. With a less skillful general, and one disposed to take no risks, I have no doubt that he would have succeeded. Sherman's plan was to start Schofield, who was farthest back, a few days in advance from Knoxville, having him move on the direct road to Dalton. Thomas was to move out to Ringgold. It had been Sherman's intention to cross McPherson over the Tennessee River at Huntsville or Decatur, and move him south from there so as to have him come into the road running from Chattanooga to Atlanta, a good distance to the rear of the point Johnston was occupying. But when that was contemplated, it was hoped that McPherson alone would have troops enough to cope with Johnston, if the latter should move against him while unsupported by the balance of the army. In this, he was disappointed. 2 of McPherson's veteran divisions had re-enlisted on the express provision that they were to have a furlough. This furlough had not yet expired, and they were not back. Then, again, Sherman had lent Banks 2 divisions under A.J. Smith, the winter before, to cooperate with the Trans-Mississippi forces, and this with the express pledge that they should be back by a time specified, so as to be prepared for this very campaign. It is hardly necessary to say they were not returned. That department continued to absorb troops to no purpose to the end of the war. This left McPherson so weak that the part of the plan above indicated had to be changed. He was therefore brought up to Chattanooga and moved from there on a road to the right of Thomas II coming together about Dalton. The 3 armies were abreast, all ready to start promptly on time. Sherman soon found that Dalton was so strongly fortified that it was useless to make any attempt to carry it by assault, and even to carry it by regular approaches was impracticable. There was a narrowing up in the mountain, between the National and Confederate armies, through which a stream, a wagon road, and a railroad ran. Besides, the stream had been dammed so that the valley was a lake. Through this gorge the troops would have to pass. McPherson was therefore sent around by the right to come out by the way of Snake Creek Gap into the rear of the enemy. This was a surprise to Johnston, and about the 13th, he decided to abandon his position at Dalton. On the 15th, there was very hard fighting about Resaca, but our cavalry having been sent around to the right got near the road in the enemy's rear. Again Johnston fell back, our army pursuing. The pursuit was continued to Kingston, which was reached on the 19th with very little fighting, except that Newton's division overtook the rear of Johnston's army and engaged it. Sherman was now obliged to halt for the purpose of bringing up his railroad trains. He was depending upon the railroad for all of his supplies, and as of course the railroad was wholly destroyed as Johnston fell back, it had to be rebuilt. This work was pushed forward night and day, and caused much less delay than most persons would naturally expect in a mountainous country where there were so many bridges to be rebuilt. The campaign to Atlanta was managed with the most consummate skill, the enemy being flanked out of one position after another all the way there. It is true this was not accomplished without a good deal of fighting, some of it very hard fighting, rising to the dignity of very important battles. Neither were single positions gained in a day. On the contrary, weeks were spent at some, and about Atlanta more than a month was consumed. It was the 23rd of May before the road was finished up to the rear of Sherman's army and the pursuit renewed. This pursuit brought him up to the vicinity of Allatoona. This place was very strongly entrenched and naturally a very defensible position. An assault upon it was not thought of, but preparations were made to flank the enemy out of it. This was done by sending a large force around our right, by the way of Dallas, to reach the rear of the enemy. Before reaching there, however, they found the enemy fortified in their way, and there resulted hard fighting for about a week at a place called New Hope Church. On the left our troops also were fortified, and as close up to the enemy as they could get. They kept working still farther around to the left toward the railroad. This was the case more particularly with the cavalry. By the 4th of June, Johnston found that he was being hemmed in so rapidly that he drew off and Allatoona was left in our possession. Allatoona, being an important place, was strongly entrenched for occupation by our troops before advancing farther and made a secondary base of supplies. The railroad was finished up to that point, the entrenchments completed, storehouses provided for food, and the army got in readiness for a further advance. The rains, however, were falling in such torrents that it was impossible to move the army by the side roads which they would have to move upon in order to turn Johnston out of his new position. While Sherman's army lay here, General F.P. Blair returned to it, bringing with him the 2 divisions of veterans who had been on furlough. Johnston had fallen back to Marietta and Kennesaw Mountain, where strong entrenchments awaited him. At this latter place, our troops made an assault upon the enemy's lines after having got their own lines up close to him, and failed, sustaining considerable loss. But during the progress of the battle, Schofield was gaining ground to the left, and the cavalry on his left were gaining still more toward the enemy's rear. These operations were completed by the 3d of July, when it was found that Johnston had evacuated the place. He was pursued at once. Sherman had made every preparation to abandon the railroad, leaving a strong guard in his entrenchments. He had intended, moving out with 20 days' rations and plenty of ammunition, to come in on the railroad again at the Chattahoochee River. Johnston frustrated this plan by himself starting back as above stated. This time he fell back to the Chattahoochee. About the 5th of July, he was besieged again, Sherman getting easy possession of the Chattahoochee River both above and below him. The enemy was again flanked out of his position, or so frightened by flanking movements that on the night of the 9th he fell back across the river. Here Johnston made a stand until the 17th, when Sherman's old tactics prevailed again and the final movement toward Atlanta began. Johnston was now relieved of the command, and Hood superseded him. Johnston's tactics in this campaign do not seem to have met with much favor, either in the eyes of the administration at Richmond or of the people of that section of the South in which he was commanding. The very fact of a change of commanders being ordered under such circumstances was an indication of a change of policy, and that now they would become the aggressors the very thing our troops wanted. For my own part, I think that Johnston's tactics were right. Anything that could have prolonged the war a year beyond the time that it did finally close would probably have exhausted the North to such an extent that they might then have abandoned the contest and agreed to a separation. Atlanta was very strongly entrenched all the way around in a circle about 1.5 miles outside of the city. In addition to this, there were advanced entrenchments which had to be taken before a close siege could be commenced. Sure enough, as indicated by the change of commanders, the enemy was about to assume the offensive. On the 20th, he came out and attacked the Army of the Cumberland most furiously. Hooker's corps and Newton's and Johnson's divisions were the principal ones engaged in this contest, which lasted more than an hour, but the Confederates were then forced to fall back inside their main lines. The losses were quite heavy on both sides. On this day, General Gresham, since our postmaster general, was very badly wounded. During the night, Hood abandoned his outer lines, and our troops were advanced. The investment had not been relinquished for a moment during the day. During the night of the 21st, Hood moved out again, passing by our left flank, which was then in motion to get a position farther in rear of him, and a desperate battle ensued, which lasted most of the day of the 22d. At first, the battle went very much in favor of the Confederates, our troops being somewhat surprised. While our troops were advancing, they were struck in flank, and their flank was enveloped. But they had become too thorough veterans to be thrown into irreparable confusion by an unexpected attack when off their guard, and soon they were in order and engaging the enemy, with the advantage now of knowing where their antagonist was. The field of battle continued to expand until it embraced about 7 miles of ground. Finally, however, and before night, the enemy was driven back into the city *26. It was during this battle that McPherson, while passing from one column to another, was instantly killed. In his death, the army lost one of its ablest, purest, and best generals. Garrard had been sent out with his cavalry to get upon the railroad east of Atlanta and to cut it in the direction of Augusta. He was successful in this and returned about the time of the battle. Rousseau had also come up from Tennessee with a small division of cavalry, having crossed the Tennessee River about Decatur and made a raid into Alabama. Finally, when hard pressed, he had come in, striking the railroad in rear of Sherman, and reported to him about this time. The Battle of the 22D is usually known as the Battle of Atlanta, although the city did not fall into our hands until the 2D of September. Preparations went on, as before, to flank the enemy out of his position. The work was tedious, and the lines that had to be maintained were very long. Our troops were gradually worked around to the east until they struck the road between Decatur and Atlanta. These lines were strongly fortified, as were those to the north and west of the city, all as close up to the enemy's lines as practicable in order to hold them with the smallest possible number of men. The design being to detach an army to move by our right and try to get upon the railroad down south of Atlanta. On the 27th, the movement by the right flank commenced. On the 28th, the enemy struck our right flank, General Logan commanding, with great vigor. Logan entrenched himself hastily, and by that means was enabled to resist all assaults and inflict a great deal of damage upon the enemy. These assaults were continued to the middle of the afternoon and resumed once or twice still later in the day. The enemy's losses in these unsuccessful assaults were fearful. During that evening, the enemy in Logan's front withdrew into the town. This now left Sherman's army close up to the Confederate lines, extending from a point directly east of the city around by the north and west of it for a distance of fully 10 miles, the whole of this line being entrenched and made stronger every day they remained there. In the latter part of July, Sherman sent Stoneman to destroy the railroads to the south, about Macon. He was then to go east and, if possible, release our prisoners about Andersonville. There were painful stories current at the time about the great hardships these prisoners had to endure in the way of general bad treatment, in the way in which they were housed, and in the way in which they were fed. Great sympathy was felt for them, and it was thought that even if they could be turned loose upon the country, it would be a great relief to them, but the attempt proved a failure. McCook, who commanded a small brigade, was first reported to have been captured, but he got back, having inflicted a good deal of damage upon the enemy. He had also taken some prisoners, but encountering afterwards a largely superior force of the enemy, he was obliged to drop his prisoners and get back as best he could with what men he had left. He had lost several hundred men out of his small command. On the 4th of August, Colonel Adams, commanding a little brigade of about 1,000 men, returned reporting Stoneman and all but himself as lost. I myself had heard around Richmond of the capture of Stoneman and had sent Sherman word, which he received. The rumor was confirmed there, also, from other sources. A few days after Colonel Adams's return, Colonel Capron also got in with a small detachment and confirmed the report of the capture of Stoneman with something less than 1,000 men. It seems that Stoneman, finding the escape of all his force was impossible, had made arrangements for the escape of 2 divisions. He covered the movement of these divisions to the rear with a force of about 700 men, and at length surrendered himself and this detachment to the commanding Confederate. In this raid, however, much damage was inflicted upon the enemy by the destruction of cars, locomotives, army wagons, manufactories of military supplies, etc. On the 4th and 5th, Sherman endeavored to get upon the railroad to our right, where Schofield was in command, but these attempts failed utterly. General Palmer was charged with being the cause of this failure, to a great extent, by both General Sherman and General Schofield, but I am not prepared to say this, although a question seems to have arisen with Palmer as to whether Schofield had any right to command him. If he did raise this question while an action was going on, that act alone was exceedingly reprehensible. About the same time, Wheeler got upon our railroad north of Resaca and destroyed it nearly up to Dalton. This cut Sherman off from communication with the North for several days. Sherman responded to this attack on his lines of communication by directing one upon theirs. Kilpatrick started on the night of the 18th of August to reach the Macon Road about Jonesboro. He succeeded in doing so, passed entirely around the Confederate lines of Atlanta, and was back again in his former position on our left by the 22D. These little affairs, however, contributed but very little to the grand result. They annoyed, it is true, but any damage thus done to a railroad by any cavalry expedition is soon repaired. Sherman made preparations for a repetition of his tactics, that is, for a flank movement with as large a force as could be got together to some point in the enemy's rear. Sherman commenced this last movement on the 25th of August, and on the 1st of September was well up towards the railroad 20 miles south of Atlanta. Here he found Hardee entrenched, ready to meet him. A battle ensued, but he was unable to drive Hardee away before night set in. Under cover of the night, however, Hardee left of his own accord. That night Hood blew up his military works, such as he thought would be valuable in our hands, and decamped. The next morning at daylight, General H. W. Slocum, who was commanding north of the city, moved in and took possession of Atlanta and notified Sherman. Sherman then moved deliberately back, taking 3 days to reach the city, and occupied a line extending from Decatur on the left to Atlanta in the center, with his troops extending out of the city for some distance to the right. The campaign had lasted about 4 months and was one of the most memorable in history. There was but little, if anything, in the whole campaign, now that it is over, to criticize at all, and nothing to criticize severely. It was creditable alike to the general who commanded and the army which had executed it. Sherman had on this campaign some bright, wide-awake division and brigade commanders whose alertness added a host to the efficiency of his command. The troops now went to work to make themselves comfortable and to enjoy a little rest after their arduous campaign. The city of Atlanta was turned into a military base. The citizens were all compelled to leave. Sherman also very wisely prohibited the assembling of the army of sutlers and traders who always follow in the wake of an army in the field, if permitted to do so, from trading with the citizens and getting the money of the soldiers for articles of but little use to them, and for which they are made to pay most exorbitant prices. He limited the number of these traders to 1 for each of his 3 armies. The news of Sherman's success reached the North instantaneously and set the country all aglow. This was the first great political campaign for the Republicans in their canvass of 1864. It was followed later by Sheridan's campaign in the Shenandoah Valley, and these 2 campaigns probably had more effect in settling the election of the following November than all the speeches, all the bonfires, and all the parading with banners and bands of music in the North. Chapter 50. Grand Movement of the Army of the Potomac Crossing, the rapid in entering the Wilderness Battle of the Wilderness. Soon after midnight, May 3-4, the Army of the Potomac moved out from its position north Rapidan to start upon that memorable campaign, destined to result in the capture of the Confederate capital and the army defending it. This was not to be accomplished, however, without as desperate fighting as the world has ever witnessed, not to be consummated in a day, a week, a month, single season. The losses inflicted and endured were destined to be severe, but the armies now confronting each other had already been in deadly conflict for a period of 3 years, with immense losses in killed, by death from sickness, captured, and wounded, and neither had made any real progress accomplishing the final end. It is true the Confederates had, so far, held their capital, and they claimed this to be their sole object. But previously they had boldly proclaimed their intention to capture Philadelphia, New York, and the national capital, and had made several attempts to do so, and once or twice had come fearfully near making their boast good too near for complacent contemplation by the loyal North. They had also come near losing their own capital on at least one occasion. So here was a standoff. The campaign now begun was destined to result in heavier losses to both armies in a given time than any previously suffered. But the carnage was to be limited to a single year, and to accomplish all that had been anticipated or desired at the beginning in that time. We had to have hard fighting to achieve this. The 2 armies had been confronting each other so long, without any decisive result, that they hardly knew which could whip. 10 days' rations, with a supply of forage and ammunition, were taken in wagons. Beef cattle were driven with the trains and butchered as wanted. 3 days' rations in addition, in haversacks, and 50 rounds of cartridges were carried on the person of each soldier. The country over which the army had to operate, from the Rapidan to the crossing of the James River, is rather flat, and is cut by numerous streams which make their way to the Chesapeake Bay. The crossings of these streams by the army were generally made not far above tidewater, and where they formed a considerable obstacle to the rapid advance of troops, even when the enemy did not appear in opposition. The country roads were narrow and poor. Most of the country is covered with a dense forest, in places, like the wilderness and along the Chickahominy, almost impenetrable even for infantry, except along the roads. All bridges were naturally destroyed before the national troops came to them. The Army of the Potomac was composed of 3 infantry and 1 cavalry corps, commanded respectively by Generals W.S. Hancock, G.K. Warren, *27, John Sedgwick, and P.H. Sheridan. The artillery was commanded by General Henry J. Hunt. This arm was in such abundance that the fourth of it could not be used to advantage in such a country as we were destined to pass through. The surplus was much in the way, taking up as it did so much of the narrow and bad roads, and consuming so much of the forage and other stores brought up by the trains. The 5th Corps, General Warren commanding, was in advance on the right and marched directly for Germania Ford, preceded by 1 division of cavalry under General J. H. Wilson. General Sedgwick followed Warren with the 6th Corps. Germania Ford was 9 or 10 miles below the right of Lee's line. Hancock, with the 2D Corps, moved by another road farther east directly upon Ely's Ford, 6 miles below Germania, preceded by Gregg's division of cavalry and followed by the artillery. Torbert's division of cavalry was left north of the Rapidan, for the time, to picket the river and prevent the enemy from crossing and getting into our rear. The cavalry seized the 2 crossings before daylight, drove the enemy's pickets guarding them away, and by 6:00 a.m. had the pontoons laid ready for the crossing of the infantry and artillery. This was undoubtedly a surprise to Lee. The fact that the movement was unopposed proves this. Burnside, with the 9th Corps, was left back at Warrenton, guarding the railroad from Bull Run forward to preserve control of it in case our crossing the Rapidan should be long delayed. He was instructed, however, to advance at once on receiving notice that the army had crossed, and a dispatch was sent to him a little after 1 p.m. giving the information that our crossing had been successful. The country was heavily wooded at all the points of crossing, particularly on the south side of the river. The battlefield from the crossing of the Rapidan until the final movement from the wilderness toward Spotsylvania was of the same character. There were some clearings and small farms within what might be termed the battlefield, but generally the country was covered with a dense forest. The roads were narrow and bad. All the conditions were favorable for defensive operations. There are 2 roads, good for that part of Virginia, running from Orange Courthouse to the battlefield. The most southerly of these roads is known as the Orange Courthouse Plank Road, the northern one as the Orange Turnpike. There are also roads from east of the battlefield running to Spotsylvania Courthouse, one from Chancellorsville, branching at Aldrich's, the western branch going by Piney Branch Church, Allsopes, thence by the Brock Road to Spotsylvania. The east branch goes by Gates's, thence to Spotsylvania. The Brock Road runs from Germania Ford through the battlefield and on to the courthouse. As Spotsylvania is approached, the country is cut up with numerous roads, some going to the town direct, and others crossing so as to connect the farms with roads going there. Lee's headquarters were at Orange Courthouse. From there to Fredericksburg, he had the use of the 2 roads above described running nearly parallel to the wilderness. This gave him unusual facilities for that country for concentrating his forces to his right. These roads strike the road from Germania Ford in the wilderness. As soon as the crossing of the infantry was assured, the cavalry pushed forward, Wilson's division by Wilderness Tavern to Parker's Store on the Orange Plank Road, Gregg to the left towards Chancellorsville. Warren followed Wilson and reached the Wilderness Tavern by noon, took position there and entrenched. Sedgwick followed Warren. He was across the river and in camp on the south bank, on the right of Warren, by sundown. Hancock, with the 2D Corps, moved parallel with Warren and camped about 6 miles east of him. Before night all the troops, and by the evening of the 5th, the trains of more than 4,000 wagons were safely on the south side of the river. There never was a corps better organized than was the Quartermaster's Corps with the Army of the Potomac in 1864. With a wagon train that would have extended from the Rapidan to Richmond, stretched along in single file and separated as the teams necessarily would be when moving, we could still carry only 3 days' forage and about 10 to 12 days' rations, besides a supply of ammunition. To overcome all difficulties, the chief quartermaster, General Rufus Ingalls, had marked on each wagon the corps badge with the division color and the number of the brigade. At a glance, the particular brigade to which any wagon belonged could be told. The wagons were also marked to note the contents. If ammunition, whether for artillery or infantry; if forage, whether grain or hay; if rations, whether bread, pork, beans, rice, sugar, coffee, or whatever it might be. Empty wagons were never allowed to follow the army or stay in camp. As soon as a wagon was empty, it would return to the base of supply for a load of precisely the same article that had been taken from it. Empty trains were obliged to leave the road free for loaded ones. Arriving near the army, they would be parked in fields nearest to the brigades they belonged to. Issues, except of ammunition, were made at night in all cases. By this system, the hauling of forage for the supply train was almost wholly dispensed with. They consumed theirs at the depots. I left Culpeper Courthouse after all the troops had been put in motion, and passing rapidly to the front, crossed the Rapidan in advance of Sedgwick's corps, and established headquarters for the afternoon and night in a deserted house near the river. Orders had been given, long before this movement began, to cut down the baggage of officers and men to the lowest point possible. Notwithstanding this, I saw scattered along the road from Culpeper to Germania Ford wagon loads of new blankets and overcoats, thrown away by the troops to lighten their knapsacks, an improvidence I had never witnessed before. Lee, while his pickets and signal corps must have discovered at a very early hour on the morning of the 4th of May that the Army of the Potomac was moving, evidently did not learn until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon by what route we would confront his army. This I judge from the fact that at 1:15 p.m., an hour and a quarter after Warren had reached Old Wilderness Tavern, our officers took off rebel signals which, when translated, were seen to be an order to his troops to occupy their entrenchments at Mine Run. Here at night dispatches were received announcing that Sherman, Butler, and Crook had moved according to program. On discovering the advance of the Army of the Potomac, Lee ordered Hill, Ewell, and Longstreet, each commanding corps, to move to the right to attack us, Hill on the Orange Plank Road, Longstreet to follow on the same road. Longstreet was at this time middle of the afternoon at Gordonsville, 20 or more miles away. Ewell was ordered by the Orange Pike. He was nearby and arrived some 4 miles east of Mine Run before bivouacking for the night. My orders were given through General Meade for an early advance on the morning of the 5th. Warren was to move to Parker's Store, and Wilson's cavalry then at Parker's Store to move on to Craig's Meeting House. Sedgwick followed Warren, closing in on his right. The Army of the Potomac was facing to the west, though our advance was made to the south, except when facing the enemy. Hancock was to move southwestward to join on the left of Warren, his left to reach to Shady Grove Church. At 6 o'clock, before reaching Parker's Store, Warren discovered the enemy. He sent word back to this effect and was ordered to halt and prepare to meet and attack him. Wright, with his division of Sedgwick's corps, was ordered, by any road he could find, to join on to Warren's right, and Getty, with his division, also of Sedgwick's corps, was ordered to move rapidly by Warren's rear and get on his left. This was the speediest way to reinforce Warren, who was confronting the enemy on both the Orange Plank and Turnpike roads. Burnside had moved promptly on the 4th, on receiving word that the Army of the Potomac had safely crossed the Rapidan. By making a night march, although some of his troops had to march 40 miles to reach the river, he was crossing with the head of his column early on the morning of the 5th. Meade moved his headquarters on to Old Wilderness Tavern, 4 miles south of the river, as soon as it was light enough to see the road. I remained to hasten Burnside's crossing and to put him in position. Burnside at this time was not under Meade's command, and was his senior in rank. Getting information of the proximity of the enemy, I informed Meade, and without waiting to see Burnside, at once moved forward my headquarters to where Meade was. It was my plan then, as it was on all other occasions, to take the initiative whenever the enemy could be drawn from his entrenchments if we were not entrenched ourselves. Warren had not yet reached the point where he was to halt when he discovered the enemy nearby. Neither party had any advantage of position. Warren was, therefore, ordered to attack as soon as he could prepare for it. At 9 o'clock, Hancock was ordered to come up to the support of Getty. He himself arrived at Getty's front about noon, but his troops were yet far in the rear. Getty was directed to hold his position at all hazards until relieved. About this hour, Warren was ready, and attacked with favorable though not decisive results. Getty was somewhat isolated from Warren and was in a precarious condition for a time. Wilson, with his division of cavalry, was farther south and was cut off from the rest of the army. At 2 o'clock, Hancock's troops began to arrive, and immediately he was ordered to join Getty and attack the enemy. But the heavy timber and narrow roads prevented him from getting into position for attack as promptly as he generally did when receiving such orders. At 4 o'clock, he again received his orders to attack, and General Getty received orders from Meade a few minutes later to attack whether Hancock was ready or not. He met the enemy under Heth within a few hundred yards. Hancock immediately sent 2 divisions, commanded by Birney and Mott, and later 2 brigades, Carroll's and Owens, to the support of Getty. This was timely and saved Getty. During the battle, Getty and Carroll were wounded, but remained on the field. One of Birney's most gallant brigade commanders, Alexander Hayes, was killed. I had been at West Point with Hayes for 3 years and had served with him through the Mexican War, a portion of the time in the same regiment. He was a most gallant officer, ready to lead his command wherever ordered. With him, it was come, boys, not go. Wadsworth's division and Baxter's brigade of the 2D Division were sent to reinforce Hancock and Getty. But the density of the intervening forest was such that, there being no road to march upon, they did not get up with the head of column until night, and bivouacked where they were without getting into position. During the afternoon, Sheridan sent Gregg's division of cavalry to Todd's Tavern in search of Wilson. This was fortunate. He found Wilson engaged with a superior force under General Rosser, supported by infantry, and falling back before it. Together, they were strong enough to turn the tables upon the enemy and themselves become aggressive. They soon drove the rebel cavalry back beyond Corbin's Bridge. Fighting between Hancock and Hill continued until night put a close to it. Neither side made any special progress. After the close of the battle of the 5th of May, my orders were given for the following morning. We knew Longstreet with 12,000 men was on his way to join Hill's right, near the Brock Road, and might arrive during the night. I was anxious that the rebels should not take the initiative in the morning, and therefore ordered Hancock to make an assault at 4:30 o'clock. Meade asked to have the hour changed to 6. Deferring to his wishes as far as I was willing, the order was modified, and 5 was fixed as the hour to move. Hancock had now fully one half of the Army of the Potomac. Wadsworth, with his division, which had arrived the night before, lay in a line perpendicular to that held by Hill and to the right of Hancock. He was directed to move at the same time and to attack Hill's left. Burnside, who was coming up with 2 divisions, was directed to get in between Warren and Wadsworth and attack as soon as he could get in position to do so. Sedgwick and Warren were to make attacks in their front, to detain as many of the enemy as they could, and to take advantage of any attempt to reinforce Hill from that quarter. Burnside was ordered, if he should succeed in breaking the enemy's center, to swing around to the left and envelop the right of Lee's army. Hancock was informed of all the movements ordered. Burnside had 3 divisions, but one of them, a colored division, was sent to guard the wagon train, and he did not see it again until July. Lee was evidently very anxious that there should be no battle on his right until Longstreet got up. This is evident from the fact that, notwithstanding the early hour at which I had ordered the assault, both for the purpose of being the attacking party and to strike before Longstreet got up, Lee was ahead in his assault on our right. His purpose was evident, but he failed. Hancock was ready to advance by the hour named, but learning in time that Longstreet was moving a part of his corps by the Catharpin Road, thus threatening his left flank, sent a division of infantry, commanded by General Barlow, with all his artillery, to cover the approaches by which Longstreet was expected. This disposition was made in time to attack as ordered. Hancock moved by the left of the Orange Plank Road and Wadsworth by the right of it. The fighting was desperate for about an hour, when the enemy began to break up in great confusion. I believed then, and see no reason to change that opinion now, that if the country had been such that Hancock and his command could have seen the confusion and panic in the lines of the enemy, it would have been taken advantage of so effectually that Lee would not have made another stand outside of his Richmond defenses. Gibbon commanded Hancock's left and was ordered to attack, but was not able to accomplish much. On the morning of the 6th, Sheridan was sent to connect with Hancock's left and attack the enemy's cavalry who were trying to get on our left and rear. He met them at the intersection of the Furnace and Brock Roads and at Todd's Tavern and defeated them at both places. Later, he was attacked, and again the enemy was repulsed. Hancock heard the firing between Sheridan and Stuart, and thinking the enemy coming by that road, still further reinforced his position guarding the entrance to the Brock Road. Another incident happened during the day to further induce Hancock to weaken his attacking column. Word reached him that troops were seen moving towards him from the direction of Todd's Tavern, and Brooks' brigade was detached to meet this new enemy. But the troops approaching proved to be several hundred convalescents coming from Chancellorsville, by the road Hancock had advanced upon, to join their respective commands. At 6:05 a.m., Burnside, who had passed Wilderness Tavern at 6 o'clock, was ordered to send a division to the support of Hancock, but to continue with the remainder of his command in the execution of his previous order. The difficulty of making a way through the dense forests prevented Burnside from getting up in time to be of any service on the forenoon of the 6th. Hancock followed Hill's retreating forces in the morning a mile or more. He maintained this position until, along in the afternoon, Longstreet came upon him. The retreating column of Hill meeting reinforcements that had not yet been engaged became encouraged and returned with them. They were enabled, from the density of the forest, to approach within a few hundred yards of our advance before being discovered. Falling upon a brigade of Hancock's corps thrown to the advance, they swept it away almost instantly. The enemy followed up his advantage and soon came upon Mott's division, which fell back in great confusion. Hancock made dispositions to hold his advanced position, but after holding it for a time, fell back into the position that he had held in the morning, which was strongly entrenched. In this engagement, the intrepid Wadsworth, while trying to rally his men, was mortally wounded and fell into the hands of the enemy. The enemy followed up, but made no immediate attack. The Confederate General Jenkins was killed and Longstreet seriously wounded in this engagement. Longstreet had to leave the field, not to resume command for many weeks. His loss was a severe one to Lee and compensated in a great measure for the mishap or misapprehensions which had fallen to our lot during the day. After Longstreet's removal from the field, Lee took command of his right in person. He was not able, however, to rally his men to attack Hancock's position and withdrew from our front for the purpose of reforming. Hancock sent a brigade to clear his front of all remnants that might be left of Longstreet's or Hill's commands. This brigade, having been formed at right angles to the entrenchments held by Hancock's command, swept down the whole length of them from left to right. A brigade of the enemy was encountered in this move, but it broke and disappeared without a contest. Firing was continued after this, but with less fury. Burnside had not yet been able to get up to render any assistance, but it was now only about 9 in the morning, and he was getting into position on Hancock's right. At 4:15 in the afternoon, Lee attacked our left. His line moved up to within 100 yards of ours and opened a heavy fire. This status was maintained for about half an hour. Then a part of Mott's division and Ward's brigade of Birney's division gave way and retired in disorder. The enemy under R.H. Anderson took advantage of this and pushed through our line, planting their flags on a part of the entrenchments not on fire. But owing to the efforts of Hancock, their success was but temporary. Carroll of Gibbon's division moved at a double quick with his brigade and drove back the enemy, inflicting great loss. Fighting had continued from 5 in the morning, sometimes along the whole line, at other times only in places. The ground fought over had varied in width, but averaged 3/4 of a mile. The killed, and many of the severely wounded of both armies, lay within this belt where it was impossible to reach them. The woods were set on fire by the bursting shells, and the conflagration raged. The wounded who had not strength to move themselves were either suffocated or burned to death. Finally, the fire communicated with our breastworks in places. Being constructed of wood, they burned with great fury. But the battle still raged, our men firing through the flames until it became too hot to remain longer. Lee was now in distress. His men were in confusion, and his personal efforts failed to restore order. These facts, however, were learned subsequently, or we would have taken advantage of his condition and no doubt gained a decisive success. His troops were withdrawn now, but I revoked the order, which I had given previously to this assault, for Hancock to attack, because his troops had exhausted their ammunition and did not have time to replenish from the train, which was at some distance. Burnside, Sedgwick, and Warren had all kept up an assault during all this time. But their efforts had no other effect than to prevent the enemy from reinforcing his right from the troops in their front. I had, on the 5th, ordered all the bridges over the Rapidan to be taken up, except one at Germania Ford. The troops on Sedgwick's right had been sent to enforce our left. This left our right in danger of being turned, and us of being cut off from all present base of supplies. Sedgwick had refused his right and entrenched it for protection against attack. But late in the afternoon of the 6th, Early came out from his lines in considerable force and got in upon Sedgwick's right, notwithstanding the precautions taken, and created considerable confusion. Early captured several hundred prisoners, among them 2 general officers. The defense, however, was vigorous, and night coming on, the enemy was thrown into as much confusion as our troops, engaged, were. Early says in his memoirs that if we had discovered the confusion in his lines, we might have brought fresh troops to his great discomfort. Many officers, who had not been attacked by Early, continued coming to my headquarters even after Sedgwick had rectified his lines a little farther to the rear, with news of the disaster, fully impressed with the idea that the enemy was pushing on and would soon be upon me. During the night, all of Lee's army withdrew within their entrenchments. On the morning of the 7th, General Custer drove the enemy's cavalry from Catharpin Furnace to Todd's Tavern. Pickets and skirmishers were sent along our entire front to find the position of the enemy. Some went as far as 1.5 miles before finding him, but Lee showed no disposition to come out of his works. There was no battle during the day, and but little firing except in Warren's front, he being directed about noon to make a reconnaissance in force. This drew some sharp firing, but there was no attempt on the part of Lee to drive him back. This ended the Battle of the Wilderness. Chapter 51. After the battle telegraph and signal service movement by the left flank. More desperate fighting has not been witnessed on this continent than that of the 5th and 6th of May. Our victory consisted in having successfully crossed a formidable stream, almost in the face of an enemy, and in getting the army together as a unit. We gained an advantage on the morning of the 6th, which, if it had been followed up, must have proven very decisive. In the evening the enemy gained an advantage, but was speedily repulsed. As we stood at the close, the 2 armies were relatively in about the same condition to meet each other as when the river divided them. But the fact of having safely crossed was a victory. Our losses in the Wilderness were very severe. Those of the Confederates must have been even more so, but I have no means of speaking with accuracy upon this point. The Germania Ford Bridge was transferred to Ely's Ford to facilitate the transportation of the wounded to Washington. It may be as well here as elsewhere to state 2 things connected with all movements of the Army of the Potomac. First, in every change of position or halt for the night, whether confronting the enemy or not, the moment arms were stacked the men entrenched themselves. For this purpose, they would build up piles of logs or rails if they could be found in their front, and dig a ditch, throwing the dirt forward on the timber. Thus the digging they did counted in making a depression to stand in and increase the elevation in front of them. It was wonderful how quickly they could in this way construct defenses of considerable strength. When a halt was made with the view of assaulting the enemy, or in his presence, these would be strengthened or their positions changed under the direction of engineer officers. The second was the use made of the telegraph and signal corps. Nothing could be more complete than the organization and discipline of this body of brave and intelligent men. Wires insulated so that they would transmit messages in a storm, on the ground, or under water were wound upon reels, making about 200 pounds weight of wire to each reel. 2 men and 1 mule were detailed to each reel. The pack saddle on which this was carried was provided with a rack like a sawbuck placed crosswise of the saddle, and raised above it so that the reel with its wire would revolve freely. There was a wagon, supplied with a telegraph operator, battery and telegraph instruments for each division, each corps, each army, and one for my headquarters. There were wagons also loaded with light poles, about the size and length of a wall tent pole, supplied with an iron spike in one end, used to hold the wires up when laid, so that wagons and artillery would not run over them. The mules thus loaded were assigned to brigades, and always kept with the command they were assigned to. The operators were also assigned to particular headquarters and never changed except by special orders. The moment the troops were put in position to go into camp, all the men connected with this branch of service would proceed to put up their wires. A mule loaded with a coil of wire would be led to the rear of the nearest flank of the brigade he belonged to, and would be led in a line parallel thereto, while one man would hold an end of the wire and uncoil it as the mule was led off. When he had walked the length of the wire, the whole of it would be on the ground. This would be done in rear of every brigade at the same time. The ends of all the wires would then be joined, making a continuous wire in the rear of the whole army. The men, attached to brigades or divisions, would all commence at once raising the wires with their telegraph poles. This was done by making a loop in the wire and putting it over the spike and raising the pole to a perpendicular position. At intervals, the wire would be attached to trees or some other permanent object, so that one pole was sufficient at a place. In the absence of such a support, 2 poles would have to be used, at intervals, placed at an angle so as to hold the wire firm in its place. While this was being done, the telegraph wagons would take their positions near where the headquarters they belonged to were to be established, and would connect with the wire. Thus, in a few minutes longer time than it took a mule to walk the length of its coil, telegraphic communication would be effected between all the headquarters of the army. No orders ever had to be given to establish the telegraph. The signal service was used on the march. The men composing this corps were assigned to specified commands. When movements were made, they would go in advance or on the flanks and seize upon high points of ground giving a commanding view of the country, if cleared, or would climb tall trees on the highest points if not cleared, and would denote, by signals, the positions of different parts of our own army and often the movements of the enemy. They would also take off the signals of the enemy and transmit them. It would sometimes take too long a time to make translations of intercepted dispatches for us to receive any benefit from them. But sometimes they gave useful information. On the afternoon of the 7th, I received news from Washington announcing that Sherman had probably attacked Johnston that day, and that Butler had reached City Point safely and taken it by surprise on the 5th. I had given orders for a movement by the left flank, fearing that Lee might move rapidly to Richmond to crush Butler before I could get there. My order for this movement was as follows. Headquarters Armies of the U.S., May 7, 1864, 6:3 a.m. Major General Meade, commanding AP. Make all preparations during the day for a night march to take position at Spotsylvania CH with 1 Army Corps, at Todd's Tavern with 1, and another near the intersection of the Piney Branch and Spotsylvania Road with the road from Allsops to Old Courthouse. If this move is made, the trains should be thrown forward early in the morning to the NY River. I think it would be advisable in making the change to leave Hancock where he is until Warren passes him. He could then follow and become the right of the new line. Burnside will move to Piney Branch Church. Sedgwick can move along the pike to Chancellorsville and on to his destination. Burnside will move on the Plank Road to the intersection of it with the Orange and Fredericksburg Plank Road, then follow Sedgwick to his place of destination. All vehicles should be got out of hearing of the enemy before the troops move, and then move off quietly. It is more than probable that the enemy concentrate for a heavy attack on Hancock this afternoon. In case they do, we must be prepared to resist them and follow up any success we may gain with our whole force. Such a result would necessarily modify these instructions. All the hospitals should be moved today to Chancellorsville. U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General. During the 7th, Sheridan had a fight with the rebel cavalry at Todd's Tavern, but routed them, thus opening the way for the troops that were to go by that route at night. Soon after dark, Warren withdrew from the front of the enemy and was soon followed by Sedgwick. Warren's march carried him immediately behind the works where Hancock's command lay on the Brock Road. With my staff and a small escort of cavalry, I preceded the troops. Meade with his staff accompanied me. The greatest enthusiasm was manifested by Hancock's men as we passed by. No doubt it was inspired by the fact that the movement was south. It indicated to them that they had passed through the beginning of the end in the battle just fought. The cheering was so lusty that the enemy must have taken it for a night attack. At all events, it drew from him a furious fusillade of artillery and musketry, plainly heard but not felt by us. Meade and I rode in advance. We had passed but a little way beyond our left when the road forked. We looked to see, if we could, which road Sheridan had taken with his cavalry during the day. It seemed to be the right-hand one, and accordingly we took it. We had not gone far, however, when Colonel C.B. Comstock of my staff, with the instinct of the engineer, suspecting that we were on a road that would lead us into the lines of the enemy, if he, too, should be moving, dashed by at a rapid gallop and all alone. In a few minutes, he returned and reported that Lee was moving, and that the road we were on would bring us into his lines in a short distance. We returned to the forks of the road, left a man to indicate the right road to the head of Warren's column when it should come up, and continued our journey to Todd's Tavern, where we arrived after midnight. My object in moving to Spotsylvania was twofold. First, I did not want Lee to get back to Richmond in time to attempt to crush Butler before I could get there. Second, I wanted to get between his army and Richmond if possible, and, if not, to draw him into the open field. But Lee, by accident, beat us to Spotsylvania. Our wagon trains had been ordered easterly of the roads the troops were to march upon before the movement commenced. Lee interpreted this as a semi-retreat of the Army of the Potomac to Fredericksburg, and so informed his government. Accordingly, he ordered Longstreet's corps, now commanded by Anderson, to move in the morning, the 8th, to Spotsylvania. But the woods being still on fire, Anderson could not go into bivouac, and marched directly on to his destination that night. By this accident, Lee got possession of Spotsylvania. It is impossible to say now what would have been the result if Lee's orders had been obeyed as given, but it is certain that we would have been in Spotsylvania and between him and his capital. My belief is that there would have been a race between the two armies to see which could reach Richmond first, and the Army of the Potomac would have had the shorter line. Thus, twice since crossing the Rapidan, we came near closing the campaign, so far as battles were concerned, from the Rapidan to the James River or Richmond. The first failure was caused by our not following up the success gained over Hill's corps on the morning of the 6th, as before described. The second, when fires caused by that battle drove Anderson to make a march during the night of the 7th-8th, which he was ordered to commence on the morning of the 8th. But accident often decides the fate of battle. Sheridan's cavalry had had considerable fighting during the afternoon of the 7th, lasting at Todd's Tavern until after night, with the field his at the close. He issued the necessary orders for seizing Spotsylvania and holding the bridge over the Po River, which Lee's troops would have to cross to get to Spotsylvania. But Meade changed Sheridan's orders to Merritt, who was holding the bridge on his arrival at Todd's Tavern, and thereby left the road free for Anderson when he came up. Wilson, who was ordered to seize the town, did so with his division of cavalry, but he could not hold it against the Confederate corps which had not been detained at the crossing of the Po, as it would have been but for the unfortunate change in Merritt's orders. Had he been permitted to execute the orders Sheridan gave him, he would have been guarding with 2 brigades of cavalry the bridge over the Po River, which Anderson had to cross, and must have detained him long enough to enable Warren to reinforce Wilson and hold the town. Anderson soon entrenched himself, if indeed the entrenchments were not already made immediately across Warren's front. Warren was not aware of his presence, but probably supposed it was the cavalry which Merritt had engaged earlier in the day. He assaulted at once, but was repulsed. He soon organized his men, as they were not pursued by the enemy, and made a second attack, this time with his whole corps. This time he succeeded in gaining a position immediately in the enemy's front, where he entrenched. His right and left divisions, the former Crawford's, the latter Wadsworth's, now commanded by Cutler, drove the enemy back some distance. At this time, my headquarters had been advanced to Piney Branch Church. I was anxious to crush Anderson before Lee could get a force to his support. To this end, Sedgwick, who was at Piney Branch Church, was ordered to Warren's support. Hancock, who was at Todd's Tavern, was notified of Warren's engagement and was directed to be in readiness to come up. Burnside, who was with the wagon trains at Aldrich's on our extreme left, received the same instructions. Sedgwick was slow in getting up for some reason probably unavoidable, because he was never at fault when serious work was to be done, so that it was near night before the combined forces were ready to attack. Even then, all of Sedgwick's command did not get into the engagement. Warren led the last assault, 1 division at a time, and of course it failed. Warren's difficulty was twofold. When he received an order to do anything, it would at once occur to his mind how all the balance of the army should be engaged so as properly to cooperate with him. His ideas were generally good, but he would forget that the person giving him orders had thought of others at the time he had of him. In like manner, when he did get ready to execute an order, after giving most intelligent instructions to division commanders, he would go in with one division, holding the others in reserve until he could superintend their movements in person also, forgetting that division commanders could execute an order without his presence. His difficulty was constitutional and beyond his control. He was an officer of superior ability, quick perceptions, and personal courage to accomplish anything that could be done with a small command. Lee had ordered Hill's Cornell commanded by Early to move by the very road we had marched upon. This shows that even early in the morning of the 8th, Lee had not yet become acquainted with my move, but still thought that the Army of the Potomac had gone to Fredericksburg. Indeed, he informed the authorities at Richmond he had possession of Spotsylvania and was on my flank. Anderson was in possession of Spotsylvania, through no foresight of Lee, however. Early only found that he had been following us when he ran against Hancock at Todd's Tavern. His coming detained Hancock from the battlefield of Spotsylvania for that day, but he, in like manner, kept Early back and forced him to move by another route. Had I ordered the movement for the night of the 7th by my left flank, it would have put Hancock in the lead. It would also have given us an hour or earlier start. It took all that time for Warren to get the head of his column to the left of Hancock after he had got his troops out of their line confronting the enemy. This hour, and Hancock's capacity to use his whole force when necessary, would, no doubt, have enabled him to crush Anderson before he could be reinforced. But the movement made was tactical. It kept the troops in mass against a possible assault by the enemy. Our left occupied its entrenchments while the two corps to the right passed. If an attack had been made by the enemy, he would have found the 2D Corps in position, fortified, and practically the 5th and 6th Corps in position as reserves, until his entire front was passed. By a left flank movement, the army would have been scattered while still passing the front of the enemy, and before the extreme right had got by, it would have been very much exposed. Then, too, I had not yet learned the special qualifications of the different corps commanders. At that time, my judgment was that Warren was the man I would suggest to succeed Meade should anything happen to that gallant soldier to take him from the field. As I have before said, Warren was a gallant soldier, an able man, and he was beside thoroughly imbued with the solemnity and importance of the duty he had to perform. Chapter 52. Battle of Spotsylvania. Hancock's position assault of Warren's and Wright's Corps Upton, promoted on the Field Good News from Butler and Sheridan. The Mattapony River is formed by the junction of the Mat, the Ta, the Po, and the NY rivers, the last being the northernmost of the four. It takes its rise about a mile south and a little east of the Wilderness Tavern. The Po rises southwest of the place, but farther away. Spotsylvania is on the ridge dividing these two streams, and where they are but a few miles apart. The Brock Road reaches Spotsylvania without crossing either of these streams. Lee's army coming up by the Catharpin Road had to cross the Po at Wooden Bridge. Warren and Hancock came by the Brock Road. Sedgwick crossed the NY at Catharpin Furnace. Burnside, coming by Aldrich's to Gates's house, had to cross the NY near the enemy. He found pickets at the bridge, but they were soon driven off by a brigade of Wilcox's division, and the stream was crossed. This brigade was furiously attacked, but the remainder of the division coming up, they were enabled to hold their position and soon fortified it. About the time I received the news of this attack, word came from Hancock that Early had left his front. He had been forced over to the Catharpin Road, crossing the Po at Corbin's and again at Wooden Bridge. These are the bridges Sheridan had given orders to his cavalry to occupy on the 8th, while one division should occupy Spotsylvania. These movements of the enemy gave me the idea that Lee was about to make the attempt to get to, or towards, Fredericksburg to cut off my supplies. I made arrangements to attack his right and get between him and Richmond if he should try to execute this design. If he had any such intention, it was abandoned as soon as Burnside was established south of the NY. The Po and the NY are narrow little streams, but deep, with abrupt banks, and bordered by heavily wooded and marshy bottoms at the time we were there and difficult to cross except where bridged. The country about was generally heavily timbered, but with occasional clearings. It was a much better country to conduct a defensive campaign in than an offensive one. By noon of the 9th, the position of the two armies was as follows. Lee occupied a semicircle facing north, northwest, and northeast, enclosing the town. Anderson was on his left extending to the Po. UL came next, then Early. Warren occupied our right, covering the Brock and other roads converging at Spotsylvania. Sedgwick was to his left and Burnside on our extreme left. Hancock was yet back at Todd's Tavern, but as soon as it was known that Early had left Hancock's front, the latter was ordered up to Warren's right. He formed a line with 3 divisions on the hill overlooking the Po early in the afternoon, and was ordered to cross the Po and get on the enemy's flank. The 4th Division of Hancock's Corps, Mott commanding, was left at Todd's when the Corps first came up. But in the afternoon, it was brought up and placed to the left of Sedgwick's now right 6th Corps. In the morning, General Sedgwick had been killed near the right of his entrenchments by rebel sharpshooters. His loss was a severe one to the Army of the Potomac and to the nation. General H.G. Wright succeeded him in the command of his corps. Hancock was now, 9 p.m. of the 9th of May, across the left flank of Lee's army, but separated from it, and also from the remainder of Meade's army, by the Po River. But for the lateness of the hour and the darkness of the night, he would have attempted to cross the river again at Wooden Bridge, thus bringing himself on the same side with both friend and foe. The Po at the points where Hancock's corps crossed runs nearly due east. Just below his lower crossing, the troops crossed at 3 points it turns due south, and after passing under Wooden Bridge, soon resumes a more easterly direction. During the night, this corps built 3 bridges over the Po, but these were in rear. The position assumed by Hancock's corps forced Lee to reinforce his left during the night.